By the time Victor and Amelia reached the wedding venue, it was packed full as most of the invitees had already arrived and were busy socializing. It was not every day that many of these important people from different industries got to meet. This showed how extensive Theodore's business was. Young Master Victor. Someone called, making Victor, who just entered the hall, frown, then turn to face the old man with a thin white mustache who was talking to him. We meet again, young master. Congratulations on your wedding.
Yeah. We met before. Victor asked.
Young master, I am Olaf, the family butler, the man said as he watched Victor frown as if he was trying hard to remember. We met in your mansion a couple of months ago when I was tasked with giving you your ceremony awards, he added awkwardly as Amelia looked at him with inspecting eyes. She knew him and didn't like him one bit.
Olaf. The butler, right?
Victor stuck his palms as he finally remembered. Sorry, I was so engrossed with the rewards back then that I totally forgot about you, he said, totally insulting the old man. Victor didn't like this man, because he was treated like shit by him in his previous life, and he held a grudge. I see, Olaf didn't let his annoyance show. Victor was an elite heir after all. What can I do for you? Victor asked with a sweet smile. The one he used when he wanted to screw someone. I am here to convey the patriarch's and the family's congratulations, Olaf said. In other words, he was here to keep an eye on Victor.
Okay. Anything else?
Victor said, rubbing his fingers for money. The family's present for the wedding had already been issued.
Olaf said.
He was wondering why the patriarch and mistress were spoiling this brat. It will be presented by your father after the ceremony.
Oh, good.
Perfect, Victor licked his lips. Now I will not keep you. Olaf said, congratulations Dame Amelia. He bowed to Amelia and then quickly withdrew. Did you really forget about him? Amelia asked as she watched Olaf go and find a seat. This man was not a low-ranking or easy individual to look down on. He was the main butler of the entire von Weiss family after all, representing their patriarch.
About who? Victor asked.
No one, she sighed, wondering if her daughter would be fine with this shameless guy. I will leave you to your acts, she said as she took the chance to withdraw her hand from his slimy hold and then run away. She needed to go talk to her family representative, her Aunt Martha, who began to sample the sweets. Victor chuckled. This woman was not that bad, but she was born into the wrong family, one he was destined to erase. Now, where to go, he wondered as he had some time before the ceremony officially started. Looking to the side, he saw a familiar face, Archie, who was sitting alone on a side table. Although he was the new heir to the prince's position after his cousin Troy disappeared, this was not fully official yet. Victor quickly began heading toward him slowly, taking his time to greet all the people at the tables in his way, not forgetting to compliment all the women on their dresses after giving them an inspecting look. Young Master Victor. Are you ready for your wedding night? A man who was already drunk asked. I have been born ready, Victor said casually as he greeted the man.
Young Master.
Can you marry my daughter too? I will reserve a spot for her for any future weddings, but I am already booked for the next few years. Young Master, can you stop looking at my wife's butt?
Oh.
I thought she was your daughter, sorry, Victor said, making the old woman chuckled as she hit her husband.
Young Master.
Can you give me a role in one of your movies? A fat movie star who was invited by Mira asked.
Of course.
Victor looked at Steven Silberberg, who was at her table, and said, give her a role in our secret project. Understood, young master, the director replied with excitement. This was the biggest project in his career. It took Victor 10 minutes to reach his destination.
Archie.
He hugged the reluctant young man tightly. Young Master Victor, Archie greeted him warily. Congratulations on your wedding.
Yeah, thanks.
Why isn't your grandfather, Prince Armand, here? The prince was very busy, so he had to decline your invitation. Though he also sent his congratulations, Archie said nervously. He didn't want to be seen at my wedding, it seemed, Victor chuckled. Archie just nodded with a sigh.
He had no comment.
Victor's reputation was not good at all, and many of his grandfather's assistants advised that he should not be associated with him. Where is my cousin Marley? Victor asked. Isn't she sitting with you? She was taken somewhere by the waitresses after someone spilled a drink on her dress, Archie said, looking back expecting her to return at any moment.
Perfect.
Victor said, now listen.
I have a mission for you.
Victor said seriously.
What?
Archie asked nervously. He already signed a contract with Victor and couldn't disobey him. Look. Do you see that pretty girl with short hair? The slim one who is biting her fingernail, Victor said, pointing to Officer Leah, who was sitting next to her father and mother and looking around nervously as if she didn't want to be there.
Yes. Is she pretty? Kinda. Good.
Her name is Leah, and your mission is to woo her and then marry her.
Victor said. What? Lower your voice.
Victor scolded as he looked around, making sure no one was listening.
Yes. I can't.
I will never leave or cheat on Marley.
This is an order.
Victor said coldly, and I am not asking you to leave that slut, Marley.
Don't call her a slut.
Whatever, you are not leaving her.
I will never cheat on her. Idiot.
Marrying another woman is not cheating. Not if your first wife knows. You will soon be officially the heir to the principality. Under the noble law, you can also marry many wives and concubines as I did. Victor whispered like a devil.
Ah, but?
Archie began to frown. He had to tell the truth. Although he liked Marley a lot, he was tempted. Many men would, although most would never dare. Little did he know that he was being affected by some very nasty libido-increasing effect.
You don't have a choice.
If you refuse, I would have to finish you off. You knew that when you accepted to work for me.
Ah, Archie hesitated.
But Marley. Yes, Marley will surely make trouble. But you just have to say that it was an order from your family and that you will be kicked out if you don't do it. Will that convince her? If you told her that you will have to work as a truck driver to support her if you were to be kicked out, she would beg you to marry Leah. Alice cursed her scheming brother for the 7th time as she walked into the ladies' room to fix her makeup. The last 15 minutes had been a blur of wandering aimlessly through the hotel, her mind looping back to Victor's meddling. Damn him, she muttered under her breath, adjusting her lipstick with unsteady hands. She froze as she caught whispers from one of the stalls. Like hell that would happen, a girl's voice hissed.
I know.
I couldn't tell them I like girls, another replied.
They'd flip.
Alice frowned, her curiosity momentarily piqued.
So, what are you going to do?
I hired an actor to play my boyfriend. Hopefully, that'll kill the rumors. Alice blinked, the words echoing in her head. Did it work?
Totally.
But now I need more money to pay him. Can you spot me some? Fine, but only if you try that with me later. Alice grimaced as the conversation devolved into suggestive giggles and hushed protests. She quickly turned on her heel and exited the bathroom, disgusted. What's wrong with this world? As she wandered back into the hallway, a high-pitched scream jolted her thoughts.
Kaya. Sorry.
Stop right there, you piece of shit. Alice followed the commotion to find a well-dressed young man, clearly flustered, cornered by a furious woman in a designer dress. Don't think you can escape after touching me, the woman spat, her face red with indignation.
It was an accident, the man protested.
I wasn't stalking you.
Liar.
I know your type. The confrontation drew an audience, including an older woman, clearly the screamer's mother, and a younger man, her brother. Do you know this guy? The mother asked, clutching her pearls as if poverty itself might infect her. Unfortunately, the woman replied with venom.
We met at a karaoke bar.
My friend tried to set us up, but unlike some, I have standards. Alice watched silently as the woman launched into a tirade. He bragged about being a millionaire, but he's dirt poor. He lived off school leftovers and probably found that suit in the garbage. Lulu, please, the young man growled, his patience thinning. I'm here by invitation.
Let's see it then.
Reluctantly, he produced a silver invitation card.
Ha! It's fake.
Lulu sneered, holding up her own golden card. This is legitimate, he said, though doubt flickered across his face. Security. Lulu's shrill scream pierced the air. The mother joined in, yelling, throw him out.
He's a fraud.
Moments later, a burly security guard arrived, flanked by a team of equally intimidating men. Sir, can I see your card? The guard asked. The young man handed it over, looking resigned. This is a company-issued invitation, the guard said. Do you have a company ID?
The man hesitated. I lost it.
Then I'll have to escort you out. Before he could protest, Lulu interjected, good riddance. He doesn't belong here.
Stop.
The commanding voice silenced the chaos. Alice stepped forward, her presence exuding authority. This man is my boyfriend, she announced, locking eyes with the stunned young man. The room fell into shocked silence. Your boyfriend? Lulu's mother stammered. Yes, Alice said firmly, turning to the guard. Let him go. The guard hesitated, then nodded. Understood, Lady Alice. Lulu's face twisted in outrage. You can't be serious. Throw them out, Alice ordered coldly. Without hesitation, the guards moved to remove Lulu and her entourage. Their protests were cut short by swift, professional efficiency. As the dust settled, Alice turned to the young man, who was staring at her with wide eyes. Why are you gawking? She snapped. He stammered, clearly overwhelmed. Listen, she said, crossing her arms. My brother is trying to set me up with some idiot. You're going to pretend to be my boyfriend for the evening.
Pretend. Yes, she said.
I'll pay you $1 million. But if you mess this up, I'll kill you.
The man blinked.
What's the catch?
No catch.
Just follow my lead or else, she said, narrowing her eyes. Deal, he replied, deciding he had nothing to lose. What's your name? She asked, raising an eyebrow.
Yulian. Just Yulian?
Like a stripper.
He flushed, unsure how to respond.
Relax, I'm joking.
Alice smirked. I'm Alice von Wies.
Yulian nodded, realization dawning. This wasn't just a beautiful stranger, this was someone powerful. Follow me, boyfriend, Alice said, emphasizing the last word as she dragged him toward the venue. Victor, watching from the shadows, chuckled. Right on schedule, he murmured, turning to Theta. You really planned this?
Theta asked, wide-eyed. Of course, Victor replied.
Alice hates bullies and loves handsome guys, even if she won't admit it. All I needed was the perfect setup. Theta shook her head, still amazed by Victor's scheming. Come on, Victor said, leading the way. Time to meet the brides.
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
By the time Victor and Amelia reached the wedding venue, it was packed full as most of the invitees had already arrived and were busy socializing. It was not every day that many of these important people from different industries got to meet. This showed how extensive Theodore's business was. Young Master Victor. Someone called, making Victor, who just entered the hall, frown, then turned to face the old man with a thin white mustache who was talking to him. We meet again, young master. Congratulations on your wedding.
Yeah.
We met before.
Victor asked.
Young master, I am Olaf, the family butler, the man said as he watched Victor frown as if he was trying hard to remember. We met in your mansion a couple of months ago when I was tasked with giving you your ceremony awards, he added awkwardly as Amelia looked at him with inspecting eyes. She knew him and didn't like him one bit.
Olaf. The butler, right?
Victor stuck his palms as he finally remembered. Sorry, I was so engrossed with the rewards back then that I totally forgot about you, he said, totally insulting the old man. Victor didn't like this man, because he was treated like shit by him in his previous life, and he held a grudge. I see, Olaf didn't let his annoyance show. Victor was an elite heir after all. What can I do for you? Victor asked with a sweet smile. The one he used when he wanted to screw someone. I am here to convey the patriarch's and the family's congratulations, Olaf said. In other words, he was here to keep an eye on Victor.
Okay. Anything else?
Victor said, rubbing his fingers for money. The family's present for the wedding had already been issued.
Olaf said.
He was wondering why the patriarch and mistress and were spoiling this brat. It will be presented by your father after the ceremony.
Oh, good.
Perfect, Victor licked his lips. Now I will not keep you. Olaf said, congratulations Dame Amelia. He bowed to Amelia and then quickly withdrew. Did you really forget about him? Amelia asked as she watched Olaf go and find a seat. This man was not a low-ranking or easy individual to look down on. He was the main butler of the entire von Weiss family after all, representing their patriarch.
About who? Victor asked.
No one, she sighed, wondering if her daughter would be fine with this shameless guy. I will leave you to your acts, she said as she took the chance to withdraw her hand from his slimy hold and then run away. She needed to go talk to her family representative, her Aunt Martha, who began to sample the sweets. Victor chuckled. This woman was not that bad, but she was born into the wrong family, one he was destined to erase. Now, where to go, he wondered as he had some time before the ceremony officially started. Looking to the side, he saw a familiar face, Archie, who was sitting alone on a side table. Although he was the new heir to the prince's position after his cousin Troy disappeared, this was not fully official yet. Victor quickly began heading toward him slowly, taking his time to greet all the people at the tables in his way, not forgetting to compliment all the women on their dresses after giving them an inspecting look. Young Master Victor. Are you ready for your wedding night? A man who was already drunk asked. I have been born ready, Victor said casually as he greeted the man.
Young Master.
Can you marry my daughter too? I will reserve a spot for her for any future weddings, but I am already booked for the next few years. Young Master, can you stop looking at my wife's butt?
Oh.
I thought she was your daughter, sorry, Victor said, making the old woman chuckled as she hit her husband.
Young Master.
Can you give me a role in one of your movies? A fat movie star who was invited by Mira asked.
Of course.
Victor looked at Steven Silberberg, who was at her table, and said, give her a role in our secret project. Understood, young master, the director replied with excitement. This was the biggest project in his career. It took Victor 10 minutes to reach his destination.
Archie.
He hugged the reluctant young man tightly. Young Master Victor, Archie greeted him warily. Congratulations on your wedding.
Yeah, thanks.
Why isn't your grandfather, Prince Armand, here? The prince was very busy, so he had to decline your invitation. Though he also sent his congratulations, Archie said nervously. He didn't want to be seen at my wedding, it seemed, Victor chuckled. Archie just nodded with a sigh.
He had no comment.
Victor's reputation was not good at all, and many of his grandfather's assistants advised that he should not be associated with him. Where is my cousin Marley? Victor asked. Isn't she sitting with you? She was taken somewhere by the waitresses after someone spilled a drink on her dress, Archie said, looking back, expecting her to return at any moment.
Perfect.
Victor said, now listen.
I have a mission for you.
Victor said seriously.
What?
Archie asked nervously. He already signed a contract with Victor and couldn't disobey him.
Look.
Do you see that pretty girl with short hair? The slim one who is biting her fingernail, Victor said, pointing to Officer Leah, who was sitting next to her father and mother and looking around nervously as if she didn't want to be there.
Yes? Is she pretty? Kinda. Good.
Her name is Leah, and your mission is to woo her and then marry her.
Victor said. What? Lower your voice.
Victor scolded as he looked around, making sure no one was listening.
Yes. I can't.
I will never leave or cheat on Marley.
This is an order.
Victor said coldly, and I am not asking you to leave that slut Marley.
Don't call her a slut.
Whatever, you are not leaving her.
I will never cheat on her. Idiot.
Marrying another woman is not cheating. Not if your first wife knows. You will soon be officially the heir to the principality. Under the noble law, you can also marry many wives and concubines as I did. Victor whispered like a devil.
Ah, but...
Archie began to frown. He had to tell the truth. Although he liked Marley a lot, he was tempted. Many men would, although most would never dare. Little did he know that he was being affected by some very nasty libido-increasing effect.
You don't have a choice.
If you refuse, I would have to finish you off. You knew that when you accepted to work for me.
Ah, Archie hesitated.
But Marley. Yes, Marley will surely make trouble. But you just have to say that it was an order from your family and that you will be kicked out if you don't do it. Will that convince her? If you told her that you will have to work as a truck driver to support her if you were to be kicked out, she would beg you to marry Leah.
Ah.
I don't believe you. Marley is not that kind of a girl. Archie defended his sly girlfriend.
Whatever.
Now follow me to meet your new bride. Victor said, then quickly dragged the reluctant Archie toward Lee's table. Again, he had to greet a lot of people along the way, but he arrived at his destination quickly. Captain Harold, Lady Nicole, Officer Leah. Victor greeted them as he approached their table. I am really happy that you were able to come to my humble wedding, he said with a smile.
Oh.
Young Master Victor.
How could we not come? It is a great honor.
Harold said as he began to flatter Victor, making both his wife and daughter sigh. Congratulations on your wedding. Nicole told Victor after her husband finished his barrage of compliments, then she glared at her daughter who didn't want them to come. Congratulations, Leah said reluctantly. If Victor tried to do anything to her mother, she was ready to arrest him on the spot no matter what. His crime was being too handsome. Thanks, Victor said as he scratched the back of his head as if he was embraced.
Oh.
I almost forgot, let me introduce you, he said, grabbing Archie and dragging him forward. This is Archie Wyron. I was just describing Officer Lee's heroic acts to him the other day, and he told me that he really wanted to meet her.
Oh.
Nicole smiled subtly as she looked at the nervous Archie, who kept looking back, afraid that Marley would return at any moment.
Archie.
This is Leah. Leah, this is Archie, Victor said as he pushed poor Archie into the chair right next to Leah. I think the two of you will make a very suitable couple, he said. What do you mean, young master?
Harold asked.
He didn't like this Archie, he was too wimpy. Archie here is the new crown prince, the heir to the principality,
Victor said.
After Prince Troy's unfortunate incident, he will take his place. What? The family of three all exclaimed as they looked at the embarrassed Archie in a new light. Yes, the news had not been announced yet, Archie said as he scratched his face with his finger. He was not yet used to all this. I thought that someone righteous like Officer Leah would be a good match for young Master Archie. So I took the liberty to introduce the two of you. I meant nothing else, Victor said embarrassingly. I hope you forgive me, he said like a gentleman. It is okay, Nicole said. I think it is good for Leah to meet someone like young Master Archie too, she said. As long as her daughter gave up on Victor, even a beggar was okay. Let alone a prince. Yeah. I think Mr. Archie is a fine young man, Harold said, totally changing his opinion. Having his daughter marry Archie is a sure way to success both for her and him.
But.
Leah, who was not expecting anything like this, wanted to object but suddenly squealed.
What?
Archie asked with a frown.
Nothing, Leah said.
Her mother had just pinched her under the table.
Damn it.
Leah silently cursed. Well, she would just have to endure this day with this wimpy guy. As long as Victor stayed away from her mother, she was fine. She no longer had any feelings for him. He was a pervert, a huge big pervert that should rot in prison. Young master, Victor. When will the ceremony start? She had to ask. She just wanted this day to end.
In a while.
The priest is a little late, you see, Victor said, then paused and looked at the door as Lily entered the hall with an arrogant old man. She was guiding him toward a side room behind the stage. Looks like they are already here. I will just have to go adjust a few things if you excuse me, he said, then quickly retreated. Apply a 30% libido effect on Leah, and release Marley after, let's see.
15 minutes.
Let Lee's sense of challenge flare. Victor whispered to his hidden telecommunicator as he made his way toward Lily and the priest. Archie was the perfect candidate to both contain and protect Leah. Theodore would not really object to him.
Mother.
This is my boyfriend.
Julien.
Alice said as she dragged Julien toward a grand frontal table where her family was sitting. Julien, this is my father Theodore, and my mother Elena. Nice to meet you, Julien said nervously as he confronted his fake in-laws. He couldn't help but notice the others at the table. Next to Theodore, there was a pregnant woman. On the other side next to Elena, there was a very cute little girl that had purple hair with another girl to her side. Next to them, there was a young man who was in a deep conversation with a purple-haired young woman who also had a younger girl at her side. It was a big family, he thought, not knowing that this was just a tiny fraction of it.
Julien. Theodore frowned.
Sit down, he said as Elena began to inspect her daughter's new boyfriend. Alice quickly gave Julien one of the last two empty seats on the table as she took the last one herself. She was acting like a girlfriend, and this made her feel strange. It was not bad at all.
So,
Julien, what do you do for a living?
Elena asked. I have.
He works in my cosmetics company as a vice president. Alice said, I leave most of the work to him most of the time. He is very proficient in his job, she said.
Oh, where did you study?
Elena found a little. I studied business administration at the Wyron Princely Institution. He told the truth, he studied there on a scholarship for 3 years, but didn't get a degree as he was kicked out because some young master had a disagreement with him. That young master was on the list now.
Oh, that's good, Theodore said.
What about your family? They are separated. My father runs a little business in the mountains, he said nervously, also telling the truth in a way. His father runs the family mines. We all have our difficulties, Theodore said. He didn't mind his daughter marrying someone of lower status as long as she gave up on her weird hobbies. Can I call you brother-in-law? The little girl suddenly asked as she looked at him, making him give her an inspecting look. Her eyes were like an endless abyss. He looked away in a hurry.
What just happened?
Why did he just feel his blood boil when he looked her in the eye?
Lara.
Don't be rude. Elena scolded her daughter. Sorry, Lara said as she pinched the girl beside her. She was the one who asked her to say that. Now let me introduce you. Theodore said, this little one is Lara. The young man there is my son Mike, Alice's brother, and the one next to him is Iris, Alice's half-sister. Theodore said, ignoring the other two girls. Nice to meet you all, Julien said just as spotted someone moving from the side. It was none other than Lily dragging an old man.
Oh.
Lily finally brought the priest. Theodore said as he watched Victor quickly follow after them. I guess the wedding will start shortly. Yes, Julien said as he carefully inspected Lily.
She was here.
Will he have a chance to talk to her? What are you looking at? Alice stepped on his foot. She didn't know that she was feeling jealous.
This was all new to her. Ouch. Oh.
I was looking at that priest. Isn't he too old to be running around? Julien lied.
Yeah.
I heard Victor complain earlier that the old priest died yesterday. This was the only one on short call. Mike was the one who replied. I see, Julien said just as a faint scream could be heard from the room behind the stage. I will never approve of such a depraved ritual. This is blasphemy, a faint voice could be heard making trouble.
But. Shut up. This is. Bang. No-oh.
The sounds died down after that. Others in the venue couldn't hear it clearly, but the groom's family table was very close to the stage. That's what Theodore thought anyway. What just happened? The girl sitting next to Iris asked loudly. Did he kill him? She asked as she lifted her head from her half-eaten appetizer dish.
Mia, shush. Don't spout nonsense.
Iris told her as she also looked at the door behind the stage where Victor slowly walked out arrogantly. He was wiping something from his hand with a handkerchief.
It was blood.
F***ck. Victor cursed angrily as he made his way toward his parents' table while wiping the blood off his hand.
What happened?
Theodore asked as he scowled at his son. What was this brat scheming at now, he wondered. That bastard priest bit me. Victor complained as if it was not his fault.
Bit you? Iris asked.
Why would he do that? Elena asked with some concern. Are you injured?
No. The blood is his.
He was making trouble, so I punched him, Victor replied righteously.
And? Theodore asked. He bit me.
Victor said with an aggrieved tone. You already said that. Why did you punch him in the first place? Is he okay? Theodore asked as Elena grabbed the wine glass Lara was trying to secretly taste. The poor woman had no idea that wine was no longer harmful to the little girl. It was never harmful. The elder dragon's bloodline was already enough to combat the effect of alcohol. He is still kicking. I wanted to force him into the dragon costume, but he dared to refuse, Victor said as if the priest was the bad guy. So what's now? Mike asked as he secretly passed Elle another glass containing some wine to give to Lara. The little girl deserved a drink at her brother's wedding. Everything will be fine. As an old man, he needs to change his old views, so it will take another 15 minutes to convince him, Victor said. Lily is already on it. He added mysteriously. How is that exactly? Yulian asked nervously as some very dirty thoughts crossed his mind. He could imagine his poor sister giving that old man a b. Nuu. Just forcing some strong wine down his throat, and performing some hypnosis. Any old man will start to act sensible after some. Who the fuck are you? Victor suddenly paused and asked, pointing at Yulian before looking at Alice and then back at Yulian.
He is my boyfriend,
Alice said proudly, grabbing Yulian's arm as she rested her head on his shoulder, making the poor young man completely forget every other thought in his mind.
Your boyfriend? Since when?
Didn't you tell me that you investigated her boyfriend? Elena turned and asked Victor, who was standing behind her with a frown. Lara used the opportunity to taste the wine. She spat it moments later. It was not to her liking.
Ow.
Victor hesitated as Alice slid her finger across her neck, threatening him.
He swallowed. Oh, so it's that one.
I never saw his photo. Victor said slowly as if he was a bad liar. I see. Elena was not convinced. Nice to meet you at last. Victor turned and said to Yulian nervously as he grabbed the wine glass Elle handed him from behind Elena's back after tasting it. She seemed to have liked it as she drank the whole thing and was now drowsy. Nice to meet you too. Congratulations on your wedding.
Yulian replied.
Thanks, Victor said as he inspected Yulian. Why don't we see the brides? Where are they?
Alice asked.
They will appear at the ritual. This is for the atmosphere.
Victor explained. Oh, Victor.
Did you greet your grandfather and grandmother? Elena suddenly asked.
Not yet. Why?
Why would someone need a reason to greet his grandparents? Go see them before the ceremony starts. She scolded, pointing at a nearby table. Victor sighed and made his way toward the table occupied by his maternal grandparents and their not-so-successful offspring.
Hi, Grandpa. Grandma. Uncles.
Aunt, cousins, Victor said awkwardly as he greeted his grandfather Calvin and his grandmother Willow. He also nodded to his aunt, uncles, and cousins who buried their heads into their extravagant dishes. I am really happy that you came,
he said. Oh, Victor.
Willow said as she grabbed Victor and kissed his face. He was now her favorite grandson. You look really handsome. Just like your grandfather did at his wedding. Thanks, Victor said as he secretly cursed at the opportunistic old woman.
Victor.
I want to talk to you about some of the news I got, Calvin suddenly said.
Is it urgent?
Nah, it's about some info I got about an upcoming event. I thought you would like it. Then I will contact you about next week, Victor, who knew what this was about, said. You know, Victor smiled lewdly, making his uncles and cousin look away in envy. I know, Calvin chuckled. He wished he could also marry these many wives. Nah, Willow was more than enough for him. After Lily gave her that pill, they were having a honeymoon every night. No one needed to know that, especially Victor, who could read it all over his grandfather's smirking face.
Victor.
The men at the door took my phone. Can you get it back? Willow suddenly said. She wanted to make a video call to her friends and brag. Sorry, Grandma, all phones are forbidden for security reasons. If you want a photo to show to your friends, just gesture to any of the girls carrying cameras to the side. They will be more than happy to take your photos and we will send them to you a week later after reviewing them. Victor explained, pointing to some girls who were standing next to the hall's walls like prostitutes with cameras.
Oh.
Good, good, she nodded with a smile. Victor really understood her. What a good grandson. Victor sighed and then paused. As his communicator beeped. What? He asked as he moved away from his grandparents' table. Someone wearing a mask had just entered the hotel. He fits the profile you gave us on Caspian. And Ian is about to go crazy telling me that he is a demon.
Where is he? Victor asked.
He had just walked in with an old man using a golden invitation. Its ID indicates that it is one of those we sent to the Players' Council. Shall we guide him to the main or secondary venue?
The main one.
He is one of the main actors today, Victor said as he closed his eyes and focused on the array. He was using it to have a parametric view of the entire hotel. Inside the elevator, he could see him. A young man was standing arrogantly with a servant behind him. This guy was that of Caspian without a doubt. There is something else.
What?
Caspian presented 3 cheap incense sticks as his wedding present, Alpha said coldly, knowing what this represented.
Noted.
Just follow the plan and tell Ian to calm down, Victor said as he squeezed his fist, then quickly moved toward Liliana, who was sitting with her family and a blue-haired man. The Von Astrom representative.
Victor, right?
Congratulations on the wedding, the Von Astrom representative said casually to Victor, who stood behind Liliana.
Thanks,
Victor said. He knew that this man looked at him with disdain, but he didn't care.
Please enjoy the feast,
he added with a lazy smile, then nodded to Sirius, Nova's father, and Atlas, his son. They were sitting there with white faces, afraid that their scheme might be discovered. Their standing in the family was on the edge. If news of Nova's escape were to be known, they would surely be punished severely. Lady Liliana, Victor said as he bowed closer toward Lulien's ear.
Caspian is here.
He will enter this venue at any moment.
Don't reveal a thing.
He will probably wait for the ceremony to begin before acting, Victor whispered, making the woman tense all of a sudden. I understand, she said nervously. Victor nodded, then retreated as a bead of sweat dropped from the nape of his neck. There was a beautiful tan-skinned woman with black flowing hair there sitting next to Liliana. A woman he didn't notice at all from afar because she was wearing an artifact that made her seem unimportant.
Name, Mirage Trusun.
Level, 130. Class, Fate Priestess, SSS. Abnormal conditions. Greater blessing of the Fate Lord. People with lower fates will feel owed in of you. Unaffected by others' fate influence. Slave of the Fate Lord.
Authority, 15.
Strength, 339. Agility, 355. Intelligence, 377.
Luck, 35. Charm, 55.
Order, 1107.
Skills. Fate Eyes, SSS.
Fate Trace, SSS.
Misfortune Fate, SSS. Happiness Fate, SSS. Order Steel, SSS. Cooking, A. Sword Arts, A. Spear Arts, A. Needle Arts, A. Staff Arts, A. Dancing, A. Tea Ceremony, A. Singing, B. Trapping, B. Pain Tolerance, B. Fire Tolerance, C. Poison Tolerance, C. Disguise, C. Poison Brewing, D. Healing, E. Sewing, E. Cleaning, E. Eavesdropping, F. Equipment. Anonymous Ring, SS.
Soul Locker Hairpin, SS. Greater Storage Ring, S.
Protection Talisman, S.
Fate Sect Elder Token,
S. Ethereal Armor, A. Bloodline.
Fate Status.
Fate's Power, A.
Summary, A+++. Define Fate, serve the Fate Lord.
Destiny List, Null.
At last, the Fate Sect agent appeared. This was definitely the one who spied on his fate that day. This is Gloria Flick, reporting from the front of the White Hotel. Outside the hotel, many news trucks stopped between the fans and the protesters with their eyes on the hotel. Many reporters were lined up, looking with envy at the violet carpet where some of the late invitees were tickling in. As our viewers saw, the priest had just arrived. It was Master Oppenheimer, the head of the United Temple in Vane City. Gloria began to read the report that her assistant prepared. He is 91 years old this year. I want to remind all of our viewers who are sending us some inquiries to use only polite language, as this is a live feed, and that we have many underage viewers. That young man who walked in earlier was hot. Screw you.
Suck my.
I like weddings. I really like your Gloria.
OMG, that groom is so hot.
Doesn't he look like that granny's boy? They are clearly different people.
Window cleaner tour, now for $50.
I want to be his bride too. Now, we have some questions about the identity of the groom. He is Victor White, the heir of the White conglomerate and the son of the famous businessman and philanthropist Theodore White, Gloria said as she tried hard to accommodate the live chat feed. Victor's sleazy photo was presented on the screen seconds later.
Wow, he is so hot. Volcano.
The oligarchs are scamming you.
Wake up, people.
I want to carry his babies. I am not into purple-dyed hair. He is a natural.
He is a pervert. Wake up, people.
I am Theodore White and I want to give you all free crypto coins. White dog coins to save the planet. Doubles in value every year. Stop being blind, people. They are trying to control the world. I bet there are some really big shots inside. I bet your mother is a whore.
How did you know that?
Why aren't you filming the wedding? What are your 3 sizes, Gloria? Let the monarchs die. Long lives democracy.
Hi.
Now, I want to apologize that we couldn't film from the inside as promised, as it was strictly forbidden to bring in cameras. Gloria said, then began to read the feed again. As you can see, the streets are filled with protesters. Let me go around and ask. Gloria began to slowly move around.
Excuse me. Why are you protesting? She asked one woman.
That bastard is doing something against nature.
Polygamy is a sin.
It makes me sick.
Yeah.
A man should always marry one woman.
How can a man love more than one? Another said. Bastards. I should have been one of the brides, another said.
As you see, my dear viewers, polygamy is still a very controversial topic. For polygamy for a harem. No, don't listen to those idiots. I prefer monogamy. I can't love more than one woman.
No one can. I can. You disgust me. Creep.
Don't you love your mother too?
Idiot. Hi. Loser. Your mother. How do you buy white coins?
Shut up, F***CKR.
It is a scam.
Why the cursing? I didn't mean you. How does this thing work? Mira is getting married at last. I really want to see that.
Me too. I don't.
No, my Mira. Why didn't you sneak a camera in?
Now.
Please be careful of some scammers in the chat. And please stop with these pointless arguments. Gloria said as she read, of course, we tried to send in a hidden cam inside, but it was busted along with the carrier's nuts, she said as she moved to another side, squeezing between the crowds with difficulty.
Excuse me, sir.
What do you think about his wedding? She asked a young man standing solemnly to the side. He seemed like a decent man. I am trying to get in. I am the groom, you see. My name is Victor White. He said with tears in his eyes. The jealousy had turned him mad. I want to marry my Mira. He screamed as he grabbed the microphone and then jumped at the camera. I am Victor. Give me my wife's. It took Gloria 3 whole minutes to grab her mic back as a few police officers came and dragged the madman away moments later. Sorry about that, she said, as you can see. Some people can't handle such occasions. I hope that young man turns up okay. Damn, those be ***********.
Yeah, they were well hidden. Above.
Is that Gloria really your type? Nah, but those be **************. Hashtag me too. Whitecoin is on the Dingo Bingo trading platform. Call hashtag.
Yeah.
Look at those boobs. I bet you she is not wearing a bra. Definitely.
Send a drone. Yeah, she can't afford one. A drone?
And yes, we tried to send a drone, but it was grabbed by a security eagle. Now it is broadcasting footage from the insides of a toilet, Gloria said with a blush as she adjusted the blouse under her jacket to hide her breasts. That man pulled at it earlier, making it come loose.
She should have worn a bra.
She hoped no one saw anything. But she was in for a big surprise when she reviewed the footage later that night.
Lame.
Show US footage from the drone.
Yeah.
They must be hiding something. Show US your be ****** again.
We can't show you that.
She yelled just as she heard a beeping from the back.
Look.
Some new grand convoy is approaching. She said in excitement as the cameraman tilted the camera back, showing a fleet of golden-colored cars stopped to the side and an army of bodyguards dressed in bronze suits flooded out and began to push away the reporters. Gloria barely managed to step to the side as a grand custom-made armored Golden Bull SUV car stopped surrounded by armed bodyguards. An assistant quickly ran to the car's doors and opened them while bowing. From the inside, an unknown old man wearing a face mask walked out, followed by a pretty young woman and a young man who was pushing a wheelchair in front of him. In the wheelchair, there was a girl who was wearing a simple blue dress and simple blue strapped shoes. She had silky gray hair styled into a bun. Her face was hidden by a thick black pair of shades, but Gloria, who was close by, could tell she was a beauty. She could also spot some tears falling from the girl's delicate chin. Victor decided to act casually and wait until Caspian reached the venue. He quickly found his cousin Zoe, who was with some other guys from the academy, and went to greet them while keeping his eyes on the door.
"Hi guys,"
Victor said casually as he inspected the girls' dresses. They looked nice and youthful.
"Hi Victor."
"Congrats," Zoe said awkwardly. She was feeling a little strange seeing him here in a white suit. He looked very handsome. Very manly. "What are you thinking, Zoe? He is your cousin."
"Well, not a direct cousin." "No, but..."
"Congratulations, young master, Victor. Tonight will be tough on you," another classmate said, not noticing Zoe's blush.
"Nah, I can take 10 more," Victor said.
"Hope you recovered after the school trip," he added, changing the subject.
"Thankfully we survived,"
another girl said with a blush.
"We were the lucky ones."
"Too bad Arnie and Kalila didn't make it."
"Yeah.
"Teacher Isabella didn't want to come here," another student said. "She said it is not appropriate for her to celebrate a wedding after such a tragedy." No one except for Victor knew that it was Tom's idea for Isabella not to come. He brainwashed her by telling her it was not appropriate. He didn't want her to see him in action.
"Yeah.
She is still feeling it was her fault."
I feel sorry for her," another guy said.
"Young Master Victor," suddenly one of them spoke.
"It was Elma."
"Thanks for your help that day." She meant about Mr. Toby, but she didn't say it clearly in front of her friends. Toby also didn't come here in consideration of that.
"It's okay.
We are friends after all," Victor replied, totally ignoring a couple of sneaky vermin who sneaked behind him in a hurry, escaping toward the Hell's Door after seeing him. The couple of vermin was a fat man and a slutty woman. They were none other than Nadia, Margaret's slut friend, and her sugar daddy CEO. When the CEO realized that Victor, the groom, was the one whom he had put a hit on yesterday, he almost had a heart attack. He decided to escape this place ASAP with Nadia and was destined to be killed after he enjoyed her one last night. That's why he didn't break up with her yet. It was all her fault for agitating him against Victor. Now hopefully, he would be able to cancel that order before the news went out. As soon as they left the hall and sighed in relief as they turned a couple of corners, they bumped into a handsome guy wearing a simple martial arts suit and a face mask. He seemed to have just left the elevator. The bump didn't hurt the young man at all as he didn't move an inch, but it made Nadia and her sugar daddy, who were in a hurry, fall to the ground.
"Hey! Watch it, dumbass.
Do you know how much my dress cost?" Nadia began to scream like a bitch.
"Young man.
Be careful where you walk or I will sue you," the CEO angrily scolded as he stood up after affirming that the young man didn't seem to be anyone important. The old man behind him didn't look important either, with his worn-out shoes and gray traditional garb. The young man looked at them and then smiled behind his face mask. "You better watch out too," he said to the fat CEO in a strange tone, then walked past them with the old man heading toward the hall. The couple felt a little disoriented for a second, but there was nothing a second later. If they were not in a hurry, they would have cursed at the young man more, but they didn't have time for that. They quickly made their way to the elevator and took it to the main hall. There they almost bumped into an old man who was accompanying a young woman and a young man dragging a wheelchaired girl. Without apologizing and totally ignoring them, the couple ran to the reception desk where he got their phones back. "Is there a back door here?" the CEO asked the receptionist.
"Ah, yes.
"Go straight through that door and turn left. It should be straight ahead," the receptionist said with a frown after secretly notifying the security department in case those two did something wrong. "Let's go," the CEO said, then dragged Nadia and quickly headed in the direction the receptionist pointed at. "Young man," the old man who was about to go into the elevator suddenly called for the CEO, "Be careful."
"You are cursed," he added.
The CEO totally ignored him as he hurried with Nadia until they reached the back door. There, they exited the hotel as no one stopped them. They quickly found their car and drove out of the parking lot in a hurry as the CEO began to call the assassin he hired to cancel the hit. He didn't get to do that as a drunk truck driver hit his car and flattened it into a stone wall, sending the CEO and Nadia to the afterlife, or another world where they would be heroes who knew. After leaving Zoe's table, Victor turned to the nearby table where Anna and Peter were sitting with their friends from high school. Most of them were invited by the twins and Margaret, and they were totally bewildered by the lavish atmosphere here. "Young Master Victor,
Did you see Tom?"
Anna asked after congratulating Victor.
"No. Is he here?"
"Yeah, I saw him at the door." Then he is probably in the ladies' room.
Yeah, he would like it there, Peter chuckled.
Peter, that's rude,
Sarah said.
She didn't dare to scold Victor, but Peter was her childhood friend. Victor is telling the truth. Peter said, Tom has changed a lot lately. He is becoming more, Peter didn't find the right word. He is just revealing his true nature.
Victor said. Exactly. In short, he is a pervert. Peter said. What do you mean? Georgie asked.
He is dating the 5 girls in our class and the teacher at the same time. Peter said bitterly. He was still suffering from jealousy after Tom took the opportunity to sleep with a few girls in the dungeon. One of them was someone Peter was trying hard to court. Although Tom apologized late telling Peter that he didn't know, Peter still felt humiliated. It was obvious he was after that girl, but Tom only saw what he wanted. Nothing ruins friendships like trouble over women. Especially with a guy like Tom who likes to take them all. What? Everyone at the table exclaimed.
It's true,
Victor said casually, then squinted his eyes and waited for Caspian to come in. What was taking him so long? Could he be coming from the other door? Victor thought as he looked around. That's when Victor noticed a strange capped man sitting in the back with other invitees but was not talking to anyone.
Amon.
Level 139. Class Master Inquisitor, SS. Authority 13.
Strength. Agility. Intelligence. Luck 43. Charm 39. Order 77. Skills. Truth Sword, SS.
Truth Appraisal, SS.
Shining Truth, S. Sword Arts, A. Spear Art, A. Strategic Mind, A. Poison Dart, A. Survival, A. Endurance, A. Torture, A. Poison Resistance, A. Corrosion Resistance, B. Tea-making Art, B.
Brewing Poisons, B.
Acting, C. Alchemy, D. Dagger Arts, D.
Spying, D.
Staff Arts, E. Shogi, E. Piano, F. Kissing, F. Equipment. Anonymosity Cap, SS. Illusion Talisman, A. Defense Talisman, A.
Hidden Storage Ring, B. Storage Ring, D. Fate Status.
Fate's Power, D. Summary, D.
Defined Fate. Killed by boss for raping his sister. Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil. *T.
Who the fuck was this one? And where did he come from? Wait.
There was something under his sleeve. He was pointing it around the room with a camera? That's impossible. All recording devices were being jammed using the family's advanced technology. Was it a gun or an artifact? Victor excused himself under the pretext of needing to greet other guests, then began to move toward James Trove, who was sitting on the other side. Victor was trying to get a clear view of what was in that man's hand. It was not a weapon. Zealot's Communication Mirror No. 2711. *T. This one was a dark chamber agent?
Should he finish him? Probably not.
This man was an inquisitor, so he was not here to make trouble, but to investigate him and the girls. Those guys were probably planning to target him next. So he better not give them a reason to be wary. He just needed to act carefully and ignore this guy for now. Victor soon reached James Trove's table.
Principal.
I am happy you made it, Victor said to the principal, who was carefully inspecting Yulian from the back absent-mindedly.
Ah. Victor. I didn't see you there, he chuckled. Congratulations. Thanks.
Victor said as the guy whom he was waiting for walked past the gate. Not only he but also James and Amon both looked back as if they were mice and a snake had just entered their burrow. He was here at last.
Caspian Drake.
Level 102.
Class Crown Shaman, SS.
Abnormal status. Blessing of the Fate Lord. People with lower fates will feel in awe of you and follow your commands.
Authority 13. Strength 300.
Agility 288. Intelligence 279.
Luck 27. Charm 47. Order 109. Skills. True Branding, SSS.
Cursed Resurrection, SSS. Curse Slave, SS, 37 of 43.
Dark Curse, S. Dark Curtain, S.
Indestructible Shield, S, 3/3.
Heal, A. Lying, A. Fireball, A. Summoning, A. Wind Slash, A. Sword Arts, A. Spear Arts, A. Charm Resistance, A. Shamanic Ritual, A. Knife Arts, B. Array Arts, B. Dance, B. Fist Arts, B. Calculations, B. Insta-death resistance, C. Fire resistance, C. Shock resistance, C. Frost resistance, C. Cannibalism, C. Cooking, C.
Minor appraisal, D.
Piano, D. Painting, E. Survival, F. Bloodline. Equipment.
Higher storage ring, AAA.
Hidden armor, A. Protection talisman, A.
Heavenly sect first disciple token,
A.
fate status.
Fate's power, SS+.
Summary, Scion.
Define fate, rule the world.
Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil. What the hell is wrong here?
What is Scion?
Victor frowned and then quickly clicked on the destiny list.
Fate SS+. Destiny list. Birth Fate Kill Demons S.
Fate Lord /04877110 set Rule the World SSS. Fate Lord /04877110 set. Scion. Greatness is your destiny SSS. Self set, Cleanse the World SS. Self set, Form A similar to me Army SS. Self set, Inherit the Heavenly Sect SS. Self set, Kill my enemies SS. Self set, Fill the world with my seed SS.
Victor frowned.
The bastard was here at last. This meant a lot of things, and Victor discovered some very disturbing news. Caspian already knows that Nova is fake.
How couldn't he?
As he also has that Fate Lord blessing like that woman Mirage who was obviously Liliana's friend. They were definitely together. Nova never had a chance, she was being manipulated from the start. *T.
Victor silently cursed.
Was his plan jeopardized?
No.
This can still be salvaged. But the real troublesome thing was now this Fate Lord's blessing. First Mirage and then Caspian. Victor didn't expect to begin dealing with Lords so early after returning. Those shouldn't have been a problem until after the reckoning. Victor didn't expect that they had already begun their plan this early.
Lords are troublesome.
Victor only knew so little about them after begging Yulian to tell him. He only described them as very strong otherworldly beings who control different worlds from behind the scenes and use their agents to do their bidding. They can usually create scions or hire them, but there are some constraints and conditions attached that Victor had no idea about. No one knows what their real objectives are, as they usually don't interfere directly with worldly matters. Their agents always appear when they are least expected. In fact, after the reckoning, scions without a lord are just headless flies that can be dodged if you stay out of their way. Scions following a lord are a real pain in the ass, as they usually have access to an entire network of agents who follow their lord. That's why Victor dodged Rain and Tulip before. He was not ready to take those on despite having the strength to stand a fight.
*T. He cursed again. Things began to fit in, but still. One thing didn't.
If Caspian was meant to rule the world, then what about Lily's fate? There was a conflict here.
No. Shit.
Are you okay, young master?
James asked. Hell no.
Victor said, excuse me. Victor said to the principal, who was also disturbed by Caspian's appearance, then walked away.
It just occurred to him. He realized it all.
The Fate sect was probably never after him like he thought. But after Lily all along.
It made sense.
They already had their guy, and she was a nuisance. They must have known about her and were the original cause of her demise. Saving her must have triggered some chain reaction that alerted them. The misfortune curse must be them trying to fish her out. They must already know that the disturbance in Fate was in Vane City. Victor frowned as he analyzed things further, ignoring the attendees who congratulated him as he made his way to the side of the hall. He had one question. Why did Caspian fail in his past life despite his amazing fate? Was his fate changed, or was he defeated by someone else?
No.
The Fate sect was against Caspian at that time. The Fate Lord must have discovered that he was a demon and turned against him.
That made sense.
And this provided a good way to kill Caspian. Still, there was no evidence of Caspian being a demon, and it was very hard to prove. He had killed demons' fate after all, but it was weaker than his own fate, so he could ignore it probably, or was it to kill enemy demons? Demons clearly have a way of hiding their fate, but it was not clear how they were doing it. He should probably monitor Poe more closely. Or eat him and get his memories. Victor made up his mind as he watched the old man walk behind Sebastian and ask an assistant to help him find a table in the back because he couldn't walk. Alice frowned as she felt something cold creep up her spine. She looked back and their eyes met. She couldn't have mistaken him for any other guy. He was finally here, Caspian Drake. He was looking at her. She involuntarily looked back and held Yulian's hand.
She was looking for support. Are you okay?
Yulian, who felt something strange, asked. Nothing, she said, letting go of his hand in a hurry. What's going on here? Elena suddenly asked.
What do you mean?
Theodore asked as he helped Luna to some refreshments. Ever since that handsome guy entered the hall, you, Mike, and Alice started acting nervously. Even Victor escaped the hall like a sneaky cat.
Who is this guy? She asked. Oh. Well.
He is Alice's old fiancé, Mike finally said. Alice refused his proposal in public and humiliated him.
I see. What?
Elena asked. She had no idea that her daughter was engaged to begin with. It's a complicated story. Now I have Yulian.
So don't care about him, Alice said.
Oh, Elena frowned and looked at Theodore for an explanation.
He just ignored her. She sighed.
Feeling her husband's reluctance to talk, she decided to stop asking for now and interrogate him later tonight in bed. She knew which buttons to press to make him talk. Victor quickly headed to the reception room where a group was waiting for him. It was none other than Gary, who was accompanied by his girlfriend April and a girl in a wheelchair. To the side of them, there was an old man with a mask who was relaxing on a sofa and sipping the quality coffee the girls prepared for him. Young Master Victor. Gary greeted quickly when Victor walked in. Gary, you are here. I am happy to see you again, Victor said, and then turned to face the old man. Master Harvey. Victor greeted. It's an honor to host you here at my humble wedding. Victor said to the von Gledstadt family patriarch as he bowed elegantly.
Victor.
It's nice to meet you again. Harvey said as April nodded to Victor. She couldn't act out of order as Harvey was here. She really wanted to thank him though. That scroll he gave Gary to make her a player was very precious. One must know, the family would have never accepted her as a wife for Gary if she was not a player. I heard you wanted to meet me before the wedding, Victor said. Yes, let me introduce you. Harvey said in an amused tone as he put his hand on the wheelchaired girl's shoulder. This is my great-granddaughter Elise. She is Gary's half-sister and the girl we promised you, he said casually as he squinted his eyes as the girl shook a little and bowed her head nervously. She couldn't see it, but she felt Victor's burning gaze on her body, inspecting every nook and cranny, salivating all over her tender skin. No. The pervert was going to rape her. Victor, who was doing none of what the blind girl imagined, acted shocked as he looked at Elise, then at Harvey, then at the girl again before returning to Harvey. We agreed on Valerie.
No, we didn't.
Harvey corrected him coldly.
We did.
I clearly told you I wanted Valerie. And I clearly scammed you to take Elise.
But we signed a contract.
Harvey said as Gary looked at Victor with a sense of awe. He had never seen someone barter with his great-grandfather like this before.
Oh. You got a point there. Fine.
But you said nothing about her being in a wheelchair. Victor complained, making sure to not reveal that he knew that she was blind too.
You didn't ask. Harvey said.
A deal is a deal, he said, totally not caring for the little girl's feelings.
Fine.
We will see about that later. Victor said, why don't we head to the wedding hall? The main event is about to start, and being the groom, I can't be late, he said.
Of course.
Harvey said as he stood up, since Elise is already yours, why don't you drive her there and get to know her?
Harvey said.
Oh, Victor hesitated, then grabbed Elise's wheelchair's handle and began to push the shaking girl by himself.
Oh.
She vibrates, he said, secretly telling Harvey that the girl is not accepting him. Yes. Harvey nodded as they walked toward the elevator. The best quality goods, he played along as he put his hand on Elise's shoulder, calming her. Exactly what you asked for, he added, reminding Victor of their deal.
I see, Victor said.
But it was clear that he was not amused. Elise, remember our conversation, Harvey secretly told Elise as they walked. She nodded in dismay, totally unaware that this was meant to be the best day of her life. Ah, she suddenly yelped, making Harvey frown and look at her. Victor had seemingly bumped her chair with a door. Sorry about that, he said quickly. The rest of their journey was a little awkward, as no one spoke as they walked.
Harvey sighed.
Although Elise was being wronged. But staying with Victor was way better for her. He long knew that her position in the family was not safe, but he was too sick to intervene earlier, leading her to end up in a very screwed-up situation. For now, she had a few missions to achieve while she was with Victor. To spy on him and secure an inheritor with the von Weiss bloodline, and find out where the hell did he get the awakening scroll Gary used in April. That foolish grandson of his tried to hide it, but Harvey was 100 years older and 1,000 times smarter. Harvey had a hunch that Victor was not a simple guy at all, and his hunch was never wrong. Victor would never truly hurt Elise, he might abuse her a little, but she was already used to that. It would also make the girl hate Victor and work harder to finish him off. And when she returns to the family, she would have a better standing having proven herself. On the other hand, if Victor treated her well, It was even better. The girl would get a loving family at last, and maybe she would get to have a few peaceful years before the von Weiss family's inevitable demise. He would be able to extract her then, with all the secrets she got. It is a good deal no matter what, though the stupid girl didn't know it. Victor, who was aware of Harvey's stupid thoughts, sighed as he inspected the girl. Elise, von Geldstadt /
Abnormal status.
Ongoing awakening ritual, 13.1%.
STR 5. Int 27. Luck 5. Charm 23. Bloodline. Fate status. Fate's power A. Summary A+. Define fate, not defined.
Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil. Victor secretly smiled. This was all according to what he read in the reports about her. Elise was the daughter of Gary's father William and a prostitute who died whilst giving birth to her. The von Geldstadt family was not like the von Weiss. Every male heir was only allowed one main wife and very few concubines who were no better than maids. So naturally everyone in Elise's family looked down on her, especially when it was found out that her late mother was in fact a descendant from an old long-destroyed family that was enemies with the von Geldstadts. The poor girl was bullied for all her childhood until she reached 7 years old. The age at which all the von Geldstadt attempted their ceremony to become merchants by solving a riddle or doing a mission that the awakening artifact presented. At that time, someone seemingly secretly manipulated the awakening ritual, making it offer an impossible task for poor Elise. After 1 day and night of trying, the poor girl was blasted away from the artifact, sealing her destiny as a failure. She hasn't been able to see or walk ever since. Harvey, feeling sorry for her, secretly took her to some other minor families to try their artifacts after paying a great price. Although she might only be able to awaken as a semi-player, this was enough to protect her. But to his shock, no other artifact worked on her. So she was labeled as a cripple and as a useless heir ever since. No one could tell the truth that she wasn't useless, she just hadn't finished her task from her first awakening yet. That's why no other artifact world worked on her. It was only later that she would be to full awaken. Maybe with the help of some scion. But Victor was not sure as this was not mentioned. Victor was very glad that he just got his hands on this treasure. One must know, the harder the task the greater the reward, as his father told him on his awakening day. Victor really wanted to laugh like a maniac but was interrupted. "Young Master Victor, why don't you add Elise to your roster of wives for this wedding?" Harvey asked casually. "Possible, but not today as that would present a problem."
Victor shook his head.
"You see, I am doing the 8 Kingdoms ceremony."
"Oh.
The one with the dragon priest." "Something like that. It has been a long time since I heard of this ceremony. I thought people had long abandoned such traditions." Harvey said with a nod as Gary and April looked at each other. They never heard of that. They wanted to ask but decided not to. "Master Harvey is very knowledgeable," Victor said as he squinted his eyes.
"Yes.
"When you live for a long time you see a lot," he said just as they finally entered the hall. "Master Harvey, the ceremony is about to begin." "I need to prepare," Victor said.
"Good.
Leave Elise with me for now. I will send her to you when the wedding ends," Harvey said as Victor bowed and left.
"Grandpa, let's get a seat,"
Gary said as he held Elise's chair. "Sis. Victor is not bad," he told her. "Yes, sister-in-law, he helped me marry Gary,"
April said.
She was feeling very sorry for the little girl, but as a newly admitted wife, she didn't have a voice in the family at all. Elise bit her lip absent-mindedly. Harvey sighed as he was quickly guided to a table in the front where he sat down with his grandsons. Under the curious eyes of the other attendants who didn't recognize him. Someone did though. "Master Harvey. It's an honor to meet you." It was Theodore who quickly made his way to greet Harvey. "I thank you for attending my son's humble birthday," he said. "It's okay, now don't make a ruckus and let me enjoy the show," Harvey said, signaling that he didn't want his identity to be shown. "Is this the girl?" Theodore asked, looking at April. "This is my wife April. This is my sister Elise," Gary clarified, pointing to Elise who was a little absent-minded.
"Oh. I see," Theodore nodded.
"Please enjoy the feast," he said as he retreated with a frown to his chair where his wife began to ask him about this mysterious guest.
He didn't reply.
Harvey chuckled as he gave the other attendants a fleeting look, then he paused and gasped on one table in the back.
He almost stood up in shock.
Why was Caspian here? Caspian was the fiancé of his granddaughter Valkyrie, so although he didn't meet him officially yet he knew a lot about him and was looking forward to him becoming his grandson-in-law. "Something is not right," Harvey said as he began to inspect the attendants in a hurry. "What's wrong, Grandpa?" Gary asked as he helped his little sister with a bowl of soup. "I don't know yet, but I may have made a mistake. Harvey began to have some other thoughts. Caspian was not sitting in the front, which meant that he didn't officially declare his identity. Why was he here?
What mistake? Gary asked.
We will see, Harvey answered mysteriously. If Caspian were to be Victor's enemy, it would be troublesome. *T. While her grandfather was having an existential crisis, Elise was too for a totally different reason. She was utterly shocked. Since last week she was in despair after she knew that her great-grandfather, one of the few who didn't bully her in the family, had sold her off to be married. If the groom was any normal guy she would have just sighed and wondered about her fate, but the groom was none other than Victor von Weiss.
The ultimate pervert.
Ever since she was young, she heard her relatives scold their children not to be like him. He raped a maid when he was just 11 and broke every family rule and norm. She heard about him a couple of months ago, when her elder sister Charlotte got humiliated at a party. The pervert wanted to touch her indecently in front of his fiancée. How much depraved can someone get? She also heard from the others about what he did at the auction her brother hosted last month. About how he was so obscene and vulgar that many high-class girls almost had to be re-educated. Some of them were beyond redemption after gaining the forbidden knowledge about the existence of vibrating eggs. Margaret sighed as she looked at the other girls around her, especially that Nove, who sat in her dress to the side looking at the mirror absent-mindedly. She would be a fool if she didn't realize what was going on by now. Do you think the young master's plan would work? Mina asked as she put the final touches on her sister's makeup and then put an ivory delicately decorated mask on her face. It hid most of it, with only large openings for her two sharp eyes and mouth. She looked both pretty and mysterious. Definitely, Mana said. Do you know what his plan is, to begin with? Margaret asked as she checked herself in the mirror one last time.
No. But we trust him.
What if his plan was to sell us all during the wedding? What if this was all an auction in disguise? Margaret asked as she turned around. Her crimson hair crowned her mask, making her look domineering. Then we will only need to resign ourselves to our fates.
Mana said. Stop spouting nonsense. Arya said.
She was very nervous. Totally not sure she ended up marrying Victor. She could freshly remember scolding him like his older sister a few months ago. He told her that she would want him, but she didn't believe it. I am just saying, we don't know, Margaret said as she looked at Lynn, who was looking back at her.
What?
Nothing, Lynn said with a sigh. She didn't like Margaret at all. She made her feel threatened. What's taking Victor so long? Mira suddenly asked as she helped the nervous Monica put on a hairpin. They were both nervous, but Mira as an actress knew how to hide it well.
Who knows?
Margaret said. He is probably out there scamming some little girl, she said.
True, all the girls nodded.
That was a fact about Victor. He would always manage to find some little girl and scam her, no matter where he was or what he was doing. You are really amazing, do you know that? Someone said. It was Victor who walked backstage. I was really scamming a little girl. She would be joining you later.
Ah. What?
The girls were stunned as he began to change his clothes in front of them.
Don't look stunned.
Now be prepared. Where is Ruby? Here, young master, the little girl said as she walked from the side with a somewhat revealing priestess dress. Do you remember everything? He asked as he quickly put on his ceremonial suit. Perfectly, she said with a nod, secretly checking his body. Why couldn't she be a bride too?
Damn it.
He better keeps his promise to marry her with Theta when they get old enough.
Are you all ready?
Did you put on the talismans I gave you? He asked the girls. Yes, the girls replied.
Good. Go on then.
Let's start, he told Ruby as Lynn ran to his side and began to help him button his shirt. It was time to scam the world. Outside, the wedding hall suddenly turned dark. The attendants were startled and began to look around in the dim light. That's when the screens that had been projecting a clear sky on the roof slowly transformed to display black clouds with bolts of lightning striking across them with a thundering sound rocking the hall. On the dark stage, a spotlight suddenly appeared, revealing a short girl wearing a sexy priestess dress. She moved in a theatrical manner and stood right in the center of the stage. A long time ago, she began to speak in a melodic voice, signifying the beginning of the ceremony as the venue quieted down. When the world was divided into 8 warring kingdoms. The fighting was endless and the blood of the innocent painted the earth brown and the seas red, she said as screens on the sides began to display artistic renderings of the tale. They were commissioned prior to the wedding by the world's top artists. Victor planned to sell them right after the wedding in an auction. Margaret was right about there being an auction after all.
Then,
a hero arose from the ashes, the girl said as she moved to the side. Another spotlight appeared on stage revealing Victor, who walked up with a smug smile. He was wearing an extravagant gilded white night suit that fitted him a little too well. On his face was a decorative mask that only covered his eyes. He looked amazing. Many of the women in the crowd began to fan themselves. Elise just watched in shock. She had thousands of thoughts in her mind and no answers. Lara, Elle, and Mia were absolutely taken. They couldn't lift their eyes off Victor. His dashing looks were totally lethal for little girls. The hero, knowing that he needed to unify the world, needed to prove his strength. He had to go to the darkest mountain and defeat the evil dragon that terrified the world. The priestess who moved to the side added in a loud voice. I said, the dragon, she called again as an empty spotlight appeared on the edge of the stage from which a wobbly dragon made his way up with the assistance of a girl wearing a veil. She helped the drunk priest, who was wearing a black dragon grab and a dragon skull mask, sit down on his jade throne, then backed away. The attendants looked at each other as Theodore slapped his own face.
Damn, that Victor.
The priest was obviously drunk. He was even barfing. Julian and James Trove on the other hand sighed in relief as the girl in the veil was Lily.
She was not a bride.
After a grand battle that shook the heavens, the priestess said as thunder sounded around the hall again. The hero defeated the dragon, she yelled in a heroic voice as Victor took a ceremonial sword from his back and gently smacked the dragon skull mask on the priest's head. The dozy priest just looked up. Stop it, he said as he dozed off again. There was a slight sound of giggles in the audience, but it quickly died down when Elena smacked the two little girls' heads. Elise almost burst out laughing too, but the darkness and the shades she wore hid her face well. Unlike Theodore, who sighed, the attendants were a little shocked. The priest clearly wasn't doing this willingly. Regardless, no one cared. They were here for their benefit and to have fun. O dragon! If you do not want to die, bear witness to the unification of the kingdom and use your sacred art to hold a grand wedding for me. Victor said in a grand voice. Ift, shhh, the priest dragon, said as some drool fell from his mouth.
He will.
The girl translated on her own, making many of the attendants frown while others smiled in amusement. The next moment the lights gradually turned on, revealing a totally revamped stage with all kinds of golden carvings and arrays engraved on the ground. The screens were now displaying golden clouds. Not only on the roof. The entire hall walls turned out to be made out of screens that no one noticed. They began to project images of the skies, making the attendants feel as if they were in a floating temple. There was even some golden fog going around the hall, making the entire place look ethereal. Not bad, Julian said.
Alice nodded. She was also amazed.
Too bad she couldn't enjoy the show while knowing that Caspian was glaring at her from the back. I am sure you two will hold a bigger wedding when it is your time.
Elena said.
After having some time with Julian, she found him to be a very educated and polite young man. Alice, hearing her mother, couldn't help but blush and then frown a little. Never mind that. She decided to focus on the present. The priestess girl, who was now standing next to the dragon, began to speak again after making sure that the attendants finished looking around. She was a little amazed too when she saw this place for the first time in the rehearsals. To unify the kingdoms. The hero decided to marry one princess from each.
8 in total.
And let the dragon bear witness to it as a priest, forming the 8 souls contract so that the bond can never be broken, she said as she bowed, then stepped down, and 8 girls in colorful wedding dresses and white masks stepped onto the stage with a golden fog around them. Each one of them had a unique air around her that made her stand alone. They were holding each other's hands and looked dashing despite the customs that covered all of their bodies with only their hair and parts of their faces showing.
Oh brides!
Let us build a new world of peace together. Victor yelled, let the wedding beggy. Stop this farce, a voice sounded coldly, stopping the priestess girl who was holding a big horn and preparing to blow in it in her tracks. Everyone looked to the back where Caspian stood from his seat and removed his mask, making those who recognized him sigh in shock as he made his way slowly toward the stage. Totally ignoring Alice on purpose. Many got very nervous at this time, especially Liliana, Alice, and Theodore, who looked at Victor waiting for him to start his plan. The attendees watched as Caspian walked slowly from his seat until he stood right under the stage. Everyone frowned. Many didn't know who Caspian was, but for those few who did, like Harvey, Liliana, and Theodore, this was a huge trouble. On the other hand, one little girl closed her nose.
It was Elle.
Caspian smelled like her Uncle Black's tea after he threw it in the fermentation barrel. No, that thing smelled better. Can I help you, young Master Caspian? Victor asked as he gestured to the tense Alice to calm down. He was publicly revealing that he already recognized Caspian but didn't show him any respect on purpose. Since when was one of the hero's brides a fake? Caspian asked while keeping his cool as if Victor was just a junior and everything was going according to his plan. They are all genuine. Victor said arrogantly as he pinched Monica's but making her yelp.
Tasted and certified.
And what does this have to do with you? He asked, making those who knew what was going on wonder whether Victor was just being courageous or was he a complete fool for facing Caspian.
Caspian paused. Did he mean tested?
Never mind that. It has everything when it is about her. Caspian said coldly, throwing a fork that he got from one of the tables at the blue-haired girl. The fork hit the ivory mask on her face in its center in a flash, breaking it in perfect halves to reveal the delicate face of Nova von Astrom.
Nova?
Liliana asked in shock. This was not the girl she brought with her, but the genuine Nova. Didn't you tell me she escaped? Mirage whispered in a hurry.
She did.
Liliana said. Young Master Caspian. What is the meaning of this? I am now young Master Victor's woman. Nova said as she stepped forward heroically. Please show some respect, she added according to the script prepared by Victor. Caspian frowned. He knew she was fake, but this one was very lifelike. He looked back at Mirage and at Liliana. They were both shocked. It was clear she was different from the one they saw in the morning. He quickly activated his appraisal skill again, just to be sure.
Name, Alex Donner.
Class, Thunder Warrior.
She was a fake, all right. Young Master Caspian.
It is rude to steal a bride away from her wedding, Victor said coldly, still following the script. Who the hell said I am here to take her? Caspian started realizing Victor's stupid plan. She is not the real Nova. Caspian said with a sigh. Dealing with stupid people is troublesome.
She is an imposter.
Her name is Alex, he said, revealing that he already knew the truth. The brides gasped as they looked at Nova. They have been wondering about her since the morning. She turned out to be Alex in disguise. And you are not the real young Master Caspian, but an imposter demon who eats babies at midnight. Victor suddenly said, playing hard and making Caspian's heart almost skip a beat before Victor corrected himself. See. Everyone can spout baseless accusations.
Fuck. I have almost been played.
Caspian cursed inwardly. He almost thought that Victor knew that he was a demon.
And he didn't eat babies.
So Victor was clearly spouting nonsense. But this Victor really knew how to talk nonsense. And fake or not, what does this have to do with you?
Victor added.
I can marry whomever I want. Nova had made a promise to me. She is my fiancée, Caspian said, revealing a pink envelope in his hand. She asked me to come to save her, but I was too late, so she escaped, he added.
Lies.
Nova would never say that.
She loves me.
Victor said, go ahead and ask her. She never escaped, she is right here.
This one is a fake.
Caspian yelled, feeling a little suffocated. Victor was not playing by the book. If you think she is fake, why are you here then? Victor asked again, making Caspian almost jump on him and cut his head. I am here to clear my beloved name.
Lies. Victor screamed. We will see.
Imposter, this is your last chance. Caspian decided to finish this farce as he turned to Alex. You reveal yourself or I would. I am the real Nova. Young Master Victor is 3 times the man you are. She spouted randomly, causing not only the attendants to gasp but also Caspian to squint his eyes coldly and Victor to almost break character and smack his face. He should have told her not to anger Caspian a lot. Damn you, Alex. Even in this situation, she was being a jinx. Are you sure about that? Caspian asked in a very cold voice. He didn't like to be compared with other men. I am, Alex said heroically.
I see.
Then Caspian said as he moved his hand in the air, revealing a talisman that shone with a bright light. Moments later, all the unawakened attendees collapsed sleeping. This was the Players' Council standard issue talisman to subdue non-players in case of emergency. Everyone collapsed on their tables, and the maids to the side collapsed to the ground. Monica and Mira, who seemingly collapsed, were quickly held by Margaret and the twins. Julian collapsed on Alice's breasts, making her slap him away. What is the meaning of this? Theodore stood up after he laid his wives softly in their chairs, then asked angrily. This was a challenge to the von Weiss family now by using powers in their territory. Just watch. Caspian said without care, activating another talisman and totally ignoring Theodore as if he was a bug.
Nothing happened. Caspian frowned.
Wasn't this supposed to be an A-ranked disguise revealing talisman?
Was it expired? He tried another one. An S-ranked one. Nothing happened. Young Master. Are you now convinced?
Victor asked the frowning Caspian. Nova is real.
And she loves me. Only me.
Caspian silently cursed. That nasty Victor was using some other method. He was considering attacking the fake Nova and finishing this when a voice sounded. No. She is fake, someone suddenly said. It was a very familiar voice. And I never liked you. Everyone, including Caspian and his assistant, looked to the back where a pretty girl in a blue sparkly dress walked from behind a column while removing her face mask. She was none other than Nova von Astrom. Liliana almost stood up as she looked at her daughter. Why was she here? Was she the real thing this time?
Let them come.
Linda cried in a loud voice as she burnt 2 strands of hair, one purple and one black. Both of them were something she acquired for a long time and kept secret. Black smoke arose from the hair strands as she threw them in a goblet of black blood, making it burn in black flames that went out with a human-like scream moments later. The ritual finished. What are you doing? A voice asked from behind, startling the sh*t out of her.
Why?
Bill, didn't you go meet a friend? She asked as she turned and looked back.
Bill was standing there.
When did he arrive?
Nope.
You are cursing Victor and that girl Lynn, right? He said he was watching from the start, but Linda didn't notice him. He was not a fool to trust her completely as he was monitoring her.
Ah, sorry,
she said as tears fell from her eyes. I couldn't handle the idea of those two enjoying their time and scamming my mother as we hid away. She began to cry. Don't cry, he said softly. I am not angry, he said with a smile.
What did you curse them with? He asked.
I summoned a succubus and an incubus. I will let them curse Victor and Lynn with unquenchable love, she said. So that they can love each other to death, he asked with an amused tone.
No.
They will not die, but dispelling this will be hard, she quickly lied. That was truly her goal. And even if this was dispelled, their reputation would be ruined after they start doing it on the wedding stage in front of everyone. Sorry, I will dispel it immediately, she said. By the time she removes it, the harm would have already been done. And Victor and Lynn would separate forever, as the shadow left by this curse can't truly be removed as it touched the soul. The moment they see each other, their bodies will start to go into heat. Even in public. So they would only be able to indulge forever, ruining their bodies. Or if they were to be forcefully separated, they would yearn for each other but never be able to touch. They would live in agony and not touch any other person ever.
It was a perfect curse.
Why are you apologizing? And why would you dispel it?
You did good, he said. What?
Isn't Victor your cousin? She didn't expect Bill, who put his family above everything else, to approve of what she just did.
This didn't make sense.
He is my great cousin. But that only would be true if he didn't have that filthy blood.
What filthy blood? Linda asked again.
She didn't get this.
Nothing.
Don't concern yourself with this trivial matter. Now that you are finished with this, let's go quench our own love, he said.
He was in a good mood. Ah, but the baby, Linda blushed.
Her pregnancy was confirmed. All she needed was to give birth, and no one would be able to separate her from Bill and her magnificent future. I will be careful, and he will enjoy it too. I am here to clear my beloved name.
Lies. Victor screamed. We will see.
Imposter, this is your last chance. Caspian decided to finish this farce as he turned to Alex. You reveal yourself or I would. I am the real Nova. Young Master Victor is 3 times the man you are. She spouted randomly, causing not only the attendants to gasp but also Caspian to squint his eyes coldly and Victor to almost break character and smack his face. He should have told her not to anger Caspian a lot. Damn you, Alex. Even in this situation, she was being a jinx. Are you sure about that? Caspian asked in a very cold voice. He didn't like to be compared with other men. I am, Alex said heroically. I see. Then Caspian said as he moved his hand in the air, revealing a talisman that shone with a bright light. Moments later, all the unawakened attendees collapsed sleeping. This was the Players' Council standard issue talisman to subdue non-players in case of emergency. Everyone collapsed on their tables, and the maids to the side collapsed to the ground. Monica and Mira, who seemingly collapsed, were quickly held by Margaret and the twins. Julian collapsed on Alice's breasts, making her slap him away. What is the meaning of this? Theodore stood up after he laid his wives softly in their chairs, then asked angrily. This was a challenge to the von Weiss family now by using powers in their territory. Just watch. Caspian said without care, activating another talisman and totally ignoring Theodore as if he was a bug.
Nothing happened. Caspian frowned.
Wasn't this supposed to be an A-ranked disguise revealing talisman?
Was it expired? He tried another one. An S-ranked one. Nothing happened. Young Master. Are you now convinced?
Victor asked the frowning Caspian. Nova is real.
And she loves me. Only me.
Caspian silently cursed. That nasty Victor was using some other method. He was considering attacking the fake Nova and finishing this when a voice sounded. No. She is fake, someone suddenly said. It was a very familiar voice. And I never liked you. Everyone, including Caspian and his assistant, looked to the back where a pretty girl in a blue sparkly dress walked from behind a column while removing her face mask. She was none other than Nova von Astrom. Liliana almost stood up as she looked at her daughter. Why was she here? Was she the real thing this time?
Let them come.
Linda cried in a loud voice as she burnt 2 strands of hair, one purple and one black. Both of them were something she acquired for a long time and kept secret. Black smoke arose from the hair strands as she threw them in a goblet of black blood, making it burn in black flames that went out with a human-like scream moments later. The ritual finished. What are you doing? A voice asked from behind, startling the sh*t out of her.
What?
Bill, didn't you go meet a friend? She asked as she turned and looked back.
Bill was standing there.
When did he arrive?
Nope.
You are cursing Victor and that girl Lynn, right? He said he was watching from the start, but Linda didn't notice him. He was not a fool to trust her completely as he was monitoring her.
Ah, sorry,
she said as tears fell from her eyes. I couldn't handle the idea of those two enjoying their time and scamming my mother as we hid away. She began to cry. Don't cry, he said softly. I am not angry, he said with a smile.
What did you curse them with? He asked.
I summoned a succubus and an incubus. I will let them curse Victor and Lynn with unquenchable love, she said. So that they can love each other to death, he asked with an amused tone.
No.
They will not die, but dispelling this will be hard, she quickly lied. That was truly her goal. And even if this was dispelled, their reputation would be ruined after they start doing it on the wedding stage in front of everyone. Sorry, I will dispel it immediately, she said. By the time she removes it, the harm would have already been done. And Victor and Lynn would separate forever, as the shadow left by this curse can't truly be removed as it touched the soul. The moment they see each other, their bodies will start to go into heat. Even in public. So they would only be able to indulge forever, ruining their bodies. Or if they were to be forcefully separated, they would yearn for each other but never be able to touch. They would live in agony and not touch any other person ever.
It was a perfect curse.
Why are you apologizing? And why would you dispel it?
You did good, he said. What?
Isn't Victor your cousin? She didn't expect Bill, who put his family above everything else, to approve of what she just did.
This didn't make sense.
He is my great cousin. But that only would be true if he didn't have that filthy blood. What filthy blood?
Linda asked again.
She didn't get this.
Nothing.
Don't concern yourself with this trivial matter. Now that you are finished with this, let's go quench our own love, he said.
He was in a good mood. Ah, but the baby, Linda blushed.
Her pregnancy was confirmed. All she needed was to give birth, and no one would be able to separate her from Bill and her magnificent future. I will be careful, and he will enjoy it too. Harvey had to say it. He was very nervous. He had never been this nervous for a long time, but today he was. As Caspian and Victor battered at each other, he got the entire image. Victor was trying to cuckold Caspian. Yes.
Was he a fool? Harvey wondered.
No. Victor was not a fool. Harvey squinted his eyes. What was this brat playing at? The girl stood there looking coldly at everyone.
Nova?
Caspian asked in shock as he looked at the girl who looked stubbornly at him. There was a 10% chance that she might appear here, but he didn't expect it like this. He quickly appraised her.
Name, Nova von Astrom. Class, Firestarter. She was the real one.
Why was she here? Didn't Mirage fail to locate her? Many attendees began to whisper to each other, not sure what to make out of this. Thoderid glared at his son, not sure if this was a part of his supposed perfect plan or not.
She is fake.
Security. Victor screamed while pointing at Nova as if he was troubled, but no security personnel answered. They were all seemingly unconscious. The brides on the stage began to look at each other, wondering what was happening there. Victor didn't inform them of everything. They were supposed to just play along, but now they were not sure if this girl was the real one or not.
She is a fake.
The Nova on stage claimed, totally ignoring the attendees' inspecting gazes. No. I am the real one, the new Nova calmly said, and proving this is extra easy, she added as she took out a strange talisman and then threw it in the air. A sudden burst of light drowned everything in the hall. Look at the truth, the new Nova said, gesturing toward the stage. Under the astonished eyes of everyone, the Nova on stage began to slowly turn into a man. A very handsome and feminine man, but nevertheless a man. SSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS Wasn't this Alex? Why was he here?
Alex.
What are you doing here? Why are you acting as Nova? Victor pointed to Alex and asked in shock as if he had no idea what was going on. Totally shameless. But subjectively, he was avoiding a lot of trouble by announcing that he knew nothing of this.
Ah.
You told me to. Alex was quite clear that there was no need to lie here. Victor almost kicked her ass.
Alex Donner.
I knew that name was familiar. Caspian said, the last surviving member of the infamous Thunder sect. I remember seeing you once in a tournament back then, he added, making Victor pause and frown. *T. He didn't expect Alex to be identified this quickly. She never told him she met Caspian before.
Damn her.
The plan needed to be readjusted. He quickly notified everyone to switch to Scenario 51/A. It was not perfect, but it was the best option. On the other side, the attendees began to look at Alex in shock.
Was this Alex?
The one on the council's wanted list with a very big award, as he might hold the key to knowing what truly happened regarding the Mantis incident. Olaf, the family butler, like others, looked at Alex and then glared at Victor and Theodore for not reporting this. They totally ignored him.
Alex? Is it true?
Victor asked as he had no idea. Please don't be mad, young master.
Yes.
I am the heir to the Thunder sect. Alex nodded. She was aware that she must not let the world know that Victor knew about her. I just wanted a shelter, so I decided to use you. I didn't mean you or your family any harm, she said as she tried hard to remember the script Victor gave her last night to study on the road.
I don't care about that.
I just want to know how you turned into Nova.
Can I do that too?
Victor asked in a perverted tone, totally stunning the listeners. That's what he cared about? Well, they wanted to know too.
Ah, Alex didn't know how to answer that.
It was a body-changing pill. Nova, who was watching the show, said coldly, clarifying, the rare talisman I used reversed the effect of all temporary body modification in this hall, she said to Caspian, explaining why his talisman didn't work.
I see, Caspian nodded.
This made perfect sense. Oh, Victor opened his eyes wide.
Body changing?
Where did you get it? Do you have more? He asked the flustered Alex as if he had no idea.
You gave it to him.
Don't think that I don't know that you stole some sanitary napkins from my house and used the blood on them to ask an alchemist to make them. Nova said, he wanted to marry me even if only in the name to humiliate us. Oh, all the attendants looked at Victor like he was a pervert. Especially Nova's family.
Stole what? When? How?
Lies. These are baseless accusations. Victor yelled as he secretly gave a series of instructions to Alex and Ian to start the plan. I am an honest man, he added, but no one believed him. Regardless, Caspian said, giving Victor a cold glare. This will have to be investigated by... Caspian began to talk, but before he could continue, Alex jumped on him with a golden spear. Caspian was totally unprepared for this sudden attack as Alex was very fast and she attacked from an impossible angle. The attendees gasped in shock as the golden spear hit right in the center of Caspian's forehead, where it was stopped in its tracks by a reverberating light.
Alex, stop.
Victor yelled a little too late, but Alex didn't listen to him and struck at Caspian again. But the latter was prepared this time as a golden shield formed in his hand, which he used to defend against the attack. The sound of metal hitting metal rang in the hall as sparks flew in the air.
Trimon.
Caspian yelled for his man. How dare you ruin my plans? Alex yelled angrily as she struck again. This time, however, she was aiming at Nova. *T. Trimon, take care of Nova. Caspian yelled, changing his plan. He had to defend her. Nova was essential to his demonic array. His momentary hesitation was a big mistake, as it left him wide open. The spear that was going to be deflected by Trimon wasn't there anymore as it was now aiming at the gap in Caspian's defense. It struck like a shadow and hit again right in the middle of his forehead. Caspian cursed as he was pushed back, then paused as a sound of shattering could be around him. Caspian gasped. His indestructible shield that had 3 charges was shattered in 2. This meant that Alex was hitting him at the exact same spot. What kind of proficiency was this? This guy was dangerous. For the first time since entering the hall, Caspian was scared. Really scared. And he didn't like this at all.
You shall die.
Caspian yelled as a jade-decorated sword appeared in his hand. From the sheen of its blade, it was clear that it was very sharp.
Stop this now. Theodore yelled.
This situation was very delicate. He wanted to intervene. Stop. This is not our fight, Olaf stopped him. Theodore silently cursed and decided to let these two fight it and only intervene if the situation got out of hand. Caspian, totally ignoring everyone else, attacked Alex without delay, intending to subdue her, but again after 3 strokes, he realized that he was totally outmatched. Many in the hall noticed this too. It was not like Alex was better than him at fighting, but his strikes were not connecting with her as she was very slippery and her spear was moving all over the place at impossible angles that were hard to defend against. It was as if he was fighting an illusion.
Looser.
Is this really the famous Caspian? I can't understand what's so good about him. Victor suddenly began to spout nonsense. Caspian really wanted to curse back at him, but a sudden feeling of forbidding danger stopped him. Alex had used the slight distraction to attack again. Caspian quickly used his sword to deflect the spear, but the damn thing disappeared right after it touched his sword and spread right in front of his head. *T. Boss, watch out. Trimon, who was now protecting Nova, warned, but it was too late. Caspian clenched his jaw. Using all of his strength, he swung his already extended sword at a nearby column, to use the recoil to push his head back to the side slightly and managed to barely parry the attack at the last moment. FSSSSSSSSD. The spear tracked a red stroke of blood on Caspian's handsome face, making everyone in the hall gasp. This was a big insult, especially for someone arrogant like Caspian who prided himself as the heir of the biggest sect. The Heavenly Sect.
The kid is dead, Trimon said.
No one has humiliated Caspian like this before and left in one piece. Nova just squinted her eyes and watched with a smirk. Alex. Victor shouted in grief as he ran to where Alex was before, then pointed at Caspian. How dare you? I was supposed to start with him tonight, he said as fell to his knees and held Alex's remains. Everything paused at that moment as everyone looked at Victor trying to process what he just said. Did they just hear that correctly?
It was all your fault.
Ruining my good day. Ruining my wedding,
Victor said.
Caspian glared at Victor and pondered finishing this pervert off. But a moment later, he was shocked as Victor, who was kneeling, suddenly attacked him out of nowhere with a dagger aimed at his heart.
Victor, no.
Theodore scolded, but it was too late. Victor had already jumped at Caspian, who was about to launch a deadly attack again. Nothing happened. Victor was stopped at the last moment as Mike and Alice appeared out of nowhere and constrained him.
Let me go.
Victor screamed as if he was in pain.
Shut up.
Mike scolded as he tried to subdue Victor by rendering him unconscious, but kept failing as his brothers moved like a slippery eel. Alex was my brothel's buddy. Victor yelled. We banged tons of girls together. I need to avenge him, he added as he tried to escape his brother's grasp. Theodore, who was still being obstructed by Olaf, paused after hearing his shameless son's words, then silently cursed. Thankfully Elena was already unconscious and couldn't hear any of his perverted rumblings. On the other hand, Lara, who was still feigning being unconscious, wondered what a brothel buddy was. She would ask her mother later. I think you should leave. Alice didn't care about the ruckus behind her as coldly faced Caspian. She was resting her hands on her long sword that she took out from her ring seconds ago. Still as rude and spicy as ever. Fine, take care of your idiot brother and tell him to stop with his stupid act. No one is being fooled. Caspian said after a sigh. He knew that he should leave. Although the von Weiss family was now on the brink of destruction, they still had enough juice to hurt him if he stepped too far. He didn't want to anger his cheap father too. He turned around and slowly approached Nova. I came to save you, he said with a proud smile, as if he didn't just kill another human being and ruin a wedding. I always knew you would, Nova said with a blush while cursing inwardly.
This was beyond his plan.
Yes, this Nova was not a she but a he. He was none other than Tom, who was implementing the system's crazy scheme. After entering the hotel this morning, he quickly headed to the restroom, where he used the body-changing pills he stole from Victor's mansion on himself. After that, the system helped him hide his tracks as he sneaked into the wedding hall and waited for the right time to implement his plan to reveal Victor's scheme and get rid of Caspian if he showed up. He was hoping that the real Nova would show up, but the system was right, and she didn't. Caspian appeared. So Tom just watched him face Victor with a smug smile, but what he didn't expect was that Caspian failed miserably to uncover Victor's scheme. Victor kept manipulating him like a child. Tom wanted the men whom he hired to start causing trouble at that moment, but failed their mission by default as they all collapsed after Caspian activated his talisman. This really forced Tom to reveal himself and intervene with the help of a talisman that he stole from Victor's study. The scheme was revealed and Victor was humiliated. That's what should have happened, but the fight that followed was not in Tom's plan. He didn't expect Alex to act so rashly. It was not a bad development though. Tom wouldn't mind it if Alex got rid of Caspian and made Victor take all the blame. But this didn't work. Caspian had more aces than he anticipated. Tom was confident when he showed up first, but at the moment he was a little hesitant. He was not sure that he would be able to kill Caspian and escape safely. This guy was stronger than he looked, and that guy Trimon who was standing next to him was not an easy opponent. That left only the system's backup plan.
No, he couldn't do it.
The whimsical system is not trying to be whimsical here. It really advises you to stick to the backup plan. Caspian is more powerful than anticipated. No, we will stick with the original plan. Tom said to the system as Caspian approached him. I really missed you. Caspian, who was now right in front of Tom, said as he extended his hand. Tom hesitated for a moment, then bit his lip and decided to accept Caspian's hand.
It was all for Nova. Me too.
Tom said as he watched Caspian slowly move his face closer, intending to kiss him. Tom squinted his eyes. This was his chance. He quickly activated the smoke bombs. He planned to hold on to Caspian as the smoke filled the room, then in the darkness, he would secretly stab him with his poison dagger, finishing him off. After that, he would scream and act in distress as if Victor was the one who did it, ruining him and his family forever. According to the system, once Caspian was dead, it would be able to locate Nova. This plan was perfect, killing two birds with one stone. The hall was silent for the next 5 minutes after Caspian left. No one knew what would happen next until Victor spoke. Shall we continue? He asked as Mike let go of him.
Continue your ass.
Theodore scolded. Don't you see how ruined the hall is? There is another hall 3 floors below. I did it first but didn't like the decoration, so I switched to this one.
That one would work too. Victor said. What?
Then what about your dead friend?
Who?
Victor asked with a frown.
Alex.
Wasn't he your brothel pal?
Brothel buddy, not pal. And no.
I barely knew him. Sure, we only went to a brothel once, but the bastard took all the girls for himself. He even used those toys too.
Enough. I got the idea. Theodore said.
You sure want to continue? Theodore asked to make sure. Exactly. It would be a waste to stop the wedding now after everything. Victor said, begging his father. Please, please, please. I have been waiting for my wedding night for ages.
Theodore frowned. The situation was a mess. No, it wasn't. He paused.
He was upset earlier about the mess, but in a way, the current situation was not bad at all. His shameless son had magically managed to get rid of marrying the troublesome Nova without breaking the family rules. On the contrary, he bravely tried to stop Caspian. Theodore smiled as he looked at Olaf and then at his son. Fine, Theodore said, then looked at a table to the side. Master Harvey, can you help me to wake everyone up? Theodore finally decided on what to do, so he looked at Harvey and asked. Harvey, who was also relieved nothing bad happened with Caspian, nodded and then threw a talisman up that shone with a worm-red light. Those things were very common in his auction business, to get rid of snoopy journalists. 1 minute later, the non-players' invitees began to wake up one by one and then look around with lost eyes, not knowing what just happened. They just looked in dismay as the brides retreated from the stage in a row. Was the wedding finished already?
What the fuck happened?
The attendees were quickly calmed down by the pretty maids who went straight back to business as soon as they woke up, serving the newly woken guests with cups of freshly brewed coffee. It was as if they were not asleep, to begin with. Sorry about that, everyone. One of the brides wanted to escape, so she threw a shock grenade, Theodore, who stood on the stage, said, pointing to the opening in the wall. No one was hurt, but most of you lost consciousness for a few minutes. Don't worry, it was not dangerous. Theodore added as the attendees looked at each other.
What now? Elena, who was having a headache, asked.
We will take a 30-minute break for the maids to check on anyone, then continue with the ceremony afterward. Theodore explained as he looked at Amelia.
Yes, she nodded.
During that Caspian fiasco, she wanted to help, but her aunt kicked her leg and ordered her to stay put. This was not their family's problem. Now that everything was solved, continuing the wedding is the only way to save face. And Lynn already had the parasite. Good, Theodore said, then turned back to the attendees. Now, you can take your time and sample our exquisite dishes as we get things prepared. The wedding will continue at another hall and the maids will guide you there afterward. The place was arranged. However, if you feel unwell, you are free to leave. We will arrange a ride for you. Theodore said finally. Some people were a little scared hearing him and wanted to leave. No one stopped them on their way out, but when they saw the gilded cakes and delicacies that began to be brought from the kitchens, they quickly returned to their seats and decided to stay. Those things were so rare that every dish would cost millions. They were not going to miss this no matter what. Yes. Other than the few real VIPs and some special guests. Most of the attendees were bootlickers or money worshippers. Those were the only ones who dared to risk their reputation and attend Victor's perverted wedding.
What just happened?
Where did that nosy guy go? Elena asked in a lost tone as Theodore returned to his seat. He left with Nova, Theodore said with a sigh, as he glanced at Elle and Lara, who were acting lost.
What?
That bride? Wasn't he saying that she was a fake?
Luna asked.
Nah. This was a scheme so that he could escape with her. Theodore explained as Lara looked at him with shock. Her esteemed father was lying with a straight face. Yulian, on the other hand, wondered why his jaw hurt. Alice seemed to be distracted, so he looked around and noticed that James Trove was glaring at him. I need to go to the bathroom. My lip is bleeding for some reason, he said.
Oh, go then,
Alice said with a blush.
It was her fault.
She was feeling relieved that Caspian left and totally forgot about Yulian. Yulian sighed, then slowly left the hall and headed to the nearest restroom, but to his dismay, it was out of order. He quickly found the next nearest one. James, as expected, was waiting for him there. Young Master Yulian. What the F***ck are you doing here? James asked as he activated an isolation talisman. Just got out of prison and wanted to check on my little sis, Yulian said. I got a chance to sneak in here and I took it.
That's not the problem.
What are you doing with that slut, Alice?
A slut?
She doesn't seem like one, Yulian said. I am acting as her boyfriend. Her brother wanted to indicate her to some guy and she didn't want that, so she paid me $1 million to act as her shield, he said.
Oh. What? James frowned. Yeah.
I guess I will be able to relax during the rest of my family test.
Yulian said. Young master.
You know well that there is no free lunch in this world, right? I am paying for it with my handsomeness.
Young master.
If you excuse my vulgarness, but you are in deep sh**t.
What?
Why do you say that?
First, Alice is a pervert. Really?
Yulian smiled unknowingly.
Oh.
Not in the way you think. I will tell you about her later, James said, not wanting Yulian to reveal a thing here. The most important thing is that by being with Alice, you have been marked by that man Caspian.
He already put a curse on you. What? A curse?
Yulian asked. Although he wasn't a player, he had some knowledge about talismans and curses due to his education.
Yes.
Caspian was rejected by Alice before and he held a grudge. Although he can't hurt her because he fears her master, it is easy for him to kill you, James said as he took a talisman from his pocket and put it on Yulian's head.
What?
Wasn't that guy just a madman? Yulian asked as the talisman began to smoke. That's what the Von Weiss family wanted those idiots at the venue to believe.
This is a close call.
Thankfully Yulian was only after one of the brides, James said as he watched the talisman turn black and fall to the ground seconds later.
Is the curse gone? Yulian asked.
I only locked 90% of it. That's the best I can do following the family rules. James said with a frown, you will suffer some bad luck for the next few months or two, so you better stay low-key. When you finish your test, the family can easily remove the curse entirely.
Oh. Now let's go.
Victor will need to replace the missing bride to complete the 8-bride ceremony, and hopefully, it will not be your sister, James said. And what if he chose her? I have my ways to manage this. We just have to keep her away from the stage, James said.
Victor.
Marley ran to her cousin as soon as she noticed him. He instructed the maid. Have you seen Archie? She asked him. Your boyfriend? Yes. Some people saw you talk to him. Yes, before the ceremony. Wasn't he with you? No. Some stupid maid locked me in the ladies' room. When I managed to escape and return to the hall, he was gone. Did you search the other tables? He may be courting some other girl, Victor asked with a frown. Archie should have been with Officer Lee's family. He wouldn't dare to do that. And the ceremony started, he was nowhere to be found. Oh. I will ask the hotel manager to check the security tapes. Just relax with your family, Victor said. Okay, she nodded and left. Victor frowned after looking at his distressed cousin. Wasn't she supposed to be fighting with Leah over Archie now? Where is Archie? He asked Alpha through the telecommunicator. He totally forgot about him as the ceremony started. He had too many variables to keep track of, and Archie was not one of his priorities. Oh, hoo. What? Well, let me phrase it like this. The shard that caused the libido effect is a little more effective than we expected. Oh, Victor said. He didn't really get to thoroughly test it before deploying it. Didn't you tell me that it is as strong as 1% concentrated red tulip aphrodisiac? It is. But what I didn't expect is that its effect is cumulative. It adds 1% per minute. Oh. Oh, hi. Victor finally understood why Caspian and Tom didn't show any sense of resistance. Victor initially told the girls to start applying the effect on him as soon as they entered the hall, to make them feel a little distracted. He didn't expect that they would have been holding it all this time. So, Archie. He took Leah and opened a room. Well, here goes the faithful guy. All men are cheaters. Alpha spat coldly. I am not a cheater. I do it openly, Victor clarified. Yeah, whatever suits your sick ego. She said, why did you order Ian to reduce the effect of her banishment skill at the last moment? Weren't you planning to make him reveal something about him being a demon?
Not anymore. He didn't explain.
I have some new data after appraising him. Killing him now is very disadvantageous. I just need him to stay low-key for now, at least until the tournament.
Whatever.
We got something from when he was placing that plague array in the restroom. You may be interested. Didn't you tell me he used a blocking talisman? When cleaning the restroom, we found a damaged drone in one of the toilets. Some idiot tried to sneak it in but fell from him when he went in to do his business.
Oh.
Apparently, the water in the toilet shielded it from Caspian's talisman, maybe some elemental conflict. Anyway, it doesn't have a picture and just sounds. We had to steal its decoding device from a van outside. What's in it? Caspian was telling his servant Trimon to transfer the girls they got to a new warehouse, she said. They seem to have bought them from some black market trader.
Oh.
Go save them. You were planning to do that anyway. I am just letting you know. Shall we release the audio?
No.
There would be no need for that, Victor said as he turned off the telecommunicator. He sighed and looked around the hall before quickly walking toward Harvey, who seemed to be expecting him to come. Master Harvey. I will need to add Elise to the wedding after all. Victor said, I need the brides to be 8, he added just as James and Julian walked back into the hall. They heard him, so they looked at each other and then nodded in relief. I am okay with it. Harvey said, do you have a dress for her?
Yes. I have an extra.
Victor said as he held Elise's wheelchair.
Let's go, he said. She didn't reply.
Elise was utterly and completely shocked. During the events earlier, she could see everything. She had no idea why she did it, but she acted as if she lost consciousness as Victor instructed her, and watched the show. Others could not see it, but she could. As Victor acted as a pervert, everything around him was a stage. Alex, the one everyone thought was fighting Caspian, was standing still most of the time, and only attacking when Victor gestured to him. When Alex was supposedly killed, he was simply dragged away by Victor moments before Caspian attacked. Even the attack itself was secretly manipulated to be aimed at an empty spot so that no one was hurt. The biggest surprise was that girl Nova. She was a man in disguise. And that guy Caspian was completely fooled, kissing her with passion. She was not stupid as she realized that Victor was showing her this to convince her of his ability. And she had to confess that she was convinced. Everyone in the hall fell for his schemes, including her smart-ass grandfather. How did he do it? She had no idea. But she had one more test for Victor. Why didn't you kill him? Elise suddenly asked as Victor dragged her out of the hall. This was the first thing she asked, making Victor smile. Like in his previous life, this girl was as smart as a fox and as curious as a kitten.
Which one? That Caspian.
Your fake bride was just toying with him all this time, and that other guy disguised as a woman was probably also yours. You had many chances. True, but why should I kill him? He seemed like a dangerous guy who knew how to hold a grudge. He had his eyes on your sister and he would have probably killed you if he got a chance. You are correct. But it is not like he can hurt me in public. The same goes for me, Victor chuckled. I will not ruin my wedding for him.
The wedding must go on. It is vital.
You could do it behind the scenes. You seem to be proficient in that, she said, wondering if he made her get to see all of those on purpose to test her. I could have done that.
Oh.
Then that guy disguised as a woman. The one Caspian took away. Will he kill him now? She interrupted. She was clearly having fun.
That was the plan.
It would have been very hard though. Caspian has many hidden cards. Victor nodded. I plan to make him drag Caspian into an inescapable trap, then finish him off.
Then,
what made you change your mind? She asked. He. You would need to promise me a favor if you want to know that. Okay, she answered straight ahead. Aren't you going to ask me what is the favor I want? You will get what you want sooner or later, she said in her stoic voice.
So, why didn't you want to kill him? She asked.
You see, I have this skill called appraisal. It is an SSS ranking.
Oh, you saw something. What is it?
What did you find out? She asked curiously. She was no longer whispering as a lady but as a normal girl her age. It will be hard to explain it simply, but let me phrase it like this. That Caspian's position is very good. It would be a waste to just kill such a good piece.
Position?
Like in where he lives, no. Class, no.
Politics? Also no, she paused. Like in chess?
Exactly.
She frowned.
You plan to do a castling? She asked after a long pause. Victor was taking his time pushing her around. Both figuratively and literally.
Yup.
I just planned this scheme on the go, and it still has many things to iron out.
Oh.
That explains why you still sent that guy with him, she said.
Yup.
He will be my eyes. When would your turn be?
Very soon.
I need to collect all the game rules first. I am not very familiar with this piece's moment patterns after all. There can't be any mistakes. I see. She went silent again, making Victor smile. She was completely snared. Elise von Geldstadt, the world's most amazing legendary strategist, was now in his hands. He didn't expect to get her this early after his return, but he didn't mind it. At least she still had her childish spirit. Not yet corrupted by the world. In Victor's past life, after Harvey died due to his poisoning, the new patriarch who hated Elsie's mother kicked her out mercilessly, forcing her to live in the streets as a beggar for a few years. According to the recorders, she went through hell.
Literally.
She went off records after the brothel she was imprisoned in was burnt. Probably her doing. She only reappeared after the reckoning as an aide to one of the strongest scions at that time. With that guy, they formed an army of survivors who were able to grab many cities back from the monsters and demons who flooded the world, creating a de facto kingdom of players before any other power could stabilize the situation. Of course, no one knew about her role back then. Only after that idiot, Scion, challenged the newly established imperial family were her true powers revealed. The Von Krone really suffered a lot at her hands. Half of the army was decimated before they paid a great price to recruit an army of scions who forcefully destroyed everything using brute force. Although she made them suffer a lot, in the end, no plans could stand in their way. After that, the scion who protected her lost an arm and a leg getting apprehended. As a scion, executing him was a very hard thing to do, so they chose to exile him to another world as they did to others before him. In exchange for sending him to a good world instead of hell, the demon's dimension, he revealed everything about her and her plans, blaming her for the loss of armies that the imperial family suffered and saying that he wanted to surrender from the start. She was quickly brought to the throne room after that, where the emperor, Lily's uncle, was enchanted by her beauty. He offered her to join the imperial family as a concubine and she accepted, probably knowing that she didn't have a choice. On her wedding night, she was poisoned to death by the queen who feared her. That's the official story, but according to what Julian told him, after she was killed, her corpse mysteriously disappeared. Most likely she faked her death and escaped. After a year, the emperor was killed in a duel at the hands of his brother, Lily's father, who took his place as the emperor. Victor heard Julian say had a theory that she had a hand behind this, but he had no proof. If Victor met her back then, he would have surely been manipulated and killed without knowing what happened. But right now, she was still a naive little girl, only a little smarter than others. That would leave your last rank unguarded, Elsie suddenly said. She had been analyzing his plan. And without knowing everything about it, she found its major weak point. Not if others planned to do the same to me. Victor said, I just learned of this scheme a few minutes ago. I couldn't have hoped for a better chance.
Oh.
Oh, she just nodded as her little brain began to turn again.
Still.
It would be a risky move, she asked, still using chess terms.
There would be a risk.
But what if all my pawns were to be promoted? Oh, so that's why the mass wedding. It is to upgrade pawns to queens.
Exactly.
An amateur king would be screwed.
Yup.
A professional one would be too. That would need you to sacrifice a queen. Not if that queen is a slut. I will marry you, she suddenly said. But you better not lie to me or betray my trust, she added, making up her mind. Sorry, I will definitely lie. But I would never betray you, he said. You don't have a choice about marrying me anyway, he added. Who knows, she added as she lifted her hand holding a poison bottle. You would not have taken that, he said as he grabbed it. Like I said, who knows, she repeated with a smile. One had to say that some people fall in love with others at first sight. Elise was not like that. But after seeing Victor in action and having this conversation with him, for the first time in her life, she felt a strange feeling in her little heart. It was racing like a small pony. It was not really love, that's what she told herself. Elise had no concept of what love was anyway. But Victor was the first guy she met who could understand and respond to all her questions in a satisfying way without being an old fox like her grandfather. And she really liked that feeling of being with him. He made her feel safe. And, in a way, he was very handsome. Victor finished his brainwashing session by carefully pushing Elise into the waiting room where the brides were relaxing in their fluffy dresses while retouching their makeup. They were a little sulky because Victor was using their wedding as some kind of flytrap. But as soon as Victor walked through the door, they brightened up. That was for a second before noticing Elise.
Who is this?
Margaret asked immediately. The new bride, Victor said as the girls looked at him and then at Elise. They were curious. The one we got the extra dress for?
Arya asked.
Yup.
Victor nodded.
Isn't she a little too young to marry? Margaret asked, making the other girls take note of this very important fact. She is old enough, Victor replied.
Elise nodded. Legally enough?
I have the consent of her parents. Tell that to the cops. Margaret replied as she inspected Elise. Fresh and pretty. Just the way Victor liked them. She knew because she liked them that way too.
I will if they dared to come.
Help her put on her dress and get ready. You only have 15 minutes. And make sure to wear the masks and the prop I prepared. You call that thing a prop? It is whatever I call it to be. Not that I am not into this bondage play. But some of the girls here are shy, and do you know how much it weighs? It is pure gold. It has to be heavy. Think of it as a big necklace, he said then, turning to the priestess girl, Ruby. You did good earlier, I will be counting on you again. I might need to improvise a little, so play along.
I understand.
Ruby replied as she looked at Elise. She was not much older than her. Did you finish with Alex? Yes, he already took his new role. Ruby said, you should really find a manlier butler. He kept squeaking like a little girl as we shaved his head. He is the manliest I could find for now, Victor said. You will get to like him if you spend some time with him and dig deep enough behind his stupid persona.
Victor. About that Nova.
Was she really that foolish guy? Margaret suddenly interrupted.
Oh, so you realized.
Victor wasn't really surprised. He already noticed that Margaret had some crazy intuition. He suspects it has something to do with her soul, but he was not sure. Of course I did, she said as the other girls frowned. They knew that Nova was a fake, but they didn't know her identity. Was he really a guy like Alex?
Yes. It was him. Victor nodded.
Holy sh**t. Then he and that arrogant idiot Caspian are.
Already did.
He took it like a man.
Victor interrupted. HSSS. Really? In the butt?
Or would the body-changing pill give him? She didn't continue as Victor got the idea.
Who knows?
You can ask him if he returned alive.
Victor shrugged.
Like I would ever do that.
No.
I probably would, Margaret nodded. She was really that curious. Who are you talking about? Mina asked curiously, as the other girls looked at Victor.
Later.
I will tell you privately tonight, Victor told them, making them blush. He didn't want to affect their mood or cause them to be absent-minded during the ceremony.
That is for now, he added.
Then get out. The girl can't change with you looking at her like a pervert. Margaret quickly said, pushing Victor out and then turning to Elise. She only had 15 minutes to interrogate her. Victor, who got the door shut in his face, chuckled and then turned around to face a very pretty girl. Lily, who was following him from the hall. Is everything ready? He asked. 124 corpses are being burnt now as offerings instead of the 11 originally planned, she nodded. Thankfully, those guys came and offered themselves to us. Yeah. The more we offer, the stronger the bond would be. I didn't think that we would be this lucky to get all of those selfless people volunteering, he said, then looked at her. Don't worry, you will be able to pull it off. Just relax and remember your lines, he said as he held her hand, realizing that she was a little bit tense.
I understand.
She nodded, biting her little lip. Is that stupid priest still hanging on?
Barely.
Sorry, I was careless earlier. I didn't notice that he was planning to stab you. Does your hand still hurt? She said in a worried tone. No, I already took a healing pill, and that curse is useless against me. It was my fault for not appraising him quicker. I didn't expect him to be so high level or to attack this quickly, Victor said. He must have wanted to quickly subdue me, then order me around. No, he wanted to really kill you after making you act a little on stage. The extra dose of soul wine made him spill much more than his morning breakfast, she said. What did he say exactly?
Victor was surprised.
He is a sleeper agent for the Von Zwei family. They wanted to kill everyone here, forcing the families to host a grand funeral afterward. There they planned to release the ultimate weapon to kill all of the important people who would attend. That's all he knew. Oh. I didn't take that into consideration. This must be their backup plan because my grandmother's grand birthday party was cancelled. Lily didn't say a thing. She had no idea of what the original plan he was talking about was. Why can't we just kill him? She asked hatefully. That bastard planned to kill her young master. Unforgivable. I need him alive for now. Then at least allow me to cut his balls and feed them to him, she said. Her worldviews had gone very astray ever since she began serving Victor. It was definitely his effect. It could be Margaret's too, but that girl was not on friendly terms with Lily. No. He wouldn't be able to walk for 3 days if you castrated him. Victor said. This guy definitely holds a big position. I need him to walk out alive out of here with an intact body. He will be carrying a hot potato with him.
Hot potato, she frowned. Scalding hot.
We'll tell you later, and don't worry about killing him, he will not live to see tomorrow's sun. Just keep him drunk for now, I want him to be as docile as a lamb.
Understood.
Now go help the girls guide the guests to the other hall. And make sure to bump into Yulian, I want him to feel relieved that you are not a bride. I know what to do. James Trove III smiled and nodded to the polite maid who guided him as he sat at the table in the replacement hall with the other invitees. This hall was 2 times wider and 3 times more gilded than the previous one. It was as if this was the real wedding venue and the old one was just a mock-up. A stage for a lousy play. Not only he, but all the invitees were also looking around in shock at the walls and the ceiling. They were not filled with screens like the previous hall. On the contrary, this hall was more traditional yet more magnificent, as everywhere you looked was filled with all kinds of colorful roses and flowers of all kinds. Many of the girls who attended wished they had their phones to take some photos. They all wished for a wedding like this. The stage was 2 times grander, like a real dragon temple. If he didn't know better, he would have thought that this temple was built using otherworldly materials. It had a unique and authentic atmosphere that was highlighted by the distinct smell of blood and bleach. Many of the guests didn't notice a thing, but he could tell that a massacre happened here minutes ago. Many people died a horrifying death. There was evidence everywhere, from the signs of furniture flipping on the marble ground to the well-concealed blade and bullet marks on the walls. They must have quickly sprayed paint over them with gold paint and then dusted some gold leaves around after that. It was nearly perfect, but old snakes and foxes like him could notice it easily. James already knew that someone wanted to attack the wedding, as there were many reports about the Von Zwei movements. That's one of the reasons he came here, to protect Lily and extract her if needed. But he didn't expect the Von Weiss family to be able to single out every one of the assailants and lead them to a separate hall from the beginning to finish them off cleanly.
He sighed.
Theodore was smarter and more shrewd than what is on the reports. Or was this Alice's plan?
It could also be Mike.
He was not sure. The Von Weiss family was not easy at all. Especially and her offspring. They were smarter and stronger than all the others. No matter what, they managed to finish things cleanly, without anyone noticing. He felt it ever since he entered this place, the array that had been monitoring his every movement. Alice must have used one of the Heavenly Sect's exclusive arrays. James, like many others, didn't suspect Victor at all. Although the lass was as smart as a fox, he was too young to weave such a scheme that saved the wedding from a disaster and was able to fend Caspian off easily and avoid a bullet. James finally understood why it was a mass wedding. If it were to be just a double wedding like his men reported were originally planned, losing a bride to Caspian would make Theodore and Victor lose a lot of faces, but in doing it a mass wedding with 8 brides, losing one bride meant nothing much. She could easily be replaced and no one would ask too many questions. James sighed and looked at Yulian. He was in a deep conversation with Alice about free wrestling. He dabbled in it to earn some money a year ago, so he had a unique perspective that Alice seemed to find entertaining. Hopefully, nothing would happen between them. It is not that Alice didn't have enough background, but the problem was her reputation. Yulian's mother was very particular about such things. Being a princess from a hidden power and all.
A slight cough alerted him.
It was the same fake priestess girl from before. She stood on the stage and was preparing to talk. Ladies and gentlemen, if you may return to your seats, we will start shortly.
Sorry for the disturbance, she said.
Being a trained prostitute, she didn't really feel shy. The attendees who were having random conversations and sampling the delicacies quickly quieted down and looked at her. First of all, I have an important announcement. Because of the situation earlier, we were missing one bride, she said, so Nova Astra, who ran away, will be replaced by Elise von Geldstadt.
Oh. James nodded. He guessed right.
He didn't expect that the old fogey Harvey was also in on this. The other attendants also began to nod.
Another bride? Elena frowned.
Did you approve of this? She asked her husband, who was sitting at her side pampering his other wife.
Yes.
I had nothing to do with arranging it though. It was an agreement between the girl's grandfather and Victor, he said as he looked smugly at Olaf, who was, as expected, having a nervous breakdown. Theodore had realized earlier that Olaf was not an ally, especially after he stopped him from helping Victor earlier. From the desperate look in his eyes now, it was easy to tell that Olaf didn't expect Victor to marry a von Geldstadt bride. He seemingly didn't like it at all. Theodore had an idea now that Olaf must be working for the other branches of the family. They must have been aware of Nova's problem and probably hid it from his mother and on purpose. Thankfully, Olaf couldn't say a thing to ruin the wedding now, as Harvey was sitting in the hall, and if he dared to anger the patriarch of the von Geldstadt family, his position as a main butler would be lost. Even the one behind him would probably not be able to help him. Now, the priestess said as she moved around the stage elegantly. Due to the constant delays, and our young master's need to reach the wedding chamber before his medications kick in, we will quicken things up a little. What medications?
Lara asked.
No one answered as no one knew for sure, but in a way, what medications does one take on his wedding day? I think it is some kind of electrical. No Erecti, L, who had been a little drowsy on wine for a while now, began to speak, but a smack on her little head stopped her. It was from Mike, who realized what she wanted to say. It is not time for that, he scolded as he looked at the stage. After the ceremony, we will move on to the dance immediately. Finishing that, the groom will leave with the brides to their bridal chamber, leaving you to enjoy the entertaining evening program we prepared, the priestess said as Lily slowly stepped onto the stage with a wobbly priest in her hands. He was wearing a black garb with his dragon bone mask falling all over his face. She just threw him on the dragon throne like a bag of dirt, then retreated as if in a hurry. Wasn't he wearing a white robe earlier? One keen-eyed girl called Mia asked. Due to the grenade explosion earlier, the priest wetted his pants. So he had to change, a mindful maid clarified, making sure that all the attendees heard her, especially Mirage, who squinted her eyes at the priest and then gasped.
Oh.
Mia nodded as Iris smacked the back of her head so that she could stop being a smartass and making trouble. Since this morning, she planned to expose Victor for the villain he really was and had been failing miserably. How can she investigate Victor if she couldn't even lift her mouth from the delicious dishes on the table? She would probably become a little piglet by the end of the day. Ahm, the priestess cleared her throat as she looked at the watch in her hand. Let the wedding begin. She shouted as the venue grew dark with only some of the flowers which kept giving off a fluorescent light. Would they repeat that stupid ritual from before? Some smartass asked. Don't be rude, his father smacked his head. Everyone held their breath and waited in the pitch-black hall. Then the sound of a horn could be heard, followed by a series of harp tones that gave the hall an ethereal feel. Many small flames suddenly lit around the hall, illuminating it with a very dim gray light while leaving the stage in total darkness. That was until a bright spotlight suddenly shone there and the brides entered walking in line. Something was different this time though. It took the attendees a few minutes to make it out due to the illumination. The 8 brides, who were in different long dresses and unique masks, were all chained in a long delicate golden chain that hung between anthems and went from their wrists to their ankles. They were being dragged by a bald man wearing black garb and a wooden mask on his face that made him look domineering. It was as if he was an executioner. It was as if the girls were some war trophies being brought to be married against their will. The attendees gasped. Especially Theodore and his family. They had no idea what Victor was doing. Grandfather. Will Elise be okay? April asked nervously. She really liked the little girl. And didn't like this roleplay Victor was making at all. It was a little humiliating. Yes. Yes, Harvey said absent-mindedly as he watched with a frown. What's wrong, grandfather? Gary asked. His grandfather would only make that expression if he found something interesting. I don't understand it. This doesn't add up. Why is he doing this? Harvey said. Doing what? This ceremony. It is as if he is trying to fool someone. No wonder the spies' reports said it was the Back Dragon Mountain ceremony and not the 8 kingdoms. But still, something is hidden. Harvey suddenly squinted his eyes and began to look around, inspecting the attendees for the second time. What do you mean? Gary asked. Can't you appraise everything with your glasses? No, that fox is using an appraisal blocking talisman, about 1,000 of them. The paper flowers all over the hall and in the middle of the tables are talismans. He must have paid a fortune to hide his tail. Oh, then is Victor using some kind of an illusion and doesn't want anyone to discover it? Gary said, carefully inspecting the carefully folded paper flower hidden between the real ones on the table. He really didn't notice it. That's impossible. He is attempting to do a system-binding wedding. Any sort of illusions on stage would render it void, Harvey explained. System-binding wedding? Yes. Look at the symbols around the stage, the signs, the orientations. He hid it well, but he can't fool my old eyes. What does a system-binding wedding do? April asked. Well, we don't fully know. It is an old tradition. As its name indicates, it's a marriage that will give you a system status. Oh, and it is very hard to annul. And we don't know. Some players used to do it in the past, and some claimed it has something to do with the ceremony. Others said that it made them feel connected all the time. But other than that, it didn't seem to have any benefits. So it went out of fashion. Who would like to feel connected to his wife while cheating on her or murdering her mother? Oh. So why is Victor doing this? I can't tell yet. But I will definitely be able to figure it out before this fiasco is over. Gary frowned, not understanding his grandfather's point. He just looked back at the stage and carefully watched Elise. Why was she smiling as if she was having fun? Was she into bondage cosplay? Did she even understand what this meant? On the other side of the hall, Master Amon was silently cursing. With all of those talismans around the hall, he couldn't see a thing. He was curious about what Victor was hiding. No, he quickly focused on the stage.
He almost gasped. I see. No wonder, no wonder. He was just a pervert after all.
Amon relaxed, believing he uncovered Victor's secret. Victor, who was carefully inspecting everyone's eyes, didn't care about Amon or Harvey at this time. He was focused on Mirage, the Fate Sex Elder, who seemingly began to read the fates of everyone, not caring for the high cost. He could tell as he could see that her order points were dwindling fast. Earlier, he kept delaying the wedding until she finished reading the priest's fate. As Harvey said, he couldn't use his disguise skill after the ceremony officially began. He was not afraid of Mirage reading his fate again during the ceremony, as she already knew that he had the fate of the harem king, and would not waste her points reading someone twice. As for her reading the girl's fates, it was a risk he was willing to take. It was very hard for him to disguise others' fate unless they were his blood slaves after all. He just sighed and gave a signal to Ruby to continue. Sorry about that. The young master was worried that one of the brides might escape again, so he had to chain them. According to him, he didn't have that many spares. The priestess said awkwardly. The attendees looked at each other but said nothing as the girls who wore colorful masks that didn't really disguise their identities slowly stood next to each other, feeling a little shy.
Especially Arya.
Elise, who was wondering how she ended up here, was being pushed by Margaret, who grilled her earlier.
Now,
here comes the hero, the priestess announced, as a more dramatic song began to play from the back. Few could tell that it was being played by the Wyron Principality's National Orchestra, which was hiding in the back of the stage. The musicians didn't complain though, they were paid handsomely. The stage went dark again as the groom walked into the spotlight. He was wearing a different hero mask this time. This one covered his face and had one long horn to its side. He looked at the brides and then bowed to them.
They bowed back.
Stupid, you bow too.
You are in the frame.
One of the girls who was taking photos to the side scolded the bald man who was still holding the chain. The man nodded awkwardly and then bowed. The hero quickly stood up elegantly, turned to the dragon and bowed. The dragon priest snored. The priestess quickly ran to his side and poked him a few times, making him wake up.
Who? What? He asked in a rough voice.
The ceremony continues, she said as she threw a paper in his hand.
Read.
Oh. Well. Can I have some light here? A light suddenly shone on top of the priest's head. My dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to bind those brides by the draconian marriage bond. Let this wedding be an eternal connection. Let the world be a witness as you give yourself to your new master.
The priest read in a monotone voice.
The girls bowed. If any of you object, then retreat now, this is really your last chance.
No one retreated. Are you sure?
No one objected. One of them was tempted to curse, but she kept her silence. Another wanted to laugh, she let out a giggle, but no one cared. The priest had seemingly fallen asleep. The priestess had to kick his leg and point at the next line.
Oh, right.
If any of you object, then retreat now. We already finished that, the next line. Then this shall be your eternal choice. To love and be loved by your master for all eternity. The girls bowed again, and the hero bowed back. If any of the witnesses object to this marriage, speak now. Or hold your silence forever.
The priest said. Anyone at all? The priest asked again.
You might not get another chance. Stop this madness. A young man suddenly appeared from under one of the tables as if he was waiting for this moment. Mirror is mine, he didn't continue as 10 bald burly men appeared next to him in seconds, sacking him in a plastic bag, and then they began striking him with their steel batons before dragging his lifeless corpse out.
No one objects, you may continue, the priestess said.
But that guy just now, he will hold his silence forever. Oh good, the priest nodded then went silent too. The priestess kicked the priest's dragon chair again. The wine was really a little too strong for someone his age.
Oh. What? Where? Who? He woke up.
Continue. There were no objections. She pointed to the next line. Since no one objects.
Then
what? The priest asked the girl. She frowned and then quickly flipped the paper.
Oh.
As of this blessed day your life is your master's, and his life is yours. Bow. The brides bowed to the hero. The hero bowed to them, then back to the priest who was asleep again by this point. For this dragon bow. The hero and the brides bowed to the dragon. Then this marriage is valid and the eternal contract shall be forged, he said as the entirety of the stage was lit and an old ceremonial table was brought in by two girls, one of which was Lily. On the table, a golden contract was placed. The priestess held the contract high, showing it to the audience. There were some strange symbols all over it that no one understood. "The hero," shouted the priestess, making the valiant hero approach the table, then take out the ceremonial dagger on it and prick his delicate finger with it. "Hold his hand and slide it over the contact," the priestess told the priest. "Oh," the priest nodded, then took the hero's hand and slid it over the contract, forming a diagonal curve. "The brides," the priestess shouted as the hero stepped to the side. The girls were quickly dragged by the bald man who got them to the table, where the priest followed the commands of the bossy priestess and used the ceremonial dagger to one by one prick the finger of each of the girls, then stamp it on the contract, crossing it over the diagonal line. They did it in turns: Lynn, Manna, Mina, Arya, Margaret, Mira, Monica, and finally Elise, who was to be helped by the bald man, making the priest mistakenly prick the man's finger instead of Elise's, then slide it over the contract before the priestess caught and corrected him. He quickly kicked the man away in disgust and took Elise's hand instead, finishing the ritual. The brides quickly retreated to the center of the hall after that and bowed again as the golden chain binding broke into pieces and fell to the ground. The priestess helped the priest stand as she whispered the words he had to say next in his ears. "Let the world bear witness to this draconian marriage," he shouted, raising the contract up high for everyone to witness. A light shone from the contract for a second, but subdued later. For ordinary people, they thought this was some special effects, but for players, they realized what it was as a notification appeared in front of their eyes. Table border equals 1. Wedding ceremony witnessed. Wedding completed. Theodore frowned. He only realized it now, but his scheming son was doing a system marriage. Amon, James, Martha, George, Olaf, and Mirage were amazed too. As old players, they knew what it meant. They didn't see this coming at all. James quickly looked around the hall, then breathed in relief when he saw Lily walk from a side door and look at the stage with an envious look as if she wished she could be there too. "Please don't do that," he wanted to tell her but couldn't. "The wedding is complete," the priest announced. "You may kiss the groom," he said as the stage grew dark. Then, 3 seconds later, a spotlight revealed Victor, who slowly removed his mask, walked toward the girls, who slowly removed their masks one by one as Victor held them one by one and gave them a deep kiss under the envious eyes of the attendees. For many of them, this was the first time they witnessed the real beauty of those brides. They were in shock. Elena sighed as she watched her son kiss the girls. Her little boy had grown up. Finishing with the kissing, the spotlight moved to the priestess again. Thank you for attending this ceremony." The story goes that after the ritual, the hero and the brides lived happily ever after, living under the care of the magnificent dragon. She said awkwardly. Now, she wanted to continue but was interrupted. "Shit, get out of here, you idiot. I almost mistook you for a girl and kissed you." Blah, there was the voice of Victor scolding someone seconds later. The priestess cleared her throat. "Now that the wedding is over, as we give the brides a chance to change their outfits before the dance, we will take the opportunity to let the witnesses examine and sign the contract," the priestess said as the stage grew dim and the lights in the hall flickered on again, illuminating the entire place once more. Everyone gasped. The roses on the walls were no longer colorful, but now they were all gold, giving the hall a majestic look. That was matched by the fragrant flowery incense smell that filled it, giving it a refreshing atmosphere. As the attendees began to look around, they quickly noticed the golden petals that began to fall from the ceiling like snow slowly drifting. The music changed into a slow swing, but no one noticed that. We realized that everyone was looking forward to the bouquet, but due to the tradition's restraints we couldn't, so after consulting a historian, we chose to sprinkle those golden leaves. According to an old tale, whoever collects most of them would be able to marry the prince in her dreams, the priestess said, setting the hall on fire. "Those are real gold?" Willow, Victor's maternal grandmother, asked as one of the petals fell on her head. She quickly took it and bit it. "Don't put that thing in your mouth." Her husband scolded his cheap wife, but she didn't listen. "It is real gold," she exclaimed loudly, almost screaming. "What?" her children and grandchildren asked as they quickly began to grab the petals near them, making their father look around nervously, but then sigh in relief when he noticed that everyone was doing the same. "Are these made of real gold?" April caught one and examined it. She was no longer poor after marrying Gary, and she was not looking for a husband. It is just that she was curious. She never heard of such a tradition before, but she felt that this was somewhat romantic, as all the girls will get to take something with them. The petals were pretty, they were very light and had a unique organic texture that made them a little stiff holding their shapes, unlike regular gold leaves that crumbled in seconds.
Yes.
I wonder how much it cost, Gary said. They must have been made one by one, he added as he inspected one.
Ho. Ho. So that's it.
Havy said, striking the table suddenly with his hand as he looked at the stage. I see now why he did it, that sneaky fox.
Did what? Gary asked. You will see.
Harvey didn't answer. Your friend is a fox who is ready to do anything to line up his pockets. You should be more like him. Grandfather, do you know how those are made? Gary frowned, changing the subject.
Oh, what?
Those trinkets? You were the one who sold them to Victor. You should know better. Harvey said as he finally noticed the golden petals.
What? How? Gary asked.
You can tell from their texture. They are golden eggs that have been peeled then stamped. Harvey said dismissively.
Golden eggs. Gary frowned.
When did he sell Victor golden eggs? Wait, he seemed to have heard that word before.
From the goose.
The ones that didn't vibrate.
Harvey said. Now they apparently can. Oh.
Gary finally remembered. On the stage, when the lights turned on, everyone could see that the priest was no longer there, only the brides and the groom who were still making out. The girls, seemingly not satisfied with their first kiss, were taking turns trying again. That girl Margaret even grabbed Victor's ass and wrapped one of her slender legs around him as she kissed him. Bitch, Elena silently cursed as Theodore cleared his throat loudly, making the bride blush as they noticed that the lights were on. So, headed by Victor, they quickly retreated backstage with a heavy blush, forgetting poor Elise who was waiting for her turn on the stage. Arya had to quickly return and grab her. Now, the priestess said as she stepped down awkwardly, let us view the contract. Starting with the groom's family, she added as the golden contract was placed on a golden tray and then brought downstage by a few girls holding it as if it was a treasure. Seconds later many bald burly men walked in and began to professionally disassemble the stage behind her to prepare the floor for the dance. After placing the tray on the table, Theodore raised one brow as he inspected the objects on the tray. The contract, the red feather quill, and a bottle of ink beside it. If any of you wish to officially bear witness to this contract, please sign here, below the black dotted line, or on the back. The priestess said just as Victor left the backstage and hurried to his parents. He had changed into a white gilded suit that was a little easier to move with. Lily, who appeared from a different door, ran to his side and quickly replaced one of the girls holding the contract tray. She had a very bright smile on her face, but no one saw it thanks to her veil. Is this some new trend? Elena asked as she looked at the strange contract. It was made of pure gold and on it, there were words written in some kind of strange language with black sparkly ink. Diagonally across the paper, there was a purple blood S-shaped curved line overlapping a bright red one. Across it, horizontal streaks of blood were marked next to some other words. They were clearly the ones made by the brides. What are those?
She asked.
This is an old ceremony, Victor, who just reached the table, said, ignoring his father's glares. Those are the brides' names and blood signatures, he said. Oh, what language is this? Black Dragon Higher Tongue. Is this some new trending conlang? Luna was the one who asked. She heard of those things on the internet. It's an old obscure one, Victor said as he chuckled dryly. I paid a famous expert calligrapher to write them. He lied. He wrote it himself as no one knew how to read these nowadays. You probably got scammed, Alice said as she looked at the contract. It was neat, but as an elite disciple of the heavenly sect, she had studied a plethora of ancient languages in order to be able to decode some of the secret scripts in the sect. And the symbols used here, although they resembled some of the ones she knew, it was easy to tell that they were just empty imitations. The poor girl had no idea that the ones she spent years learning were imitations. Dragon languages were a wide area of expertise that even Victor with his vast knowledge could only understand the main dialects of it. Yulian also inspected the contract, but he didn't find anything interesting. He was just too preoccupied with Lily standing a few feet next to him. He wished to hug her and tell her who he really is, but decided to hold himself. She would not believe him, and both of them might be in danger. This piece of paper doesn't matter. It is just for the authenticity, Victor lied casually. Only a few understood what he meant. As the system had already acknowledged his wedding. Why didn't you officially announce the brides' names? Elena asked, noticing the thing that most didn't. It is to keep the ritual's authenticity. In old times names were believed to be magical and they held great power, so people avoided announcing them. He didn't really lie, but he didn't tell the truth either. He couldn't simply slip in two brides if he announced their names. Especially that one of them who had no idea that she was getting married.
Oh, she was not convinced. Now come on, use this quilt to sign it. I want you all to be witnesses to this day, he said, presenting the strange red feather quill to his mother. She frowned, then nodded and dipped it in the ink, then signed her name, which Victor pointed at with the bright red ink.
Little did she know that this feather was an artifact that drew some blood from her body and mixed it with the ink. Theodore glared at his son, then signed his name too, followed by Mike and Alice. "Master Harvey. You can sign here," Victor said as soon as he reached Harvey's table. Harvey glared at Victor and then inspected the contract, making sure it didn't have any problems. It was an ancient marriage contract. He could also easily spot Elisa's name, which was hastily written next to the last bloodstroke. "Draconic language?"
Harvey asked.
"Supposedly. I had to use an old dictionary to write your granddaughter's name. Thankfully, I managed to get it written in time."
"Oh, a dictionary?"
"Family secrets," Victor said as Harvey carefully inspected the quill, then nodded and signed the contract as a witness. Gary and April quickly followed. "Young Master Victor, could you introduce me to your wedding contractor?" April suddenly asked as she held Gary's hand under the table. "We want to hold a wedding soon too,"
Gary added. "Oh.
"Congratulations," Victor said with a bright smile. "Who is the other bride?" "What other bride?" Gary and April asked at the same time. "My wedding contractor specializes in mass weddings. I thought that's what you wanted," Victor said innocently.
"No. Sorry.
"We didn't mean that. April would be my only bride," Gary said nervously, feeling April's high heels penetrating his shoe. It gave him a strange feeling of fulfillment.
"Oh.
"Well, I will send you his number in case you change your mind," Victor nodded to himself.
No thanks,"
Gary said. He was a really faithful guy. "Victor," Harvey suddenly as he pointed to a specific strike of blood on the contract.
"The one before the last."
"This one belonged to that bald guard, right?" "I don't know what you mean," Victor sweated as Gary and April looked at Harvey and then at the blonde stroke that seemed a little abrupt. "You made all of this show to marry another guy, didn't you? I knew you had some peculiar fetishes the moment I saw you." "I am sorry. Although I don't discriminate, I only like girls," Victor told the truth. "Then why did you fake Alex Donner's death and then marry him in front of everyone?" Harvey said, making Victor look to the side to make sure no one was listening. No one was. Harvey was using an isolation artifact. "Master Harvey, please keep it a secret. Alex saved my life and we just happened to make a bond on a cold prison night. I couldn't stop thinking about him ever since," Victor whispered in fright, making Gary and April look at each other. "Oh, don't worry," Harvey said. "I will not tell anyone, but when you plan to scam that poor lass to take you inside the Thunder Sect to get their vault, make sure to let me know," Harvey said, making Gary gasp.
"So that's it.
Victor was plotting some scheme. So Master Harvey already knows." "I understand," Victor said as he quickly took the contract and then ran to another table to scam them. As if he was afraid Harvey would ask something else from him. Alex bit her lip, then tried to twirl her hair and failed after remembering that it was shaved clean earlier. She was looking at the new field in her status window. "Married to Victor von Weise.
Marriage type, dragon concubine. Effects,
2 ways experience share.
order points share.
Unconditional obedience. Soul connection.
Soul defense. Dual cultivation."
Alex couldn't believe this happened. First, that stupid priest made her sign the contract by mistake. Then when the stage went dark, Victor also kissed her by mistake. When the system displayed the message, "Do you approve of this marriage contract?" she pressed yes, totally unaware that it meant her marriage. Was Victor aware of this?
Probably. What would he say? She didn't know.
What would he do? Hopefully, he would sleep with her. No. What was she thinking? Would he find out the truth about her? Would he hate her?
Would he send her away to work at a brothel? She didn't know.
Can this marriage be annulled? She remembered hearing Victor that it would require a king's ransom and a great sacrifice to annul it.
So probably not. What should she do?
She had no idea.
Stop spacing out.
Did your brain shrink after the girls shaved your hair? Alpha, who was sitting next to Alex, asked coldly. She never liked Alex since the moment she saw her. "Ah, sorry," Alex replied nervously. "Just focus on the screens. The dance party will start shortly, and we must make sure that nothing bad happens." Alpha said, then looked at Ian. "And you need to stop sulking twos." "I am not sulking. I am just not happy that Victor went easy on that demon. I know I could have killed him,"
Ian said.
This was her first time seeing another demon after her parents' accident, and she was full of hate.
"That's impossible.
He had many protection treasures. And even if you did, that would put us all in grave danger." Alpha sighed. "I am sure Victor has some plan for that Caspian, so just relax and focus on your job. We have a long day in front of us," she added as she looked at the screen displaying the hall. Victor was slowly making a beeline between the tables, getting all the VIPs to sign his stupid contract. At the front of the hall, the stage was almost finished being dismantled by the chicks. A dancing stage was slowly taking shape with the previously hidden grand orchestra fully revealed. Did the burning of the offerings finish?
Yes.
Thanks to the incense the young master gave us, no one noticed a thing about the smell in the hall. Camellia, who was responsible for managing the background operations, said. That's good, Alpha sighed as she looked at the screens, then squinted her eyes and focused on one particular woman who slowly and silently withdrew from the hall without being noticed. Tell Victor to hurry up with his stupid dance. The target is already on the move. Victor slowly made his way toward James Trove's table with the contract.
Principal James.
Can you bear witness to my wedding too? Victor asked meekly.
Yes, of course.
Let me get a look at this contract first, James said as Lily placed the contract in front of him while making sure to stand close by to cloak her blood and smell on the contract. James Trove just gave the golden paper a casual look when suddenly he felt his blood boil.
Shit.
Could Lily be one of the brides too?
No.
He quickly found the reason. It was a purple little signature with the name Lara von Weiss. Just the look of it made him shiver. What the F***CK? Is everything alright?
Victor asked. AH.
Yes, James said as he quickly signed his name. Excellent, Victor said, then quickly headed to another table. James sighed as he saw Victor go with Lily, then frowned. Wait, weren't there 9 signatures on the contract? He was not sure. He counted them again in his head.
No. There were only 8.
Lily sighed in relief after Victor successfully got Julian's and James Trove's signatures. Finishing with the contract, she was signaled by Victor to take it away as he headed to the front of the hall where the dancing stage was finished and 8 brides walked out wearing colorful gowns. Even Elise, who was a little nervous about being pushed by Margaret, was wearing a pink gown that made her look very pretty. Lily really wanted to dance with Victor too, but she knew that it was impossible for now. Victor did promise her and the girls a better wedding later though, and there would be a special dance tonight at the mansion.
He.
Behind the veil she wore, Lily blushed and smiled like a pervert as she looked at her status window. Married to Victor von Wee.
Marriage type, dragon main wife. Effects,
2 ways experience share.
attributes share. Order points share.
Unbreakable connection. Soul connection. Dragon soul defense.
Dual cultivation.
Dragon command. At last, Victor was hers. She couldn't believe it was true. She was Victor's main wife. She was no longer afraid of her family or that *TCH Margaret. And on top of all this, they managed to pull it in front of everyone's eyes by changing their costumes and using Alex and the girls around the stage as a scapegoat to direct the attendees' attention. No one noticed it, but this was a black dragon marriage ceremony, not the 8 kingdoms one they started in the other hall. This was not a marriage between the hero and the 8 princesses but between the evil dragon and the defeated female hero with her companions. The sacrifices before the wedding signified the battles before the defeat. It was an entirely different ceremony altogether from the gesture to the wordings. So when everyone supposed that the bride was marrying the hero, it was in fact the hero and his colleagues getting married to the dragon.
Bowing to him.
She also got the girls to bow to her once as she was the main wife. Yes, she was the hero under the mask that covered her entire face. The stupid priest that wore the dragon mask was played by none other than Victor. Everyone made the wrong assumption because of the previous ceremony in the first hall. When Victor pricked her finger with the dagger, he also pricked his. The blood mark in the center of the contract was a combination of both of their bloods as they moved their fingers together. That's why she had to stand next to the contract, in order for Julian and James not to feel her blood. The Lily that they saw outside disguised as her was none other than Theta, who only appeared after the main ceremony was finished. Now she was Victor's wife, and no one would ever be able to split them apart. Victor quickly reached the center of the freshly built dance stage and turned to face the anticipated attendees. Ladies and gentlemen, if you may allow me a first dance with the ladies, then I will give you the stage, he said as if he was in a hurry. His medication is about to kick in. Elle, who was at the moment sitting with Lara and her 2 maternal cousins Bob and Miley at a side table, said. Elena wanted Lara to get to know them better as she grilled Alice and Julian about some details that young girls shouldn't hear. Yeah, I heard that priestess mentioned it before. Bob Jr. said, then looked at Lara. Does your brother do drugs? Drugs are bad, you know, he said, acting righteously.
Yes, Miley nodded.
Her mother told her to make Lara like her, but she didn't know how. She wanted to ask Marley, but her sister was still going around like headless chickens searching for her lost fiancé. Drugs.
Lara frowned.
What did they mean by drugs? She wondered. Her brother did usually take a lot of pills.
Do those count?
Drugs are not that effective on those with bloodlines, so now one taught Lara about them. As I said before, I was rudely interrupted. Hiccup, L, who was completely drunk after secretly sipping 3 bottles of wine, said. It is definitely medication for his electrical dysfunction. All men take those on their wedding days.
Hiccup, she said with a nod.
My Uncle Black used to buy those from abroad to sell for tourists.
Electrical dysfunction? What's that? What does it do? Bob asked.
Make him as strong as a bull. Elle nodded as she banged the table, remembering what her Uncle Black said with a dirty smile.
Oh.
Can we take those too?
Bob asked.
He wanted to be strong too. Probably. Hiccup. I will ask Mother when we return home. Miley said.
Lara nodded.
If they made her strong, they would be perfect for her training, so she also intended to give her poor mother a heart attack by asking her later tonight. Victor smiled as he looked at his shy brides who sat neatly to the side in their fluffy dance gowns on gilded chairs. This time they were not wearing masks, allowing the crowd to be amazed by their beauty. Mommy, I want a bride like those too, one guy said to his snobbish mother.
Father.
I want to marry 8 wives too, another said. Dear, please beat some sense into your son.
Father.
Why aren't you responding?
Dear. Nothing.
I was distracted for a second, the father said, totally not showing that he was having the same thoughts as his son. Many men had the same thoughts. After this wedding, they would never be the same, not after they realized what they were missing all these years. They were blissfully living in their ignorance, but not anymore. Now they know that every man should have a harem. Uch, Julian yelped as Alice pinched his thigh. Gaze at them again and I will gouge your eyes out.
Alice threatened.
She had no idea why she was feeling jealous. Julian was a fake boyfriend after all.
Yulina nodded. Why did he do that?
He doesn't need to listen to her. She looked cute when she was angry. Why the hell was she angry? Victor chuckled to himself as he watched them, then cleared his throat. Since I didn't get to introduce the girls earlier because of the ceremony's tradition, I will do it now as I take them for a small dance one by one. He said, then turned to face the musicians to the side. First act. Music.
He shouted.
The orchestra quickly stopped playing the song they were at, adjusted their instruments, and then began to play a strange yet serene melody that touched the hearts of everyone and made them feel happy. What kind of music is this?
Elena asked.
She had never heard anything like this. This is a sample from the soundtrack of the new movie, A New World, the Dragon Princess Saga, which my company is currently producing. It will be released in the cinemas next year, starring Mira. Victor shouted, extending his hand to Mira, who slowly approached him and threw herself in his embrace. She was wearing a white gown and had a golden flower on her chest. Her silky hair was tied into a braid around her head, making her look like a noble young lady. Like a character from some movie, to be exact. Now, although all of you guys know her, let me take the pleasure of introducing her as my wife. Mira, my first love. Victor said as he took the blushing Smyra's hand and then guided her to start a dance. I fell in love with Mira when I saw her in the movie Very Dangerous Young Lady. I was 11 years old back then, and that night I couldn't sleep all night thinking about her. She looked super cute as a child assassin back then, and she grew up to become a very beautiful lady as I expected she would be. Victor slowly explained as they danced, allowing Mira to twirl around in her dress while blushing. She wished her father would be here to see her, but as one of the family's agents, he had a lot of responsibilities and couldn't come. Victor slapped her, but as she collapsed in his hands,
she changed her mind.
Thankfully, her father didn't come. When I met Mira for the first time 2 months ago, I knew that I wanted to marry her. I proposed, and she accepted. She also fell in love with me at first sight. He lied, looking her in the eyes, making her look away while blushing. He was not lying. She did fall for him and his handsome face, but she couldn't just let him know. The attendees watched the dance for the next 5 minutes, fully mesmerized until the dance slowly ended with a deep kiss. Victor reluctantly let Mira go after that. She slowly returned to her seat with a blush as Victor turned to face someone else. Next is, Victor paused and extended both of his hands. Mina and Mana slowly stood up and walked to his side, taking both of his hands. They were wearing 2 matching black gowns with blue and yellow roses. He drew back his hands, pulling the 2 girls into his chest under the envious looks of the viewers. Mana and Mina, as you see, are twins. I fell in love with them as soon as I met them that day when I first arrived at my mansion in Vane City. They work as maids there, you see, Victor said. They accompanied me for an entire night, and managed to steal my poor heart. He said mysteriously, then began to dance with the 2 girls at once, twirling one as he hugged another. Harvey, who was an expert womanizer, had to confess that Victor was doing this 2 girls juggling perfectly. He was even tempted to go find some twins and play with them. Theodore was feeling the same. Was this really his shy son? He sighed and looked at Elena by his side. She was mesmerized by the dance. Theodore pondered if he should take her with Luna to a dance after Victor finished. He couldn't lose to his son after all. The twins' dance lasted double the duration of Myra's and ended with Victor kissing both of them, then slapping their little butts so that they would let go of him and return to their seats with a blush. Now for the girl who stole my heart. How many girls stole your heart exactly? One rude guy asked.
All of them did.
It is my fault for leaving it unguarded, he said with a smile as he hugged Arya, causing many of the unmarried girls in the audience to start having nefarious thoughts. Now this is someone you all know. Arya, the current CEO of Horizons Media. When Arya stole my heart. Unlike others, I couldn't take it back or ask for hers in return, as I thought she was my sister back then. Victor said as Arya slowly reached his side and took his hand. She was wearing a blue maroon shoulder-cut gown, and putting on a diamond necklace. She looked like a noble lady.
HSSS, some gasped.
There was such a thing? Willow, his maternal grandmother, asked as many other attendees who didn't know the story began to gossip. Yes, apparently, some guy nodded, he heard such rumors. Iris, who was watching, sighed, wondering about some very random things. Arya was her replacement after all. Now when I found out that Arya was not my sister due to an unfortunate accident, I was both sad and relieved. Now I could marry her at last. He said, that was my first thought. He added, looking her deep in the eyes. She couldn't look at him anymore, so she just buried her face in his chest as they began their slow dance. I think they look nice together, Theodore nodded.
He really likes Arya.
Unlike most of his sons, and despite having no bloodline, she was talented, humble, and polite. This is perfect for her. She was his daughter-in-law now after all.
I think so too,
Elena said with a sigh. The third dance ended with a deep kiss too. The next one is a girl I fell in love with at first sight.
Monica.
Victor said as Monica, who was dressed in a frilled golden dress, shyly held his hand. Do you fall a lot at first sight? Some rude girl called Mia asked.
Yes.
I always fall at first sight. Victor replied, for Monica, it was a very nice summer day when I kidnapped her from the street.
What?
Elena asked among others.
Yes.
It was clearly a mistake. A case of mistaken identity. Victor clarified as if kidnapping people was all right if you got the right person. Ever since then she has suffered from Stockholm Syndrome and couldn't stop following me. So I took advantage of that and proposed to her to marry me. And she accepted, Victor said as the dance started. Monica was not listening, she just breathed heavily as she kept up with him. She was a really good dancer. This wedding is taking a dark turn, Gary said.
I agree. His grandfather nodded.
Don't worry, he is kidding. Theodore told the nervous Elena and made sure that others heard him. They go to the same school, he met her there.
Oh.
I almost had a heart attack. Elena sighed in relief. Her son is really evil. Monica's dance ended quickly as she was no longer able to dance anymore. She had to retreat quickly to her seat after pecking her new husband on the mouth. Victor chuckled as he turned to the next girl who moved confidently to his side with her sparkly one-piece turquoise-colored dress. She just extended her hand and he took it.
For Lynn it was different.
As you may know, I was the fiancé of her bitch sister Linda, whom I didn't like. That slut escaped the day I was forced there to go propose by my family, and this was the luckiest thing that ever happened to me, as it allowed me to meet my love, the girl who offered herself as my fiancé instead. The girl I fell in love with at first sight, Lynn.
He said. Again? April asked.
Yeah, he falls in love a lot apparently. This is getting boring though.
I agree. I don't.
I think he is romantic.
Shut up.
You are just jealous.
True. Let's dance,
Victor told Lynn, who took his hand elegantly and stepped forward as the music sound flowed. She made sure to shoot Lily, who was standing to the side, a triumphant look that Victor pretended he didn't notice. It was a really nice dance, one had to say. Lynn was very strong after all, so she managed to force Victor to do some stressful moves that the other girl couldn't. Like extending to the side while supporting herself with her legs around Victor's waist, forcing him to resist falling while keeping with the dance. In the end, she raised her slender leg and placed it on his shoulder as he held her waist, then she used it as leverage to climb onto his shoulders, where she hugged his neck with his legs and then dived into his lips, giving him a deep kiss while he carried her. That dance ended abruptly with that. She secretly practiced for this for 2 weeks using poor gargoyles that she summoned as partners. She broke the necks of 124 of them before she got it right. Lynn tried hard to make the kiss last as long as possible, but the sound of her mother clearing her throat 3 minutes later made her reluctantly do a backflip to the ground, where she let go of her husband. We will continue this tonight, she said arrogantly, making her mother frown.
Was this her feeble daughter?
Victor smiled, catching his breath, then turned to his own slut who didn't wait for him.
Now,
let me introduce you to the one and only Margaret, Victor said as Margaret took his hand and then stuck her body onto his. She was wearing a crimson slim dress that had a long cut to the side that reached her thigh. It perfectly matched her braided hair color, making her look hot. Did you also fall in love with her at first sight?
Some guy asked.
For Margaret, that a no. When I first saw her, I had one idea in mind, Victor said as he began his dance with Margaret. This girl is definitely a slut, he said loudly, making her step on his white leather shoe with her high heels. His shoes were already metal-plated, so ignored her.
Really? She is slut?
Someone asked as Margaret's friends nodded, remembering that day at Tom's birthday party. She was really acting like a slut.
Right, Tom. Where was he?
Still, in the ladies' room banging some girl?
No.
Victor said. I learned the truth about her 3 days later when we were exploring the ruins near the filming set of the movie Dragon Hero 4. I saw it when she selflessly sacrificed herself to save her friends from a group of perverts. They chased her for a while before I could save her, Victor said as his mother and everyone else listened closely.
There was such a thing?
Maybe this girl was not that rotten after all. That's when she threw herself on my chest and began to cry. Victor said.
No. She was rotten to the core. Everyone thought.
This was the oldest trick in the book after all. Victor ignored them and continued. I thought she was a pitiful girl. But I didn't expect her to take the opportunity and grab my unguarded heart at that moment, leaving only a damp shirt in its place. My heart has been hers ever since, and she is still refusing to let it go, so I chose to marry her in order to get it back from her, he said, making many looks at him and at Margaret, who was perfectly dancing with him with some complex eyes. He just confessed to being taken advantage of. Would you give me my heart back now? He asked as he held Margaret and moved around while she clung to him.
No.
That's impossible. I already traded it with some cash at a pawn shop. She giggled with a smile as she twirled around him. Then turned and stopped behind him, hugging his chest from behind and resting her head on his back.
Too bad then.
I will have to make you work for me until I get something of equal value, he said, turning her around and slapping her butt. It was a part of the dance. She just hugged his leg with hers and hugged his neck with her elegant eyes, looking him in the eyes as the dance finished.
How long would that take? She asked.
According to your work qualifications and considering your age.
Let's see.
That would take you about. He didn't continue as her mouth covered his. Elena cleared her throat 21.3 seconds later, forcing them to let go of each other. Margaret slowly retreated to her seat after pinching Victor's butt, making sure everyone saw that. Now, the last girl on today's menu, Victor said as he slowly walked to Elisa's side and then carried her from her wheelchair, making her yelp in embarrassment as she hugged him, afraid of falling.
Don't worry. I have got you,
Victor said as he began the dance with Elise immediately. He professionally swayed her to a piece of joyful slow music. I was not expecting to marry Elise. I wanted her cousin, but her family thought Elise made a good match for me, he said to everyone. And now I agree, as I fell in love with her at first sight too, he said, then paused a little as he gave Alpha some secret instructions. Isn't she too young for you? Someone had to ask. How old are you? Victor asked Elise as he twirled her around and caught her again, making her gasp. I am 25, she said with a cheeky smile. You heard the girl, Victor said as Harvey frowned. Wasn't Elise crying earlier?
What the fuck just happened?
Was Victor's skills with women real? Wasn't he acting all the time? Gary and April were feeling a little shocked too, though they were a little relieved as they saw Elise's smile. The girl deserved to be loved. The dance with Elise was not long, as Victor was technically doing all the dancing. It ended with a quick kiss.
Elise's first.
So after Victor carefully put Elise back in her wheelchair, he turned to the attendees and bowed as all the brides stood up and walked to his side, bowing beside him. Everyone clapped, including Master Amon, who was affirming the next step of his plan with his bosses. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the dance stage is yours. Enjoy your evening, Victor said. This young master has a husband duty to attend to, he added as he quickly withdrew with the girls. Are these made of real gold? April caught one and examined it. She was no longer poor after marrying Gary, and she was not looking for a husband. It is just that she was curious. She never heard of such a tradition before, but she felt that this was somewhat romantic, as all the girls will get to take something with them. The petals were pretty, they were very light and had a unique organic texture that made them a little stiff holding their shapes, unlike regular gold leaves that crumbled in seconds. Yes. I wonder how much it cost, Gary said. They must have been made one by one, he added as he inspected one.
Oh. Ho! So that's it.
Havy said, striking the table suddenly with his hand as he looked at the stage. I see now why he did it, that sneaky fox.
Did what? Gary asked. You will see.
Harvey didn't answer. Your friend is a fox who is ready to do anything to line up his pockets. You should be more like him. Grandfather, do you know how those are made? Gary frowned, changing the subject.
Oh, what?
Those trinkets? You were the one who sold them to Victor. You should know better. Harvey said as he finally noticed the golden petals.
What? How? Gary asked.
You can tell from their texture. They are golden eggs that have been peeled then stamped. Harvey said dismissively.
Golden eggs. Gary frowned.
When did he sell Victor golden eggs? Wait, he seemed to have heard that word before.
From the goose.
The ones that didn't vibrate.
Harvey said. Now they apparently can. Oh,
Gary finally remembered. On the stage, when the lights turned on, everyone could see that the priest was no longer there, only the brides and the groom who were still making out. The girls, seemingly not satisfied with their first kiss, were taking turns trying again. That girl Margaret even grabbed Victor's ass and wrapped one of her slender legs around him as she kissed him. Bitch, Elena silently cursed as Theodore cleared his throat loudly, making the bride blush as they noticed that the lights were on. So, headed by Victor, they quickly retreated backstage with a heavy blush, forgetting poor Elise who was waiting for her turn on the stage. Arya had to quickly return and grab her. Now, the priestess said as she stepped down awkwardly, let us view the contract. Starting with the groom's family, she added as the golden contract was placed on a golden tray and then brought downstage by a few girls holding it as if it was a treasure. Seconds later many bald burly men walked in and began to professionally disassemble the stage behind her to prepare the floor for the dance. After placing the tray on the table, Theodore raised one brow as he inspected the objects on the tray. The contract, the red feather quill, and a bottle of ink beside it. If any of you wish to officially bear witness to this contract, please sign here, below the black dotted line, or on the back. The priestess said just as Victor left the backstage and hurried to his parents. He had changed into a white gilded suit that was a little easier to move with. Lily, who appeared from a different door, ran to his side and quickly replaced one of the girls holding the contract tray. She had a very bright smile on her face, but no one saw it thanks to her veil. Is this some new trend? Elena asked as she looked at the strange contract. It was made of pure gold and on it, there were words written in some kind of strange language with black sparkly ink. Diagonally across the paper, there was a purple blood S-shaped curved line overlapping a bright red one. Across it, horizontal streaks of blood were marked next to some other words. They were clearly the ones made by the brides. What are those? She asked. This is an old ceremony, Victor, who just reached the table, said, ignoring his father's glares. Those are the brides' names and blood signatures, he said. Oh, what language is this? Black Dragon Higher Tongue. Is this some new trending conlang? Luna was the one who asked. She heard of those things on the internet. It's an old obscure one, Victor said as he chuckled dryly. I paid a famous expert calligrapher to write them. He lied, he wrote it himself as no one knew how to read these nowadays. You probably got scammed, Alice said as she looked at the contract. It was neat, but as an elite disciple of the heavenly sect, she had studied a plethora of ancient languages in order to be able to decode some of the secret scripts in the sect. And the symbols used here, although they resembled some of the ones she knew, it was easy to tell that they were just empty imitations. The poor girl had no idea that the ones she spent years learning were imitations. Dragon languages were a wide area of expertise that even Victor with his vast knowledge could only understand the main dialects of it. Yulian also inspected the contract, but he didn't find anything interesting. He was just too preoccupied with Lily standing a few feet next to him. He wished to hug her and tell her who he really is, but decided to hold himself. She would not believe him, and both of them might be in danger. This piece of paper doesn't matter. It is just for the authenticity, Victor lied casually. Only a few understood what he meant. As the system had already acknowledged his wedding. Why didn't you officially announce the brides' names? Elena asked, noticing the thing that most didn't. It is to keep the ritual's authenticity. In old times names were believed to be magical and they held great power, so people avoided announcing them. He didn't really lie, but he didn't tell the truth either. He couldn't simply slip in two brides if he announced their names. Especially that one of them who had no idea that she was getting married.
Oh, she was not convinced. Now come on, use this quilt to sign it. I want you all to be witnesses to this day, he said, presenting the strange red feather quill to his mother. She frowned, then nodded and dipped it in the ink, then signed her name, which Victor pointed at with the bright red ink. Little did she know that this feather was an artifact that drew some blood from her body and mixed it with the ink. Theodore glared at his son,
then signed his name too, followed by Mike and Alice. Ladies and gentlemen. Theodore's voice sounded in the hall moments after Victor left. Now that the groom has departed, let us enjoy the rest of this party this evening. We have a program full of pretty singers and handsome models, he said. Just wanted to comment on something through. Did you notice the bride's shiny and youthful skins? He asked.
Many nodded.
Many girls wished to be as pretty, and many men wanted wives this pretty.
Perfect, right?
This is all due to our new beauty cream product. Skin Pure X. Theodore added in a salesman tone, taking a white pearly gilded package from his pocket and displaying it to the attendees. You all saw the commercials on TV lately. They are all true. Theodore said, just look at my wives. He pointed to Elena and Luna, who blushed a little under the eyes of the attendees. Their skin was really smooth and pretty.
Hell.
Even look at my mother and sister-in-law, he added, pointing to Willow and her daughter, whom he pretty much forgot her name. They had been using the cream that Victor gave them when he came to Golden Waterfall Town a month ago, and now their skins were as smooth as a baby's. The attendees were a little intrigued as they carefully inspected Elena and her family. Maybe this cream was effective, but wasn't Theodore a little too shameless for marketing his products at his son's wedding? Now, for every one of our guests who attended this wedding, I will present a gift basket that not only includes this beauty cream, but also many of our new things like the yet unreleased beauty shampoo, bath salts, and exclusive diet biscuit. Although it tastes a little bad, you will not feel hungry for 24 hours after eating one. Theodore said as many servants poured into carrying the gift baskets for everyone. The attendees looked at each other and then ran to grab their baskets.
How much does this thing cost?
Julian asked as he inspected the cream bottle that a polite maid put beside he got. Alice was interested too. She heard her father talk about this thing, but never got the chance to inspect it. About $20,000 per package. That's the official price, Luna said. She was helping Theodore with his business lately. Is it more on the black market? Yes, due to the limited supply, its price can reach $100,000.
Luna said.
Why are you asking? Are you intending to sell this? Elena asked, feeling strange from the way Julian looked at the cream bottle as if it was a treasure.
No.
Julian is our sales manager. He is just analyzing this product. Alice interjected as she stepped on Julian's toes. He was truly going to sell this thing outside. Don't taste it. This thing tastes like sh*t, the drunken Elle warned the kids at her table who were looking with interest at the energy bar. Even my Aunt Paula, who ate everything, would not dare to taste it, she added as she leaned on the table, feeling a little sleepy. Really?
Laura frowned.
The last time Victor gave her one of those, it didn't taste bad at all. So she took one from a nearby servant and gave it a bite. The next moment she was running out of the hall to the ladies' room. Her taste buds were crying for help, but as a lady, she couldn't spit her food in front of others. Theodore chuckled as he saw his daughter leave. This was never meant for humans but for those players among the guests. This thing would make the perfect rations for dungeon explorers, and after testing it for the last month, it was ready for the mass market, with the only problem being the taste that no amount of sugar could fix. Now let the dance begin, he said, but no one listened as they examined their baskets.
Well, he didn't mind.
He will get the dance stage for himself and his wives for a while at the very least. That's how things should be done. Harvey said as Gary and April got their baskets and began to check them out. Are these things real? Gary asked, a little not believing. Many beauty products are just scams.
Yes.
According to a recent report, Theodore had just struck gold.
Harvey explained.
A few months ago, Victor, that lucky bastard, was messing around and happened to discover an F-rank dungeon and clear it. It just so happened to be on a mountain that belonged entirely to Theodore. Not to the Von Weiss family, but to Theodore himself.
Oh, he can exploit it himself.
Yes, he would have to silence his family with some scabs, but he got most of it. Harvey said, feeling a little jealous. In it, they found this strange algae. It seems to have the effect of rejuvenating skin. He made that cream out of it. He also seemed to have found some mushrooms that made people less hungry, but it didn't pass the testing stage yet. They are using dungeon plants for consumer products? Wouldn't it hurt normal people?
April asked.
Exactly, otherworldly products are super effective on normal people. So many tests are needed and the doses need to be adjusted, but every once in a while, some things just work, he said. He really likes April. She was both smart and considerate.
A good wife for a merchant.
Especially with her class of a doom negotiator. She can make some very compelling arguments and find faults in others' reasoning and weaknesses in their actions.
April.
Earlier when I spoke to Victor, did you feel anything wrong? Harvey asked April, who was checking the new cream she got.
She couldn't wait to try it.
No, not really. He seemed pretty sincere, other than avoiding talking a lot. I felt nothing strange.
But what? Harvey squinted his eyes.
That maid who held the contract. She was really nervous.
Oh.
The veiled one, Harvey said as he looked around. That maid was not in the hall. She must have left with Victor.
Yes? Interesting.
It was sunset when Mirage, who left the wedding right after the ceremony, watched as the drunk priest walked out of the hotel with the help of one girl who bowed respectfully to him after she threw him like a garbage bag into a taxi.
Follow him, Mirage told her driver.
The black SUV stealthily followed the taxi as it left Midtown and headed to the suburbs. When she was reading everyone's fate earlier during the ceremony, she saw it. His fate was not the one she was looking for, but it was a clue.
The only clue she found.
Defined fate. Reach glory as one of the world's supreme ruler's servants. This guy was sure to guide her to her target. According to her sex conclusions, the disturbance started about 3 months ago in Vane City. And the target is in his or her teens. At first, they suspected Victor as he was a major newcomer to the city around that time. But after she scanned him, she was sure it was not him. He was just your old pervert. His fate as a harem king was interesting as it was rare, but that's it. At the wedding, she scanned the girls one by one, and none of them had a defined fate. They were just minor characters, destined to be breeding material for that pervert Victor. She never suspected once that their fates had just changed recently. Only the Fate Lord can change fates after all. She scanned the attendees too. There was nothing major. Sure, some had very bad fates, others had nice ones, but nothing earth-shattering. No, there was a scion sitting to the side, but her fate had nothing to do with the Lord's plan. And then there was a dark scion who was married against his will. Reading his defined fate was a waste. Cuckold your husband and die at his hands.
She read it 2 times.
At first when he acted as Nova when the wedding began, and then the second time when he was dressed like a guard and loitered around the stage for a while.
What did his fate mean?
Mirage also was curious how he managed to survive Caspian's attack. Her first question was answered after seeing what happened on stage later. She figured it out.
Victor was his husband.
This was not important for now. The taxi stopped next to the main temple. A grand building that was built with the donations of thousands of worshippers. The priest wobbled out of the taxi and fell down, forcing the guard at the door to quickly ask for help to send him to his room. Mirage quickly out on her SSS-ranked hiding hood, gifted to her by her boss, then silently followed the priest in until she quietly stepped into his room. The moment the door shut, she intended to kidnap him, but what she didn't expect was that he sat right up. He was not drunk at all, and his eyes were angry. He stood up from his bed with difficulty, then sat at a nearby table, taking a red orb from his ring and placing it in front of him. Looking at it, he began to slowly manipulate his expression to appear hurt. Then he took a green pill that immediately made him look sick. He coughed some blood, then took a deep breath, then touched the orb in front of him. Moments later the orb flickered, then a hologram of a young man appeared. Mirage knew that guy. It was Levi von Zwei.
A snake in human flesh. Jack. What's wrong? Did the plan succeed? Master, the priest coughed up blood. They are dead. All dead.
That bastard Theodore, he was waiting for us. It was all a trap. The men were taken to another room, and all of them were killed there. It was as if we had a spy among us. The priest coughed up blood. I know, my other agent at the wedding had already told me. What happened on stage? When I arrived, I didn't even get to attack. I was subdued immediately. They drugged me, then made me perform that ritual. How did you escape then? They gave me poison, then sent me away. They didn't want the priest to die on their hands, the priest explained, but they didn't expect that I tricked them. My corpse warrior class made me immune to their medicine. I was always awake all the time but couldn't do anything. Victor had 4 high-level players around him all the time on the backstage, and one of them was from the von Geldstadt family. I really wanted to make a move and subdue Victor, then make him kill that bride Lynn. But what? It was impossible. I was already poisoned and those guys were watching me like hawks. He began to cough up blood.
I see.
It was as if Victor was a honeypot set by them to catch all enemies. That pervert was never really an elite.
It was all a scam.
We already know that, but if von Geldstadt is on it too, this complicates things. What's wrong with you? I told you I was poisoned. Although I won't die, I am not good at all, the priest said and coughed some blood. I already took an antidote pill. I just need to rest and heal up now and maybe use their strange poison to strengthen my corpse power. I just wanted to make this report before that. They expect me to be dead in 2 days.
I see, Levi said.
Rest for now, and I will contact you with instructions later tonight.
Understood. The connection went off.
Mirage watched as the priest smirked and stood up after putting the orb back in his storage ring. He was no longer looking sick as he flexed his muscles. Slowly blood returned to his face, making him look healthy again. He was clearly acting. He quickly took out 3 isolation talismans and activated them, making sure that his room was secure, then took out a mirror from his ring. He placed it on the table where the orb was, then bowed to it. A picture of a shadow soon appeared on it. Supreme Ruler, the priest saluted. How did it go? The shadow that resembled a young man asked with a cold voice.
Perfect.
There were some complications as Victor made me a little drunk so he would be able to marry Alex, which we didn't expect, but other than that, it went according to plan.
A pervert is a pervert, the shadowy young man said.
Did you fool the Von Zwei family?
Yes.
When I disappear tonight, they will surely suspect the Von Weiss or the Von Geldstadt family, the priest said.
Perfect.
This would be perfect for our plan, as the chaos would get us the chance to set our piece to its place, the man said. But what if Von Zwei didn't act as planned?
Possible.
That fox Martin might realize something was wrong. But it doesn't matter, the families would fight it out sooner or later, so adding some fuel to the fire is never a bad thing, the young man said. Did the Fate sect send anyone? He asked, making Mirage squint her eyes and nearly gasp. I couldn't really tell. Thanks to Victor's shenanigans, everyone was looking around all the time. I suspect a woman who is next to Louis Nana, but I am not sure. Too bad photography was not allowed. The entire hall was jammed with anti-photography tools and talismans. Only specially calibrated cameras would work. Draw a photo and send it to me. Maybe we can kill her and blame Victor for it. Mirage squinted her eyes angrily as she bit her lip.
I understand.
Would they really be drawn away from you with all the noise we were creating around here lately?
I can't tell yet.
But my fate is a damn hot potato. And with such a good honeypot as Victor, it would be a shame if I were not to use it, the man in the dark said. I believe in Master, the priest said with an unwavering belief. Did Caspian appear?
Yes.
Thankfully Alex was able to fend him off. And he also did as I told him and accused Caspian of being a demon.
What a good boy.
Alex is the perfect agent. Victor thinks he is manipulating him, but on the contrary, he is the one being led by the nose. Is that Alex really trustworthy?
Of course not.
But he wants to rebuild his sect and preserve his father's legacy. And the greedy Victor would never really give him that.
Neither would we, the priest chuckled.
We can't tell him that just yet, the young master said in a sarcastic tone. I understand, the priest said, making Mirage nod to herself. Alex was really a dark scion. Probably the darkest of them all. Everyone was manipulating him. Now you know what to do, right?
Yes.
I just need to disappear and stay low for a while, the priest said. Exactly. Your turn in Vane City is over anyway. Just get rid of the Fate Sect's agent before you contact me again, the young master said. We'll be done, the priest said as the mirror went dark. He slowly stood up and stored the mirror in his ring, then turned to face Mirage, who was supposedly hiding. Welcome, Lady Fate Sect agent. Did you enjoy eavesdropping on me? He asked arrogantly. Reaching his mansion at long last, Victor was welcomed by some very frustrated brides and a nervous bald cross-dressing one. They had been waiting for hours in their wedding dresses. Even Lily, who knew that he went to kill someone earlier, was a little nervous. Oops, he forgot to tell them that there would not be any action tonight. Welcome, young master. Hilda quickly welcomed him with a slight bow. Congratulations on your wedding, she said.
Yeah, whatever. Where is Hannah? He asked.
She already moved her stuff to the staff building as you instructed her to do. She said she was going to sleep for 3 straight days before she takes care of that stupid egg for yours. Hilda said, taking a box from her storage ring. She left this for you. Victor quickly grabbed it and looked at it, confirming that this was the blood pill he asked for.
Perfect. Good.
Tell the girls when they return from the party to stay inside the walls for 3 days after they return from the party at the hotel. Now go out and close the door. This building will be out of bounds for next week. Victor said as he pushed the surprised Hilda out. And no matter what screams you hear, you are forbidden from entering. This young master wants to enjoy his wedding night, week, whatever, he said as he closed the mansion's door and then activated a talisman. The entire mansion shone with golden light for a moment before it returned to normal. Now you can't escape, he turned to the amused girls and said.
He.
The entire mansion is ours too, he paused as he looked at Alex. What are you doing here? Victor gasped and asked in shock as he pointed at her. I will leave, Alex said, feeling a little angry but didn't know why. She attempted to go out, but couldn't open the door. It was as if it was frozen in place.
You can't leave,
Victor said angrily. This entire place is entirely locked for 3 days. I already activated the space isolation talismans. Victor said angrily.
Ah, don't on me. Damn it.
You were definitely planning to peep on me and my girls. Victor threw some baseless accusations.
Not at all.
Alex said defensively.
They are not my type anyway. That's the point. You want to peep on me, not them. Victor yelled. Ah.
Alex hesitated. No, I wouldn't do that, she said.
Whatever.
Don't even try anything funny and keep to your room for this week, or I would make sure to castrate you. This day keeps getting stranger. First a ghost bride, then a hot potato, and now this.
A ghost bride.
Margaret, who was watching the show, couldn't help but ask. She had no idea what Victor left them to do earlier.
Yes.
After the wedding, I checked my status and I had 10 brides. As far as I know, I only married the 9 of you.
Where did the 10th come from? He said.
Could it be a ghost from the wedding hall? He pondered, making the 10th bride look to the ground nervously, not daring to say a thing.
Status? Monica asked. Ah.
I will explain to you about this later. Victor quickly replied. Doesn't the system list the brides' names? Mira, who like the others only knew about Lily being the secret bride, asked. It does, but for the additional one, it is question marks. Like the system itself can't decide, Victor lied, making Alex look away as she secretly touched the gender-changing ring on her finger. She didn't know that it had that feature. Can't you use the system to connect to her?
Lynn asked.
It is not working.
Strange, Victor lied.
There must have been some glitch in the wedding. Probably it was that priest. Maybe he was a female in secret. Or he could be gay, Margaret said with a smug smile. She totally knew. That stupid priest is already dead. So it is not him, he said, giving Lily a nod.
Dead?
Monica asked, a little horrified. Yes, alcohol poisoning, he lied. No matter what, I will investigate the strange things later. I will get my hands on that 10th bride and then fuck her out. Ghost or not, Victor said, licking his lips and sending a shiver down Alex's spine. What if she was a male?
Margaret asked. Regardless.
Victor yelled angrily. Then she better watches that sorry ass of hers. Margaret said.
Definitely, Victor nodded. Now.
Why are you girls still awake anyway? Isn't it way past your bedtime? He asked the girls some bizarre questions. Are you really asking that? Don't you have some big job tonight?
Margaret asked.
We were waiting for you to finish it, she said, making the girls blush.
Ah, true,
Victor said as he slowly walked toward Elise, who was sitting nervously to the side, totally unsuspecting, and carried her in his arms.
Ah, she yelped in surprise.
I will take Elise to heal her now. I am sure she already told you her story, Victor said. Lynn and Lily will come with me too.
A threesome? No, a foursome.
Margaret asked, a little excited for no apparent reason. You will know in the morning. Now go get some dinner and go to sleep, Victor said to the disappointed girls. And no matter what you hear from below, ignore it. He added mysteriously again, making Elise in his hand shrink a little.
Young master. What should I do?
Alex suddenly said nervously.
Oh.
I almost forgot about you. We will talk in the morning. This young master has a young master's work to do for tonight, Victor said as he carried Elise downstairs to the basement, ignoring the girls' questioning gazes.
He paused. Margaret.
Take Alex and stay on the upper floor for tonight, he said apologetically.
Why? She asked. She planned to eavesdrop on him.
Your presence might disturb the ritual, he didn't elaborate as he left. Lynn and Lily quickly followed with a smirk, making the girls sigh in frustration. Especially Monica, who had been breathing heavily all night in anticipation. Don't look at him like that,
Arya scolded.
This was what we expected would happen. And Elise deserves to be the priority.
You heard her story. Mira nodded.
What a poor girl. How about we find something to eat then? Mina said, trying to liven the atmosphere a little. Mana nodded, let's go. Aunt Hilda already prepared a lot of things in the kitchen. Then that only leaves the two of us, Margaret said, looking at Alex. And I'm going to have my fun tonight no matter what, she added, dragging the poor newly married dark scion upstairs.
Victor.
I need to talk to you privately too, Lynn said as soon as they reached a simple soundproofed office in the basement, where Victor carefully placed the nervous Elise on a couch. Is it about the parasite?
He asked. Yes. Lynn nodded.
She knew that Victor already knew everything about it. In fact, he had been watching the ritual she underwent through her eyes while calming her down. Did you learn something new?
He asked. Before the wedding.
Aunt Martha gave me another mission and told me to hide it from my mother.
Oh. What?
Victor looked at Lynn with a frown. The parasite eggs they gave me were not for the zombie parasite, as my mother and I were informed. Are these made of real gold? April caught one and examined it. She was no longer poor after marrying Gary, and she was not looking for a husband. It is just that she was curious. She never heard of such a tradition before, but she felt that this was somewhat romantic, as all the girls will get to take something with them. The petals were pretty, they were very light and had a unique organic texture that made them a little stiff holding their shapes, unlike regular gold leaves that crumbled in seconds. Yes. I wonder how much it cost, Gary said. They must have been made one by one, he added as he inspected one. Ho. Ho. So that's it. Havy said, striking the table suddenly with his hand as he looked at the stage. I see now why he did it, that sneaky fox. Did what? Gary asked. You will see. Harvey didn't answer. Your friend is a fox who is ready to do anything to line up his pockets. You should be more like him. Grandfather, do you know how those are made? Gary frowned, changing the subject. Oh, what? Those trinkets? You were the one who sold them to Victor. You should know better. Harvey said as he finally noticed the golden petals. What? How? Gary asked. You can tell from their texture. They are golden eggs that have been peeled then stamped. Harvey said dismissively. Golden eggs. Gary frowned. When did he sell Victor golden eggs? Wait, he seemed to have heard that word before. From the goose. The ones that didn't vibrate. Harvey said. Now they apparently can. Oh, Gary finally remembered. On the stage, when the lights turned on, everyone could see that the priest was no longer there, only the brides and the groom who were still making out. The girls, seemingly not satisfied with their first kiss, were taking turns trying again. That girl Margaret even grabbed Victor's ass and wrapped one of her slender legs around him as she kissed him. Bitch, Elena silently cursed as Theodore cleared his throat loudly, making the bride blush as they noticed that the lights were on. So, headed by Victor, they quickly retreated backstage with a heavy blush, forgetting poor Elise who was waiting for her turn on the stage. Arya had to quickly return and grab her. Now, the priestess said as she stepped down awkwardly, let us view the contract. Starting with the groom's family, she added as the golden contract was placed on a golden tray and then brought downstage by a few girls holding it as if it was a treasure. Seconds later many bald burly men walked in and began to professionally disassemble the stage behind her to prepare the floor for the dance. After placing the tray on the table, Theodore raised one brow as he inspected the objects on the tray. The contract, the red feather quill, and a bottle of ink beside it. If any of you wish to officially bear witness to this contract, please sign here, below the black dotted line, or on the back. The priestess said just as Victor left the backstage and hurried to his parents. He had changed into a white gilded suit that was a little easier to move with. Lily, who appeared from a different door, ran to his side and quickly replaced one of the girls holding the contract tray. She had a very bright smile on her face, but no one saw it thanks to her veil. Is this some new trend? Elena asked as she looked at the strange contract. It was made of pure gold and on it, there were words written in some kind of strange language with black sparkly ink. Diagonally across the paper, there was a purple blood S-shaped curved line overlapping a bright red one. Across it, horizontal streaks of blood were marked next to some other words. They were clearly the ones made by the brides. What are those? She asked. This is an old ceremony, Victor, who just reached the table, said, ignoring his father's glares. Those are the brides' names and blood signatures, he said. Oh, what language is this? Black Dragon Higher Tongue. Is this some new trending conlang? Luna was the one who asked. She heard of those things on the internet. It's an old obscure one, Victor said as he chuckled dryly. I paid a famous expert calligrapher to write them. He lied, he wrote it himself as no one knew how to read these nowadays. You probably got scammed, Alice said as she looked at the contract. It was neat, but as an elite disciple of the heavenly sect, she had studied a plethora of ancient languages in order to be able to decode some of the secret scripts in the sect. And the symbols used here, although they resembled some of the ones she knew, it was easy to tell that they were just empty imitations. The poor girl had no idea that the ones she spent years learning were imitations. Dragon languages were a wide area of expertise that even Victor with his vast knowledge could only understand the main dialects of it. Yulian also inspected the contract, but he didn't find anything interesting. He was just too preoccupied with Lily standing a few feet next to him. He wished to hug her and tell her who he really is, but decided to hold himself. She would not believe him, and both of them might be in danger. This piece of paper doesn't matter. It is just for the authenticity, Victor lied casually. Only a few understood what he meant. As the system had already acknowledged his wedding. Why didn't you officially announce the brides' names? Elena asked, noticing the thing that most didn't. It is to keep the ritual's authenticity. In old times, names were believed to be magical and they held great power, so people avoided announcing them. He didn't really lie, but he didn't tell the truth either. He couldn't simply slip in two brides if he announced their names. Especially that one of them who had no idea that she was getting married.
Oh, she was not convinced. Now come on, use this quilt to sign it.
I want you all to be witnesses to this day, he said, presenting the strange red feather quill to his mother. She frowned, then nodded and dipped it in the ink, then signed her name, which Victor pointed at with the bright red ink. Little did she know that this feather was an artifact that drew some blood from her body and mixed it with the ink. Theodore glared at his son, then signed his name too, followed by Mike and Alice. Elise looked at him nervously, not knowing what to do. He sighed, then gently held her hand, and using a sharp dagger, he pricked her delicate finger. The rooster didn't move, he just watched as the blood drop fell in front of it. It slowly approached it, then sniffed at it. The next moment it slurped with its beak and then began to crow, causing Elise to step back in fear and into Vivi's embrace.
What happened? She asked. Don't worry. Look,
Victor said as on the head of the celestial rooster, a blue and silver-colored feather began to grow, joining his other carefully arranged feathers. It crowed for a few more minutes, then bent down to the metal dish and spit out a red marble that Victor quickly took and inspected. What is this? You can call it a bloodline enhancement pill, Victor said, giving it to Elise. Take this as soon as you are in your room later. This thing has a very short shelf life.
Oh, this will
improve your bloodline by 1 degree,
Victor said.
The celestial rooster, in order to mate, needs to prove to the potential female that he is a real stud, so he goes around the world collecting bloodlines from other races' virgins.
It is a pervert,
Elise said, sucking her injured finger and inspecting the pill. The feathers that grew on its head are proof of his success?
Right.
That's also why only one from every bloodline can make a certain rooster drink his blood,
Victor explained.
This rooster had 5 feathers before, so it was not really that successful in his life. That's why he answered the summoning.
Oh, and the pill? Lynn asked.
It is the leftovers. The rooster you see is a cheater. It enhances the bloodlines it takes to make it appear as if it was stronger than what it really is,
Victor explained.
The leftovers contain some of the enzymes secreted to enhance the bloodline by awakening some ancient genes in it. Taking it will cause your bloodline to enhance, he said. Oh, the 3 girls nodded, finally understanding why Victor summoned this damn thing. It was really to enhance their bloodlines. They slowly inspected the rooster, who proudly lifted its head.
Yup, it was a pervert.
Lynn finally realized what the ancient promise she made in the ceremony was. It was to give this pervert many blood drops of premium blood in exchange for the pills.
Go, Lynn. It is your turn, Victor said. She said, extending her hand to Victor. She wanted him to do it like with Elise.
Victor sighed, then quickly cut her finger and presented the blood drop to the rooster, who was waiting in anticipation. The moment the drop of blood fell into the dish, the rooster licked it, and from its head, a bright emerald feather began to grow. It was less impressive than the other one, as Lynn only had the Von Rosen family's B-ranked horned serpent bloodline. The rooster slowly spit the red pill, then stood and looked at Lily. It was as if it were saying, "It is your turn, honey." She was the reason it accepted the summoning in the first place. It preferred bloodlines from noble and bird-like mythical creatures like Lily's S-ranked crowned crow. Victor sighed as he grabbed the pill and gave it to Lynn. Take Elise and go to your rooms,
he ordered. You need to take this pill fast, he added. Oh, oi.
Lynn frowned, looking at Lily and then at Victor. Fine, she said, grabbing the pill and then walking out. Elise, who didn't know which room was hers, quickly followed after giving Victor and then Lily one last look.
Damn, this girl was pretty, she thought.
After the room's door closed, Victor slowly approached the cage, then cut his own finger and let a drop of blood fall while crossing his fingers. For this, he had kept his virginity for the last few months. This thing's enzyme only works on virgin, undisturbed and unawakened blood. And it only likes females, that's why he was pausing as Vivi. The rooster looked at Vivi and then at the blood drop. It smelled it and then crowded, angrily kicking at the cage as it jumped back, then began to shoot hostile glares at Victor, who stepped back to make sure he was out of range. What's wrong?
Lily asked. I don't know, Vivi said in a sluttery voice.
Don't you like me? She asked the rooster as she began to unbutton her shirt, showing her body. The rooster crowed again, then frowned. Looking at the blood, then at Vivi. This was definitely a female. The blood felt weird though.
It was tempting.
It slowly approached the blood and looked at it.
It smelled it again.
This thing had something very special in it, but
no.
Something was wrong. The smell was wrong.
It was tempting. But no. It heard stories.
Better safe than sorry. It stepped back and looked away. Victor chuckled drilly. He expected as much. He might disguise the smell and looks, but this thing had some nasty intuition. Lily, give me your hand, Victor said. Lily quickly obeyed and watched as Victor pricked her finger and made a drop of her blood fall into his. He merged the two blood drops. The rooster, who was acting angrily, looked at what happened and then ran to the dish. It looked at it, then at Vivi and Lily.
It was a dilemma. What should it do? It stepped back,
then returned to the dish. It shook its head, then stepped back,
and looked to the side. Damn.
This room was full of nasty images, not giving it the chance to clear its head. Then it looked at Lily and walked again towards the dish and gave the blood drop a smell. It was like a candy bar that fell in the mud.
A very delicious candy bar. It hesitated.
It wondered what to do, then noticed something and looked up. Lily slowly began to undress under Victor's command. It took her a moment to stand there naked in front of the cage, modestly covering her chest with her hand as she gave the rooster a wink. Blood began to flow from the poor creature's nostrils. And from Victor's too, but nobody saw that. The rooster didn't care anymore as it slurped the blood drops in relish. This was the only way. It raised its head and began to crow after that. 2 feathers began to grow from its head. One of them was golden and was from the left side like the others, while a unique purple one appeared from the right. It was a lone feather, the evidence that this rooster liked men. The crow spat up one big red pill and then opened its eyes wide as it noticed the feather dangling from the right side of its head. It looked with shock at it, then at Victor, who quickly scooped the pill and stood back. The rooster had finally figured it out. The rooster began to crow and wail angrily, scratching at the cage as if it wanted nothing more than to get to Victor and cut him into pieces. Its image as a repeatable rooster was ruined forever. Finding it futile to assault Victor, it began to try to pull the stupid purple feather from its head, but no matter how much it tried, the damn thing was as shameless as Victor as it refused to budge.
Calm down.
In the next few days, I will get you a few more girls. All of them have good bloodlines, Victor said. He wanted his blood slave skill to activate, but apparently, that cock didn't really drink the blood, but directly dissolved it. What a wasted opportunity. The rooster didn't listen to Victor as it began to crow hysterically.
It was ruined.
Its friends will start to make fun of it and no chick would accept it. The Celestial Chicken Society was very transphobic. Everyone makes mistakes in their youth.
Victor added.
All you can do now is to focus on collecting more feathers so that no one would look at the purple ones. The rooster responded by cursing at Victor and at his entire family in some incomprehensible bird language that if Victor understood he would have killed that shameless thing.
What now?
Lily asked, totally ignoring the rooster and looking at the pill in Victor's hand. It was one for the two of them, so it was hers or Victor's. She didn't mind it if Victor took it. Let's go upgrade our bloodline, Victor said after a sigh. He just gestured to Lily and left the room with her. The cock needs some time to calm down before it is ready for action again with the other girls, he said as he closed the door. Why did that sound so dirty? Julian opened his eyes as he felt the sharp dagger touch his throat, drawing a red line of blood on it. You want to kill your husband after taking advantage of him? He calmly asked Alice, who was biting her lip as she held her dagger against him. She was hiding her body by the bedsheet that she wrapped around her. Tell me why I shouldn't kill you, she said coldly, hiding her feelings. She couldn't believe she surrendered to her desires and slept with this guy. You were the one who started it, he said as he looked her back in the eyes. Yesterday, he learned a lot about her weaknesses.
She couldn't keep eye contact with him. He was right.
She looked away as she puffed her rosy cheeks. Not knowing what to do, she stood up. Forget what happened, she said, throwing a piece of paper at him. It was the check she promised before. I might try, but I will never be able to. You were my first, he said, ignoring the check as he looked at her.
She was pretty. Shut up. Do you know what we just did? She asked. We made love, he said softly. He was good at this. And although I have no experience, I have to say, we were very compatible. Shut up, she blushed, remembering the wild things they did under the effect of alcohol. He was right, they were compatible. You don't understand.
We can't be together. Our backgrounds are, she began to make excuses. I have a background. It is equal if not better than yours.
Yeah, whatever.
Alice didn't believe him. She already ordered her butler to look up his background earlier, and it quickly came out that Julian was just a poor orphan.
I am telling the truth, he said. Yeah.
Did you see that man who broke into the wedding today?
Caspian.
What does it have to do with him? Julian asked. Although I rejected him, he is supposedly my fiancé. If he knew what we did, he would come after you and kill you. His background is something that even my family can't resist. So for your own safety, keep this a secret and forget about me. she said as she threw the bedsheet that was around her body on Yulian, who was conflicted about telling her that James Trove had already removed the curse Caspian placed on him. By the time he removed the bedsheet from the top of his head, Alice was already dressed.
Live a long life.
We will never meet again, she said as she walked out without looking back. But Yulian could spot the shake in her hand. We will see about that, he replied as he noticed the blood drops on the bedsheet.
He was also her first.
Although he had no way to convince her now, everything would change in a few months. Yes, he has set his mind. This chick was his. Suddenly there was a scream outside.
Bitch. Man-stealer.
Thinking that it was Alice, Yulian jumped out of bed and ran to the door, and opened it slightly. Outside, one woman was screaming at another who was leading a naked handcuffed guy. Let my fiancé go, the hysterical girl screamed. Marley, take it easy, the guy who was only wearing a towel said awkwardly.
And Officer Leah.
You were the one who assaulted me, why am I getting arrested?
Shut up.
You think I don't know that you slipped something into my drink, she yelled. My blood sample is already in the labs. The results will be out in an hour. I didn't do anything. You were the one who drugged me, the wimpy guy exclaimed. Like hell I would do that. We will see what you will say when I confront you with the evidence at the station. Leah said as she dragged the poor guy away. It was 1 hour before dawn when Theodore's ultra-luxurious car reached his newly built ultra-luxurious lake mansion. After the wedding, he went to say hi to a certain acquaintance, and they ended up spending the night together with her. Although this was a little unfair to Elena and Luna, he was a man of many responsibilities. He would make it up for them later. His phone suddenly rang.
It was her. Hi.
Did you miss me already? He answered with a perverted smile that no one in his family was allowed to see. Oh, and? He frowned as he listened.
She did what?
Theodore yelled at the phone and then listened for a few more minutes as the other side explained. I understand. Don't worry, I will fix it. And I will also let my men search for Harold, he added as he hung up and then looked at George, who parked the car near the mansion.
George.
I will have to trouble you. That stupid girl of mine, Leah, got in trouble again.
Theodore sighed. I understand.
Was she arrested for assaulting Prince Archie?
Yes.
How did you know? Theodore asked in surprise. At the wedding. Victor fixed those two together, then made one of his maids slip something in Archie's drink.
What?
Theodore asked. He was so preoccupied with the wedding that he noticed nothing. His stupid son was juggling too many balls that he lost track of things. He intended to ask Victor about what exactly happened a week later when he planned to go give him the family gifts. Yes. Lady Leah had been after young Master Victor lately, so he must have wanted to dump her on someone else.
Oh.
Could it be that Victor knows the truth? I wouldn't exclude that possibility.
Indeed.
That kid hides too deep.
He is your son after all.
George said, turning his eyes.
True.
Theodore nodded and smiled to himself. Well, Leah sent samples of hers and Arca's blood to the lab accusing him of drugging her, but the results came back that only Archie was drugged. Did Archie file the complaint? George asked with a frown as he stepped down and then went to open the door for his master.
No.
It was his fiancée, some random bitch. Some new aspiring lieutenant at the station decided to take this seriously because of Archie's position as the crown prince.
Theodore explained. Master.
If I may say so. That's why I told you not to drug Harold. If he was not in a deep sleep right now, he would have fixed this by himself easily. George said as he carefully helped his master step down from the car. Whatever. Theodore said as he adjusted his suit. He was not comfortable discussing his fetishes with George, who had the habit of ruining his fun ever since they were young. I will see to it that Leah is released. Is there anything else, master?
George asked. No.
You go fix Lee's problem, then get some sleep. It has been a tough week. What about Harold? Didn't Nicole ask you to find him for her? He will wake up and find his way home on his own, Theodore said with annoyance. If Nicole didn't care for that guy, he would have slit his throat ages ago. That woman was as stubborn and unreasonable as her daughter.
I understand,
George said, shaking his head as he got into the car and then drove it away, heading toward the police station. Theodore sighed, then headed toward the mansion's door while thinking about how to lie to his wives. Suddenly he stopped and looked toward the lake. There on its side, two little girls were practicing martial arts. Lara and her lowly maid Elle. Theodore, not wanting to disturb his daughter, carefully hid behind a tree and watched for a few minutes as Lara performed the family art's ninth maneuver and as the lowly beside her failed to cope and collapsed to the ground. It was perfect. No more than perfect. When did she get this good? Theodore wondered. It seemed like Victor not only helped Lara upgrade her bloodline but also fixed her martial arts. Sending her to live with him was not a bad decision. That kid must have been training secretly all these years. Not bad at all. Wait. Why was she still continuing? Wasn't the maneuver supposed to end after the 12th movement?
13.
14, 24, 36. It ended with a bang as Lara used her delicate palm to hit a nearby tree. The tree shook, then split in half moments later.
WTF. Theodore was shocked.
So was Lara, who quickly looked to the sides, making sure that no one was watching her before she dragged the exhausted Elle away.
Did Lara become a player?
How else can a little girl break a tree just like that? If not, could it be that Victor found something in the ancestor's diary and taught it to her?
Yes.
That's probably it. Theodore really wanted to run to his daughter and asked her what the hell was that, but thinking of his image, he decided to summon her to his office and question her thoroughly after breakfast.
What is this?
Lily asked as they entered the adjacent room in the basement, then she watched as Victor began sealing the room with all kinds of talismans.
A bathtub clearly,
Victor said as he finished, then headed toward the already water-filled wooden bathtub. He took some strange herbs from his ring and began to dump them inside of it.
What is it for?
Weren't you going to eat that pill? Lily asked as she watched Victor work. The pill contains both mine and your bloodline unlocking enzymes. If I ate it alone, it would be a waste. I did promise to unlock your bloodline that day after all, he said, not even looking at her.
Ow, she smiled.
I will use another method. We will take a herbal bath and use it to absorb the pill together, he said as he finished by dropping a few drops of soul wine. This will also give us the added benefit of strengthening our bodies, as the bloodline awakening is a chance to make our bodies forcibly absorb some materials that would take ages otherwise.
Oh,
you already planned this, didn't you? She asked. No wonder this tub was this big, it was meant for two. He probably planned this weeks ago.
Yes.
I knew that the stupid cock would not fall for my girl act. That thing has some amazing instincts for stupid things,
Victor said.
In his past life, the celestial rooster was summoned by mistake by a sect that got the celestial chicken feather and attempted to summon a phoenix as a last try to revive their sect. They got a perverted cock instead. They were in a dilemma, as the cock started attacking their disciples. Especially the males who got their nuts crushed by its beak. The rooster might appear weak, but it had some crazy defense. This was evident by its trying to pull the purple feather from its head and failing. This defense capability was probably the result of ages of evolution, as competing cocks would always try to remove each other's feathers. Anyway, the sect started trying to get rid of it to no avail. It was fast and cunning. That's when they found out that one of their assaulted female disciples got enhanced bloodlines after mistakenly eating the pill the cock spat at her. They quickly investigated his powers, and after confirming them, they devised a plan. They began secretly collecting virgin female disciples with unique blood and presenting them to the cock, who calmed down and began to live a life of debauchery. The Firebird sect was on its way to the top. Then, as always, someone leaked the news about the cock, and the sect was eliminated by a greater power. This is a common occurrence after the reckoning. Find treasure, use it, get destroyed, and the treasure stolen. Too bad that by that time the cock's summoning time was over. And the assailants couldn't get their hands on it. In the next few years, there were some rumors that some powers secretly summoning the rooster to enhance their offspring's bloodlines, but no one affirmed this, as any news about the super rare celestial chicken feather that was required to summon the cock would be considered top secret information after its use was discovered. Even the summoning ceremony itself was considered a secret, and Victor would have not found out about it if he didn't work at the Royal Library and was searching for a way to fix his bloodline. Will this really work?
Lily asked.
Victor seemed hesitant a little. Theoretically, yes.
No one tried this before, he confessed.
In fact, the method he is using to separate the bloodlines from the pill is a forbidden method that usually gets used to take away someone's bloodline, but Victor reversed it. It was the same method used on him and his children in his past life. This method should enhance the pill's effect by 50% by incorporating other bloodline-enhancing herbs. Finishing with the bath preparation and drawing the array on the bottom of the tub, Victor took off his clothes and then entered the bathtub before looking at Lily, who blushed a little. She slowly began to take off her clothes, giving her young husband a stripping show to watch.
Do it quickly. We don't have all day.
This young master has a fake diary to write afterward, Victor scolded with blood dripping from his nose. If he looked at her any more, her blood would awaken, damn it. She chuckled as she stepped into the big wooden bathtub and relaxed, sitting with crossed legs facing Victor. She knew better than to disturb him at such a delicate time. The two of them were surrounded by many colorful golden and silver herbs floating. They looked like two chickens in a big pot getting ready to be boiled. What are you doing? You are sitting in the wrong direction. Do you want your bloodline to be destroyed? Victor scolded as he pulled the surprised girl into his embrace, making her sit in front of him with a deep blush. "Now what?" she asked bashfully, feeling his body touch her.
It felt hot.
"Now we upgrade our bloodlines."
This might be painful, he warned.
"Just relax, the parts of this pill related to your own bloodline would gravitate toward you by itself," he said. She nodded and watched as Victor took the pill and then threw it in the water on the opposing side of the tub. The red pill quickly dissolved, turning the water into a red thick liquid that slowly began to heat up. Slowly the bath water's color began to clear as two colorful streams separated. One purple headed toward Victor and another gold headed toward Lily. Then slowly the water began to boil and everything was cozy. That was until a moment later when what happened could be described with only one word.
Painful.
It was like thousands of knives penetrated Victor's and Lily's bodies. Victor expected it to be manageable, as he already experienced similar pain twice before. One was an hour ago when he used the pill he got from Hannah, and the other time was when that scion extracted his blood in his previous life.
He couldn't have been more wrong.
He wanted to use his skills to disguise the pain as he did with Lara, but to his surprise, his powers were completely useless. He could feel it as his skin began to break down and bleed, as every drop of blood in his body and every bone got broken down and the old ancestral genes that lay dormant for ages woke and began to fix. It was an endless cycle of building and destruction.
No.
Suddenly the destruction outpaced the rebuilding. Something was wrong. The absorption of the combination of the two bloodlines might have been a mistake. This thing is too strong. He had miscalculated. Victor quickly reached for his ring to take a healing pill. It didn't work. The ring stopped responding as Victor realized that all his mana was exhausted.
Shit.
He could feel it as life left him. Lily, who curled in his embrace, was suffering the same. She almost lost consciousness as she closed her eyes and bit her cherry lip. In the end, she could only turn and hug Victor tightly, burying her head in his chest. Victor's mind was quickly turning.
What should he do?
The bathtub had an exit mechanism, but if he stopped the ritual now, both he and Lily might get their bloodlines totally destroyed, as they are in a very fragile state. He hesitated as the pain became unmanageable. He was literally about to die.
No.
He can't let Lily die.
Shit.
Even if he lost his bloodline now, he can't let Lily die. He reached for the secret lever to the side of the tub and then stopped. From the depth of his heart, he felt some great vitality energy suddenly appear. It spread all over his body, repairing the damage in seconds. Not only that, it crossed him and entered Lily's body. It was the energy he got when Alpha merged that vitality bead. It was so bountiful that a portion was sealed in his body using a drop of Sebastian's blood back then. He avoided using it, fearing that he would awaken his bloodline. That was until now. He could feel Lily, who was biting his shoulder while hugging him, relax. She was getting healed too. Was this because of their dragon marriage?
Probably.
Both Victor and Lily could feel it as the unimaginable pain began to subside. It was still painful though. In the tub, the water and the blood that seeped out of Victor's and Lily's exposed, now damaged skin was literally boiling. No, it was beyond boiling at the moment, as a strange reaction seemed to have occurred, turning everything in the tub into a blob of lava. Victor and Lily didn't notice that. They just closed their eyes and focused on absorbing the liquid that was drilling into their bodies through every pore in their bodies. The only thing that kept them sober was the feeling of each other's embrace. And that filled them both with the power to go on. The process took forever, which in standard time meant 2 hours, during which both Victor and Lily felt as if they died 1,000 times. If it were not for their amazing bloodlines and the life energy that Victor got, they might have died for real. In the end, when the pain receded, they were no longer sitting, but laying and embracing each other in the bottom of the now empty tub in a room that was covered with soot. It was like the insides of an oven. Victor slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lily, who also opened her pretty eyes at the same moment and looked at him. They gazed at each other. Lily's hair was no longer entirely black, but it had a few golden locks that looked messy around her pretty face that seemed to have become more charming.
Victor was the same.
His deep purple hair now had a golden sheen to it. And he had grown more handsome. "We did it," he said as he slowly sat up with Lily. Both of them had deep smiles on their faces as they could feel a strange strength go through their bodies. Victor quickly grabbed a certain book from his ring, he bit his finger and dropped some of his blood on it, then smiled.
Bloodlines.
Emperor Dragon, SSS 100%.
15%.
His bloodline had been upgraded first from an elder dragon to a noble dragon, and now, it was an emperor dragon. Victor had no idea whether this was a 1 or 2 steps upgrade. As Emperor Dragon was an SSS rank while a noble dragon was just an S-ranked one. He also got that mysterious bloodline Lara got. It was at 15% now, but the book didn't get it. This huge upgrade may have had something to do with Lily's bloodline that complemented his. That's why this shit was painful. It was a close call. He might have miscalculated a little, but he was not going to tell Lily that. All that was left now was to awaken his bloodline, and this was very easy with Lily around him. He just needed to be aroused enough. He smiled pervertedly as he looked at Lily, who was watching him closely. He grabbed her hand, putting a drop of blood from her in the book. Like what he did with Lara, he had to use a wooden splinter to make a cut.
Bloodlines.
Royal Crow, SSS 100%. Sea Dragon, 60%. She was able to upgrade from a Crowned Crow to a Royal Crow, an SSS-ranked bloodline. Maybe also a 2-step upgrade because as far as he knew, the step after Crowned Crow was a Crystal Feather Crow. She also had a new Sea Dragon S bloodline at 60%. This probably came from her stupid mother. It was probably sealed by some ancient method and was awakened after absorbing some of his noble dragon blood in the pill.
Is it nice?
Lily asked curiously as Victor looked at the incomprehensible symbols in the book with so much intensity that she began feeling a little jealous. Was this book prettier than her? One had to note that they were both sitting naked in the tub. Victor, who was looking super hot with his now muscular perfect body and purple flowing hair, was reading his book like a nerd instead of looking at her. This made her feel a little frustrated. It's amazing, he said as he turned to Lily wanting to tell her about what he found out, but he didn't get a chance as she threw herself at him and kissed his lip. Let's wait until we go up to our room, he said after a few minutes when she let go of his lips. This place is not suitable.
No.
The other girls will definitely be waiting there, she said.
She was right.
Lynn, who finished with her bloodline, awakening, was waiting in his bed while wrapping herself in red tape like a gift. At least let me take a shower, he said as he looked at her, then froze as he watched her staring at him. Earlier, he didn't observe her closely out of habit as he usually ignored her to keep his sanity, but now with her whole body riding his, he couldn't ignore it anymore. When did she become so beautiful?
No.
She said again as she pushed him down and sat on top of him. I've waited for this long enough. She finally snapped as she dived into her helpless husband's lips, her body embracing him with everything she got. He could only embrace her back. He was waiting for this too long too. It was time for them to consummate their marriage. It was absolute darkness. Victor, who was floating in emptiness, looked around calmly after opening his eyes.
Where was he?
He began to remember what happened. Yes, he was with Lily. That girl really knew how to please a man with her body. She didn't even need to try. It was at that moment when they hugged each other and reached their peak, completing round one. He felt some crazy pain go through his body. He knew that this was probably his blood that was awakened. So he prepared for it. And then he felt dizzy and passed out. But where was he now? What happened? He never read about similar phenomena before. He was floating in midair, which meant that this was his soul body. He quickly began to inspect it. He quickly remembered what Ian said that day, feeling the top of his head and sure, it was there. The two snakes eating each other, forming an infinity sign. Ouroboros time sign. He touched his shoulder and on it, the other symbol was there. If he didn't know its location he would have missed it, as it was a very faint golden psi symbol. What is this? It looked familiar. Was it a rooster's footprint? Did that fucking cock do something to him? Impossible. He only met him today. Victor was pondering on it when frowned and held his head as he felt a great pain in his mind. The ancient knowledge that came from his bloodline began to pour into him. His bloodline had awakened, so this was a natural phenomenon. This knowledge was teaching him what he needed to know. It was how a calf can walk on its own, and how a bee knew how to fly by itself. Now, he also knew that he was a dragon. He totally forgot about the symbols as he instinctively realized one thing. Now he had a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had to be quick. Now, at the time of awakening, was his one chance to use the energy from his awakening to activate any ancestral dragon power he designed, free of any restraints, no matter how absurd it is. Was there something like this? Isn't this too damn overpowered? Strange. He never heard of anything like this in his past life. He frowned, not knowing what to do. He decided to try. He didn't have a lot of time. He had 3 powers that he could choose from. Space fracture that allowed him to travel to any place not caring for its place, or a permanent gate between 2 spots or cross into the space between spaces. Its cost, paid in order points, would depend on the distance and the size. Devour will allow him to eat things and extract their power. Its cost would usually depend on the item's rank. Are these made of real gold? April caught one and examined it. She was no longer poor after marrying Gary, and she was not looking for a husband. It is just that she was curious. She never heard of such a tradition before, but she felt that this was somewhat romantic, as all the girls will get to take something with them. The petals were pretty, they were very light and had a unique organic texture that made them a little stiff holding their shapes, unlike regular gold leaves that crumbled in seconds.
Yes.
I wonder how much it cost, Gary said. They must have been made one by one, he added as he inspected one.
Ho. Ho. So that's it.
Havy said, striking the table suddenly with his hand as he looked at the stage. I see now why he did it, that sneaky fox.
Did what? Gary asked. You will see.
Harvey didn't answer. Your friend is a fox who is ready to do anything to line up his pockets. You should be more like him. Grandfather, do you know how those are made? Gary frowned, changing the subject.
Oh, what?
Those trinkets? You were the one who sold them to Victor. You should know better. Harvey said as he finally noticed the golden petals.
What? How? Gary asked.
You can tell from their texture. They are golden eggs that have been peeled then stamped. Harvey said dismissively.
Golden eggs. Gary frowned.
When did he sell Victor golden eggs? Wait, he seemed to have heard that word before.
From the goose.
The ones that didn't vibrate.
Harvey said. Now they apparently can. Oh.
Gary finally remembered. On the stage, when the lights turned on, everyone could see that the priest was no longer there, only the brides and the groom who were still making out. The girls, seemingly not satisfied with their first kiss, were taking turns trying again. That girl Margaret even grabbed Victor's ass and wrapped one of her slender legs around him as she kissed him. Bitch, Elena silently cursed as Theodore cleared his throat loudly, making the bride blush as they noticed that the lights were on so, headed by Victor, they quickly retreated backstage with a heavy blush, forgetting poor Elise who was waiting for her turn on the stage. Arya had to quickly return and grab her. Now, the priestess said as she stepped down awkwardly, let us view the contract. Starting with the groom's family, she added as the golden contract was placed on a golden tray and then brought downstage by a few girls holding it as if it was a treasure. Seconds later many bald burly men walked in and began to professionally disassemble the stage behind her to prepare the floor for the dance. After placing the tray on the table, Theodore raised one brow as he inspected the objects on the tray. The contract, the red feather quill, and a bottle of ink beside it. If any of you wish to officially bear witness to this contract, please sign here, below the black dotted line, or on the back. The priestess said just as Victor left the backstage and hurried to his parents. He had changed into a white gilded suit that was a little easier to move with. Lily, who appeared from a different door, ran to his side and quickly replaced one of the girls holding the contract tray. She had a very bright smile on her face, but no one saw it thanks to her veil. Is this some new trend? Elena asked as she looked at the strange contract. It was made of pure gold and on it, there were words written in some kind of strange language with black sparkly ink. Diagonally across the paper, there was a purple blood S-shaped curved line overlapping a bright red one. Across it, horizontal streaks of blood were marked next to some other words. They were clearly the ones made by the brides. What are those? She asked. This is an old ceremony, Victor, who just reached the table, said, ignoring his father's glares. Those are the brides' names and blood signatures, he said. Oh, what language is this? Black Dragon Higher Tongue. Is this some new trending conlang? Luna was the one who asked. She heard of those things on the internet. It's an old obscure one, Victor said as he chuckled dryly. I paid a famous expert calligrapher to write them. He lied, he wrote it himself as no one knew how to read these nowadays. You probably got scammed, Alice said as she looked at the contract. It was neat, but as an elite disciple of the heavenly sect, she had studied a plethora of ancient languages in order to be able to decode some of the secret scripts in the sect. And the symbols used here, although they resembled some of the ones she knew, it was easy to tell that they were just empty imitations. The poor girl had no idea that the ones she spent years learning were imitations. Dragon languages were a wide area of expertise that even Victor with his vast knowledge could only understand the main dialects of it. Yulian also inspected the contract, but he didn't find anything interesting. He was just too preoccupied with Lily standing a few feet next to him. He wished to hug her and tell her who he really is, but decided to hold himself. She would not believe him, and both of them might be in danger. This piece of paper doesn't matter. It is just for the authenticity, Victor lied casually. Only a few understood what he meant. As the system had already acknowledged his wedding. Why didn't you officially announce the brides' names? Elena asked, noticing the thing that most didn't. It is to keep the ritual's authenticity. In old times names were believed to be magical and they held great power, so people avoided announcing them. He didn't really lie, but he didn't tell the truth either. He couldn't simply slip in two brides if he announced their names. Especially that one of them who had no idea that she was getting married.
Oh, she was not convinced. Now come on, use this quilt to sign it. I want you all to be witnesses to this day, he said, presenting the strange red feather quill to his mother.
She frowned, then nodded and dipped it in the ink, then signed her name, which Victor pointed at with the bright red ink. Little did she know that this feather was an artifact that drew some blood from her body and mixed it with the ink. Theodore glared at his son, then signed his name too, followed by Mike and Alice. Next, he thought for a moment and devoured the shadow shifting ring.
Shadow shift, S. Dark affinity added. Space affinity added. Super cool.
Now all that was left was some weapons, and oh.
He almost forgot.
He quickly took one of his ancestors' bones and devoured it. Bloodline purity increase. Failed, bone purity insufficient. All dragon skills were unlocked instead.
Strength increased.
Mana greatly increased. Health greatly increased.
Luck increased. Charm increased. Interesting.
What if he ate some of the golden carcasses that Margaret got?
He quickly tried some. Strength increased.
Mana greatly increased. Health greatly increased.
Agility increased. Intelligence increased. Charm increased.
Seemingly they are all of the same kind, and after eating a few, he stopped getting anything good. He didn't get any new bloodlines like he wanted.
Whatever.
He quickly began to eat every weapon and armor he got in his ring until he stopped getting any new updates. He even tried some wooden chips from a broken door.
Strength increased. Agility increased. Intelligence increased. Luck increased. Charm increased.
It was not a lot, but not bad either. Seemingly, the more he devoured similar things, the less effective their effect was. He was feeling almost full now, realizing that the time for his skill was almost over. Too bad that much of his precious stuff was left at the hotel, like the Amber of Verm and the Edict shards. He really wanted to eat them. Hell, even his master ring was with Alpha.
Damn it. Now, he could feel it.
He could eat one last thing.
Lily. No.
Victor quickly calmed himself. What was that just now? It was as if his instincts took control of him.
He felt danger.
His bloodline's desires almost got him. He heard of this before. People lose their rationality after awakening their bloodlines sometimes. Becoming real monsters. He needed to find something else to devour and end this before he lost his mind. He remembered the Ouroboros sign. He tried to devour it. Failed. Own soul can't be devoured.
What?
So the sign was already part of himself? Then what about the Psi sign?
Failed.
Continuity problem 478981111000 found.
WTF? Victor frowned. He was out of time.
Did he have anything else?
Shit. He almost forgot. He smacked his head.
This is what happens when you are not prepared. The thing he had to eat most than anything was the awakening talisman. The last one he got. Thankfully, he didn't need to waste it on Elise. Awakening talisman devoured. Skill acquired. Awaken player, F. This chapter is too fucking dirty. A young man sat at a tree as he read a +18 pirated web novel on his old dumb phone.
Axel.
Get the fuck down here, a young woman suddenly yelled at him from below. What is the problem, big sister? It's rare to find you here, he asked, not going down. He couldn't do that, as after reading that chapter he was feeling a little too excited. He couldn't let his older martial sister see his little brother in his super form just yet. Shut up and get the fuck down here, she yelled again, kicking the dirt on the ground. We can speak from here. Do you know how hard it is to get a signal in this place? He said absent-mindedly as he left a comment on the chapter, cursing at the pervert writer for not including more details after making his readers wait an entire week for the next chapter.
Fine.
You can rot up that tree forever, she cursed. Didn't I warn you not to touch my underwear? She asked angrily. I didn't, he said lazily as he pressed the send button. Maybe he should add a review too, cursing at the author.
Really?
When little she threw her ball through your window by mistake and then went in to get it. She found my panties under your bed instead.
Oh.
What were they doing there all alone? I am the one asking this, she yelled. And how did you know that they were alone?
Oops.
Maybe I thought they were masters, he said with an already prepared excuse. You know that our master always makes me do her laundry. So it must have fallen while I was doing that.
Like hell.
Master only wears traditional underwear, not exotic. She didn't continue as she blushed when she saw the perverted smile on his face. She couldn't believe he made her say that out loud. Bastard, she screamed as she found a rock and threw it at him. He professionally dodged. Ever since he was a kid, he was far stronger and faster than the other disciples, even the older ones. Calm down, older sister, he said as he hid behind a tree trunk. It was a mistake. Shut up, bastard, she yelled at him. Was it also a mistake when you peeked at Sister Pam bathing? Or touched Sister Paula's butt or...
Things happen, he interrupted. Not twice every week.
She prepared to throw another stone, but the sound of footsteps coming from behind stopped her. She turned around and noticed the middle-aged woman with a wide face, thick lips, and razor-thin eyebrows who entered the courtyard with an elegant man in a black suit. She was acting strangely docile toward him, unlike her usual bossy attitude toward visitors.
Ah, master.
Axel, she exclaimed as she bowed respectfully. Tiara, go outside, her master interrupted.
We will talk later.
I understand, Tiara said angrily, giving the man with her master an inspecting look while leaving the training courtyard. She was really curious about what this was about.
She knew a good peeping spot.
The master said nothing as she watched Axel, who quickly climbed down and then bowed respectfully in front of his master and her guest. He had to bow or they would notice his excited little brother. Is this the one? The man asked, carefully inspecting Axel.
Yes.
The poor child, we found him abandoned near our door, so we took him in. A lot of our disciples are orphans, she said, wiping her fake tears. Show me your hand, young man, the old man said. Axel frowned, wanting to clarify that he was not into men, but not wishing to oppose his master. He spread his hand toward the man who placed a stone in it. Then the next moment Alex was in shock as he felt his blood begin to boil. He quickly threw the stone, but it was too late. He could only fall to the ground and scream in pain as his hair turned purple.
Then he passed out.
Tiara silently sneaked behind the courtyard and found the peeping hole she used when she was a kid with the others. When she peeked through it, she saw that Axel was collapsed on the ground. Her master was helping that man carry him as they walked out of the hall with the old man. They headed toward the master's room through the back to avoid anyone seeing them. Tiara quickly followed silently. She was curious what was going on. She waited until they entered and then sneaked behind one of the old wooden windows. Although it was shut tight, it had many tiny cracks that if you position your eye just right, you would barely be able to make out what was happening inside. Inside, her master threw Axel on the bed before the man slowly approached him and put a pill in his mouth.
Will it work? The master asked.
Definitely. His compatibility is almost 89%, the man said. Tiara watched as slowly Axel began to move as if he was in pain and then scream in anguish as slowly. His face, which had many scars from an old fire when he was a child, began to heal at a visible rate, and so was his hands, full of signs of a tough childhood. In mere minutes he was completely healed. And he was fucking handsome with long flowing purple hair. Was this the same Axel? She wondered.
Ah. Don't kill me. Please stop.
Axel screamed as he woke up and sat up abruptly and began to look around.
What?
Where? He asked in a fearful voice.
Calm down, his master scolded. Master?
You are alive? He asked in shock, looking at her warily.
Or am I in hell? He asked. Shush.
Do you want me to die that much?
She scolded.
This is Master Olaf.
Young master.
The old man quickly got on one knee in front of Axel as tears began to fall from his eyes.
What?
What's going on here? Axel asked, not fully understanding what was happening. He was a little stunned by the old man's behavior. Young Master Victor, we finally found you. The old man clarified.
What?
My name is Axel, not Victor.
He said. Master.
Is this a dream? What's going on in here? Where did you find this crazy man? He asked.
Be polite, the master scolded. Young master.
Your real name is Victor.
18 years ago.
There was an accident in the family. You were kidnapped and replaced by an imposter. I was tasked by the family to find you, the man said as he took a folder and presented it to Axel.
What? A DNA test?
Axel asked as he leafed through the folder. It was a DNA test report. Although he was a little disoriented and couldn't fully comprehend it, he could easily spot the red match word in the end.
Yes.
It clearly says that you are the son of Theodore von Weiss, one of the high elders of the family.
What?
Axel was a little stunned as he read the report.
It looked genuine. What if this is a fake? He asked.
He was not a fool. That's what he told himself.
Axel.
Be polite, the master scolded. Master Olaf does not need to scam you. He is the head butler of the von Weiss family. One of the richest and most powerful families in the world, she explained. They are your real family. You are the lost heir. Last week when I took some of your blood, it was to do this DNA analysis.
Von Weiss?
Really? Axel asked, unbelieving. He needed a few minutes to collect his thoughts.
Yes. The von Weiss.
Olaf said and just waited, allowing Axel to think things through. What date is it today? Axel suddenly asked.
It is the end of the 7th month, Olaf said.
Was the shock earlier too much for this guy?
The year.
4723, Olaf replied frowning as he watched Axel open his eyes wide then squint them. What? So I have been missing for 18 years. Since 4705. What took you so long to find me? He turned to Olaf and asked finally.
This was too sudden for him.
And he was a little skeptical. We had no idea that you were missing, Olaf said with an embraced voice. The kidnappers replaced you with a fake, intending to ruin our family's bloodline. They had been doing this for the last decade, so when one similar fake like you was discovered a month ago, the family launched an investigation, retesting all of their descendants' DNA, he explained, mixing truth with lies.
Ah.
Then why didn't the kidnapper just kill me? And what is good for replacing babies? They can't kill you. The family has a way to know if one of their heirs was killed.
Olaf explained. And?
Well, this would be hard to believe, but our family's bloodline has superpowers, he added. Axel looked at the man as if he was crazy. Look in the mirror, the master said with a sigh. Axel frowned then looked at the mirror at the side.
He yelped.
This was not what he expected. Something was very strange. The ugly scars that filled his face from when he was a child were long gone, and in their place was a handsome face. His black hair had turned purplish-gray, giving him a mysterious look.
He looked dashing.
I gave you one of the family's healing pills. Those bastards who kidnapped you burnt your face when you were a baby so that you would not be recognized.
This is true.
Axel asked himself as he touched his smooth face and inspected it in the mirror. Wait. Why does my face look like that guy's? The one who married 8 wives. The one who married my Mira. Because that pervert is the imposter who took your place.
What? Yes. This makes sense. He said to himself.
You didn't do anything against him?
No.
We didn't want to startle the snake behind him. We have info that he is working with some of the family enemies, so the family council decided to do a silent replacement and use you against them. For the next 3 months, you will undergo intensive training so that you will be able to take your rightful position unnoticed. What if I refused? He asked, squinting his eyes. You are free to do so, Oi.
Olaf sighed.
It would be a waste to leave that imposter with the millions he got from the family though, and those 8 pretty wives who would suffer under him. Most of those girls are slaves you see, they can't do a thing against him. The family will not approach him before finding out who are the guys behind him, he added with remorse.
Oh, young master.
If you can't handle such responsibility, and prefer to live a hermit life in this faraway poor sect, I would understand that. Some men are not up to the challenge. I have a memory eraser pill here that will make you forget about me. And I will have to burn your face again, Olaf said, flicking his fingers and making a fireball appear out of thin air. Tiara, who was watching from outside, had to cover her mouth with her hands in order not to make a voice.
No. Just a question though first.
How rich is my family?
Axel asked.
He was already in when he said "My
rich?"
That word can't describe what the family has. For example, your big brother Max, who is just a normal heir, already owns an entire city. Olaf said with a smile. Your cousin raped a princess in public and guess what happened? Her father sent her to work as a maid in Morris's mansion.
Oh. You are better than them.
You are an elite heir who can move armies at will. Someone helped the imposter to achieve that to use the family power through him, and this will be all yours if you want. I am in, Axel frowned a little and said. This was a little unbelievable, just like the web novels he read. But whether this was a trick or the truth, he was in for the power, money, revenge, and most importantly the girls.
Good.
Olaf said with a bright smile. You will be part of a secret team that the family elders are assembling to clear out all the traitors. We will rebuild the family together.
He added.
Axel was part of a grand operation that started 18 years ago. The Dark Chamber infiltrated the family ancestral hall, the hall responsible for keeping track of the heir's random offspring. Instead of reporting those to the family, the agents began to find those who were born to prostitutes and couldn't be tracked, then tested them. Those with good bloodlines would be sent to random facilities around the world to be raised, while others with weak bloodlines were harvested. The project was put on hold a few years ago as the von Weiss family began to crack without the Dark Chamber's interference. They didn't want to help their enemies. Now, with Axel, there was a huge opportunity to grab a big piece of the pie if the family fell. Victor might be able to survive the fall after all, as a chess piece belonging to the von Geldstadt or the von Rosen family. Now this piece was theirs. Now this is what I call an upgrade. Victor smiled as all around him the strange darkness began to dissipate slowly, making him realize that he was in his soul space and this was his soul body as he expected. What was that just now? He had no idea. Did all of those who awakened their bloodline undergo such a thing? No one said a thing. He carefully inspected himself.
Name, Victor von Weiss.
Level 143.
Titles.
Dungeon Explorer, discovered a dungeon. Dungeon Conqueror X2, triggered a dungeon clear event. Savior X2, saved a human from an unavoidable death flag. Avenger, killed a stigma title holder. Master Demon Slayer, killed a demon 100 times stronger than you. Last Breath Warrior, fought in a deadly situation in a dungeon. Hero Party Member, defeat a boss as a part of the hero's team. Hero's Journey, help a hero survive a hopeless situation. Status. Authority, Infinity. Health 8970/8970. Stamina 7995/7995. Mana 13530/13530. Strength 638. Agility 559. Intelligence 773.
Luck 62 plus 16. Charm 84 plus 17. Order points 105. Class, Fate Weaver X. Subclass, Akashic Scholar X.
Class Skills. Eyes of Destiny X, +2. Destiny Shield, SSS, +1.
Fate Tracker X, +1. Fate Instinct X, +1.
Record Vision X, 1 of 1. Record Search X, 3/3. Recognized Skills.
Poison Resistance, SSS. Womanizer, A++. Silky Tongue B.
Face Slapping C. But Slapping C. Base Resistance, D Sparkles.
Sword Arts D. Lying D. Sleeping D. Gourmet E. Pain Tolerance E. Poetry E.
Creative Writing E.
Songwriting E. Poison Brewing E. Acting E. Evading E. Self-Healing E. Dagger Arts E. Needle Arts E. Murder E. Movement Arts E. Mace Arts E. Needle Arts E. Dismantling E. Castration E. Torture E. Martial Arts F. Piano F. Guitar F. Quick Reading F. Bleeding Resistance F. Formations Art F. System Skills.
Bloodline Appraisal X Sparkles. Admin Appraisal SSS, +4. Admin Merchant SSS, +2. Master Seal SS, +4, 5/6. Unlimited Disguise SS, +4.
Contractor of Doom +1 S.
Soul Defense S Sparkles. Shadow Shift S Sparkles. Storage Space S Sparkles. Elemental Shield A Sparkles. Poison Blood A Sparkles. Dragon Armor A Sparkles. Eidetic Memory A. Super Enhanced Senses A. Silent Blade A.
Fire Breath A.
Dagger Throw B.
Night Vision D. Blood Heal D Sparkles.
Wind Blade D Sparkles. Health Regeneration E. Invisibility E Sparkles.
Hard Skin E Sparkles. Flight E Sparkles.
Shapeshift E Sparkles. Aura Dispel E Sparkles. Wind Vortex E Sparkles.
Dispel Curse E Sparkles. Dispel Charm E Sparkles. Earthquake E Sparkles. Lie Detection F. Enhanced Senses F.
Minor Invincibility F Sparkles. X-Ray Vision F Sparkles. Survey F Sparkles. Frost Ray F Sparkles. Lava Ray F Sparkles.
Teleport F Sparkles.
Telepathy F Sparkles. Electrify F Sparkles. Isolation F Sparkles. Awaken Player F Sparkles. Magic Affinity Fire Ice Space Time Wind Lightning Earth Dark.
Bloodline
Chaos Dragon X 100% Awakening.
Effects.
All attributes X2. Increase resistance to all diverse effect. Increase resistance to all elements.
Immortality. Draconic Aura.
Regeneration.
Skills. Devour X.
Space Fracture X. Heavenly Fire X.
Chaos Ring X. Chaos. Dragonification SS. Dragon Breath S.
Dragon Claw
S. Limitless Flight S. Limitless Dive S. Hiding S. Draconic Howl A. Camouflage A. Charm A.
X-rank skill can only be used once every month. The cost depends on the target. Primal Demon X 25% Purity Unawakened. System connections.
Lily, main wife. Mina, concubine. Manna, concubine. Margaret, concubine.
Lynn, concubine/blood slave.
Elise, concubine. Aria, concubine. Monica, concubine. Mira, concubine.
Alexis, concubine/blood slave.
Poe, blood slave. Rita, blood slave. Tom, blood slave. Fate strength, A+. Equipment.
Dragon storage ring, S. Holy sh*T. He fucking had a demon bloodline. Is that even possible? What the fuck did his whoring grandmother fuck? Wait. Wasn't his first bloodline an emperor dragon? When did it become a chaos dragon? No wonder he got to do that devour skill. His freaking bloodline had upgraded into an X rank. How the hell did this happen? Usually, it would be a very impossible question, but he had now the superclass Akashic Scholar. Although he could use its skills only a limited number of times every day, he was okay with this. He couldn't wait to try it. He quickly used his skill record search to ask the question of how the hell was his bloodline upgraded to a Chaos Dragon. 10 order points are required. He still had to pay? Well, it was much less than in the book, and nothing was really free in life. He quickly paid. Chaos Dragon. The upgrade happened because of the remnant celestial crow saliva, and the excess energy from the awakening affected the blood particles, causing a few drops of the compatible emperor blood and the royal crow to fuse and then cross into your body with the pure een and forcibly upgrade the rest of your bloodline. Further detail cost 17441 order points. Oh. He didn't expect that. Was the ancestral skill activation related to that?
Cost 5 order points. He paid.
He needed to go raid some dungeon very soon to replenish his order points. Upon the activation of an X-rank bloodline, it would cause the causality to be wrapped in the world, and a chance to activate one skill is granted. Oh. It was what he expected. Now. What about the Ouroboros infinity sign? He asked to activate his record search skill again. He knew that it was related to the Book of Time, but what did it mean? 1,000 order points are required to access the records.
Failed. Shit.
Victor cursed, then tried again at the psi sign.
10 order points are required. Cheap.
Victor quickly paid the price and the results appeared on the screen in front of him. It slowly caused his smiling face to change as he read. This was not a fork sign, but a crow's talon. And, damn it, Lily. It was you all along. Lily slowly opened her eyes in the endless darkness and looked around. She saw nothing. Where was she? Wasn't she with her beloved Victor consummating their marriage? A sudden flow of memories interrupted her thoughts. Instinctively she knew what this was and what she needed to do. She had the opportunity to use one of her ancestral skills. Time release. Slow down the time of the world around.
You move free of time.
Time dilation. Change the passage of time on one object, skill, or target for a set period. Timeless incantation. Travel in time through the eyes of a timeless craw. Continuity will be preserved. Lily frowned. She had no use for the first two skills. But for the third time, she was intrigued. She had many questions about her family that she didn't know. She also had the feeling that Victor was hiding a lot of stuff from her. She had no idea how this worked, but she used the third skill. Timeless incantation. The world turned into a vortex moment later, then everything vanished. When Lily opened her eyes, she was no longer in the darkness, but she was in a very luxurious room, standing on the sill of a wooden window. Lily quickly realized that she was now a crow and that others could not see her, as inside the room, there was a group of midwives, helping a woman give birth. The woman was pretty and had flowing blue hair and blue eyes, like a cartoon character. The labor was hard, but the woman soon gave birth to a pretty baby and then relaxed as the midwives cleaned the baby and placed her in her mother's arms. Yes, this baby was Lily. And that woman who quickly took a few high-grade healing pills and put them in her mouth like candies as she relaxed was her mother. It took her only a few minutes to regain a sense of glamour and arrogance that was not present earlier. She looked at the baby in her arms and smiled. At least you are not as ugly as that Yulian, she said, then turned to the midwives who were busy cleaning around. Let him in, she said in an authoritative voice. They bowed and walked out with the dirty sheets.
Aaron. Come in, she said a few minutes later.
A man walked into the room in a hurry and looked at baby Lily in his wife's arms. He was tall and manly and had black flowing hair that made him look majestic.
Her father.
Lily knew that instinctively.
Honey.
Is it a girl? He said as he smiled, inspecting baby Lily. Yes, her mother said tenderly as she slowly wiped the drool off the sleepy Lily's face. She is as pretty as my Aunt Venus, her father said as he looked at her.
She is as pretty as me.
Who cares about your Aunt Venus? Her mother snapped.
Ah.
I am just stating facts, he said in a low voice, making Lily suspect that her father was a wimp. Do they really have to lock her bloodline and fate? Her mother asked.
Catalia.
You know the rules we agreed on. Your father was the one who proposed to them, he said, making her glare at him angrily. Have you decided what to call her? He asked to change the subject.
Lily.
The name of my late grandmother, she said decisively. That is a good name. He couldn't say anything else. After that, Lily watched her baby self being taken care of for the next few days. She had discovered that as a timeless crow, she was connected to her old self. She couldn't get too far away, and couldn't touch or affect anything. She was like a ghost in this world, only able to watch. She felt no hunger and didn't tire. And she had no idea when she would be able to return to the present. She probably had to wait until this timeline caught up with reality. So she just watched, learning many facts about her family. They lived in a huge castle complex on a remote mountain that they called Nest Castle.
It was a complete city there.
Apparently, this place was hidden from the outside world by a grand formation, as right outside of it there was a normal poor village where the residents had no idea what was beside them. They only feared the demons in the mountain. In the next few days, baby Lily was visited by many family members and 2 young boys, one of whom she recognized as Yulian. Apparently, they would be starting their family test in a few weeks and were busy preparing. She got one visit from some family elders who took blood samples and did some measurements on the baby, but that's it. Nothing really happened after that. That was until 3 months later when all of a sudden Lily was forcibly taken from her mother by a stern woman, who seemed to be one of the family elders. She easily defeated Catalia, who refused to surrender her daughter, and took Lily from her hands. They took her to a grand chamber where her father Aaron was standing with several other men, one of whom was shooting him some dangerous glares.
Let us start this then, that man said. Eric, isn't she still too young?
Can't we wait until she is 6 or 7? Aaron asked. He seemed not very pleased.
No.
You heard the fate measuring report. Your daughter has an SSS ranking fate. Eric, who seemed to be the one in charge, said. You know the rules, the stronger her fate, the earlier we need to start the test for her. Enhancing her fate would be harder after all.
But she is a baby, Aaron said.
Your daughter will have a great future. Don't ruin it for her, one elder said, trying to calm Aaron down.
But Aaron was distressed.
Don't worry, we know what we are doing. Another man reassured Aaron as baby Lily was placed on a pedestal in the middle of the room. Then from a strange gem in the ceiling, she was struck repeatedly by a strange ray of light that seemed to be doing nothing. This only took a few minutes, after which a man came with a compass-like artifact and made baby Lily touch it.
It showed F. Perfect, he said.
The fate had been erased, and the sea dragon bloodline had been sealed. Take her to the orphanage,
Eric said. What?
Didn't we agree to wait until the end of the year? Aaron asked as he stepped forward.
She is too young. No.
We don't want to risk contaminating her fate. You have been through this too.
Wait.
Can't she say goodbye to her mother first? Aaron asked again.
No.
Little brother, you know the rules.
Stop.
This is not what we agreed on. Aaron wanted to make trouble, but he was quickly subdued by the guards around the hall as Lily was taken away.
Eric, you bastard.
Lily heard her father yell from the back. Baby Lily was taken out of the castle after that by 3 elders who grew wings on his back and then flew carrying her. They took her to a nearby town, where she was transported to a big city that she didn't know. There, she was left on the door of an orphanage with a name tag around her neck. The orphanage manager took her in and did the unexpected as he sold her to a slave trader who just happened to have been there that day, sampling the merchandise. The slave trader took her outside while the elder who was tasked with monitoring her watched. That guy just smiled as he watched her get taken away. He just quickly followed. He was just the family rules, he couldn't intervene. That was his excuse anyway. She was taken to a warehouse, where the slave trader collected his merchandise. She was kept there for a few days, getting taken care of by some older women. The elder was there watching. Crow Lily was able to spy on him as he secretly communicated with his boss. They were plotting to kill her and make it look like an accident. But it would not happen now, but a few years later. Well, that never happened as the slave trader disappeared one night with all his merchandise using a secret tunnel in the warehouse and a few talismans. The watching elder was completely clueless that this trader was in fact an agent for the von Weiss family who collected candidates for family servants. Once he collected enough, he would disappear to cut any traces. The elder, after discovering that something was wrong in the morning, quickly tried to relocate Lily through a talisman that he had, but he quickly found out that it was useless. The tracking symbol that was placed on Lily was faulty from the beginning. It was seemingly the work of a different group. After that, it was what Lily remembered, growing up as an apprentice assassin in the Von Weiss family island. It was not a happy life at all. Though for the next few years, she used her powers as a crow to watch Dick and his son Guy as they plotted their plans. Apparently that Dick was a part of some secret organization called Dark Chamber, which was intending to control the Von Weiss family. She really wanted to go and try to find baby Victor, but being connected to her younger self, she couldn't travel far. Then that day came when she snuck away from the island on the date of the ceremony. She quickly followed herself as she headed toward the main island, then got caught.
She was really naive.
She watched as that elder scolded her just as the convoy of participants walked toward the ritual hall. Their Victor was between them. Why were there two Victor?
Crow Lily frowned.
It was as if as soon as Victor came, the entire world was cut into two. One of them was the arrogant Victor, and the other was a meekly weak teenager who hid behind his father.
He was pitiful, yet cute in a way.
Like an injured animal. She felt strange as she flew toward that Victor, intending to inspect him. She just touched his shoulder, intending to stand there, but in the next moment she felt a great shake as one of the images of the world where Victor was arrogantly collapsed. She was left with the weak Victor, who was looking with a white, terrified face at something. She frowned, then looked back and gasped in shock. There on the ground was her mutilated corpse.
Sect Master!
A man cried as he entered the main hall and then bowed respectfully. What? The sect master, who was sampling tea with a pretty woman and discussing the secrets of life, asked. Young Master Caspian. His car had returned, the man replied, out of breath. Oh? Why didn't he come to see me then? The man said. He was amused. Did he get that Von Astrom chick?
Yes. That's the problem.
Something is wrong. Ever since yesterday afternoon, when he got the girl from Vane City. They have been at it ever since.
In the car?
At what? Doing sex, the man said awkwardly.
Oh.
It is nice to be young, the sect master nodded, winking at the sluttery woman to his side. They need to start to go be at it too.
That's not it, master.
Caspian is not responding to anything we say to him. We tried to separate them a few times after seeing that something was wrong after they did it 17 times in a row. But we couldn't. The moment they got away from each other, they started acting crazy. Caspian started attacking us. That girl even bit Master Huang's hand as she wiggled her swollen, but to young Master Caspian. It is as if they are enchanted or under some curse. What? The master shouted as he stood up and his face changed. Call the Inquisition Hall Master and the Array Master and let's go see them. Lily, who was watching her dead body getting dragged away, had no idea what just happened, but as a crow, she could feel one thing. Her connection to her body had been broken. She is now free.
WTF?
She asked herself as she watched the family members slowly enter the hall for their ritual. Lily, who needed to think, quickly flew and perched on the safest place for her.
Victor's shoulder.
Although he was not the Victor she knew, he was Victor nonetheless.
He smelled the same.
Everything that happened after that diverted greatly from what she had been through. She could not imagine that things could go this wrong. Inside the hall, Victor, who almost passed out because of nervousness, was only able to awaken as a semi-player. And Guy, who was supposed to have died, passed as a full player and was congratulated by everyone.
Victor's cousin Ron died.
He was not able to awaken. After that, Victor, who spent that night at a family dormitory, was given instructions about his new role by an elder before getting sent to Vane City without getting the chance to talk to his father. Lily, who was mostly free after her real body was killed, used her time to start inspecting the Von Weiss archipelago, discovering that what Victor told her before was true. This place was rotten to the core. She made sure to check on every elder before she quickly followed Victor to Vane City. After that, Victor, who was ordered to hide his background and do some investigative work for the family as an agent, began to work at his father's company under Aria's care. He was also ordered to attend the academy, where on the first day not only he failed to make any friends, he was even insulted by Linda, who was a student there. That bitch was so nasty that Lily would have slit her throat right at that moment if she could. She made all the students hate Victor after she began to spout lies about how he raped her. Teacher Isabella, who was supposed to help, chose to ignore this, as she knew Victor's background and believed that he should repent for his old mistakes. Victor was so devastated by all the ridicule that went out to secretly cry in the back of the school on that day. That's where he met the twins, who helped him calm down and cheered him up. He ended up dating one of them right after, but in fact he was dating them both as they took turns. This only lasted 2 weeks, as in the end they were stolen by none other than Tom after an accident with Nick. They could only say sorry to Victor before they disappeared. They said that they fell in love with Tom, and they couldn't be with Victor. They appeared a little harsh, but not knowing Victor's true identity, they wanted to protect him. Victor was angry, and went to confront Tom, but was beaten to a pulp and even peed on. Tom left Vane City that night. Victor was devastated after that for an entire month, and he just happened to meet Mira while assisting in a movie shoot. Then they began dating. Lily didn't want to confess this, but Victor and Mira really suited each other, and she, without regard to his fake orphan background, treated him very well. Then Mira was taken away by Victor's brother, and he could do nothing but protest to his father, who was out of town at that time. So it was too late. Mira was already dead when Theodore asked Rex about her. Lily, who made it her habit to perch on Victor's shoulder, didn't know if she should be sad for Victor or amused. Victor's luck with girls was really bad. It was as if he had a bad luck charm on him. At this point in time, she was beginning to suspect that this was an alternate timeline. And her hunch was telling her that Victor knew about this, as the way he acted hastily toward Tom since they met made sense now. And this would also explain Victor's relationship with Mira.
There was an additional point.
Many of those guys that Victor ordered to be killed at the wedding were people who hurt or abused this timeline's Victor when he was working at the company. The next shock happened a month later when Arya was discovered to have been a fake. She was executed by the family. Victor, who had a secret crush on his sister, was really aggravated after hearing the news from his father. Devastated, Victor threw himself to his work, getting better at being an investigator, where he managed to catch many of the family traitors in the act. He also began to date many girlfriends. He probably feared that one of them would leave him, so he only had more than one. After that, he was sent on a mission to different cities where Victor continued to learn and become more confident like the Victor she knew.
Not quite.
This version was still too naive. It was in Tetraquad City, where in a lousy pub he met none other than Gary.
They became best friends. Brothel friends.
Lily took this opportunity to leave the depraved Victor and check many things around the different cities that she had never been to. It was all well after that, and Victor was even promoted within the family after he proved his capabilities.
Then disaster happened.
Victor was scammed into breaking the family rules by Max, Titus, and Linda. Lily, who didn't tire and could fly around, really knew what was happening, and she wanted to warn him several times, but she couldn't communicate with him at all. It was as if she was watching a movie go on. Victor was kicked out of the family, all his savings confiscated, and all of his gold digger's girlfriends left him overnight. It was an utter disaster. Lily felt very sad for him, as in the next few years he was reduced to a merry, pitiful beggar. He could only get a job for 1 or 2 days before someone would come and ruin it for him. It was Linda who more than once sent gangsters to attack him. Victor was able to get a secure job once though, working for his maternal family as a hotel guard. He was kicked out a year later when his grandfather died and ended up in the streets again, where his uncle who fabricated a crime against him threatened to break his legs if he saw him ever again in Golden Waterfall Town. So Victor lived in misery for a few years, during which he was devastated more than once by the news of the death of his little sister, his grandmother, and then his big brother. Only Alice was secretly taking care of him at that time. That was before she stopped after she was imprisoned in her sect after her master was killed and the Caspian used his power with the elders to corner her. They didn't kill her though, they still feared her family. Lily, who was going around the world and learning about its secrets and searching for a way to stop her skill and return to her timeline, checked on Victor every once in a while. He was really miserable.
Then it happened.
She was searching inside some sect's secret vault that day when the earth shook. She quickly flew into the sky, and from above she saw the sky crack like shattered glass, and from behind swarms of demons began to flood the world. Lily quickly flew to the place where Victor was, as she was always able to smell him. He was working as a fisherman on a boat in a coastal city on that day. The city was overturned by a 3-headed sea serpent that shot a beam of energy that vaporized everyone in town. Victor survived as his boat was pushed by tidal waves into a faraway beach. When he landed on dry land, he was different. He had awakened into a full player. For the first few days, he acted couscous, exploring his abilities until he was confident with them. He began to head toward his family archipelago. He needed to reach the nearest port first. This trip took 3 full years of walking through the devastated land full of demons and monsters. Victor's class, who Lily guessed was a spy or an assassin, was only good at sneaking around. That's where he got the habit of being secretive, probably. Lily, who watched, could see how human resistance around the world was able to push most of the demons away in a year, clearing some safe cities at the very least and making some major human shelters around the world. Then they began to fight each other. Victor, after getting derailed many times because of the explosion of new danger zones and dungeons around the world, and after getting involuntarily conscripted in raids and marital cities no less than 3 times, finally reached the port city nearest to the von Weiss family. Victor found it in ruins, completely abandoned. There were some rumors about his family's destruction. Victor quickly found an old fishing boat which he used to travel to the archipelago with Lily perched on his shoulder. He reached there 1 week later, and the previously prosperous family archipelago was in ruins with demons and goblins everywhere, lining in the shadows of the collapsed palaces and picking their sharp teeth with the bones littering the islands. Lily, who wandered around before checking on her assassin sisters who suffered under Guy's hands and then at the hands of the Inquisition Hall after Guy and Dick ran away, had witnessed what happened when that guy appeared on top of the Von Weiss archipelago with 11 other masked players. They brutally killed everyone here because one of the family's new elite heirs, one of Victor's cousins, raped that man's sister on the night of the reckoning and then slit her throat. That guy only took 2 years to grow from a weak shrimp to a fighting god while killing the swarms of assassins the family sent against him during that time, gaining more allies and experience as he grew up. At first, the family could only send some random guys because of the reckoning, so by the time they realized what their enemy had become, it was already too late. That guy was like a web novel character, and the Von Weiss family was like some noble evil family. They were in a way. Lily, who finally realized what the term scion meant, could only watch the devastated Victor, who began to cry on his family's burnt mansion when he found it. After that, Victor seemed to have been broken. He left the archipelago and began walking aimlessly, working as a mercenary here and there to get some food, killing demons and monsters to quench his anger. He wanted to kill that guy, Lily could tell, but he could do nothing as that man kept getting stronger and stronger. Then she heard that some otherworldly overlord, named the Lord of Light, adopted him as a son and engaged him to his daughter. During this time, Lily made it a habit to search the world for people she knew. Tom was at it, collecting girls like some trading card game. Teacher Isabella seemed to have joined some new power called the Free Players Association and was convincing Tom to join them.
The twins were dead.
They sacrificed themselves to save Tom. Monica seemed to have become one of Tom's girls. Margaret's fate was unknown.
Hilda. Unknown. Alex. Unknown.
The von Geldstadt family fell into an internal strife after their patriarch died and killed each other. The von Zwei family was eaten by a giant tentacle monster and their grounds turned into an SSS dungeon no one dared to approach. Linda was there hiding after some of her crimes were revealed. Many of the students at the academy ended up dead in the reckoning. Then there was that principal, James Trove. He turned out to be a spy for her family. Yes, her family. She was surprised by what happened to them after she left. Her mother, seemingly devastated by the news of her disappearance, said she had enough. She left the von Krohn family with a swelling stomach, returning to her family home. A city that was built in the middle of the ocean. It was named the Sunken Empire. Her mother was a princess there. She gave birth to a baby girl, Tulip. Wait, didn't Victor meet this one calling her a bitch? Lily only had to observe her for 3 days to nod. She was an arrogant, snobbish bitch who was ruined by her mother's pampering. Lily, as a crow, spent the following years moving around, learning secrets, and realizing why Victor never truly shows his power. Behind the world, there were some very scary powers. The Lords. Lily really wanted to know more about them, but they lived in other worlds, and she had no way of going there. 2 changes happened after about 50 years. Just when the von Krohn family cemented their power as the world's hegemon. The first change was when Lily came to check on Victor. She discovered that, to her shock, he fell in love with some adventurer girl. They seemed to have married 3 days after the meeting. Sure, that girl was super cute, but after spending 3 hours with the lovely couples, Lily, not wanting to drink any more vinegar, decided to return to her family, where they had been collecting world knowledge. She had many things to learn there. Maybe she would find a way to return to her Victor. That's when she was confronted with the second change in the world. Her father, seeing that his imperial brother's behavior was getting too brazen and tyrannical, got many of the elders' help and challenged him to a fight where he beheaded him, taking advantage of the fact that the guy was poisoned by some nasty thing. Wait, wasn't this the same poison Victor used on Tom? Some things began to make sense the more Lily learned. Getting the imperial throne, her father quickly launched a full investigation into his brother's crimes and her mysterious disappearance, which had not been investigated thoroughly before. So for the next few years, Lily could only watch as many things got uncovered. Her uncle was an utter madman. She would occasionally go and check on Victor, who had 3 cute kids by that time. This fact made her super jealous. She also wished to get him some kids. This all collapsed a year later, when she was in her father's imperial office, peeking at his reports. One of them indicated that the young Light Lord was spotted re-entering this world. She felt that something was wrong, so she quickly flew to check on Victor. It was too late. The wooden cabin he lived in with his family was burnt to a crisp. She could tell that this was not long ago, so she quickly followed Victor's smell and found him with his family members in a heap of corpses, totally mummified as if someone drew all their blood. She was horrified as she landed on Victor's body and looked at his empty dead eyes full of hatred. She didn't know what to do. She couldn't believe it. She could only fly around him and crow to no avail. She was very distressed. This was not supposed to happen.
Was she wrong all along?
A single tear fell from her eye, and strangely enough, when it landed on Victor's shoulder, it began to shine with golden light.
She also felt it.
From the inner depths of his body, a few drops of blood were clinging to his soul that didn't dissipate yet.
As a crow, she could feel such things.
Lily didn't know what to do, but she felt that there might be a way. He was her one and only. She couldn't let him die. Then, from the inner depths of her soul, an ancient power. She knew what to do. She perched on Victor's chest, then channeled her soul through his body using the tear as a conduit. The golden tear slowly turned golden, taking the shape of a crow's talon as it was engraved on Victor's soul. Lily was marking him as hers. From that day, he would be hers, and she would be his. They would be very hard to kill as long as the other was alive. Their souls and fates would be connected. So if one of them were to be truly killed, the other would perish too. So Victor, with a new influx of energy, began to heal up at a visible rate as the few droplets of blood burnt themselves with Lily's soul fire. Then he woke up to his miserable reality and the sight of his family's corpses. Victor looked at the results presented by his Akashic search skill in shock. Timeless Crow Soul Seal.
Effects.
Soul Connection.
Life Connection. Fate Connection.
Timeless Crow?
He knew no one like that. Could it be Yulian? No way.
Victor quickly asked who put it, and when the sign was placed on him, paying 10 order points. Placed 3 minutes ago, age, 148,855 days.
Placed by Lily von Krohn.
Victor looked at the screen with a frown, not really getting this. Did Lily just add that?
No.
This was on him from before she awakened her timeless crow bloodline. And oh, the keyword here was timeless. It was as if this thing crossed time. Did she also get an X-ranked bloodline?
Holy shit.
Victor gasped as he saw many things fit into place. Especially after he paid another 50 order points to learn about the timeless crow's powers. It was all Lily from the beginning. This must have been her ancestral skill. She must have been following him through his past life. No wonder he fell in love at first sight. Their souls were literally connected. No wonder his luck was so bad when he was a child. He was sharing Lily's fate all along. She was literally riding on his shoulder. No wonder he met Yulian and they became best friends. He was sharing Lily's original fate. He was his brother in a way. All things that seemed a little random began to make sense. After Lily died in his past life, bad fate kept following. This must have been the fate sect's doing. They must have been the ones who kept targeting Lily, who was a timeless crow on his shoulder. They had no idea she was dead. This stopped after Caspian's demise. That's when his luck began to turn around.
Shit.
Now that he remembers his fate, the thread connecting her to him was special. At first he thought that it was because he saved her life. Now it is apparently not. Victor slowly looked at the age of the sign. 148,855 days. With his intelligence he could easily calculate this. It took him a few minutes. "Shit," he said as he finally realized what this was. It was all in reverse. It didn't take him long to realize that it was Lily who saved his life back then. After saving Victor, Crow Lily decided to stay beside him. He was literally broken for the next 10 years or so. It took him a lot of time to calm down and cope with his loss. She watched as he struggled with the loss of his bloodline as his health kept getting worse. She watched as he returned to the Von Weiss archipelago and began to dig in the already ransacked ruins. He learned many things, and so did Lily, who by that point was convinced that Victor was able to return in time, and she was now witnessing his first lifetime. It was a sunny day when Victor met with none other than Yulian, confirming Lily's guess. Yulian, under his imperial father's orders, was tasked with the investigation. He managed to track his sister to the Von Weiss family archipelago. That's when he bonded with Victor, who acted as if he was just an archaeologist, searching for old knowledge for historical purposes. So after Victor helped Yulian locate Lily's remains, they became good friends, and Yulian promised Victor a position in the capital if he ever went there. For the next few years after that, Victor traveled around the world, visiting famous doctors and magicians, exploring dangerous ruins in search of a solution for his bloodline problem, and a way to kill that hateful man. During this time there was some disturbing news about Alice's ugly death under the influence of those who feared the Light Lord. Then the heavenly sect rebelled and the world was engulfed in a bitter war, as many hiding demon races who were pushed back during the early days seemed to have regrouped and were planning a comeback. Victor, having no other choice, hid away and continued his research in silence as the world shook. After 2 years the war ended with Caspian's demise with his 4 demon girls parade. Then there was a certain rumor about the Book of Time that was found in a secret subspace. This made Victor leave for the capital and Lily to finally be sure of what Victor's next steps would be. Getting to the capital, Victor, who was slowly getting older, met with Yulian, whose position in the imperial family was not very good because of the internal fighting. Yulian, happy to meet his old friend, quickly welcomed him in. He not only got him a position in the imperial library but also bought him a mansion and filled it with slave elves. Lily was so angry with her foolish brother that she decided to kick his ass and castrate him if she were ever to return to her real body. So for the next 100 years, nothing really happened, but Lily used her time to learn many secrets, including some things about the Fate sect and the Scions. She also finally realized where Victor learned all those secret methods. Especially how to summon that dumb rooster. It was all from the Imperial Library with him posing as a scholar. She watched as Victor transformed from a depressed man into the one she knows. As he aged, he not only became more scheming but also more confident in himself. Although he was old by this point, she liked him like this. During this time Lily was surprised to have encountered many people whom she had known. Like Zoe, who became a very strong scion. And Tom, who kept popping up every once in a while to prove that he was a pervert. There were Alpha and Hannah too. They seemed to be working for some guy who called himself the Eternal Lord, but she was not able to find anything else. During this time she was fully convinced that her sister Tulip, who made scions go around her like flies, was a bitch. So was her mother. She could understand that they came from an imperial family and acted arrogantly, but their attitude was really too annoying. Even when Victor acted proud like a young master, he failed to reach their level of arrogance. On the other hand, she grew to really like her father. Although he acted like a wimp in front of her mother, he was a really wise king. That was unless her mother decided to intervene in something. As for her brother, she really couldn't wait to kick his ass. That piece of shit had the audacity to promise her to Victor while he was peeping on some dwarven P*****y. She also realized why Victor let Alice marry Yulian. This was really the best for both of them. Anyway, it all ended when Victor's lifespan was about to end. He used an opportunity when the entirety of the imperial family went out of the capital to welcome some otherworldly being and stole the Book of Time. He did what she already knew he would. He ingeniously used the Book of Time to return to the past. She had to confess, his way was really smart, as she couldn't even imagine something like that. That day she was standing next to him when she smelled something familiar, a smell that she didn't smell in the past 400 years. Margaret. Her smell was on one of the talismans. As soon as the ritual ended, the world shattered and Lily opened her eyes. She was not a crow anymore, but a newlywed wife, in her husband's embrace. He was looking at her with some very angry eyes. "I like you better as a young man," she said directly, hiding nothing. She could easily tell that he figured out what happened. She had been with him for nearly 400 years after all, and knew him more than anyone. "Next time don't do anything this foolish. By connecting our souls, you put yourself in danger," he said with a disturbed face. "I still plan to go against that guy after all. That is a risk I am willing to take," she said as she pushed herself on him, cornering him in the corner of the bathtub. During the last 400 years, her personality seemed to have changed a little. No, it would be better to say that it was developed. "I have to clarify that what happened changes nothing," he said as he watched her ride his body. He wanted to resist, but his body didn't. Lily's charm seemed to have skyrocketed after her awakening. Even with all the resistance skills he got, he could only keep a part of his sanity. "Change nothing?" she asked as she pinched his cheek and smiled at his reaction. He could swear that when she laughed he almost spotted a third eyelid when she blinked. "I will still have my harem," he clarified. He would not give up that right. "I will still marry the girls I like." "Oh. You are very cute and sweet." She didn't get angry, on the contrary, she smiled like a devil. "We will see if you will have the energy for that after I finish with you." She chuckled and then pushed him down, diving into her unprepared husband's embrace. Throughout the years, she learned everything about him. She knew how to make him obedient. This was something she learned from her bitch mother. It was 8:00 in the morning when the door of a certain room in the basement was kicked open. Victor, who was dressed casually in a yellow shirt and blue polo shorts, walked out with a satisfied smile. In his hands, there was a very pretty girl wrapped in a bed sheet like a dumpling. She was so tired, she couldn't move. "This young master is disappointed," he said, sighing and shaking his head. "I still have all this energy left, yet you begged me to stop. I expected something big when you first pushed me down." "Shut up," Lily scolded with a heavy blush. It was all fun at first, but after doing it for a few rounds, she realized that she had miscalculated. Unlike her, Victor was not getting tired at all. The bastard never told her his real level, so she always presumed that his status and attributes were the same as hers or slightly higher. How the hell did he become this strong in just 3 months? Damn it. She began to kick around angrily with her delicate feet. "Where did my sweet Lily go?" Victor lamented as he squeezed her tighter in his arms. Now you are even ordering me around. First you say be a man, then try harder. After that take it easy, not that you bastard, stop using your tongue. And damn you pervert. Then you started to give me contradicting orders like hug me and let go you bastard. In the end, you kept ordering me to have mercy and now to shut up. He said it all in one breath, mimicking Lily's voice. Lily blushed as she bit his arm hard. This Victor is too hateful. At first, he began slowly, making her have it her way with him. He was fooling her to think she had him, but just as she began to get tired he turned on her trying different sets of skills.
Hateful.
If this was all, Lily wouldn't have collapsed quickly as she had a lot of vitality thanks to her bloodline's upgrade, but she had the ingenious idea to try her time dilution skill to take control of the situation again. It was a bad decision. Not only this consumed her stamina very quickly, but that hateful Victor seemed to have noticed what she was doing, and stepped up his game, using certain techniques and positions that made diluting time a mistake.
Stinky Victor. Pervert Victor.
Well, she couldn't say she didn't enjoy it, but this came at the price of making Victor win.
Damn it.
Now she couldn't stop him from having his damn harem. You seem lively. Do you want to go for another round upstairs? He asked as he carried her like a princess upstairs.
No. She yelped.
She was not against going for another round, but her body would not be able to take it, and Victor would definitely not take it easy.
Damn it.
Is Lily okay? Someone suddenly asked from behind, making the embarrassed Lily shrink in Victor's arms. It was Mana who was on the ground floor preparing the table for breakfast to keep her mind off some things. She quickly noticed Victor with Lily in his arms when they walked through the hallway. Okay is a relative word, Victor turned and said as the blushing Lily hid her face on his chest, hoping that Mana didn't hear what he was saying before. Her image would be ruined.
Oh, Mana blushed.
She heard everything. She was also wondering when her turn would come. Are the girls awake?
Victor asked.
Most of them are on the main balcony having some morning tea, Mana said as she noticed something changed about Victor. His hair was a little more gray than purple and his eyes had become sharper. It is as if he became more mature.
Good.
Tell Mira, Monica, and Arya to wait for me down in the basement, he said.
It is their turn.
Together? Don't you want to have breakfast first? Mana asked, blushing more. She was waiting for him to say that the girls would be his breakfast. He didn't. It is not that. I just need them to awaken the bloodline. Victor said, shaking his head. My sweet Mana also revealed her true perverted nature after the wedding, he lamented to himself, making Mana blush more as she stomped the marble floor with her foot.
She was toyed with.
But it was all his fault for leaving most of his brides alone on their wedding night. Margaret had already gone mad as they could hear Alex reverberating screams throughout the mansion all night, begging her to stop. I will not be having breakfast with you as I still have some business in the basement. I will see you girls at lunch, he clarified as he climbed the stairs. So where is he? Arya asked as she waited with Mira and Monica near the basement door. They didn't know what to expect from him. I am here. Victor, whose head was still dripping water, slowly walked down the stairway with a towel over his damp hair. He looked dashing as he wore a pair of white casual pants and a thin soft white shirt that failed to hide his now muscular body underneath. He just finished taking a shower with Lily and was feeling a little refreshed. HSSSSS. Monica, who was wearing a short skirt, quickly squeezed her thighs together as she looked at him. Something was wrong. Why was this happening so fast? Oh sorry, Victor, noticing her reaction, quickly increased the disguise on his bloodline and charm, making her relax a bit. In fact, only Lily saw what he really looked like after awakening, and she told him that he really needed to hide his looks, so he chose to use his disguise to reveal only a part of it. This was still lethal to the girls. So, is it our time at last? Arya asked. Although she knew what this was about, she couldn't help but ask. Not yet. Follow me, he said, walking toward the rooster's room. Whatever you see inside, don't be too alarmed, he said as he opened the door and casually walked in. The girls looked at each other and then quickly followed with curious looks. Inside the room, there was a cock sitting inside a grand cage, flipping through a new magazine that Hebe found by chance with his peek. It featured some really interesting topics that it had no idea existed. The moment the door opened, the cock went stiff then stood up glaring at Victor hatefully. It was all this guy's fault. Calm down, Victor said, not disguising himself this time. I brought you the girls as promised, he said as he pushed the door wide open then stepped to the side allowing the surprised girls to walk in one by one. At the table, the first one who was seated next to Victor was Lily who was glaring at him. Next to her were Arya, Mira, and Monica. They had already taken the upgrade pill and somehow were feeling a little energetic after their bloodlines were upgraded. The real effects would not appear until they fully awaken them though. Arya has turned into a greater death spirit, SSS. It just added greater to the description. The same with Mira Mira, who became an aqua spirit from a lower spirit. Monica had turned into a dragon ghost butterfly.
What? Never mind.
His effect on her seemingly didn't change. She was still fidgeting a little in her seat after looking at him. On the left, there was Margaret, who was seemingly pouting a little. Elise was sitting next to her with 2 empty chairs to her right reserved for the twins who were preparing the meal. They were feeling awkward about their position as maids, so they chose to sit a little far away. Victor knew that he must fix their misconception, but this would take time. Elise's bloodline had been upgraded from a Cyclops to Titan, SS bloodline, and her other bloodline was now 3-Eye Golden Ermine, SS. Once she awakened, she would become super strong. This was not showing at all as the petite girl was blushing as she looked at Victor. There was a sense of awe and admiration in her eyes as she looked at him, the sure signs of a successfully scammed and entrapped lowly.
Nice tattoo, Alex. Victor said.
Finally looking at Alex, who was there too. She was sitting alone at the end of the table. She seemed to have gotten a new strange floral tattoo on her bald head.
Ah.
Alex rubbed her bald head. I lost a bet with Margaret, she said. Before the wedding, Margaret said that Victor would only sleep with Lily last night, while Alex presumed that he would sleep with 3 girls at least. When all the girls except for Lily left the basement last night, it was clear that Alex failed. She was totally unaware that this was all a plot by Victor, who carefully inspected the tattoo, making sure that Margaret stuck to his drawings. Lily, who noticed what they did, gave Victor a frown. She understood what this array meant, but she was wondering why he made Margaret tattoo it on Alex. Why Alex? Wait. Lily almost gasped when she recognized the ring on Alex's finger.
Holy shit.
That stinky Victor was hiding such a secret under her nose for 3 months and she had no idea. I am not judging. This thing makes you look strangely more feminine, Victor said, making Alex look at him with surprise. Like a bouncer at the door of some brothel, Victor added, making her look away in annoyance. Margaret held her stomach, trying not to laugh, while Lily stepped on her young husband's foot.
He ignored her. Anyway, this is a good disguise.
We may be able to go visit the Thunder sect soon, so I need you to be unrecognizable,
Victor explained, giving Lily a wink. She looked away.
Alex, who had no idea of the drama happening in front of her eyes, nodded. I would have never thought that Margaret would be this good at doing tattoos though. Mina, who pushed a food cart into the dining room with her sister, said. I am good at a lot of things. You should try me in bed, Margaret said, winking at Victor and ignoring Lily's glares. I will, Victor smiled as the twins began to distribute the dishes around the tables. It seems that I will need to find some new maids. I can't let my wives do all the servicing, he pondered, making the twins blush. It's our pleasure to serve you, they said with a blush. They liked being called wives. After losing their family, they were very desperate. They didn't expect to find a new family so soon.
A bigger family. I know.
You have some weird fetishes, he replied casually, making them almost curse at him. Couldn't he say something nice?
Now sit and eat.
We need to discuss the turns, he said, making them quickly sit and look at him with attention. This is what they have been waiting for. Like hell would there be turns again. It was Margaret who snapped, hitting the table with her fist. The bloodline enhancement has finished, right? She asked.
Victor nodded.
He still needed to enhance the girls outside, but for the ones in here, it was finished. Then you will be taking US all at the same time, she demanded.
What? The twins asked.
Margaret, this is a little. It is what should happen, she interrupted. But Victor acted as if he had some reservations. So were the shy Arya and Monica. If we took turns it would be Lily then Lynn then Lily then Lynn indefinitely, Margaret said, making the girls frown. Remember what happened with the kissing earlier?
Oh, the girls looked at each other and then at Victor hatefully.
Only Elise, who knew nothing, looked at Victor, not knowing what happened earlier. She was wondering if he would take her too. Of course not, she was too young for that, she knew that better than anyone, but a girl could dream.
No comment, Victor said.
Margaret was not completely right. But Lily and Lynn would end up occupying most of his time if he made turns.
Then it is final.
After launch, we will start, Margaret said, making the girls a little worried. Margaret was right, but they were feeling shy.
This was too sudden.
Can't we wait until the night?
Victor asked. No.
Margaret refused. Fine then, Victor said, looking at Lily, who nodded unwillingly. Maybe they would be able to take him if they all tried together. Maybe it would be a good chance to show the girls how knowledgeable she was. Now that her mother's method to control Victor had failed, she wanted to try her aunt's. The one who controlled her husband's harem. Alex, You will be responsible for guarding the basement while we are at it. Victor said. I don't want you peeping on me and my wives.
Me?
Didn't you forbid me from going down there?
Alex asked.
She was not going to argue with Victor whether she would peep at them or not. He wouldn't believe her no matter what she said. That was for the summoning.
Victor explained.
The summoned noble beast in there only deals with females and hates males and sluts, so you better be careful. I need you to take care of it while we are busy, he added, winking at the blushing girls. It was already noon when he opened his eyes.
Wrong. He looked around. Where was he?
He was in an old yet simple classically furnished wooden room. His body hurt as if he was doing some heavy exercise. That was his first thought. Wait. He sat up abruptly and looked around as he started to recollect what happened. H, he screamed as he slid back into the bed. His butt hurt like hell.
What happened? Tom wondered.
It took him a few seconds to fully remember. First, he was with that bastard Caspian, intending to slay him.
Then he began to feel strange. Then,
blar-ea, he began to throw up to the side of the bed as his facial expression flickered between shock and disgust.
Host, you are awake at last.
The whimsical system thought it had lost you forever. The system suddenly displayed a series of messages alerting Tom.
Mission accomplished.
You have successfully infiltrated Victor von Weiss's wedding and revealed his secret.
Rewards. 1 charm resist pill. 10 healing pills. Mission accomplished.
You have stopped Nova's marriage.
Rewards.
Storage space, 1 squared foot.
What the hell happened?
Tom asked while frowning, ignoring the rewards. For the moment, he had more important things to ask about, like his lost chastity. You were put under an evil curse. They wanted to target Nova and turn her into a sex-obsessed slut, but you took her place and saved her.
A curse?
Yes. For the past 2 days you had been under a succubus curse. This system tried to wake you up repeatedly, but it was useless. I can't help you if you don't let me.
The system lied. What?
Who cast this damn curse? Tom asked angrily. It was the evil Caspian himself, wanting to totally ensnare Nova to be his sex slave forever. The good news is that it didn't go as he planned.
Good news?
Tom asked angrily. His butt had just been wrecked and the system is telling him the good news?
Yes.
Because his partner was a male, the curse also affected him, getting him possessed by an incubus. This alerted his father, the sect master, to break the curse and save you too.
Oh boy.
Tom was a little surprised. Now Caspian will not dare to confess that he was the mastermind. And he will be forbidden from approaching Nova, fearing the curse might relapse if they get too close. You managed to single-handedly free Nova from the hands of this evil man.
Wait.
Does that mean that if he came near me?
Uncertain.
As a male you should be able to resist, but it would be hard. Anyway, this whimsical system would fully support you if you chose otherwise. I would never choose that.
Tom yelled. System, help me kill Caspian.
The system strongly advises against that.
What do you mean?
The system is feeling too whimsical to clarify. But killing Caspian may lead to your death.
What do you? Warning. Quick, someone is approaching.
Take a new shape-changing pill. The old one's effect is about to wear off. If they realize that you are not the real Nova, your life would be in danger. The system suddenly flashed an alert, making Tom quickly reach for his ring that had been hidden by the system earlier and take a pill, just as the door was pushed open and a middle-aged woman walked in. So, you are finally awake, she said, inspecting Nova distastefully with her slanted eyes.
Where am I? What happened? Tom asked.
You were cursed with young Master Caspian. We are still investigating who did it, so that's all I can tell you, she said, making Tom squint his eyes.
How is he?
Tom asked immediately, following the system's instructions to act as Nova would. He had already recovered, but you will not be able to see him for now.
Why? The Patriarch's orders.
The curse might relapse.
But
we will talk about this later,
the woman said.
Now, the Patriarch has agreed to young Master Caspian's request and you have been granted a core disciple position in the sect, the woman said, throwing a golden sign at Nova with envy in her eyes.
Core disciple? Yes.
This is something many dreams of. So you better be a little obedient. For now, feel free to explore the sect and stay clear of the forbidden zones. The Patriarch will summon you in a few days to make things clear, so you will not be able to leave the sect for now, the woman said as she walked out. Seemingly, she didn't like Nova.
This is your chance,
the system reminded the frowning Tom immediately after the door closed.
What do you mean? Tom asked.
With the help of the Heavenly Sect, you will be able to increase your level very rapidly. The Heavenly Sect has access to a lot of dungeons and treasures. As a core disciple, your treatment is just like Victor von Weiss in his family.
Oh, Tom was tempted. New mission. Difficulty, Nightmare.
Infiltrate the Heavenly Sect and discover Caspian's real plan, then ruin or disturb it without being discovered. Reward: for every time you disturb Caspian's plan, you get 10,000 coins or more depending on your achievement. Failure punishment: in case Caspian's plan succeeded, you would spend the rest of your life as his concubine. Alex sighed as she entered the basement. Why couldn't she be with the girls above? She was technically married to Victor too.
She quickly shook her head.
What was she thinking?
She was a man.
Her father made her swear.
Damn it.
Are these made of real gold? April caught one and examined it. She was no longer poor after marrying Gary, and she was not looking for a husband. It is just that she was curious. She never heard of such a tradition before, but she felt that this was somewhat romantic, as all the girls will get to take something with them. The petals were pretty. They were very light and had a unique organic texture that made them a little stiff holding their shapes, unlike regular gold leaves that crumbled in seconds.
Yes.
I wonder how much it cost, Gary said. They must have been made one by one, he added as he inspected one.
Ho. Ho. So that's it.
Havy said, striking the table suddenly with his hand as he looked at the stage. I see now why he did it, that sneaky fox.
Did what? Gary asked. You will see.
Harvey didn't answer. Your friend is a fox who is ready to do anything to line up his pockets. You should be more like him. Grandfather, do you know how those are made? Gary frowned, changing the subject.
Oh, what?
Those trinkets? You were the one who sold them to Victor. You should know better. Harvey said as he finally noticed the golden petals.
What? How? Gary asked.
You can tell from their texture. They are golden eggs that have been peeled then stamped. Harvey said dismissively.
Golden eggs. Gary frowned.
When did he sell Victor golden eggs? Wait, he seemed to have heard that word before.
From the goose.
The ones that didn't vibrate.
Harvey said. Now they apparently can. Oh.
Gary finally remembered. On the stage, when the lights turned on, everyone could see that the priest was no longer there, only the brides and the groom who were still making out. The girls, seemingly not satisfied with their first kiss, were taking turns trying again. That girl Margaret even grabbed Victor's ass and wrapped one of her slender legs around him as she kissed him. Bitch, Elena silently cursed as Theodore cleared his throat loudly, making the bride blush as they noticed that the lights were on. So, headed by Victor, they quickly retreated backstage with a heavy blush, forgetting poor Elise who was waiting for her turn on the stage. Arya had to quickly return and grab her. Now, the priestess said as she stepped down awkwardly, let us view the contract. Starting with the groom's family, she added as the golden contract was placed on a golden tray and then brought downstage by a few girls holding it as if it was a treasure. Seconds later, many bald burly men walked in and began to professionally disassemble the stage behind her to prepare the floor for the dance. After placing the tray on the table, Theodore raised one brow as he inspected the objects on the tray. The contract, the red feather quill, and a bottle of ink beside it. If any of you wish to officially bear witness to this contract, please sign here, below the black dotted line, or on the back. The priestess said just as Victor left the backstage and hurried to his parents. He had changed into a white gilded suit that was a little easier to move with. Lily, who appeared from a different door, ran to his side and quickly replaced one of the girls holding the contract tray. She had a very bright smile on her face, but no one saw it thanks to her veil. Is this some new trend? Elena asked as she looked at the strange contract. It was made of pure gold and on it, there were words written in some kind of strange language with black sparkly ink. Diagonally across the paper, there was a purple blood S-shaped curved line overlapping a bright red one. Across it, horizontal streaks of blood were marked next to some other words. They were clearly the ones made by the brides. What are those? She asked. This is an old ceremony, Victor, who just reached the table, said, ignoring his father's glares. Those are the brides' names and blood signatures, he said. Oh, what language is this? Black Dragon Higher Tongue. Is this some new trending conlang? Luna was the one who asked. She heard of those things on the internet. It's an old obscure one, Victor said as he chuckled dryly. I paid a famous expert calligrapher to write them. He lied, he wrote it himself as no one knew how to read these nowadays. You probably got scammed, Alice said as she looked at the contract. It was neat, but as an elite disciple of the Heavenly Sect, she had studied a plethora of ancient languages in order to be able to decode some of the secret scripts in the sect. And the symbols used here, although they resembled some of the ones she knew, it was easy to tell that they were just empty imitations. The poor girl had no idea that the ones she spent years learning were imitations. Dragon languages were a wide area of expertise that even Victor with his vast knowledge could only understand the main dialects of it. Yulian also inspected the contract, but he didn't find anything interesting. He was just too preoccupied with Lily standing a few feet next to him. He wished to hug her and tell her who he really is, but decided to hold himself. She would not believe him, and both of them might be in danger. This piece of paper doesn't matter. It is just for the authenticity, Victor lied casually. Only a few understood what he meant. As the system had already acknowledged his wedding. Why didn't you officially announce the brides' names? Elena asked, noticing the thing that most didn't. It is to keep the ritual's authenticity. In old times names were believed to be magical and they held great power, so people avoided announcing them. He didn't really lie, but he didn't tell the truth either. He couldn't simply slip in two brides if he announced their names. Especially that one of them who had no idea that she was getting married.
Oh, she was not convinced. Now come on. Use this quilt to sign it. I want you all to be witnesses to this day, he said, presenting the strange red feather quill to his mother. She frowned, then nodded and dipped it in the ink, then signed her name, which Victor pointed at with the bright red ink. Little did she know that this feather was an artifact that drew some blood from her body and mixed it with the ink. Theodore glared at his son, then signed his name too, followed by Mike and Alice. She reached for the cage room door and opened it, not knowing what to expect. Victor just told her to wait here until the morning and to watch the summoned noble beast. It seemed to have the power to upgrade bloodlines, but Alex had no idea how. Walking in, Alex was shocked. There, inside the grand iron cage, a nice-looking giant rooster that had a head full of colorful feathers growing from the left was sitting reading some magazine. It raised its head and looked at Alex as soon as she stepped in. First, it frowned,
pondering and cocking its head as it looked at Alex with its deep eyes. Then it was as if a creepy smile began to appear on its face. KWAP, it screamed, then collapsed to the side.
Alex frowned. What happened?
She waited a little, but the cock stopped moving as it lay on the cage's floor. Did she do something to it?
No.
She just entered the room.
She hesitated.
Shall she go get Victor?
No, she didn't dare to go up again.
Victor literally threatened to castrate her if she did. She slowly approached the cage, approaching step by step, carefully looking at the fainted cock inside, collapsed in the middle of the cage, between heaps of adult magazines. Wait. What type of magazines are those? She wondered as she looked to the side, where some disturbing photos of a naked girl swimming with a dolphin in a very questionable way caught her attention. Why was she hugging it like that? It only took a split second, but this was enough for the fainted cock to hop to its feet and peck her with its beak from between the iron cage's bars. Alex stepped away immediately in surprise as she grabbed her injured hand and looked at the cock that swallowed her blood, licked its beak, and then began to crow.
Quiet.
A golden feather began to slowly appear on its head from the left. It was 3 times bigger than any other feather. The cock, who had a smug smile for a moment, froze in shock as its eyes began to portray its astonishment. It looked at Alex with amazement.
Kawa. Why we?
Wakakakakakaya, it crowed. Strangely enough, Alex understood it. It meant, that bastard didn't tell me you are one of us. What's wrong? Alex asked nervously.
What did it mean?
The cock didn't respond as it started preening itself quickly as a guy would comb his hair when he spotted a pretty girl. It only took him a second before it bowed its head, displaying its head full of feathers that opened up, creating a fan to the left side of its head. It was like a peacock displaying its power. Raising its head again, it began to do some kind of ceremonial dance where it hopped around on one leg, shaking the feathers on its head while chirping some lousy tune. Alex just watched in surprise as she didn't realize what was happening until she began to feel her blood boil.
Shit.
She quickly darted out of the room while squeezing her legs together. For a second there, when the cock raised its head and looked at her with his deep sharp eyes, she considered mating with it. She thought it was handsome.
WTF.
Victor was swimming in a sea of naked lolas. A very attractive loli suddenly rose from their midst and approached him. In between the white infinite bed sheets, she hugged him. Give it to me, she screamed in a seductive voice as she began to kiss him. He also began to kiss her, from her feet until he reached her neck. She couldn't wait for him to touch her lips, but he never reached that far, as his teeth suddenly sank into her neck and then bit as hard as he could. The girl screamed as she tried to get him off her, but to no avail. He was like a vampire, sucking her blood and vitality. He was sucking her soul. She began to scream in pain and beg him to stop, but he totally ignored her. The girl's shape quickly changed from a sweet loli to that of an ugly giant cockroach that had 6 barbed legs. Although Victor felt disgusted, he didn't let go. Feeling helpless, the demon began to strike at her supposed prey randomly, but this was to no avail as he ignored the damage she inflicted on him as he grabbed her hard and sucked. It took only seconds for the demon to be completely eaten and for Victor to smile and lick his lips. That was disgusting, but the Von Rosen demon that infiltrated his body through Lin was devoured. This thing must have been manipulating Lin somehow and making her very horny. He noticed it earlier, her IQ seemed to be a little lower than usual. He first thought that she was just in heat after he left her for so long, but after using his inspection skill he quickly discovered why. Abnormal status. Demonic corrosion 19%. It seemed like whoever inserted a demon into her had never taken her safety into consideration. So Victor had no choice but to let her sleep with him earlier and let her transfer the demon into him, fearing that it might hurt her. The demon who quickly climbed into his heart was waiting for him to fall asleep before attacking him. But it had no idea that Victor was fully prepared. If it was a parasite as was planned originally, it would have been more troublesome to extract, as Victor planned to use an illusion to fool it out of Lin's body. Demons were easier as he could just eat them. Victor slowly opened his eyes and looked around. It was not a dream after all. He was indeed in a sea of naked girls. Victor smiled as he inspected his surroundings. He was surrounded by exhausted girls hugging him from every direction, sleeping with satisfied smiles on their faces. All around them, the grand bed and the floor were littered with lonely pieces of exotic underwear that were shredded apart. Last night was not only so wild, it was full of surprises. They started right after lunch and kept at it for an entire day. Even Lin, who recovered a bit, came and joined the fun in the middle of the night. Getting this huge emperor-sized bed was not a mistake after all. Victor looked around at the girls. First was Lily, who refused to leave his side all night. She was still hugging him till now, as if she was afraid some other girl would steal him. Apparently, she wanted to exert her dominance over the harem by showing some of the exotic skills she learned by poking around in the imperial palace. She failed miserably. Margaret had to fix every technique she tried. Victor chuckled as he turned to Margaret, who was hugging his leg. He always knew this girl knew her way in bed, but last night she showed him some things that he had no idea were possible. Damn, he sure missed a lot of things in his past life. Not only was she good herself, but she also had a positive effect on all of the girls, making them more active. She was like an orchestra maestro leading a band of naughty girls, but she was using a pink whip instead of a baton. The twins were not bad, just a little inexperienced. They seemingly secretly learned some technique called the double phoenix eating the dragon. Pulling it off was hard, but after some help from Margaret, they did it, tempting Lily and Mira to try it together too. They were good, but not the same as the twins who used their similar appearance to boost that technique. At every moment he was so bewildered that he couldn't know who is who without using his appraisal skills. Mira, who was now hugging his other leg, was timid at first, but after some encouragement, she began to show her wild side. She exceeded Victor's childhood fantasies. Arya, on the other hand, was more conservative. She appeared bossy on weekdays, but she was very shy in bed. Even the wild Margaret failed to tempt her to try some exotic techniques. She was now sleeping on the side of the bed after almost kicking Victor's balls by mistake. Lastly was Monica. She was the biggest surprise. When the night started, Victor revealed 50% of his real charm, and this caused all the girls to go into shock, even Lily, who was prepared. Monica didn't go into shock. It was as if a pink switch inside of her was ticked. She became a crazy mess as she jumped at Victor and began to kiss him. Yes, her bloodline was fully awakened by the time she squeezed her young husband dry for the 7th time. None of the girls were able to get her off Victor until she was fully exhausted. Sadly, she was the only one who managed to awaken her bloodline. His charm was not enough for the rest of them. Well, awakening a bloodline was never that easy. He needed the right ingredients for each of them. And yes, Victor was not active at all at first. He chose to stay still like a cheap dildo and let the girls do all the action. This was shugged by Margaret. If he acted, he would have had to prioritize some girls over others, so for the first few hours, he played it wisely and let them fight it among themselves. It was not until they were all a little exhausted that he started his assault. After that night, those girls would never think of even considering another man. He made sure of that before letting go. The enhanced dragon libido had its uses after all. Victor chuckled as he finished inspecting the girls. He planned to take every girl romantically by herself, but this would be later. Maybe they should try going out on dates. He smiled and looked at the slightly open door. Lynn didn't close it when she discovered the orgy last night. So in the middle of the night, a sneaky little girl called Elise stumbled upon something very indecent when the girls were trying some crazy technique. She stayed there and watched the entire thing while hiding. Victor let her watch. He planned to cook her and let her simmer slowly until she is fully mature before eating her. This technique proved very effective on the twins. Victor slowly used his illusion and left his bed. The girls needed their beauty sleep, and he desperately needed a shower. He needed to go see Alex after that. He almost got interrupted last night when that bastard cock did a mating dance in front of her. Thankfully, he was able to activate a charm-dispelling talisman in time as she left the room.
If not, she would have fallen for it.
That bastard cock. They were supposed to be brothers. Victor cursed as he jumped from the bed and headed to the bathroom. Young master. Alex, who was sitting on the basement stairs, quickly stood up when she saw Victor, who still didn't dry his silky hair, heading in her direction.
I know.
Now quickly give me your underwear, he said in a hurry. What? She had to ask to make sure she heard him right.
You underwear, give it to me. But now.
You are a fucking guy, damn it. What are you ashamed of, fidgeting like a little girl? He scolded.
Don't make me come get it myself.
Ah, one moment. She ran to a side room where she replaced the gray shorts she was wearing as underwear before she returned and gave it to Victor. She was feeling a little ashamed, but she kept telling herself that she is a guy, and a guy would not be so ashamed to give his underwear to his friends.
She couldn't have been more wrong, but regardless.
Victor quickly grabbed the underwear with obvious disgust and then put it in his ring before running to the cock's room angrily. Wait here, he told Alex before closing the door behind him.
How dare you?
Victor scolded, glaring at the cock as soon as he entered the room. KWA. The rooster quickly stood up and began to defend itself.
It had a guilty face.
We guys do not hit on each other's girls.
Victor interrupted. Qua. Of course you knew.
Why else would I tell you to enhance her bloodline?
Qua. No.
Even if I didn't tell you about her bloodline.
She is my wife. Victor scolded.
That was a low blow, pal.
Qua. No buts.
Now spit up the pill. I need to enhance her bloodline. KWA. The rooster refused. Qua WK.
You still want more? We have a contract. Victor threatened.
KWWWWWW. The rooster glared at Victor hatefully, then spit out a pill full of cock saliva. Victor quickly took it and looked at the cock. Victor sighed, looking at the pill.
Sorry, pal.
It is my fault for not making myself clear. I too had no idea that she would cause you to get so horny.
Quaswara. Qua. Yeah.
I just got angry. Sorry, but you know how guys get around the girls they like. And I had no idea you fancy human girls. I thought you just like to have fun around them.
Quas. KWW.
KWW.
What?
You mean that she is 100% pure phoenix and not a human?
Victor asked. KWA, the cock nodded.
Holy shit, Victor was surprised. This means that Alex's father, the previous patriarch of the heavenly sect, was not her real father as he was presuming. She was a full-blown, otherworldly being. No wonder she was a dark scion. This had nothing to do with her fate of being a Phoenix clan princess as he earlier presumed, but by her entering this world illegally. Someone from another world must have sent her here using some method to give her a human shape and then sent her here skipping the world's protection somehow. It was hard, but with enough power doable. Her fake father must have known about this, or he wouldn't have given her the gender-changing ring. They must have been hiding her from something. But how could a man from a lower sect get to know an otherworldly creature?
Victor pondered.
He had read his file, and it was not remarkable at all.
Unless. HSSS. Victor gasped.
It seemed like he needed to go visit those Thunder Sect ruins soon. They might contain a portal to another world.
Thanks, buddy.
Victor quickly turned to the cock. This info was really vital, he added as he threw Alex's underwear inside the cage. Keep this for your collection. But don't tell anyone, he said with an apprehensive smile. The cock that was pouting quickly cheered up as he sniffed at the shorts before picking it with its beak and swallowing it. The rooster, like many noble beasts, had an inner storage space where it kept its treasures. Now I have to go see the girl. Tomorrow I will be bringing you some more girls, so rest for now. KWA, the cock said, totally forgetting the fight with Victor earlier. It was a cool rooster. Okay. I will not forget the panties. It's a promise. I will send my men to collect them from virgins all around the world. Victor nodded before heading to the door, while his brain began to turn fast. Upgrading Alex's bloodline now would definitely cause the lock on it to break. Although he already made percussion with the tattoo, it might not be enough. Not unless he had a scapegoat. He paused and looked back at the celestial rooster.
Qua. The cock asked. Be prepared.
You might get something nice in a few minutes. But the window will be a little short. It would depend on your skills. Victor said, making the cock frown and then open its eyes wide.
Kwa. Kawaii.
It said with scared eyes while shaking its head.
Don't worry.
This place is protected. And I promise that nothing bad will happen, at least your life will be guaranteed.
It's a man's promise.
KWWW.
Yes.
Victor said, making a sign in the air. A flash of light moments later made the rooster sigh in relief. Qua qua, it said with a knowing smile while nodding. It was risky, but it was worth it.
I will.
Victor said as he headed out.
What happened?
Alex asked as soon as Victor came out. She only heard screaming from the inside, but she couldn't make out the words.
Nothing.
That cock is being unreasonable. It thinks that you are female. Victor said, shaking his head. I know that you are a little wimpy, but a female?
Impossible. Ah. Why?
Alex had no idea how to respond.
That's absurd.
If you were a female, I would have slept with you long ago.
Victor said,
making her blush. Then I would have sold you to the highest bidder for hiding the truth from me, he added, making her swallow the words she wanted to say.
Now what? She asked. The stupid cock.
Thinking that you are a female, it produced a bloodline-enhancing pill for you. Victor said with a disturbed look. I can't believe you managed to fool it, while I couldn't without Lily's help.
Oh. A pill? Yes.
It pecked your hand right. Victor said, pointing at Alex's injured hand. It took your blood and gave you this pill in return, as it did with the rest of the girls. How the hell did you fool it? Victor asked, raising the red pill.
Ah.
I am not sure. If I didn't know better, I would have believed that you are secretly a female. That stupid thing even thinks that you are a virgin.
How absurd.
I saw it myself how you fucked the brothel girls in Golden Waterfall Town. You can't be a virgin. Victor nodded to himself. I think your bloodline has some power that is affecting its perception.
Probably. Alex nodded.
Now come, Victor said, dragging Alex to a side room and then closing the door. Eat this quickly so that we can upgrade your bloodline, he said, pushing the pill into her mouth before she could resist.
Swallow, he ordered.
Alex stepped back as she felt the pill melt in her mouth.
She swallowed.
Then all hell broke loose.
Damn it.
Theta yelled as she put the binoculars in her hands down and then threw herself on her back on the bed and began to kick the imaginary Victor with her delicate bare feet. Relax, Robin. He already promised to marry you once you are old enough. Ruby, who was sitting by her side, said, feeling a little jealous. She felt inferior to her friend who didn't have to lose her virginity in a brothel.
I know.
But he married that damn Elise. She is as old as me.
Theta said. Hateful Victor.
You know that it was a political marriage, Ruby said.
He wouldn't touch her. How do you know that?
Theta said as she sat up, took the binoculars again, and began to inspect the sealed mansion from the window. She could see nothing from the inside, but she felt the need to keep an eye on them. Yesterday, she watched as the frustrated girls had tea on the balcony, and Elise was not with them. Was she with the young master? Relax. The lock will end tomorrow. We can ask the twins about it then. They would never lie, Ruby said, reassuring her friend, then frowned as she looked out. The morning sky, which was clear until moments ago, began to get cloudy. It only took moments for the sunny day to become dark. Thunder began to rumble from in between the thick clouds, and several streaks of lightning began to dart around as if preparing to descend.
Was this a storm?
Why did it feel ominous? After taking the red pill, Alex only felt something break inside of her as everything turned black. As she fainted, a shock wave broke from her body, sending everything in the room flying, including Victor, who was thrown away to hit the wall behind him. Alex, who lost consciousness, began to float in midair as her body began to shine with a yellow bright light. It kept shining stronger and brighter, making the room heat up as if Alex was the sun. Around the walls of the room, immediately golden lines began to shine, locking the room's space. Every room in the basement had those installed by Victor, who wanted to keep what was happening down here a secret.
Shit.
Victor cursed as he sprung to his feet, then ran to Alex's side, grabbing the gender-changing and the storage rings from her fingers before he was blasted away again. He could only put his back to the wall and watch as the room turned into an inferno. Without a way out, the heat in the room began to build up and in a few seconds made it hotter and hotter, like the insides of a rector. Victor, who didn't expect this sudden outburst, almost fainted. He had to cast a dozen isolation talismans and use all his skills to be able to remain in the room. Although he could escape at any time using his shadow-shifting skill, he knew that he had to stay here to watch for Alex in case something bad happened to her. He also had to keep ready to cast some more isolation talismans in case the old ones collapsed. The heat of the room kept getting higher, melting everything around and charring all the wooden furniture black, a sign that all the oxygen in the room had already been exhausted. Even the clothes on Victor began to slowly disintegrate. Victor cursed silently, then he raised his head and let out a roar, activating his bloodline to its full extent to apply its effects. In seconds, his silky purple hair turned grayish-white with a few dark black locks going like snakes in between the white ones. If someone looked close, he would notice that those locks had a strange air shimmering around them, like the space itself would break if it touched them. His eyes turned abyssal black with an entire universe reflected in them. His pupils were like molten gold, piercing through whatever he looked at. On his now shimmering skin, numerous strange signs began to appear, forming an interlaced mesh, resembling the scales on a dragon as they slowly took shape, forming an ethereal exoskeleton around him, giving him long claws and dark black wings that didn't resemble any other creature. From his forehead, 2 long barbed horns slowly grew up, reaching a few feet above his head. Unlike the fake ones he uses when he disguises as the Nutcracker, those 2 were original. They had the power to break space itself. With his bloodline fully activated, all his status and attributes doubled. All his skills strengthened. Heat no longer bothered Victor as he stood there, like a real noble demon looking at Alex as her body slowly burnt and from inside a flame that resembled a phoenix began to take shape. The tattoo that Margaret drew didn't burn. It slowly formed a protective shell around the newly born phoenix that completed itself in seconds, and then it uttered a loud cry as it began to disintegrate, leaving 1 drop of blood that slowly began to form a new phoenix of flames.
A white one this time.
Suddenly the process stopped and the white newly emerged flames began to wane. Victor frowned. Something was wrong. That phoenix had not enough energy for a rebirth. Without waiting, Victor quickly dumped a heap of gems on the floor, which began to disintegrate in seconds, forming a vortex of energy that quickly began heading toward the white phoenix. It slowly began to grow up again, but Victor didn't relax as he felt the world around him begin to solidify. A feeling that he only felt once before, when he activated the time book. It was either that someone was trying to barge into this world, or the world itself was starting to reject Alex.
It could be both.
Victor could feel a tribulation vortex forming around him.
Damn it! Victor cursed.
Then without hesitation, he bit his finger and let a drop of his own now golden blood travel to that white phoenix and merge with it as he activated his blood-slave connection to Alex to its full extent. Earlier, he felt that his old bond began to disintegrate, so he reinforced it immediately. This would have been impossible usually, but with the world's will helping Victor against Alex, it was done immediately, and the forming tribulation quickly dissipated. A summoned or a contracted creature was allowed in this world after all. The white phoenix, feeling the world's will no longer resisting it, began to slowly expand until it filled the room, burning the tattoo array completely with everything in its way. Then it quickly contracted again, forming the body of a delicate, gorgeous girl with long flowing golden hair.
Damn it!
This was a close call, Victor said. She is hot, he couldn't help but add before frowning as he felt the world solidify again.
They were here.
He quickly ran to Alex's side, holding her and slowly lowering her to the floor as the flame around the room got fully absorbed by her. A few notification panels appeared in succession in front of Victor, notifying him of some status and class changes with Alex. He was her master after all. Looking at her status, Victor almost screamed in shock.
Name, Alexis Donner. Race, Noble Phoenix. Level, 101. Class, Flame Warrior, AAA. Abnormal status. Blood Slave, SSS. Health, 5,000. Stamina, 3,000. Mana, 3,000. Authority, 7. Strength, 558. Agility, 491. Intelligence, 391. Luck, 49. Charm, 112. Order, 41. Class skills. Firestorm, S. Swift Slash, A. Burning Blood, A. Flaming Fist, B. System skills. Thunder Fist Arts First Half, A. Shocking Fist, E. System recognized skills. Fire Resistance, A. Spear Arts, A. Survival Instinct, B. Spider Hater, C. Impaling Strike, E. Womanizer, F. Magic Affinity, Fire, Thunder, Light. Equipment, none. Fate Status. Fate's Power, S. Summary, Dark Scion. Defined fate, Dark Scions suffer in misery. Live for revenge. Die in glory. Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil. Bloodline. Imperial Phoenix Bloodline, SSS, awakened. Bloodline effects. Immortality. Arrogance. Greatly enhanced charm. Greatly enhanced fire resistance.
Greatly enhanced thunder resistance.
Mana Heart. Enhanced curse resistance. Enhanced intelligence.
Bloodline skills.
Rebirth, X.
Regeneration, SSS.
Fireworld, SSS. Imperial Order, SS. Fire Clone, SS. Hiding, S. Healing Tears, S. Swift Step, S.
Fire transformation, S.
Limitless Flight, A. Fire Core, A. Fire Claw, B. Burning Touch, B.
Wow! She was truly a phoenix. No wonder she had a human body. All creatures with the noble word in their species names have the power to turn into humans or humanoid creatures. In fact, their main form becomes human. Alex was defiantly from some royal family.
But damn it,
Her dark scion fate didn't go away. Why?
he had no idea. Victor sighed.
It seemed like he had to keep bullying her for now, until he figured out a way to remove her stupid destiny at least. Having no other choice, Victor quickly placed her rings back into her fingers and watched her turn into a gorgeous man just as the sound of something breaking rang above his head. Victor cursed silently. With Alex's blood lock breaking, they must have found this place and come to get her. But were they friends or foes? Victor didn't care. Those who dared to break into his house are destined to suffer. Alex was already his, and he would never let others take her. Like shattered glass, a hole near the ceiling seemed to have opened, and from beyond a golden bird slowly crept in, raising the room's temperature again. It took it only seconds to fully enter the room and for Victor to quickly appraise it.
Name, Litra d'Or. Race, Noble Phoenix. Abnormal state. Hiding, SS. Name, Litra d'Or. Race, Noble Phoenix. Abnormal state. Hiding, SS. Demon form, SS. Clone, SS.
Level, 971. Class, Flame Soul, SSS. Health, 6,300,000. Stamina, 3,200,000. Mana, 5,400,000. Authority, 101. Strength, 3,714. Agility, 3,330. Intelligence, 2,991. Luck, 73. Charm, 1,120.
Order, 2071. Bloodline.
Royal Phoenix Bloodline, SS, Awakened. Fate status, clones have no fates. Shit, Victor said as he began feeling the temperature rise again. He had to get rid of this one before she tried to leave or else she would burn the entire mansion. The upper floors were not as reinforced as the basement. The Phoenix looked with a frown around the room, trying to sense the signal they received. But she couldn't see anyone, the room was empty. It frowned, then from the back, it felt some ripples of energy, familiar energy. It quickly passed through the wall, melting a hole in its path until she reached the room with the cages. There, inside one of the cages, there was a pretty naked girl who collapsed on the floor with a familiar air around her. Found you, the Phoenix said as it revealed its sharp talons, attacking the helpless girl that was cut into minced meat in seconds. Something was wrong. It tried to turn to look back, but it was too late because at that same moment, it felt severe pain in its butt as if someone plucked all of its noble tail's feathers. Ah! The Phoenix screamed in pain and threw an attack to the back before turning to see the cock that was retreating to the back with a group of red burning feathers in its beak.
Davitothak.
You despicable chicken, the Phoenix screamed angrily. How dare you? It wanted to use its firestorm skill to burn everything, but stopped as it felt a grave sense of danger approaching. It was an ominous silver needle that appeared out of nowhere and was heading for its head. The Phoenix cursed and instinctively used its swift step skill to get away. This was a mistake. Although it managed to dodge the needle, all around it the world began to solidify. Using this S-rank skill has alerted the world of its existence. Now the hole she came from would close and this clone would die.
Damn it.
It cursed and then quickly traveled back to where it came from. The hole still had some time before it fully closed, so it decided it had some time and activated its Heavenly Eyes skill, trying to find its location before leaving to send reinforcements later. This was a mistake, as at this moment 3 needles penetrated its body. They were completely ineffective as they melted by its flaming feathers before they could touch its skin.
The Phoenix cursed.
This was just normal steel.
It was fooled. Damn it.
The needles failed to hurt it, but they forced it to cancel its skill and turn around to look at its enemy. It was a tall demon looking at her with a smirk. The Phoenix frowned, then felt it as another needle penetrated her at that same moment. This time it went through its but where the cock had already plucked all the feathers.
It went straight in.
The Phoenix screamed in pain, turning into a green goo as the only exit, the ethereal hole behind her closed by the world's rules. Everything returned to being peaceful a moment later. If it were not for the burnt room and the melting wall, no one would know that another worldly being had died here a most gruesome death. What a waste, Victor said as he collected the green goo and then looked at the fainted Alex who was leaning against the wall in the corner. She got her hair back, and it was long this time. It seems like your family hates you too, he said, feeling sorry for her.
Well,
You are mine now, he whispered, then turned around and left the room. It would take Alex a few hours to wake up. And Victor decided not to be here when that happened. It was not time yet to reveal her truth. After heading to the cage room, Victor found the cock waiting for him with a cocky smile. Did you get it? Victor asked with a smirk. KWA, the cock nodded, then spat a few feathers at Victor. KWWWW, it said, meaning this was Victor's share.
thanks, pal.
I wouldn't have been able to slay it easily without your help. Victor said, inspecting the phoenix feathers. These things can be used to create some very good elixirs.
KWWWW, the cock nodded. Remember,
After returning to your world, don't tell anyone what you did, Victor said as he collected the feathers in his ring and left the room.
Qui wa, the cock said. It was not a foolish cock.
And it didn't have a death wish.
Level up. Level up. Level up.
You leveled up 20 levels. Lily, who was feeling a little tired after an eventful night, woke up to the beeping of a very strange list of notifications in her mind. So did the naked girls in the bed sheets around her. What the hell? Margaret asked with a frown as she sat up and looked at the girls yawning around her.
What?
Monica, who was the only non-player girl, also woke up as the girls began to look at each other.
We leveled up.
Margaret yelled.
What? Monica asked.
We will tell you later. Where is that pervert Victor?
Margaret asked.
She was so tired last night that she felt nothing until the notification beeped into her mind. Guiding a group of noob girls all night was hard after all. He sneaked away 2 hours ago, Arya said. As the one sleeping on the side of the bed, she felt it when Victor jumped over her and barely dodged the leg she decided to stretch at that very second.
Then the notification?
Lynn asked, also ignoring Monica, who didn't know that notification they talked about.
I have no idea.
But we desperately need a bath before we find where our sneaky husband went. Margaret replied, making the girls blush and nod after realizing how filthy they became after last night. They couldn't believe they were that wild. It was all like a fever dream. When the girls went downstairs an hour later after fixing themselves up, they found that the dining table was fully furnished with all kinds of appetizers, and Victor was sitting at the head of the table operating a grill that he placed there.
Young master.
You can't grill meat in here. Mana shouted immediately.
Call me husband, Victor scolded. And this is my house, I can do whatever I want, he added.
Ah. But we will be the ones doing the cleaning, Mina replied in a low voice. I already told you that I intend to get some new maids. So ignore it for now, he said, hiding the fact that he was grilling to hide the distinct smell of burnt wood. He didn't want the girls to know about the mess in the morning. Not the entire story of it anyway. Now sit and enjoy my cooking, he ordered, gesturing to the girls to take their seats.
They didn't need an invitation. They were famished.
Last night they had the workout of their life. Especially after trying to pull out that pyramid of doom pose that Margaret taught them. Young Ma, husband Lily, who sat right next to the grill, asked as Victor handed her a big steak. What was that level up notification? Did anything happen?
Oh yes.
It is the result of experience sharing.
Victor explained.
Whenever I level up, as my system recognizes wives, you will also get to enjoy some of it.
He explained.
This is one of the benefits of. He paused as he looked at the back. Come in, Alex, I know you are there. Alex nervously walked from behind the side door. She just left the basement after adjusting herself and was a little nervous. The girls gasped when they saw her. She wore casual jeans and an orange sweater which looked dashing on her. The most important thing was not that, but the newly grown blonde hair styled into one long ponytail. She liked it and decided to risk keeping it. She looked like a charming male model who should really start thinking about changing his gender. The gender-changing ring was working to its limit to stop anyone from realizing she was a girl.
Wow.
You look amazing after awakening your bloodline, Victor said, giving Alex the thumbs up. Now come and help me at the grill, he added, making the nervous Alex nod and walk to stand behind the grill. She had no idea what happened in the basement after taking the pill and was nervous that Victor might have discovered something about her.
So, continue,
Margaret said, giving Alex an inspection look while licking her lips. Why did you level up? She turned and asked Victor, who just finished preparing a medium raw steak for her and was carefully placing it on her dish.
Ah, right.
Let me start from the beginning. Last night, that cock seemed to have taken a fancy to our Alex here. Victor said as he returned to the grill and slapped Alex's butt.
Ah, she yelped, but Victor ignored her.
I always knew that Alex was beautiful, but I had no idea he could turn cocks gay. Victor said, shaking his head and making Alex relax a bit. Anyway, the cock produced a blood-upgrading pill for Alex, and gave it to him. He said, getting 2 steaks for the twins this time.
And? Lynn asked.
She liked her steak well done, so she had to wait. The moment I gave him the pill, some demon tried to intrude into the mansion. I don't know why, but I presume it came because of all the pheromones that cock released when it tried to seduce Alex. It probably wanted to eat it. Eat my cock. He yelled, striking the table with his fist and scaring Alex, who began to operate the grill. Relax, man. No one here wants to eat your cock. Margaret took the opportunity to point out, even with her mouth full of meat. She just couldn't help but say it. So you killed it? Arya asked, wishing to stab Margaret with the fork in her hand. Did she really have to point out his lame joke like that? And why did he have to scream it out, making people misunderstand? Elisa's face was already beet red. Yes, with the cock's help.
We cocked it, he said.
Too bad I didn't go check back on Alex after that. I got so much experience from that thing that I had to think how to distribute it between you girls.
He said.
How strong was it exactly?
Margaret asked.
Strong enough to give me enough experience to not only level up by 50 levels but also level each of you by 20. He said, making the girls a little surprised before he looked at Monica, who was briefed by Lily during the bath on what level up and players meant.
Monica.
Do you want to also be a player? Victor asked directly.
She nodded immediately.
After last night's action, she realized how powerful all the girls were. She was completely exhausted in an hour, but the girls kept at it till morning. This was because they were players, according to Lily.
Good,
Victor said. Then do you see that slab next to your dish?
Ah.
Isn't this the one my father used to put under his stupid vase?
She said.
She noticed it earlier and was wondering if Victor was planning to use it to put some hot bowl over it.
Yes.
That idiot had no idea how precious this thing is. It is an awakening relic from your mother's family, I believe. Drop some of your blood on it and let's see, Victor said. He was conflicted between using his awakening skill on her or allowing her to use the slab, but presuming that the slab might get her more benefits than his F-rank skill, he went with the latter. Monica frowned and then quickly noticed the sterilized needle next to the slab. Victor must have prepared this for her.
Ah.
Okay, she said without hesitation. Slowly taking the needle, then pricking her finger before softly touching the slab. The slab shone with a soft pink light and Monica froze. It only took 5 seconds for the outside observers before she blinked again and looked around with a smile. Congratulations. The girls told her immediately as Victor put a medium raw steak in front of her, while secretly removing the isolation talisman he placed under her chair in case something happened. Thanks, she said to Victor. He not only helped her get rid of her evil father but also made her a player and gave her great power. I am your husband, it is my duty to take care of you, he said while activating his appraisal skill.
Monica Davis.
Level 0. Class Dragon Rider S. Authority 7.
Strength 15. Agility 16. Intelligence 20. Luck 16. Charm 40. Order 10. Skills: Awakened Mind S. Dragon Bonding S. Healing A. Magic Blast B. All Resistance C. Taming F. Bloodline Dragon Ghost Butterfly AA. Equipment None. Fate Status Fate's Power A+. Define Fate None. Destiny List less than 10 order points to unveil. Not bad at all, he said with a smile that made her blush as she fully understood what he meant. Well, she did ride him for a few rounds last night. Young Master Yulian. James respectfully greeted the young man in front of him. Sit, Yulian said dismissively. He was wearing a casual suit that failed to hide the noble air around him. He had used the money Alice gave him to fix himself up a bit. He also used the algae cream he got at the wedding on himself, which was super effective. I thought you were forbidden from seeing me a lot, he asked James as he sipped on a cup of hot cocoa. They were now sitting in a small cafe on the side of the road. This is important.
What happened with Alice after you two left together? James asked immediately after sitting down and ordering a cup of green tea. His doctor told him to refrain from drinking caffeinated drinks. Oh, nothing big. We just spent the night together, Yulian said with a satisfied smile. What? James asked, then quickly lowered his voice. Did you two? What else would we do? Discuss poetry? Yulian asked with a knowing smile. Didn't I tell you not to go near her? James didn't laugh.
You did.
But I have no obligation to listen to you, Yulian stated.
Young master.
This was your father's orders. James said in a troubled tune. I have no obligation to listen to a guy who couldn't keep his own wife. Yulian stated. He was holding a grudge against his father. And as far as I know, I am free to act as I want during the test. No one can stop me as long as I don't use my real status, power, or knowledge granted by the family.
True, but, young master,
you shouldn't be so stubborn. This is for your own good. James sighed as he took a thick file and put it in front of Yulian. Look at this. Yulian frowned, then opened the file. Inside of it, there were all kinds of reports on Alice, from her childhood getting chosen by the heavenly sect to be an elite disciple to her opening the underworld boxing clubs where she trained macho men to fight and compete for the right of a night with her. She changed men every night, sometimes taking 10 at once.
Oh boy.
Yulian frowned, then smiled. I see, this is interesting, he commented as he flipped a few pages and inspected the photos. I told you she is a slut. James said. She is not a good match for you.
Not that.
Caspian is her fiancé, right?
Yulian asked. It is in the file.
He stopped proposing when she showed up to meet him, riding a muscular man like a horse.
I see.
From the way she reacted during the wedding, she clearly hates him, Yulian said. Yes, and he hates her too, James said.
Then it is obvious.
The macho men thing is but an act. Alice is not a slut, Yulian said, leafing through the file. She is a good woman.
Young master.
The reports indicate otherwise. James said. We already have evidence that she sleeps with them. Then how do you explain this? Yulian interrupted as he took a plastic bag containing a piece of fabric stained with blood and threw it to James.
This is... James frowned.
Alice's proof of virginity.
I took it.
Yulian said with a proud smile. Give this to my father and tell him that I plan to wed her by the end of the year. That chick is definitely going to be mine the moment this damn family test is over. The hooligan had only one idea before he fell dead, drowning in his own blood. Why was that killer moving like a prostitute? Well, he would never know that answer. Neither would the 34 members of his gang who lost their sorry life as a group of very man-hating girls descended on them.
No.
Describing those girls as man-hating was not accurate as they only liked one man, a very handsome purple-haired young man. But they kept this a secret from their man-hating, blood-drinking ass-whipping mistress. Is everyone dead? The mistress, Alpha, asked as she walked out of the shadows near the warehouse they were raiding. Yes, one of the girls said. She was the new first secretary. The previous one had seemingly upset the mistress by telling the young master that the mistress's face was as pretty as her butt. As a result, she was demoted to the honorary position of chief toilet cleaner. The girls are already collecting the blood vials you requested, the assistant said. Good, Alpha said, as she broke the warehouse lock with a swing from her sword and then opened the gate. Inside, many underage girls were wrapped in rags. They looked frightened as the door opened at this unusual hour, not knowing if the hooligans were bringing some new group or planning to do something to them again. It was Alpha's fault for waiting too long to attack, but Victor had told her to wait and make sure that no one from the heavenly sect was not here before initiating the raid.
Fear not.
Alpha said softly. I am here to save you, she added, giving the doubtful girls an inspecting look. There were 47 of them. Shall we collect blood samples? The assistant asked softly. Wait until they calm down and have a warm meal. Get 2 samples from each, one for me and one to send to Victor. Alpha said as the girls around her began to help the girls out. And when writing the report, don't mention anything about the girl's age in it, she added. If that pervert Victor knew that they were lawless, he would come here running. I understand, the assistant paused abruptly. Mistress, look, she said, pointing at the sky. Alpha frowned and looked up only to gasp. In a well-lit underground study, around a square desk, 4 people were having a secret meeting after feeding the cock and telling the other girls in the mansion that they were going to discuss the stock market. The first was Victor, who arrogantly sat on a comfy chair with a stack of files in front of him, totally unaware that he was missing out on something. To his left, Elise was sitting timidly, wondering why the other 2 were there. To his right, Lily was sitting. She was relaxing on the couch while hugging one of her pretty legs while dangling the other to the floor. Her posture was like a crow resting on a twig. It seemed like her last 400 years trip had changed some of her habits. He didn't mind it as he would get to look at her pretty feet more. That's as long as she didn't decide that it would be fun to sit on his shoulder. Regardless. In front of them, Margaret sat on a chair, also in a strange way crossing her legs and showing off her expensive panties as she eyed the others. At least she wore them. Now, let's start this strategy briefing, Victor said after clearing his throat. Strategy?
Elise asked. Yes.
I was planning to initially delay this a year or two, but after awakening my bloodline, I became strong enough to be able to take some actions. The earlier we move our pieces the better, he nodded to himself. If my calculations are correct, at the earliest in a few months many things might change, so I want you girls to be aware of my plans.
Victor said.
Plans for what? Elise had to ask. World domination. Lily and Margaret replied at the same time, then looked at each other. What? Elise asked with a frown. Her new husband indeed exceeded her expectations, but she had no idea he had such lofty ambitions.
Don't listen to them,
Victor said, shaking his head. I just want to survive and live a happy life with a large harem. And to make sure all my enemies and those who oppose me are peacefully rotting in their lead coffins no matter who they are, he added, making Lily frown and look at him.
Aha.
Elise still didn't get it. Isn't that the same as world domination? Not exactly, I plan to stay in the shadows. Let's start from the beginning, Victor said as he stuck another isolation talisman under the table, adding it to the 100 others around the room. Just to be sure. What beginning?
Elise asked. Me.
Lily and Margaret. We are time travelers, he said casually as he relaxed in his seat as he dropped the bombshell. What? It was not Elise who asked, but Margaret who looked at Lily.
You too.
Lily nodded, scratching her nose. She was already suspecting Margaret. Time travelers? What do you mean exactly? Elise asked after a few minutes of awkward silence. Exactly what you heard. I am from the future. About 400 years or so. I used an X-ranked artifact that I stole from the Imperial Palace to return to the past, he stated. Not in the body through. Just my soul and memories, so you don't have to worry about sleeping with an old man. Aha, Elise just looked at him, trying hard to make sure that he was not kidding. But remembering how her grandpa described Victor as an old fox, that time-traveling story would make sense. Margaret is the same in a sense. But she returned by mere chance as she died early in the other timeline, and her soul just so happened to be trapped in one of the talismans I used to course my trip. So she got all her memories from her past. 20 years of life or so. Margaret glared at him. What about Lily? She asked, turning to observe Lily who for some reason had a totally out-of-character smug smile on her lips.
Lily, Victor hesitated.
She made a trip to the other timeline yesterday. She used the power of her bloodline awakening to activate an X-ranked bloodline skill and follow me for about 400 years, he said, making Margaret gasp. Lily wanted to correct him that she only followed him for the first few years, and after that, she took her time exploring the world and only stayed next to him about 30% of the time. But after thinking about it, she decided to leave him to his wishful delusions.
Elise didn't fully get it.
Neither did Margaret, who was just feeling slightly nerfed.
What happened is not important.
You just need to know that we have knowledge of the future. Although it might not be perfect now because we already messed with many things, the general trend will not be affected and we can still use this to manipulate many things.
Victor explained.
Why are you telling me this?
Elise asked.
Do the other girls know?
Nope. Just you, Victor said.
I have already decided to put you in charge of my plans, he said.
Oh.
Does this have anything to do with what happened to me in that timeline? She asked slowly. This was critical for her to believe him. Not entirely, I was just very impressed by you back then and you are the best one to take that role, he said looking at her curious lowly eyes. In that timeline, you were very miserable at first after your grandfather died as you were kicked out of the family. But you managed to build something for yourself afterward when you became a player 20 years later.
That long? And did we meet?
She didn't ask for any details. She was in fact testing him. If he wanted to lie, he would simply say that she was his wife. This was the easiest and quickest way to earn her trust.
No comment, Victor said.
Margaret was not completely right. But Lily and Lynn would end up occupying most of his time if he made turns.
Then it is final.
After launch, we will start, Margaret said, making the girls a little worried. Margaret was right, but they were feeling shy.
This was too sudden.
Can't we wait until the night?
Victor asked. No.
Margaret refused. Fine then, Victor said looking at Lily who nodded unwillingly. Maybe they would be able to take him if they all tried together. Maybe it would be a good chance to show the girls how knowledgeable she was. Now that her mother's method to control Victor had failed, she wanted to try her aunt's. The one who controlled her husband's harem. Alex, you will be responsible for guarding the basement while we are at it, Victor said. I don't want you peeping on me and my wives.
Me?
Didn't you forbid me from going down there?
Alex asked.
She was not going to argue with Victor whether she would peep at them or not. He wouldn't believe her no matter what she said. That was for the summoning.
Victor explained.
The summoned noble beast in there only deals with females and hates males and sluts, so you better be careful. I need you to take care of it while we are busy," he added, winking at the blushing girls. It was already noon when he opened his eyes.
Wrong. He looked around. Where was he?
He was in an old yet simple, classically furnished wooden room. His body hurt as if he was doing some heavy exercise. That was his first thought. Wait. He sat up abruptly and looked around as he started to recollect what happened. H, he screamed as he slid back into the bed. His butt hurt like hell.
What happened? Tom wondered.
It took him a few seconds to fully remember. First, he was with that bastard Caspian, intending to slay him.
Then he began to feel strange. Then,
blar, he began to throw up to the side of the bed as his facial expression flickered between shock and disgust.
Host, you are awake at last.
The whimsical system thought it had lost you forever. The system suddenly displayed a series of messages alerting Tom.
Mission accomplished.
You have successfully infiltrated Victor von Weiss's wedding and revealed his secret.
Rewards. 1 charm resist pill. 10 healing pills. Mission accomplished.
You have stopped Nova's marriage.
Rewards.
Storage space, 1 squared foot.
What the hell happened?
Tom asked while frowning, ignoring the rewards. For the moment, he had more important things to ask about, like his lost chastity. You were put under an evil curse. They wanted to target Nova and turn her into a sex-obsessed slut, but you took her place and saved her.
A curse?
Yes. For the past 2 days you had been under a succubus curse. This system tried to wake you up repeatedly, but it was useless. I can't help you if you don't let me.
The system lied. What?
Who cast this damn curse? Tom asked angrily. It was the evil Caspian himself, wanting to totally ensnare Nova to be his sex slave forever. The good news is that it didn't go as he planned.
Good news?
Tom asked angrily. His butt had just been wrecked and the system is telling him the good news?
Yes.
Because his partner was a male, the curse also affected him, getting him possessed by an incubus. This alerted his father, the sect master, to break the curse and save you too.
Oh boy. Tom was a little surprised.
Now Caspian will not dare to confess that he was the mastermind. And he will be forbidden from approaching Nova, fearing the curse might relapse if they get too close. You managed to single-handedly free Nova from the hands of this evil man.
Wait.
Does that mean that if he came near me?
Uncertain.
As a male you should be able to resist, but it would be hard. Anyway, this whimsical system would fully support you if you chose otherwise. I would never choose that.
Tom yelled. System, help me kill Caspian.
The system strongly advises against that.
What do you mean?
The system is feeling too whimsical to clarify. But killing Caspian may lead to your death.
What do you? Warning. Quick, someone is approaching.
Take a new shape-changing pill. The old one's effect is about to wear off. If they realize that you are not the real Nova, your life would be in danger. The system suddenly flashed an alert, making Tom quickly reach for his ring that had been hidden by the system earlier and take a pill, just as the door was pushed open and a middle-aged woman walked in. So, you are finally awake, she said, inspecting Nova distastefully with her slanted eyes.
Where am I? What happened? Tom asked.
You were cursed with young Master Caspian. We are still investigating who did it, so that's all I can tell you, she said, making Tom squint his eyes.
How is he?
Tom asked immediately, following the system's instructions to act as Nova would. He had already recovered, but you will not be able to see him for now.
Why? The Patriarch's orders.
The curse might relapse.
But
we will talk about this later,
the woman said.
Now, the Patriarch has agreed to young Master Caspian's request and you have been granted a core disciple position in the sect, the woman said, throwing a golden sign at Nova with envy in her eyes.
Core disciple? No comment, Victor said.
Margaret was not completely right. But Lillian Lin would end up occupying most of his time if he made turns.
Then it is final.
After launch, we will start, Margaret said, making the girls a little worried. Margaret was right, but they were feeling shy.
This was too sudden.
Can't we wait until the night?
Victor asked. No.
Margaret refused. Fine then, Victor said, looking at Lily, who nodded unwillingly. Maybe they would be able to take him if they all tried together. Maybe it would be a good chance to show the girls how knowledgeable she was. Now that her mother's method to control Victor had failed, she wanted to try her aunt's. The one who controlled her husband's harem. Alex, you will be responsible for guarding the basement while we are at it. Victor said. I don't want you peeping on me and my wives.
Me?
Didn't you forbid me from going down there?
Alex asked.
She was not going to argue with Victor whether she would peep at them or not. He wouldn't believe her no matter what she said. That was for the summoning.
Victor explained.
The summoned noble beast in there only deals with females and hates males and sluts, so you better be careful. I need you to take care of it while we are busy, he added, winking at the blushing girls. It was already noon when he opened his eyes.
Wrong. He looked around. Where was he?
He was in an old yet simple, classically furnished wooden room. His body hurt as if he was doing some heavy exercise. That was his first thought. Wait. He sat up abruptly and looked around as he started to recollect what happened. H, he screamed as he slid back into the bed. His butt hurt like hell.
What happened? Tom wondered.
It took him a few seconds to fully remember. First, he was with that bastard Caspian, intending to slay him.
Then he began to feel strange. Then,
blar-ea, he began to throw up to the side of the bed as his facial expression flickered between shock and disgust.
Host.
You are awake at last. The whimsical system thought it had lost you forever. The system suddenly displayed a series of messages alerting Tom.
Mission accomplished.
You have successfully infiltrated Victor von Weiss's wedding and revealed his secret.
Rewards. 1 charm resist pill. 10 healing pills. Mission accomplished.
You have stopped Nova's marriage.
Rewards.
Storage space, 1 squared foot.
What the hell happened?
Tom asked while frowning, ignoring the rewards. For the moment, he had more important things to ask about, like his lost chastity. You were put under an evil curse. They wanted to target Nova and turn her into a sex-obsessed slut, but you took her place and saved her.
A curse?
Yes. For the past 2 days you had been under a succubus curse. This system tried to wake you up repeatedly, but it was useless. I can't help you if you don't let me.
The system lied. What?
Who cast this damn curse? Tom asked angrily. It was the evil Caspian himself, wanting to totally ensnare Nova to be his sex slave forever. The good news is that it didn't go as he planned.
Good news?
Tom asked angrily. His butt had just been wrecked and the system is telling him the good news?
Yes.
Because his partner was a male, the curse also affected him, getting him possessed by an incubus. This alerted his father, the sect master, to break the curse and save you too.
Oh boy.
Tom was a little surprised. Now Caspian will not dare to confess that he was the mastermind. And he will be forbidden from approaching Nova, fearing the curse might relapse if they get too close. You managed to single-handedly free Nova from the hands of this evil man.
Wait.
Does that mean that if he came near me?
Uncertain.
As a male you should be able to resist, but it would be hard. Anyway, this whimsical system would fully support you if you chose otherwise. I would never choose that.
Tom yelled. System. Help me kill Caspian.
The system strongly advises against that.
What do you mean?
The system is feeling too whimsical to clarify. But killing Caspian may lead to your death.
What do you? Warning. Quick, someone is approaching.
Take a new shape-changing pill. The old one's effect is about to wear off. If they realize that you are not the real Nova, your life would be in danger. The system suddenly flashed an alert, making Tom quickly reach for his ring that had been hidden by the system earlier and take a pill, just as the door was pushed open and a middle-aged woman walked in. So, you are finally awake, she said, inspecting Nova distastefully with her slanted eyes. Where am I?
What happened? Tom asked.
You were cursed with young Master Caspian. We are still investigating who did it, so that's all I can tell you, she said, making Tom squint his eyes.
How is he?
Tom asked immediately, following the system's instructions to act as Nova would. He had already recovered, but you will not be able to see him for now.
Why? The Patriarch's orders.
The curse might relapse.
But
we will talk about this later,
the woman said.
Now, the Patriarch has agreed to young Master Caspian's request and you have been granted a core disciple position in the sect, the woman said, throwing a golden sign at Nova with envy in her eyes.
Core disciple?
Victor was swimming in a sea of naked lolas. A very attractive loli suddenly rose from their midst and approached him. In between the white infinite bed sheets, she hugged him. Give it to me, she screamed in a seductive voice as she began to kiss him. He also began to kiss her, from her feet until he reached her neck. She couldn't wait for him to touch her lips, but he never reached that far, as his teeth suddenly sank into her neck and then bit as hard as he could. The girl screamed as she tried to get him off her, but to no avail. He was like a vampire, sucking her blood and vitality. He was sucking her soul. She began to scream in pain and beg him to stop, but he totally ignored her. The girl's shape quickly changed from a sweet loli to that of an ugly giant cockroach that had 6 barbed legs. Although Victor felt disgusted, he didn't let go. Feeling helpless, the demon began to strike at her supposed prey randomly, but this was to no avail as he ignored the damage she inflicted on him as he grabbed her hard and sucked. It took only seconds for the demon to be completely eaten and for Victor to smile and lick his lips. That was disgusting, but the Von Rosen demon that infiltrated his body through Lin was devoured. This thing must have been manipulating Lin somehow and making her very horny. He noticed it earlier, her IQ seemed to be a little lower than usual. He first thought that she was just in heat after he left her for so long, but after using his inspection skill he quickly discovered why. Abnormal status. Demonic corrosion 19%. It seemed like whoever inserted a demon into her had never taken her safety into consideration. So Victor had no choice but to let her sleep with him earlier and let her transfer the demon into him, fearing that it might hurt her. The demon, who quickly climbed into his heart, was waiting for him to fall asleep before attacking him. But it had no idea that Victor was fully prepared. If it was a parasite as was planned originally, it would have been more troublesome to extract, as Victor planned to use an illusion to fool it out of Lin's body. Demons were easier as he could just eat them. Victor slowly opened his eyes and looked around. It was not a dream after all. He was indeed in a sea of naked girls. Victor smiled as he inspected his surroundings. He was surrounded by exhausted girls hugging him from every direction, sleeping with satisfied smiles on their faces. All around them, the grand bed and the floor were littered with lonely pieces of exotic underwear that were shredded apart. Last night was not only so wild, it was full of surprises. They started right after lunch and kept at it for an entire day. Even Lin, who recovered a bit, came and joined the fun in the middle of the night. Getting this huge emperor-sized bed was not a mistake after all. Victor looked around at the girls. First was Lily, who refused to leave his side all night. She was still hugging him till now, as if she was afraid some other girl would steal him. Apparently, she wanted to exert her dominance over the harem by showing some of the exotic skills she learned by poking around in the imperial palace. She failed miserably. Margaret had to fix every technique she tried. Victor chuckled as he turned to Margaret, who was hugging his leg. He always knew this girl knew her way in bed, but last night she showed him some things that he had no idea were possible. Damn, he sure missed a lot of things in his past life. Not only was she good herself, but she also had a positive effect on all of the girls, making them more active. She was like an orchestra maestro leading a band of naughty girls, but she was using a pink whip instead of a baton. The twins were not bad. Just a little inexperienced. They seemingly secretly learned some technique called the double phoenix eating the dragon. Pulling it off was hard, but after some help from Margaret, they did it, tempting Lily and Mira to try it together too. They were good, but not the same as the twins who used their similar appearance to boost that technique. At every moment he was so bewildered that he couldn't know who is who without using his appraisal skills. Mira, who was now hugging his other leg, was timid at first, but after some encouragement, she began to show her wild side. She exceeded Victor's childhood fantasies. Arya, on the other hand, was more conservative. She appeared bossy on weekdays, but she was very shy in bed. Even the wild Margaret failed to tempt her to try some exotic techniques. She was now sleeping on the side of the bed after almost kicking Victor's balls by mistake. Lastly was Monica. She was the biggest surprise. When the night started, Victor revealed 50% of his real charm, and this caused all the girls to go into shock, even Lily, who was prepared. Monica didn't go into shock. It was as if a pink switch inside of her was ticked. She became a crazy mess as she jumped at Victor and began to kiss him. Yes, her bloodline was fully awakened by the time she squeezed her young husband dry for the 7th time. None of the girls were able to get her off Victor until she was fully exhausted. Sadly, she was the only one who managed to awaken her bloodline. His charm was not enough for the rest of them. Well, awakening a bloodline was never that easy. He needed the right ingredients for each of them. And yes, Victor was not active at all at first. He chose to stay still like a cheap dildo and let the girls do all the action. This was shugged by Margaret. If he acted, he would have had to prioritize some girls over others, so for the first few hours, he played it wisely and let them fight it among themselves. It was not until they were all a little exhausted that he started his assault. After that night, those girls would never think of even considering another man. He made sure of that before letting go. The enhanced dragon libido had its uses after all. Victor chuckled as he finished inspecting the girls. He planned to take every girl romantically by herself, but this would be later. Maybe they should try going out on dates. He smiled and looked at the slightly open door. Lynn didn't close it when she discovered the orgy last night. So in the middle of the night, a sneaky little girl called Elise stumbled upon something very indecent when the girls were trying some crazy technique. She stayed there and watched the entire thing while hiding. Victor let her watch. He planned to cook her and let her simmer slowly until she is fully mature before eating her. This technique proved very effective on the twins. Victor slowly used his illusion and left his bed. The girls needed their beauty sleep, and he desperately needed a shower. He needed to go see Alex after that. He almost got interrupted last night when that bastard cock did a mating dance in front of her. Thankfully, he was able to activate a charm-dispelling talisman in time as she left the room.
If not, she would have fallen for it.
That bastard cock. They were supposed to be brothers. Victor cursed as he jumped from the bed and headed to the bathroom. Young master. Alex, who was sitting on the basement stairs, quickly stood up when she saw Victor, who still didn't dry his silky hair, heading in her direction.
I know.
Now quickly give me your underwear, he said in a hurry. What? She had to ask to make sure she heard him right.
You underwear, give it to me. But now.
You are a fucking guy, damn it. What are you ashamed of, fidgeting like a little girl? He scolded.
Don't make me come get it myself.
Ah, one moment. She ran to a side room where she replaced the gray shorts she was wearing as underwear before she returned and gave it to Victor. She was feeling a little ashamed, but she kept telling herself that she is a guy, and a guy would not be so ashamed to give his underwear to his friends.
She couldn't have been more wrong, but regardless.
Victor quickly grabbed the underwear with obvious disgust and then put it in his ring before running to the cock's room angrily. Wait here, he told Alex before closing the door behind him.
How dare you?
Victor scolded, glaring at the cock as soon as he entered the room. KWA. The rooster quickly stood up and began to defend itself.
It had a guilty face.
We guys do not hit on each other's girls.
Victor interrupted. Qua. Of course you knew.
Why else would I tell you to enhance her bloodline?
Qua. No.
Even if I didn't tell you about her bloodline.
She is my wife. Victor scolded.
That was a low blow, pal.
Qua. No buts.
Now spit up the pill. I need to enhance her bloodline.
Qua.
The rooster refused. Qua WK.
You still want more? We have a contract. Victor threatened.
KWWWWWW. The rooster glared at Victor hatefully, then spit out a pill full of cock saliva. Victor quickly took it and looked at the cock. Victor sighed, looking at the pill.
Sorry, pal.
It is my fault for not making myself clear. I too had no idea that she would cause you to get so horny.
Quaswara. Qua. Yeah.
I just got angry. Sorry, but you know how guys get around the girls they like. And I had no idea you fancy human girls. I thought you just like to have fun around them.
Quas. KWW. What?
You mean that she is 100% pure phoenix and not a human?
Victor asked. Qua. The cock nodded.
Holy shit, Victor was surprised. This means that Alex's father, the previous patriarch of the heavenly sect, was not her real father as he was presuming. She was a full-blown, otherworldly being. No wonder she was a dark scion. This had nothing to do with her fate of being a Phoenix clan princess as he earlier presumed, but by her entering this world illegally. Someone from another world must have sent her here using some method to give her a human shape and then sent her here skipping the world's protection somehow. It was hard, but with enough power doable. Her fake father must have known about this, or he wouldn't have given her the gender-changing ring. They must have been hiding her from something. But how could a man from a lower sect get to know an otherworldly creature?
Victor pondered.
He had read his file and it was not remarkable at all.
Unless. HSSS. Victor gasped.
It seemed like he needed to go visit those Thunder Sect ruins soon. They might contain a portal to another world.
Thanks, buddy.
Victor quickly turned to the cock. This info was really vital. He added as he threw Alex's underwear inside the cage. Keep this for your collection.
But don't tell anyone,
he said with an apprehensive smile. The cock that was pouting quickly cheered up as he sniffed at the shorts before picking it with its beak and swallowing it. The rooster, like many noble beasts, had an inner storage space where it kept its treasures. Now I have to go see the girl. Tomorrow I will be bringing you some more girls, so rest for now. KWAQA. The cock said, totally forgetting the fight with Victor earlier. It was a cool rooster.
Okay.
I will not forget the panties. It's a promise. I will send my men to collect them from virgins all around the world. Victor nodded before heading to the door, while his brain began to turn fast. Upgrading Alex's bloodline now would definitely cause the lock on it to break. Although he already made percussion with the tattoo, it might not be enough. Not unless he had a scapegoat. He paused and looked back at the celestial rooster.
Caw quah. The cock asked. Be prepared.
You might get something nice in a few minutes. But the window will be a little short. It would depend on your skills. Victor said, making the cock frown and then open its eyes wide.
Quah. Kawaii.
It said with scared eyes while shaking its head.
Don't worry.
This place is protected. And I promise that nothing bad will happen, at least your life will be guaranteed.
It's a man's promise.
KWWW.
Yes.
Victor said, making a sign in the air. A flash of light moments later made the rooster sigh in relief.
Quah quah.
It said with a knowing smile while nodding. It was risky, but it was worth it.
I will.
Victor said as he headed out.
What happened?
Alex asked as soon as Victor came out. She only heard screaming from the inside, but she couldn't make out the words.
Nothing.
That cock is being unreasonable. It thinks that you are female. Victor said, shaking his head. I know that you are a little wimpy, but a female?
Impossible.
Ah. Why? Alex had no idea how to respond.
That's absurd.
If you were a female, I would have slept with you long ago.
Victor said,
making her blush. Then I would have sold you to the highest bidder for hiding the truth from me, he added, making her swallow the words she wanted to say.
Now what? She asked. The stupid cock.
Thinking that you are a female, it produced a bloodline-enhancing pill for you. Victor said with a disturbed look. I can't believe you managed to fool it, while I couldn't without Lily's help.
Oh. A pill?
Yes. It pecked your hand right. Victor said, pointing at Alex's injured hand. It took your blood and gave you this pill in return, as it did with the rest of the girls. How the hell did you fool it? Victor asked, raising the red pill.
Ah.
I am not sure. If I didn't know better, I would have believed that you are secretly a female. That stupid thing even thinks that you are a virgin.
How absurd.
I saw it myself how you fucked the brothel girls in Golden Waterfall Town. You can't be a virgin. Victor nodded to himself. I think your bloodline has some power that is affecting its perception.
Probably. Alex nodded.
Now come, Victor said, dragging Alex to a side room and then closing the door. Eat this quickly so that we can upgrade your bloodline, he said, pushing the pill into her mouth before she could resist.
Swallow, he ordered.
Alex stepped back as she felt the pill melt in her mouth.
She swallowed.
Then all hell broke loose.
Damn it.
Theta yelled as she put the binoculars in her hands down and then threw herself on her back on the bed and began to kick the imaginary Victor with her delicate bare feet. Relax, Robin. He already promised to marry you once you are old enough. Ruby, who was sitting by her side, said, feeling a little jealous. She felt inferior to her friend who didn't have to lose her virginity in a brothel.
I know.
But he married that damn Elise. She is as old as me.
Theta said. Hateful Victor.
You know that it was a political marriage, Ruby said.
He wouldn't touch her. How do you know that?
Theta said as she sat up, took the binoculars again, and began to inspect the sealed mansion from the window. She could see nothing from the inside, but she felt the need to keep an eye on them. Yesterday, she watched as the frustrated girls had tea on the balcony, and Elise was not with them. Was she with the young master? Relax. The lock will end tomorrow. We can ask the twins about it then. They would never lie, Ruby said, reassuring her friend, then frowned as she looked out. The morning sky, which was clear until moments ago, began to get cloudy. It only took moments for the sunny day to become dark. Thunder began to rumble from in between the thick clouds, and several streaks of lightning began to dart around as if preparing to descend.
Was this a storm?
Why did it feel ominous? After taking the red pill, Alex only felt something break inside of her as everything turned black. As she fainted, a shock wave broke from her body, sending everything in the room flying, including Victor, who was thrown away to hit the wall behind him. Alex, who lost consciousness, began to float in midair as her body began to shine with a yellow bright light. It kept shining stronger and brighter, making the room heat up as if Alex was the sun. Around the walls of the room, immediately golden lines began to shine, locking the room's space. Every room in the basement had those installed by Victor, who wanted to keep what was happening down here a secret.
Shit.
Victor cursed as he sprung to his feet, then ran to Alex's side, grabbing the gender-changing and the storage rings from her fingers before he was blasted away again. He could only put his back to the wall and watch as the room turned into an inferno. Without a way out, the heat in the room began to build up and in a few seconds made it hotter and hotter, like the insides of a rector. Victor, who didn't expect this sudden outburst, almost fainted. He had to cast a dozen isolation talismans and use all his skills to be able to remain in the room. Although he could escape at any time using his shadow-shifting skill, He knew that he had to stay here to watch for Alex in case something bad happened to her. He also had to keep ready to cast some more isolation talismans in case the old ones collapsed. The heat of the room kept getting higher, melting everything around and charring all the wooden furniture black, a sign that all the oxygen in the room had already been exhausted. Even the clothes on Victor began to slowly disintegrate. Victor cursed silently, then he raised his head and let out a roar, activating his bloodline to its full extent to apply its effects. In seconds, his silky purple hair turned grayish-white with a few dark black locks going like snakes in between the white ones. If someone looked close, he would notice that those locks had a strange air shimmering around them, like the space itself would break if it touched them. His eyes turned abyssal black with an entire universe reflected in them. His pupils were like molten gold, piercing through whatever he looked at. On his now shimmering skin, numerous strange signs began to appear, forming an interlaced mesh, resembling the scales on a dragon as they slowly took shape, forming an ethereal exoskeleton around him, giving him long claws and dark black wings that didn't resemble any other creature. From his forehead, 2 long barbed horns slowly grew up, reaching a few feet above his head. Unlike the fake ones he uses when he disguises as the Nutcracker, those 2 were original. They had the power to break space itself. With his bloodline fully activated, all his status and attributes doubled. All his skills strengthened. Heat no longer bothered Victor as he stood there, like a real noble demon looking at Alex as her body slowly burnt and from inside a flame that resembled a phoenix began to take shape. The tattoo that Margaret drew didn't burn, it slowly formed a protective shell around the newly born phoenix that completed itself in seconds, and then it uttered a loud cry as it began to disintegrate, leaving 1 drop of blood that slowly began to form a new phoenix of flames.
A white one this time.
Suddenly the process stopped and the white newly emerged flames began to wane. Victor frowned. Something was wrong. That phoenix had not enough energy for a rebirth. Without waiting, Victor quickly dumped a heap of gems on the floor, which began to disintegrate in seconds, forming a vortex of energy that quickly began heading toward the white phoenix. It slowly began to grow up again, but Victor didn't relax as he felt the world around him begin to solidify. A feeling that he only felt once before, when he activated the time book. It was either that someone was trying to barge into this world, or the world itself was starting to reject Alex.
It could be both.
Victor could feel a tribulation vortex forming around him.
Damn it! Victor cursed.
Then without hesitation, he bit his finger and let a drop of his own now golden blood travel to that white phoenix and merge with it as he activated his blood-slave connection to Alex to its full extent. Earlier, he felt that his old bond began to disintegrate, so he reinforced it immediately. This would have been impossible usually, but with the world's will helping Victor against Alex, it was done immediately, and the forming tribulation quickly dissipated. A summoned or a contracted creature was allowed in this world after all. The white phoenix, feeling the world's will no longer resisting it, began to slowly expand until it filled the room, burning the tattoo array completely with everything in its way. Then it quickly contracted again, forming the body of a delicate, gorgeous girl with long flowing golden hair.
Damn it!
This was a close call, Victor said. She is hot, he couldn't help but add before frowning as he felt the world solidify again.
They were here.
He quickly ran to Alex's side, holding her and slowly lowering her to the floor as the flame around the room got fully absorbed by her. A few notification panels appeared in succession in front of Victor, notifying him of some status and class changes with Alex. He was her master after all. Looking at her status, Victor almost screamed in shock.
Name, Alexis Donner. Race, Noble Phoenix. Level, 101. Class, Flame Warrior, AAA. Abnormal status. Blood Slave, SSS. Health, 5,000. Stamina, 3,000. Mana, 3,000. Authority, 7. Strength, 558. Agility, 491. Intelligence, 391. Luck, 49. Charm, 112. Order, 41. Class skills. Firestorm, S. Swift Slash, A. Burning Blood, A. Flaming Fist, B. System skills. Thunder Fist Arts First Half, A. Shocking Fist, E. System recognized skills. Fire Resistance, A. Spear Arts, A. Survival Instinct, B. Spider Hater, C. Impaling Strike, E. Womanizer, F. Magic Affinity, Fire, Thunder, Light. Equipment, none. Fate status. Fate's power, S. Summary, Dark Scion. Defined fate, Dark Scions suffer in misery. Live for revenge. Die in glory. Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil. Bloodline. Imperial Phoenix Bloodline, SSS, awakened. Bloodline effects. Immortality. Arrogance.
Greatly enhanced charm. Greatly enhanced fire resistance. Greatly enhanced thunder resistance.
Mana heart. Enhanced curse resistance. Enhanced intelligence.
Bloodline skills.
Rebirth, X.
Regeneration, SSS.
Fire World, SSS. Imperial Order, SS. Fire Clone, SS. Hiding, S. Healing Tears, S. Swift Step, S.
Fire Transformation, S.
Limitless Flight, A. Fire Core, A. Fire Claw, B. Burning Touch, B.
Wow! She was truly a phoenix. No wonder she had a human body. All creatures with the noble word in their species names have the power to turn into humans or humanoid creatures. In fact, their main form becomes human. Alex was defiantly from some royal family. But damn it, her dark scion fate didn't go away. Why?
He had no idea. Victor sighed.
It seemed like he had to keep bullying her for now, until he figured out a way to remove her stupid destiny at least. Having no other choice, Victor quickly placed her rings back into her fingers and watched her turn into a gorgeous man just as the sound of something breaking rang above his head. Victor cursed silently. With Alex's blood lock breaking, they must have found this place and come to get her. But were they friends or foes? Victor didn't care. Those who dared to break into his house are destined to suffer. Alex was already his, and he would never let others take her. Like shattered glass, a hole near the ceiling seemed to have opened, and from beyond a golden bird slowly crept in, raising the room's temperature again. It took it only seconds to fully enter the room and for Victor to quickly appraise it.
Name, Litre d'Or. Race, Noble Phoenix. Abnormal state. Hiding, SS. Name, Litre d'Or. Race, Noble Phoenix. Abnormal state. Hiding, SS. Demon form, SS. Clone, SS.
Level, 971. Class, Flame Soul, SSS. Health, 6,300,000. Stamina, 3,200,000. Mana, 5,400,000. Authority, 101. Strength, 3,714. Agility, 3,330. Intelligence, 2,991. Luck, 73. Charm, 1,120.
Order, 2071. Bloodline.
Royal Phoenix Bloodline, SS, Awakened. Fate status, clones have no fates. Shit, Victor said as he began feeling the temperature rise again. He had to get rid of this one before she tried to leave or else she would burn the entire mansion. The upper floors were not as reinforced as the basement. The Phoenix looked with a frown around the room, trying to sense the signal they received. But she couldn't see anyone, the room was empty. It frowned, then from the back, it felt some ripples of energy, familiar energy. It quickly passed through the wall, melting a hole in its path until she reached the room with the cages. There, inside one of the cages, there was a pretty naked girl who collapsed on the floor with a familiar air around her. Found you, the Phoenix said as it revealed its sharp talons, attacking the helpless girl that was cut into minced meat in seconds. Something was wrong. It tried to turn to look back, but it was too late because at that same moment, it felt severe pain in its butt as if someone plucked all of its noble tail's feathers. Ah! The Phoenix screamed in pain and threw an attack to the back before turning to see the cock that was retreating to the back with a group of red burning feathers in its beak.
Davitothak.
You despicable chicken, the Phoenix screamed angrily. How dare you? It wanted to use its firestorm skill to burn everything, but stopped as it felt a grave sense of danger approaching. It was an ominous silver needle that appeared out of nowhere and was heading for its head. The Phoenix cursed and instinctively used its swift step skill to get away. This was a mistake. Although it managed to dodge the needle, all around it the world began to solidify. Using this S-rank skill has alerted the world of its existence. Now the hole she came from would close and this clone would die. Damn it. It cursed and then quickly traveled back to where it came from. The hole still had some time before it fully closed, so it decided it had some time and activated its Heavenly Eyes skill, trying to find its location before leaving to send reinforcements later. This was a mistake, as at this moment 3 needles penetrated its body. They were completely ineffective as they melted by its flaming feathers before they could touch its skin.
The Phoenix cursed.
This was just normal steel.
It was fooled. Damn it.
The needles failed to hurt it, but they forced it to cancel its skill and turn around to look at its enemy. It was a tall demon looking at her with a smirk. The Phoenix frowned, then felt it as another needle penetrated her at that same moment. This time it went through its but where the cock had already plucked all the feathers.
It went straight in.
The phoenix screamed in pain, turning into a green goo as the only exit, the ethereal hole behind her closed by the world's rules. Everything returned to being peaceful a moment later. If it were not for the burnt room and the melting wall, no one would know that another worldly being had died here a most gruesome death. What a waste, Victor said as he collected the green goo and then looked at the fainted Alex who was leaning against the wall in the corner. She got her hair back, and it was long this time. It seems like your family hates you too, he said, feeling sorry for her.
Well,
you are mine now, he whispered, then turned around and left the room. It would take Alex a few hours to wake up. And Victor decided not to be here when that happened. It was not time yet to reveal her truth. After heading to the cage room, Victor found the cock waiting for him with a cocky smile. Did you get it? Victor asked with a smirk. KWA, the cock nodded, then spat a few feathers at Victor. KWWWW, it said, meaning this was Victor's share.
Thanks, pal.
I wouldn't have been able to slay it easily without your help. Victor said, inspecting the phoenix feathers. These things can be used to create some very good elixirs.
KWWWW, the cock nodded. Remember.
After returning to your world, don't tell anyone what you did, Victor said as he collected the feathers in his ring and left the room.
Qui wa, the cock said. It was not a foolish cock.
And it didn't have a death wish.
Level up. Level up. Level up.
You leveled up 20 levels. Lily, who was feeling a little tired after an eventful night, woke up to the beeping of a very strange list of notifications in her mind. So did the naked girls in the bed sheets around her. What the hell? Margaret asked with a frown as she sat up and looked at the girls yawning around her.
What?
Monica, who was the only non-player girl, also woke up as the girls began to look at each other.
We leveled up.
Margaret yelled.
What? Monica asked.
We will tell you later. Where is that pervert Victor?
Margaret asked.
She was so tired last night that she felt nothing until the notification beeped into her mind. Guiding a group of noob girls all night was hard after all. He sneaked away 2 hours ago, Arya said. As the one sleeping on the side of the bed, she felt it when Victor jumped over her and barely dodged the leg she decided to stretch at that very second.
Then the notification?
Lynn asked, also ignoring Monica, who didn't know that notification they talked about.
I have no idea.
But we desperately need a bath before we find where our sneaky husband went. Margaret replied, making the girls blush and nod after realizing how filthy they became after last night. They couldn't believe they were that wild. It was all like a fever dream. When the girls went downstairs an hour later after fixing themselves up, they found that the dining table was fully furnished with all kinds of appetizers, and Victor was sitting at the head of the table operating a grill that he placed there.
Young master.
You can't grill meat in here. Mana shouted immediately.
Call me husband, Victor scolded. And this is my house, I can do whatever I want, he added.
Ah. But we will be the ones doing the cleaning, Mina replied in a low voice. I already told you that I intend to get some new maids. So ignore it for now, he said, hiding the fact that he was grilling to hide the distinct smell of burnt wood. He didn't want the girls to know about the mess in the morning. Not the entire story of it anyway. Now sit and enjoy my cooking, he ordered, gesturing to the girls to take their seats.
They didn't need an invitation. They were famished.
Last night they had the workout of their life. Especially after trying to pull out that pyramid of doom pose that Margaret taught them. Young Ma, husband Lily, who sat right next to the grill, asked as Victor handed her a big steak. What was that level up notification? Did anything happen?
Oh yes.
It is the result of experience sharing.
Victor explained.
Whenever I level up, as my system recognizes wives, you will also get to enjoy some of it.
He explained.
This is one of the benefits of. He paused as he looked at the back. Come in, Alex, I know you are there. Alex nervously walked from behind the side door. She just left the basement after adjusting herself and was a little nervous. The girls gasped when they saw her. She wore casual jeans and an orange sweater which looked dashing on her. The most important thing was not that, but the newly grown blonde hair styled into one long ponytail. She liked it and decided to risk keeping it. She looked like a charming male model who should really start thinking about changing his gender. The gender-changing ring was working to its limit to stop anyone from realizing she was a girl.
Wow!
You look amazing after awakening your bloodline, Victor said, giving Alex the thumbs up. Now come and help me at the grill, he added, making the nervous Alex nod and walked to stand behind the grill. She had no idea what happened in the basement after taking the pill and was nervous that Victor might have discovered something about her.
So, continue,
Margaret said, giving Alex an inspection look while licking her lips. Why did you level up? She turned and asked Victor, who just finished preparing a medium raw steak for her and was carefully placing it on her dish.
Ah, right.
Let me start from the beginning. Last night, that cock seemed to have taken a fancy to our Alex here, Victor said as he returned to the grill and slapped Alex's butt.
Ah, she yelped, but Victor ignored her.
I always knew that Alex was beautiful, but I had no idea he could turn cocks gay, Victor said, shaking his head and making Alex relax a bit. Anyway, the cock produced a blood-upgrading pill for Alex and gave it to him. He said, getting 2 steaks for the twins this time.
And? Lynn asked.
She liked her steak well done, so she had to wait. The moment I gave him the pill, some demon tried to intrude into the mansion. I don't know why, but I presume it came because of all the pheromones that cock released when it tried to seduce Alex. It probably wanted to eat it. Eat my cock, he yelled, striking the table with his fist and scaring Alex, who began to operate the grill. Relax, man. No one here wants to eat your cock. Margaret took the opportunity to point out, even with her mouth full of meat. She just couldn't help but say it. So you killed it? Arya asked, wishing to stab Margaret with the fork in her hand. Did she really have to point out his lame joke like that? And why did he have to scream it out, making people misunderstand? Elisa's face was already beet red. Yes, with the cock's help.
We cocked it, he said.
Too bad I didn't go check back on Alex after that. I got so much experience from that thing that I had to think how to distribute it between you girls.
He said.
How strong was it exactly?
Margaret asked.
Strong enough to give me enough experience to not only level up by 50 levels but also level each of you by 20. He said, making the girls a little surprised before he looked at Monica, who was briefed by Lily during the bath on what level up and players meant.
Monica.
Do you want to also be a player? Victor asked directly.
She nodded immediately.
After last night's action, she realized how powerful all the girls were. She was completely exhausted in an hour, but the girls kept at it till morning. This was because they were players, according to Lily.
Good,
Victor said. Then do you see that slab next to your dish?
Ah.
Isn't this the one my father used to put under his stupid vase?
She said.
She noticed it earlier and was wondering if Victor was planning to use it to put some hot bowl over it.
Yes.
That idiot had no idea how precious this thing is. It is an awakening relic from your mother's family, I believe. Drop some of your blood on it and let's see, Victor said. He was conflicted between using his awakening skill on her or allowing her to use the slab, but presuming that the slab might get her more benefits than his F-rank skill, he went with the latter. Monica frowned and then quickly noticed the sterilized needle next to the slab. Victor must have prepared this for her.
Ah.
Okay, she said without hesitation. Slowly taking the needle, then pricking her finger before softly touching the slab. The slab shone with a soft pink light and Monica froze. It only took 5 seconds for the outside observers before she blinked again and looked around with a smile. Congratulations. The girls told her immediately as Victor put a medium raw steak in front of her, while secretly removing the isolation talisman he placed under her chair in case something happened.
Thanks, she said to Victor.
He not only helped her get rid of her evil father but also made her a player and gave her great power. I am your husband, it is my duty to take care of you, he said while activating his appraisal skill.
Monica Davis.
Level 0. Class Dragon Rider S. Authority 7.
Strength 15. Agility 16. Intelligence 20. Luck 16. Charm 40. Order 10. Skills: Awakened Mind S. Dragon Bonding S. Healing A. Magic Blast B. All Resistance C. Taming F. Bloodline
Dragon Ghost Butterfly AA.
Equipment None. Fate Status Fate's Power A+. Define Fate None.
Destiny List less than 10 order points to unveil. Not bad at all, he said with a smile that made her blush as she fully understood what he meant. Well, she did ride him for a few rounds last night.
Oh.
Now after the changes we made, the von Gledstadt family should be able to survive and may be able to preserve their influence after the reckoning, Victor said, putting a golden token in front of him. But are they now our allies or enemies?
Lily asked.
I will support Gary to be the next patriarch. Harvey already likes him. If he succeeds, they will most likely be our allies, Victor said. They are not a militaristic family anyway, and once Margaret finishes establishing our merchants guild, they would have no choice but to cooperate with us, as we would be the only one with a functioning infrastructure after the reckoning.
Margaret nodded.
She already started working on this with Arya's help.
A merchant guild? Elise asked.
Yes. I plan to build trading centers all around the world in predicted safe zones. It will be filled with reserve grains, food, and weapons that we will trade for precious minerals after the reckoning. Our forces' initial goals will be to secure trade routes between them using our initial knowledge. Later I also plan to create space warping gates if possible, but that would depend on whether I would be able to secure the required materials. Lily, who heard this, gave him an apprehensive look and then nodded. It was possible, but it would require a lot of scheming. You will be amassing money using your future knowledge of the stock markets for that?
Elise asked. Yes.
We already formed a few shell companies and we have already begun buying abandoned warehouses under the guise of building movie sets. It was Margaret who said this. Realizing that this meeting was about Victor letting his most trusted generals know about his future plans. And she was part of this. How is he? The first asked as he leafed through the document on his desk.
Perfect.
The seventh, who was sitting at his side, said. We couldn't have found a better replacement. He checks all the right boxes. He is only 3 months older than Victor, and has a similar body structure and depraved personality, the fourth replied as she put down her smoking pipe. That permanent face-changing pill really works wonders. Getting Victor's blood from the family to make it was not easy, but thankfully we had an agent in their labs and they had been testing everyone recently. By using the blood on a first-degree relative, the results are always satisfactory, the seventh said, feeling a little proud of himself. Too bad that Dick went missing. We no longer have a fresh supply of baby blood. Did you know what happened to him?
Not at all.
He went missing after that night when Victor desecrated his son's corpse.
What a waste.
It might be Theodore or Even and who discovered something. Investigate more, but keep it discreet.
Yes.
Did you inform Axel of what he needed to know? The first asked.
Yes.
We finished briefing him and already began training him on the Von Weiss etiquette and rules, but he keeps asking about becoming a player. He couldn't wait after we told him about this. Contact Calmer and ask him to help us sneak Axel into the Von Geldstadt's Gold Mountain Fortress to use their artifact. If he manages to awaken as a merchant like Victor, he would be perfect, the first said, squinting his eyes as he looked at the paper in front of him. He really needed a new pair of glasses. Reading in the dark for so long seemed to have ruined his sight. Would a healing pill work? He would try it later. I understand, the fourth said. Now, I have some reports that agents from Rebirth have been spotted in the Wyron Principality. Sadly, we lost track of them as they separated after meeting once. Shall I order my men to search more aggressively?
No.
They will surface sooner or later, the first said. But what are they after?
Unknown. I see.
What about the Nutcracker? Did you find his trace? The first turned to the seventh and asked.
No.
As far as we know, it was heading west. Someone was asking about it secretly on the streets, but we don't know who. We must? Master, the secretary suddenly barged into the office, interrupting the meeting.
What? The first person asked.
His cool secretary was acting a little out of character.
The moon.
You have to see this, she said as she gasped for breath.
Ray.
Rain screamed as he looked around. Moments ago when they were exploring this old dungeon, Ray seemed to have touched something and there was a bright light shooting up through the ceiling. When everything calmed down, Ray was nowhere to be found.
Ray, he yelled for her again. Shut up.
Your vulgar sound is hurting my noble ears, Tulip scolded as she lightly approached the place Ray touched. There was a strange symbol there. Let me concentrate, she said as she examined everything around it.
What is it?
Where is Ray?
Rain asked.
He knew that Tulip had some extraordinary background. She knew many things. This seems to be a teleportation array. The same kind they use in my family, she said as she took a compass and placed it next to the array and watched it for a while.
Strange, she said. What?
The array target is more than 250,000 miles away in a negative space.
Oh.
This must lead to some live dungeons, she said, striking her palm with her fist. What? He asked again, but as usual, she only treated him as some bug and ignored him as she took the compass and put it in her ring.
Follow me,
Tulip said without looking back as she made some symbols with her hand, then stepped into the array and disappeared. Arrogant bitch. Just you wait, one day I will, Rain cursed as he jumped into the array.
Nothing happened.
Oops, Tulip forgot to tell him how to activate it. Lily used her fingers to tap at the table as she looked around. Everyone was waiting for her to speak. First, let me ask you this.
Do you believe in fate? She asked Elise. Elise nodded.
All little girls believe in fate. If not for fate, how would they meet their Prince Charming?
Good.
Do you know what fate is?
Lily asked.
Elise frowned, not knowing how to answer this. Fate is the maximum entropy achievable in a certain set.
Lily said.
Eh?
What?
Margaret asked, She was trying hard to understand what Lily meant.
So was Elise.
Victor, on the other hand, frowned a little, then nodded. Technically, that was true. Let me phrase it in another way. Imagine there are infinite timelines and infinite possibilities, Lily said. Now, imagine that one of those possibilities has a 90% or even 95% chance of occurring. We call this possibility fate, as no matter what changes it will happen.
Oh, Elise nodded. So did Victor.
Margaret was still frowning. Now, every moment everyone makes many choices, and those choices affect the fates of everyone around us to some extent, Lily said. Some people's choices have more effects than others.
Oh, the three listeners nodded.
All creatures in this world have a hidden status called fate power. It is the one that determines how one will change the world.
She began to explain.
Simply put, the more fate power you have, the easier it is for you to influence a certain fate and affect others' fates too. Elise nodded again, squinting her pretty eyes as she took a notebook and began to take notes. Did she carry that with her? Now, usually the strongest rank someone's fate can be as a ranked, Lily said. They go from F to A?
Elise asked.
Usually yes, but sometimes, very rarely, some people are born with an S, SS or SSS rank fates. Lily said, making Margaret squint her eyes this time and glance at Victor, who kept looking at Lily. Those are the scions?
Elise asked.
Close enough, but not exactly. Lily shook her head. Having an S-ranked fate means that your choices have a major effect on the world. This is as powerful as it sounded, so usually those people are really scary to go against.
But?
Elise asked as his eyes twinkled. There is no free lunch in this world. But having an S fate is not a good thing. Although you would be able to influence the world to your will, it has one drawback. The world would put a mark up your ass.
The world? Elise asked.
Yes. We call it the world. It is the collective consciousness or the hidden mysterious force guiding this world to be balanced.
Lily said.
We don't know exactly what it is, but when something threatens to affect this balance, the world will eliminate it. And S-ranked fates might affect this balance?
Margaret asked. Yes.
Now, a scion is someone who has both, at least an S-ranked fate power, and a destiny to benefit the world. They are the ones the world approves of their actions. Lily said, so, being a scion is like a blessing, as the world would make sure that a scion's fate would be fulfilled. Isn't that what I told you guys that time?
Victor asked. No.
You said that the world gives a scion his destiny, which is completely wrong. The scion's destiny is born with it, following the laws of causality. The world just makes sure that it will be fulfilled.
Lily explained. Oh, Victor said. That's what I meant, he lied.
So they can't be killed?
Elise asked.
Not only that, they can't even be harmed in a way that would ruin their fates. Lily added. So by any chance, if you go against them, you have three choices. The first is to run and hide, the second is to overpower them and make a deal, and the last is to find some other scions to fight them.
You can also scam them, Victor pointed.
What if someone has a fate that goes against the world? Elise asked, ignoring him. Then the world will give them a curse that goes along with their destiny to hamper them. Sometimes it is deadly, but more often it can't finish them off, so it would just turn them into a personified jinx to everyone and everything around them. We call those dark scions.
Oh.
The third type is those guys whose destinies do not affect the world's balance despite having an S rank. The world usually just ignores those guys, but that doesn't make them any less dangerous, she explained. How common are each of those three types?
Elise asked.
Most normal people would only meet one or two scions in their lifetime.
Lily said.
Dark scions are far rarer. As for those who only have S destiny, there are no statistics. We can identify scions and dark scions by their effect on the world around them, but for the other, it is not an exact science, as measuring fate power requires very rare skills or artifacts.
Wait.
Victor, didn't you tell us that you could see our fates before? Margaret turned to Victor, who was smiling shyly. Lily didn't tell him anything new. He already figured everything she spoke about out during the last month or so. He was wondering how he should tell her that. He was lying as usual.
Lily said.
He was just using his future knowledge to fool you guys, she added, looking hatefully at him. He scammed her too.
Oh, Elise said, looking at Victor. Ah. Victor cleared his throat. Well.
Sorry to break it to you.
But.
I was not lying about that specific thing. My class just happened to be the X-ranked Fate Weaver. It really allows me to see people's fates, Victor said, scratching his nose.
What?
Lily asked in shock, looking at him. You don't have to be so angry. You know how handsome your husband is, so in my ceremony, it just threw itself at me, wiggling its butt. I couldn't refuse. He began to talk nonsense. What exactly can you see? Lily asked, ignoring his ramblings.
Everything.
I can see fate's power and the strongest destiny. And if I spend some order points, I can see the entire destiny list, he said. HSSSSS. Lily looked at him as if he was a monster. Is this really big?
Margaret asked.
If any of the major powers knows about this, they will kidnap him and keep him in some dark cell for the rest of his life, Lily said. They might also eliminate him, she added, glaring at Victor. The bastard knew about everything she talked about, and had been acting ignorant all the time. Why couldn't she overpower him?
Damn it.
That's why you should keep this a secret, Victor said, winking at the nervous Elise. Now that you know what a scion is, let us discuss them then, he said with a sleazy smile, grabbing a silver-colored folder from under the table. You have a list of scions?
Margaret asked,
wondering how many other folders he has there, and whether it would be possible to try some under-the-desk action after this meeting.
Yes.
The first is Tom. He has an SS Fate power and a Berserker class. He is destined to defeat demons around the world and help take down Caspian, Victor said, making Lily nod.
He is a big shot,
Margaret said with surprise. She had no idea. But her intuition about him was right. Yes, in the future he will go on to build a grand harem and a porn business empire. Thankfully right now he is under my control, so no need to do anything about him,
Victor added.
The next one is Zoe. Fate's power is SS+. She has a hero class. She is destined to be one of the world's gate guardians, Victor said, making Lily nod again. They were a group of scions. They formed this small sect that had one goal, which was to stop the demons from entering this world. Later they got the approval of the Emperor and were given the authority over the world's gates. Lily explained, looking at Victor, was not really privy to this matter. He only knew some random info.
Oh, good.
We shall ignore her for now, Victor said. Weren't you planning on adding her to your harem?
Lily asked.
On the waiting list, he said too casually as he flipped to the next paper. The next one is Oliver Goodman, a berserker. He is Zoe's childhood friend. His fate's power is S, Victor said, making Lily frown and then sigh. The one I castrated, she admitted. She was really lucky as she knew what it meant to be an enemy of a scion. Thankfully it seemed that Victor managed to repel him for her. Yes, the one you castrated, Victor nodded. Thankfully after I humiliated him, he turned into a dark scion. His anger must have changed something in his destiny, Lily said, shaking her head. I have never heard of him in my past life. He escaped somewhere to join the army. I guess we can ignore him for now, Victor said, flipping the page. The next one is Sebastian Silver, class is Battle Mage, and fate power is S+. I never heard of him, Lily interjected. Too bad, Victor said. I met this one more than once, and although I didn't really get to read his full destiny, I sure did screw him a lot. Victor pondered, not explaining, but he has something to do with the von Richter family, he said finally.
What? You mean Alpha? Lily said. Yes. Hannah too.
They were destined to be his mistresses, but I stole them, Victor said. Oh, Lily frowned, not knowing how Victor did it. This might have something to do with a sect called the Immortal Abode. They got a guy who named himself the Eternal Lord. Alpha and Hannah were working for him. But I didn't really investigate him as he was in another continent and really kept to himself.
Oh, Victor said, pondering.
I will just keep him on the watching list for now. He will surely find me again for Hannah. I will just have to make her fall for me before he returns, Victor said, making Lily look away angrily.
Damn, pervert.
Excuse me? Elise suddenly asked. How can you make her love you if a scion already had his eyes on her? By any chance, are you a scion too? She asked, making Lily and Margaret both look at Victor. The little girl had a point. Ah. No, my fate power is a ranked, he shook his head. I forgot to tell you, but my class makes me resistant to others' destinies and my actions are usually free from others' interference, he said. How else do you think I managed to marry the twins? I just had to make Tom hate them.
Oh, Lily looked at him, squinting her eyes.
Didn't his class mean that he was the natural enemy of her stupid family?
Cool.
The next one is Alex,
Victor said. You got a point there, Lily said.
But what is her destiny? Why is she a dark scion? The world hates her just because she does not belong here,
Victor said.
Alex is not human, but a phoenix.
What?
Lily asked with a frown.
Are you sure?
Yes, why would the celestial cock try to fuck her if she wasn't?
Victor said.
When she awakened her bloodline, another phoenix clone seemed to have been summoned and tried to kill her. If my guess was correct, this must be some family feud.
Oh, Lily frowned.
Do you know where she comes from? The Thunder Sect dungeon is my best guess. I plan to go investigate it. It might contain a gate to another world.
Victor said. Oh.
Lily nodded. She didn't know a lot about the Thunder sect. I plan to take care of Alex by myself for now, so you don't need to worry. But just in case something were to happen to me, keep in mind to keep her unhappy, but not sad, Victor said finally. And if you ever feel that something is wrong around her, send her on some stupid mission somewhere.
The girls nodded. Now.
The next scion I met was Raincleaver. SS ranked, class is Arcane Knight, Victor said. He was accompanying 2 girls. An unawakened scion called Ray who has an S-ranked fate power, and an arrogant bitch called Tulip, he added looking at Lily, your sister. Lily nodded. He already mentioned meeting Tulip before. I know about those. They will form a team called the Ace Rangers who raid dungeons and hunt demons across the world. What's Tulip's fate power and destiny? Tulip's fate power is SSS ranked. I didn't get to see her destiny as she attacked me immediately.
Oh.
What were you doing?
Lily asked.
Stealing an edict shard, he said casually. You got one of those? Lily asked in shock as she leaned onto the table and looked at him.
I got 3.
How do you think I managed to guarantee the wedding safety, he asked. Do you know how much trouble we would have encountered if we didn't have those?
Oh, Lily opened her eyes wide.
She had no idea he went to that extent. To tell the truth, she was really amazed. No wonder he went adventuring before the wedding, he was collecting those. What is an edict shard?
Margaret asked.
Just an overpowered artifact. I will tell you about what they do when I install them around the mansion, Victor said.
I have a question. Elise asked again.
If scions are as strong as you say you are, why aren't they ruling the world? She asked something that Victor was not really sure about. After the reckoning, they will. Lily said, my family has a lot of scions after all.
But why not now? Elise asked. 2 reasons. Lily said.
A scion who is destined to rule the world would turn dark the moment he decided to upset the balance. And the second reason is scions are rare. Only recently, as the world is preparing for reckoning, are they beginning to be born. Then are there old scions?
Elise asked.
Yes, Lily replied, looking at Victor who had no idea. In fact, many scions who accomplish their destiny will sooner or later begin to feel that the world is rejecting them, so they will choose to leave this world.
Leave? Margaret asked.
Gates to other worlds are very rare, but with a scion's destiny, it is never hard to find one. Lily said, looking at Victor who didn't know about this. In fact, after the reckoning, many old scions will return to this world. Some are to help, but many others to help the invading forces or build a fortune. Wouldn't the world reject them?
Elise asked. No.
After the reckoning, many rules will change, and as long as those guys keep their ambitions in check, the world will tolerate them.
Lily replied. Yes, Victor nodded.
This brings us to the real trouble and the most problematic scion, the last one I met. Before Victor continued what he wanted to say, he was interrupted by a knock on the door.
Victor.
You have to see this, suddenly Lynn called to him from outside.
The moon.
There is a strange symbol on it. In the next raid, who do you want to see Victor disguise himself as? He will use more than one, DPMB equals yes. The Nutcracker votes, 100%.
Vivi votes, 25%. Himself.
Victor should always act as himself. Votes, 0%.
Some new crazy persona.
Votes, 337.5%. Some other character. I just thought of that. Votes, 0%. Total voters, 8 input type equals hidden value equals 10951, input type equals hidden value equals 2.
Ah.
I may have changed enough things to have pushed some events forward, Victor whispered to Elise and Lily, who ran to his side as they went outside, into the balcony to look at the bloody moon. It was 2 times larger than usual, with a red halo around it as if it was dripping blood, and in its center, there was a strange red glowing symbol that only Victor and Lily knew what it meant.
It was a gate.
What is this? Mira, who was already on the balcony, asked.
A dungeon gate. The Blood Moon Dungeon.
Victor said as he took his phone and dialed Alpha's number. It didn't work. He cursed and disabled the mansion's protective barrier, then dialed again. What is that thing? She asked immediately. It's a dungeon, Victor said, making sure his wives who had all gone outside and were standing around him were listening. Did you finish with the warehouse?
Affirmative.
Some girls may have unique bloodlines. You tasted it?
Aha. Bad girl, he scolded.
Bring them to the factory base, check their background, then head here immediately with Ian and Nightshade. I will give you only 2 hours. This is not enough, I need 4 at least, she said coldly. Then I will depart before you. Leave the command there to Camellia and get your sorry ass here. I will leave you the instructions on what to do with the Hilda, he said, This is a chance you don't want to miss, he said before hanging up. We are not going with you. Mina asked, biting her lip.
No, it was Lily who replied.
The moon is a dungeon, a very dangerous SS-ranked one. Only I and Victor will go, she said, making the girls pout and look at their husband, pleading to take them along. Sorry, Lily is right,
Victor said.
Lynn and Alex, you two will also come.
Me too,
Alex asked as Lynn smiled. Yes, you two are powerful enough to protect yourselves, but the rest of you have to wait here, Victor said, giving Alex, who was standing to the side, a nod that meant, you are the man I can count on. Alex, who was feeling a little sad for being ignored for the past few days, nodded back. She really liked how he trusted her. Little did she know that he didn't want her to stay in the mansion with the girls.
I want to go too, Margaret complained. No.
This is very dangerous for your level. And I need someone to stay in command in case this dungeon takes more than expected to clear, Victor said, and to lie to my family in case they came looking for me.
Margaret frowned. How long will this take?
Didn't teacher Isabella say that S-ranked dungeons take years to clear?
She asked.
This one is not a normal dungeon, but a trial left by an ancient civilization. It won't take that long, Victor said. I should be able to clear it in a week at the earliest, and 2 months if things don't work out as I expected. That long?
Monica asked. Yes, he said.
He was not really sure, but he couldn't delay this. So make sure to find a way to hide my departure. And go with Elise and check the plans I left in the study if needed. The moon dungeon could only be accessed when the moon was full. And this was only 3 days every 4 weeks. Today was the last day of this cycle. In his previous lifetime, it appeared 5 years before the reckoning and stayed in the sky for 9 months before it disappeared. Unfortunately, at that time he was not in a position to inquire about it, and he had no idea who cleared it. In the Royal Library, only the dungeon's characteristics were recorded, not the one who cleared it. And even those were sparse as the families only leaned on how to enter the dungeons a little too late, and from those who tried to enter it, only 1/10 survived.
Lily.
You take care of the preparations, Victor said.
For 6.
Oh, Lily nodded, then quickly left after she watched him take his phone and make another call.
Zoe.
Are you in Vane City? He asked directly.
Ah.
Yes, she answered in a little surprised voice. She just finished her evening training and was prepared to go take a bath. Can you be here in an hour?
Here. My mansion.
Why? A rare opportunity. This might take a month, and you can't tell anyone.
How rare?
Once in a lifetime.
Fine, she hung up.
Victor sighed and looked down at the mansion's grounds, where the girls from the other building walked out to watch the moon with the chicks. It was time to upgrade their bloodlines before he left. He had 3 hours until the moon was in an optimal position anyway.
Esteemed father.
Is everything all right? Lara asked as she tilted her cute head. Her father asked her earlier to show him her new martial arts taught by her esteemed brother H, but for some strange reason, he kept making strange faces and stranger noises as he watched her perform it step by step. Ah yes, Theodore said as he looked at the stone slab that Lara crushed using 2 fingers. Sure, he could do this too, but the damn loli was not a player. So what kind of pill did Victor give you? He finally asked. He wanted to act all mysterious, but he really wanted to know. Ah. You knew he gave me a pill? He told me not to tell anyone, Lara said nervously. I am your father, not anyone, Theodore said. And I already knew everything.
He lied. Damn, that Victor.
Teaching his little sister to keep secrets from her father.
Oh well.
Lara was nervous. Please don't punish Brother Rex. He didn't know that his training method was hurting me, she said, pleading for her brother. This was the thing she was most concerned about.
What?
Who said anything about Rex?
Theodore asked in shock.
Ah. Didn't esteemed father already know? Lara asked, looking nervously at Theodore. Of course I know, I am just not asking about Rex now but about Victor.
Theodore said.
We will talk about Rex later.
He added. Ah. I see, Lara nodded.
For her father was the wisest man in the world. That was after Victor, of course. Well, esteemed brother gave me this pill that was prepared by Sister Hannah. Then my entire body began to hurt, but my brother had already warned me, so I just focused on practicing the art he taught me. Then I don't remember what happened, she said, frowning. When I woke up the next morning, I was in my bed, and my body felt very light. My practice seemed to have advanced a lot, and I seemed to have become a little taller too.
She said. Oh.
What did Victor tell you the pill was for?
Theodore asked. Ah.
He said it was a blood restoration pill. He told me that the art that I was practicing before had ruined my bloodline and I needed to fix it before my ceremony or I would fail, she said.
Esteemed father.
Do you think it is good now? It is perfect. I am sure you will fare magnificently, Theodore nodded, not telling her that if they couldn't find a new awakening artifact by the time she was an adult, she might not get any ceremony. The art you had been practicing before, could you explain it to me?
He asked.
The one Rex taught you, he added, squinting his eyes. Oh, Lara nodded and slowly began to explain the standard family practice. It was not until the end when Lara began to explain concentrating her energy in one spot that Theodore found the problem. He was not sure if this was malicious, but this deviated from the family practice. He should have noticed before, as Lara did practice it in front of him a few times, but he was not focused enough to notice the small details back then. Are you sure Rex taught you that?
Theodore asked.
He could easily connect some dots. Father, please do not punish him.
I am sure he didn't know, she pleaded, biting her lip.
He didn't want her esteemed brother to end up cut into pieces. Don't worry, I am sure this is just a misunderstanding. Did Victor tell you anything else about the art you were practicing before? He mumbled something about it burning my pure blood instead of the impurities, she frowned. He added that this made me look healthy, but be sick at the same time, she said. She was not sure what those contradicting sentences meant. Zoe was in total shock after she finished eating the pill the cock spat at her. In the last 30 minutes, she had no idea what happened. First Victor invited her to his mansion, citing some great opportunity. Feeling that Victor would definitely not harm her, and maybe wanting to see him again, she accepted his invitation. She had an intuition that it had something to do with the moon. Her first shock was Victor himself. How the hell did he become more charming? Are married men really more handsome than others?
Was she that kind of a woman?
She quickly forgot about her stupid thoughts when Victor grabbed her hand and dragged her into the basement of his mansion, wanting to show her his giant cock. She had no idea why she went along. Maybe because he was holding her hand. After what happened in the skeleton dungeon, where he showed his courage facing that demon and saved her life, she seemed to have begun to trust Victor a lot. She had one thought in mind though: if Victor were to try anything funny, she would leave immediately and then report him to his father. What happened next was beyond her wildest imagination. In the basement, he stood in shock as she looked at the giant rooster that was waiting for her. Victor's giant cock. She blushed thinking she misunderstood Victor earlier. Damn it. He was definitely doing this on purpose. No wonder everyone called him a pervert. Why couldn't he act like a gentleman?
Damn it. He fooled her.
After that, the rooster, who was seemingly busy arranging some female underwear according to some incomprehensible logic, agreed to give some of its precious time to her after Victor promised him some benefits and told him that more girls would be arriving later. Was he really talking to that cock? Zoe had no idea. After that, Victor took a drop of blood from her finger using a needle and then fed it to the rooster, who licked the blood with relish and then began to crow in a perverted way before he spat a red pill as on its head a purplish gold feather grew like a new leaf. Victor quickly told her to eat the pill as he shoved it in her mouth. She had no choice but to swallow.
Then she felt it.
It was as if every part of her body began to hurt. This only lasted 5 minutes though, as the pain soon faded and a new sense of energy began to spread in her body. According to Victor, her bloodline was upgraded, and he made her promise not to tell anyone, not even the family. Why was he keeping this a secret from the family? She was not stupid, of course. She realized that he was building his own force. Why are you spacing out? Victor asked as he finally let go of her hand. Nothing, she said, shaking her head. Let's go, the girls are waiting for us. Victor said as he led her inside the gym building. Once inside, the first thing Zoe noticed was that the gym's retractable roof was slid open, and the blood moon was visible through the opening. Is this about the moon? Zoe asked as she walked in. Yes, Victor said as he moved forward to meet with the others who seemed to be ready. Lily, Lynn, and Alex were standing there waiting while dressed in full gear. They looked like some kind of soldiers. Wait, didn't Alex die at the wedding? And why does he look more charming like some male model?
Damn it. She even shed a tear for him.
This must have been one of her cousin's schemes. Uncle Falcon was right. Victor was a fox disguised as a pervert.
Listen up,
Victor said as he gave the distracted Zoe 2 huge camping bags. One was filled with camping equipment and the other was empty. The moon dungeon that we are about to enter is not normal. Artifacts don't work there, so if you have any weapons or pills, put them in the bag, he said as he put them in his bag. Zoe opened her eyes wide, then quickly began to unload her ring in the bag before putting one on her back and carrying the other with her hand. Can I not go, young master? Alex, who was begging not to go for the last 30 minutes, asked again.
No. Victor shook his head. Now.
The moon dungeon is not natural, but an artificial S or SS rank dungeon. Long ago it was meant to be a trial by blood for some sect that is long dead.
Oh, Zoe nodded.
This dungeon is composed of many levels, like a maze inside a tower. The only way to clear it is when someone reaches the top.
It is like some cheap video game plot,
Victor said, but don't let the fact of it being a trial fool you. This place is very dangerous, he said. He was not really worried about Zoe, who was a scion, but about Lynn and Lily. We can't leave until it is cleared?
Zoe asked.
Not exactly. There are only 3 ways to leave before the trial is cleared.
The first one is getting killed.
Unlike normal dungeons, your corpse would be ejected outside. This is how most of the people inside would leave, he said.
The girls nodded.
Take note to make sure that if you kill anyone to make it, that it is not traceable to you, he added.
Zoe frowned.
Why did he just sound like some mafia boss? The second method is collecting 3 jade tablets inside. You can use them to leave immediately in case of emergency. Victor said, ignoring Zoe's gazes. And the final way is when the gate opens again next month, he added. Every level has different rules?
Zoe asked.
Yes, sadly, I am not sure about them, he said, but I can tell you that on the first level, there would be a jade tablet hidden under the first step, so make sure to take it, it will save your life.
First step?
How do you know about all this? That's irrelevant. You will know when you see it. But it is vital to get it. Victor said, warning again. If my guess is correct, although we are early, there will be many others inside, coming from other places and continents, from hidden families and secret sects who have the old records. So be careful and wear a mask to hide your face and identity. You don't want those guys coming for you with their armies once you exit. Victor said, pointing to a mask at the side of the bag. Oh, Zoe nodded as she looked at the girls, who had their masks ready on their necks.
They must have been briefed before.
What if we encountered some old player who comes from one of those sects?
Zoe asked. Don't worry.
There is an age limit, only those below 25 can enter, he said, looking a little worried.
Oh, Zoe said. Now let's go. Victor said. It's about time.
Where?
Zoe asked.
Did they need to fly?
There.
Victor said, pointing to the swimming pool. It was filled to the brim with a huge bloody moon reflected on its clear surface.
Wait.
The symbol was there, but it was not a mirror image. This is the gate?
Zoe asked. Yes.
It might take the others a month to discover it, and hopefully, we would have secured all the benefits by then, he said as he approached the gate. Can I not go? Alex asked nervously for the 100th time.
No. Victor replied.
Do I really have to repeat this? Just make sure to hide your identity inside. Don't tell anyone your real background or where you come from, he said as he prepared to jump, then paused, turned, and grabbed Alex's arm.
What?
Alex asked nervously. Good luck, he said, then threw the poor Jinx, who was considering her escape route, into the gate headfirst. Alex disappeared the moment she hit the water's surface without making a splash. It was as if there was a gate there. It's working. Victor nodded, then jumped after a moment of hesitation. He disappeared too. Lily sighed in relief and then looked at Zoe and Lynn. A word of advice: if you see a rabbit inside, run and hide as your life depends on it, she said as she adjusted her mask and then jumped. Lynn nodded to Zoe, then quickly followed, disappearing into the gate. Does Alex and Victor know about the rabbit thing? Zoe, who was left alone, asked herself, then bit her lip and jumped. In the middle of a desolate field covered with ice in the far north, a group of disciples stood as the elder threw a ton of fireballs on the frozen lake to melt the ice. It took him 30 minutes to make a decent-sized hole and then look at the moon, making sure it was reflected on the water.
Now go, the elder said.
Remember to hunt for benefits. This is our chance to rise again. The lords had heard our prayer. The disciples nodded, then one by one jumped into the lake. In the center of a jungle, a group of dark-skinned, lightly dressed men finished digging a hole in no time, then started filling it with water. Remember, an old woman said. You must get the moon bead. Our ancestors failed 5,000 years ago, and this must never happen again. For the tribe's glory, the men yelled. In the middle of a grand ocean, an old man looked at the moon reflected on the seawater.
Should we go? A woman behind him asked. Send some of the new ones, he said.
And give each of them a soul bottle.
Oh, understood. In the middle of a forest,
a lone girl took off her clothes to take a bath under the moonlight. The second her feet touched the moon's reflection, she disappeared. In a silver palace that floated in the middle of nothingness, a young man with long white hair opened his eyes and frowned. My lord, a woman appeared out of nowhere and bowed as if she was summoned by his thoughts. Are your hemorrhoids acting again, master? Shall I invite the healer? She asked.
No, he said dismissively.
Call my daughter, and tell her there is a new chance for her to redeem herself. To get me the moon tier.
I understand.
Tell her that this is the last chance that I will give her. No mercy if she fails, he said, squinting his eyes.
And call the healer on your way out, he added.
Sitting on a throne made of hell steel for a long time comes with a price. In a grand hotel on the side of a grand city, a very fat young man was enjoying his time in his infinity pool, surrounded by A to C tier slutty models. Young master, one of them said. Look what I found, she said, taking out his floral decorated swimming trunks from the water. She took it off him a few minutes ago with the help of her friends, and they needed a few minutes to catch their breath before they continued with their play.
He didn't mind.
He knew most of those bitches were after his money, but he didn't mind. That's the way he liked relationships.
All clear.
Too bad he could only become a semi-player, unlike his lousy little brother who was set to inherit the family after becoming a player with the help of some young master from the oligarchs.
Damn, those von Zwei.
The patriarch's seat was supposed to be his as the elder brother. He struck the water with his fist, scaring the girls away. That's when he noticed it. The bloody moon reflects on the water. It was right in front of him.
He touched it.
The next moment the young master disappeared, leaving some naked models alone gasping in shock. Where did their money daddy go? 1 hour after Victor left on his adventure, Alpha arrived at the mansion with Nightshade, Mimi, and Candle. She just finished transporting the girls she found in the warehouse to the factory, as Victor had instructed her to do. Camellia was now screening them and running background checks on them with the help of the chicks. However, Alpha already knew the results from what the girls had told her. All of the girls were taken from orphanages around the country or sold by their parents. The only reason that they were kept transported to Vane City was that Caspian was supposed to go get them, but he didn't for some very strange reasons. When she reached the door, Alpha was greeted by her sisters who seemed changed. It was as if they grew 2 times prettier. When asking them, they answered that the young master showed them his cock. It took the shocked Alpha a few minutes to realize that it was a joke when Theta couldn't help but start laughing and tell the truth that their bloodlines were enhanced by some crazy rooster in the basement. Those damn girls were definitely being corrupted by that Victor. They were getting cooked slowly, but the fools had no idea that they were about to get eaten. She really wanted to warn them, but the girls were too lost to be rescued. Alpha wanted to go meet that damn cock, but she was interrupted by Hilda, who handed her Victor's letter. Feeling the urgency, Alpha quickly read it and then left the Nightshade and the girls for Margaret to manage before she quickly headed to the gym, where a camping bag was waiting for her. She considered her options for a second, but seeing that the moon was going down beyond the gym's roof, she only had a few minutes to make up her mind. Cursing at Victor, she quickly took the bag, then plunged into the pool. She passed right through the gate into the cold water. It took her a second to realize what happened, then swim to the surface where, to her surprise, the gate that was there a moment ago seemed to have vanished the moment she touched it, turning into a normal moon reflection. Looking up, the moon was still bloody. Why did the fucking gate disappear then? Was this some kind of a prank, or was she rejected? She had no idea. When Victor opened his eyes, he was laying on the surface of a lake that seemed to be as solid as glass. Am I dead? He asked as he looked around. No one responded. Of course, no one would respond, but he had to make sure he was alone as he stood up and adjusted his clothes. Where he was can only be described by the word strange. It was like some part of a surreal painting. The kind you find videos online of people painting them with kitchen utensils. He was standing on the water of an infinite lake that went in all directions. He knew that it was a lake because of its clear water. He could see the bottom where all kinds of strange stones were placed. Above him, there was a cloudless and sunless dawn sky that had colorful stars clearly visible. Now what? He asked. Welcome to the moon trials. All artifacts are disabled. Reach the top and achieve greatness. You are on level 1. Level task, climb the infinite stairs. Time limit, 3 hours. Termination upon failure. As if waiting for him to ask, a message suddenly appeared in front of Victor. The moment he read it, behind him, from the lake, a long flight of revolving stairs rose to the sky in a split second. It was as if it was made of a single sheet of folded paper. It went up without any support. Each of its marble fan-shaped steps was 1.5 feet high and 5 feet deep. Victor knew about this one. It was the preliminary assessment of the trials. But he couldn't help but frown a little as he read the prompt. Something. He squinted his eyes and then opened them in shock before his expression quickly returned to normal. So that's it. So a test. I am always ready, he said as he flexed his muscles and then quickly approached the stairs. He carefully inspected it, making sure to look below the first step. There it was, a small fist-sized jade slab. He quickly took it and began to inspect it before a prompt appeared. 1 jade token acquired. Jade tokens can be used as sacrificial pawns in case you fail some level.
Reading the prompt, Victor nodded.
This thing was an extra life in this place and also a big headache. The prompt didn't say it, but this thing was important for many things later on, and others might be able to find his location because of it. He tried to put the slab in his storage ring, but it didn't work. He tried again, but still failed. Storage rings were useless in this place.
All artifacts were.
He had to try though, just in case. He nodded and placed it in his newly acquired storage space. It worked as the slab disappeared from his hand. Now, no one can track him using it. Looking at the stairs, he began to inspect it again, searching for more treasures and pondering if it was possible to dismantle it. Sadly no, it was made of one huge piece of stone that would definitely not fit in his storage space.
What a shame.
Victor shook his head and decided to start climbing, so he quickly put all his bags in his storage space, took an energy bar, and stuck it in his mouth before taking his first step.
It was easy.
So was the next one and the one after. Though he was beginning to notice something different. Victor knew about this, but many would not notice until the 10th step. As they climbed the steps one by one, their weight would slowly increase by 10% on every step in relevance to the one before. So Victor carried on climbing and only began to feel a little tired after reaching the 25th step, where he was carrying 10 times his weight. Passing conditions met. Do you want to travel to the next floor? A prompt appeared when Victor paused for a moment to assess his position. He ignored it as he continued to climb. This was a trial after all, and the more he could go on, the more rewards he would get. On the 50th step, he was carrying his weight 100 times, so he had to take off all his clothes and the mask on his face before storing them in his storage space. On the 65th step, he was carrying his weight 500 times and began to sweat. His power as a player was reaching its limit. He knew that his body would not be able to carry on.
But he couldn't give up.
He frowned as he took some rest on the steps where he ate another energy bar before he stood up and activated his bloodline. His body changed as he grew taller, his skin paler, and 2 long horns grew from his head, which was now covered by long silvery hair. The feeling of heaviness disappeared as he carried on. By the 70th step, he was carrying his weight 1,000 times, and he was fine, but he knew this would not go for long, as by the time he reached the 90th floor he was carrying his weight 5,000 times, and he was truly exhausted. Looking up, he noticed that the stairs only reached the 100 steps, so he knew he only had a few more, but he was truly out of energy. Passing conditions met. Do you want to travel to the next floor? The prompt appeared again, maybe because Victor didn't move a muscle for the last 15 minutes. Victor shook his head and then took a berserker pill from his ring and ate it. Then in one swoop he decided to run to the last step, knowing that he might regret it. Poof. He failed. He only reached the 97th step and then collapsed down again. The weight here was 10,000 times his weight. He knew his body would not take it anymore. He had to either find a way to reach the top, or just give up. But he needed to go there. He looked at the nearby last step with a greedy look, as if she was a naked woman wiggling her butt at him. He considered using the shadow shifting skill, but he didn't dare to go into shadow space in this dungeon, as he had no idea if he would be able to return if he did. Thinking for a moment, he had an idea and activated his flight skill. Of course, it didn't work, but it reduced the weight on him somehow by 20%. Damn it. He should have thought of this earlier. He quickly used all his power to climb on, then got stuck again at the 99th step, where he was pushed to the ground again. Damn it, he cursed. Why was this going like some lousy B-movie plot being performed by a lousier actor? If he was at some cinema, he would have long demanded his money back and then sued that damn production company for wasting his time. Victor sighed and decided to use all of the rest of his power to climb onto that last step and finish with this. But the moment he prepared to crawl his way up slowly, he paused after noticing something. In his body, his blood seemed to be reacting by vibrating at a strange frequency. This was totally unexpected. He quickly sat down on the step and began to relax. He could feel it, something was transforming. A sudden thought suddenly struck him, he needed to try this. He took a deep breath and then began to make the blood in his body float according to the eternal arts he got when Alpha merged with the bead. And it worked. Slowly, Victor began to feel that his blood was getting thicker and more powerful. He could see it in his analysis skill as his primordial demon blood's purity climbed from 25% to 43% and then stopped. During this, he could feel it as his body transformed. His muscles that were already rebuilt when he awakened his chase dragon bloodline seemed to have begun transforming again, getting slimmer and more refined. Too bad this stopped pretty soon when the gravity outside was no longer enough to stimulate his bloodline. He slowly stood up, then crashed again to the nearby step. Although the weight was much tolerable, it was still too much for him to stand up. He cursed silently, then like a dehydrated slug, he crawled his way onto the final 100th step, where the weights on him were suddenly lifted and a bright light began to shine around him. One level passed 100%. Reward, a jade token. Just a jade token? Victor sighed as he grabbed the token that appeared from thin air. Could this have some other use later? He pondered as he felt a sense of weightlessness. He was getting transferred to the next level. He smiled as he felt it.
He was right.
Warning, you are getting appraised.
Request header. Origin? Obfuscated?
Get property name, class, level, authority, strength, agility, intelligence, luck, charm, order, fate.
Do you want to allow it?
Victor, who was ready for this, quickly activated his disguise skill, changing his states before allowing the appraisal.
Name, Vic Volt.
Class, World Master X. Level, 143. Authority, 30. Strength, 638. Agility, 559. Intelligence, 773.
Luck, 19. Charm, 80. Order points, 105.
Fate, SSS, rule the world. He couldn't think of a more suitable disguise. He even made up an all-powerful class for it. Even his looks now, from the moment he removed the face mask at the stairs, were completely fake. From the moment he stepped into this dungeon, Victor noticed that something was very wrong. The welcome screen that usually appeared when he entered the dungeon was not a system notification, as his screen should also display the dungeon's map. Here, it was an illusion, the same kind he uses on Tom. Someone was using some kind of skill to fake this entire place as an authentic dungeon, and this could only be for one purpose, to scam players. And if Victor's guess was correct, whoever is behind this, one or more entities, are probably searching for a suitable body to take over. This was the oldest trick in the book. He heard of this many times from adventurers visiting other worlds. There might be other reasons, of course, like searching for a hair or passing some old grudge, but the black fate thread that was hovering over Victor's head proved that this was not the case. The moment he was appraised, it got a lot thicker, but it is like a snake, still probing, not knowing where to bite. From the moment he felt that something was wrong, Victor decided to act as the greatest bait, and lure whoever is behind this, not only to distract it from looking at the girls but to attract him instead. And after that little theatrical play on the stairs, he seemed to have succeeded in earning that person's attention. Now it was time to impress them so much that they would have no choice but to come and try to take a bite. Then whoever comes would be the one getting eaten. Victor slowly opened his eyes and sat up, confirming that he crossed to the second level.
Brave player.
You are on level 2. Level task, eat 9 moon fruits to advance.
Time limit, 3 months.
Oh, Victor squinted his eyes as he stood up, then looked at the lush jungle around him and the same dawn sky from before above. No, its color was a little brighter, just a tiny bit. He needed to chart things around. So he used his flight skill to start ascending, but as he expected, as soon as he reached a few feet above the height of the treetops, he could go no further. It was as if there was an energy barrier above him. Thankfully, this height he reached was enough for him to try and map the area around him. The jungle was vast and featureless, stretching in all directions without any visible boundaries or landmarks. In the distance, his vision was obstructed by a thick fog. He slowly floated downward, realizing that he had to depend on his luck here. It was completely useless to draw a map. Not really. He could feel Alex, Lynn, and Lily's approximate locations around him. Alpha was not here. Didn't she make it in time? Regardless. Victor, who already decided to act as bait, decided to move in a different direction from his wives. He didn't want to implicate them. He quickly took his bag out of his storage space, then put it on his back, and then took a long silver sword and hung it on his belt. It was one of those weapons he got from his ancestors' hideout. Although he couldn't activate its thunder strike effect, it was sharp enough to be used as a normal sword. After that, he looked casually around, then acted as if he chose some random direction and began walking in it while inspecting the trees. Strangely enough, the system appraisal didn't work on them. They should be normal trees, but Victor had never seen anything like them before. Walking around, although for 30 straight minutes, there was nothing of interest, Victor kept his vigilance. When this dungeon opened up in his past lifetime, it was a couple of years before the reckoning, and Victor, who was busy picking up trash at that time, had no access to info. Just like others, he was curious about the Bloody Moon. It was later, in the Royal Library, that he learned about it after reading a bestseller book called The Moon Dungeon, Between Myth and Reality. A record of the survivors. According to it, it is estimated that more than 900 players managed to access the dungeon during its opening period after its access method was leaked to the public. though there are other reports that the real number was higher than that. Only 99 people were recorded to have returned from the dungeon. All of them suffered from the same symptom. They lost parts of their memories, both from the dungeon and before it. It was estimated they suffered some sort of soul damage. Many of them seemed to have become better with time, remembering many things gradually. Yet no matter how much time passed, all had a completely blank memory about what happened inside after passing the first level. Other than that, the only records available were the nightmares that some of the participants suffered during the first few weeks after they returned. Most of what they screamed about was incomprehensible, yet all seemed to say some similar sentences in their nightmares. Flee for your lives, the rabbits are here. Stop the rabbits. Please not the rabbits.
Spare me, Mr. Rabbit. Rabbits. Run.
They screamed in their sleep and then woke up shivering without knowing why. They also seemed to have developed a condition called leporophobia. Victor had never heard of that term before, but it seemed to mean fear of bunnies. After that, the world slowly forgot about this dungeon, especially with the reckoning happening a couple of years later. According to the book author, he went and tried to track all the players who were recorded as Moon Dungeon survivors, and to his surprise, not only did they all survive the reckoning, they all began to level up rapidly, becoming high members of their respective forces. The book's author interviewed some of them, and although they could still not remember what happened, they could tell him that after returning they had all gained some amazing secret skills, and noticed that whenever they leveled up, the chance of gaining an authority point had increased, and while normal people had an average chance of gaining 7 random attribute points on every level up, they gained 9 to 10. The author theorized that this was because their souls seemed to have become stronger. Victor also believed the same back then. It had been proved that a stronger soul did increase the chance of gaining more attributes. However, now Victor was beginning to have some other thoughts. He had some really bad premonition. He shouldn't have brought Lily and the girls here with him. This place was evil. Lynn was the slave, no one would be able to take him away. Lily, on the other hand, might be in slight danger, but Victor had a hunch about her bloodline and she should be able to survive this. Zoe was the only one who must be in real danger, but with her scion luck, she would definitely survive. As for Alex, Victor shook his head after quickly checking on her. She had to go and anger the rabbits. She will live. Regardless, if all things went south, he doesn't mind revealing his power and flattening everything to the ground. Victor sighed and looked up, locating the first golden-colored moon fruit and activating his appraisal skill where 2 different appraisals appeared. One fake and one true. Moon fruit, accursed soul cherry, S. Eat and get stronger. SOUL liquefier, may convert some soul energy into physical energy. Now he was sure that this place was not good. It was a damn trap. This thing was a kind of soul fruit, as the one he found in the skeleton dungeon. That fruit was given to the elves there by a demon. He decided to ponder on this later as he quickly began to inspect the area around the tree, acting as if he was both cautious and excited. From one branch above, something suddenly attacked him, forcing him to dodge to the side. It was a giant snake that had 2 heads. Mutant steel skin snake B. Victor frowned. It was just a normal monster. Well, as long as it was not a rabbit, he knew what to do. He just stepped back while using his sword to protect his vitals. The snake didn't follow with another attack. It just stayed on the branch eyeing him. Victor pondered on how to get rid of her, then shook his head, and turned around, exposing his back to it. It attacked again, but this time Victor, who was ready, used his sword to slay it, displaying his exquisite swordsmanship by cutting it in half. Each head finally got its own body. Victor made sure that the 2 parts were dead before he jumped to the tree to grab the moon fruit before suddenly moving to the side, narrowly dodging an arrow that was aimed at his heart. He grabbed the fruit with one hand and then used the other to swing on the branch, pulling himself behind the tree's trunk and looking at his assailants. It was a burly dark-skinned man holding a crossbow who was standing near a nearby tree. He was eyeing Victor for a while now. Name, Simon Opfer. Level, 34. Class, Wood Archer D. Authority 4. Strength, 103. Agility, 100. Intelligence, 89. Luck 10. Charm 10. Order, 0. Skills. Marksman, B. Trace B. Crossbow arts, C. Cooking, C. Survival, C. Lying, D. Rape, E. Bloodline. Demon dog, A. 24% purity. Light parrot, S. 1% purity. Fate status. Fate's power, D. Summary, D+. Define fate, be eaten by the demons. Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil. Drop that fruit and I may spare your life, the man said in a foreign language while knocking a new arrow in his weapon. Victor could tell that it was poisonous. Paralysis poison C. Although the dungeon didn't have a sun, it did display a day-night cycle. The sky altered between a dusk light and a very dim night, and it happened in a mere second. Zoe discovered this the hard way when it went dark pretty quickly just after she found a moon fruit on a grand tree surrounded by wolves. The only light source was the moon fruit itself, as it shone with a dim light, allowing Zoe to barely win the fight. After that, she climbed into the tree, and after picking up the fruit, she used the net bed in her camping bag to make a temporary camp over a thick tree branch. Thankfully, Victor gave her those things before coming here. Although she didn't have a very good sleep by the time the sky became bright, her body was rested enough, and she quickly dismantled her camp and descended to the forest floor after a quick scan to make sure it was safe. Zoe took the fruit from her pocket and looked at it.
Should I eat it? She wondered.
This thing could be very useful at night. But thinking that it was a system mission, she decided to put it in her mouth.
Whoosh.
Before she could bite on it, something pushed her from behind, making her spit the fruit to the ground.
Ah.
Before she could reach for it, the person who pushed her stepped on the fruit and then slipped and fell face down.
My fruit.
Zoe yelled angrily at the pretty girl who stood up in a hurry, then slipped again and fell on her butt.
Ah.
Sorry, the girl said. Alex? Zoe asked in shock, forgetting about the fruit.
Ah, Zoe.
What's happened to you?
Zoe asked.
Why was Alex looking like a girl?
A very hot girl.
Nothing, Alex said as she scrambled to her feet again.
Are you a girl? Zoe asked. She guessed something. She was not stupid. No. It is. It is a curse. Yes, a curse.
I ate some strange fruit that made me like this. I am sure I will return to normal once we leave. Alex answered immediately. Aha, Zoe raised one eyebrow, then noticed the squashed fruit on the ground and got angry again. That was my moon fruit you squashed, she said, looking at Alex hatefully.
You own me one now, she added.
She really wanted to kick Alex's ass at this moment, but it was not the time for this.
Ah, sorry.
Alex remembered why she was running.
We should run.
She slowly said as she looked to the side, and it was there looking at her. The rabbit is here. Alex said, then began to run. Zoe was shocked but quickly began to run. If experience had taught her anything, it was that when Alex runs, she better run too. Lily did mention something about running from rabbits though. Looking to the side, Zoe noticed it. A fluffy rabbit was watching them peacefully. It didn't seem dangerous, but Zoe's instinct told her that this thing must not be provoked. You bastards! How dare you touch me? The naked girl cursed as the dark-skinned man roughly pushed her forward. Shut up, bitch! Another skinny man said, hitting the girl's naked butt with the umbrella he took from her. Although I don't understand anything from what you are saying, it reminds me of my annoying mother-in-law, he said as the group reached a clearing. If you are not this pretty, I would have already cut you into pieces. Boss, stop talking to the girl. She doesn't understand our language. Do you think I don't know? The skinny boss said, hitting his man's calf with the umbrella. I am just trying to scare her. But this girl must have some screws loose in her mind. Boss, it should be dark in an hour or two. This place is not bad for a camp, another man said, licking his lip. You are in a hurry to taste the girl, huh? The boss said. Boss, you know the tribe's rules. We can't touch her before you finish with her, the man clarified embarrassingly. It's good to know your place. I am pretty sure this girl has some very strong bloodline, the boss said. Then let's make a camp here. I can feel 2 more of our men are nearby. I need to meditate a little to call them before we have fun, he said, making the 7 men who accompanied him nod and then scramble to build a temporary camp. Tulip, who was watching what happened nervously, was quickly taken and tied to a lonely tree on the side of the clearing as others began cutting some lumber to build a rudimentary fence. Damn it! Tulip cursed again as she began to kick around. This was her 3rd day here. And it didn't go well from the start. After reaching this place, she was first shocked that her storage ring didn't work, nor did any of the magical treasures she was wearing. So naturally the imperial armor and flying shoes she was wearing regained its real weight. Those things were made out of orichalcum, they were not light at all. So to scale the stairs at the first level, she had to take them off. She was not afraid of losing them as they were connected to her. Once the dungeon was conquered they would return to her. So after reaching the 55th step she decided to pass to the next level when the dungeon offered her that. She ended up here, a lone inexperienced girl in the middle of the first without food or tools. She was not an idiot, she knew she needed to hunt and secure a shelter. She had seen Rain do those things for her before, she could do it too. It was easier said than done. So by the end of the 2nd day, the sleep-deprived girl exhausted herself fighting a giant crocodile, and then was captured by those lowly guys who waited until she defeated it to attack her from the back. Hatful. Those men have no honor. The first thing they did was to feed her some ugly herb that rendered her powerless. She couldn't use her teleportation or void dance skill to run away. Then she stripped her like a banana, taking all her treasures and clothes while touching her noble body all over. Those men were so thick-headed and dumb that she couldn't even bargain with them and explained that those of low birth like them should not dare to harm an imperial figure like herself. Her mother would be furious if she knew that her daughter was touched inappropriately like this. Tulip knew that she would also take a portion of the punishment. Her mother was very strict regarding such matters as social status and etiquette. Yes, she was more scared of her mother than the prospect of those men raping her. She really wanted to cry and beg them to leave her for a second at first, but remembering her mother's lessons, she decided to act as a dignified lady to the end. Maybe if she took her own life, her mother would not punish her. She cursed again, then frowned. Why did those guys stop shouting? Did they finally realize how vulgar and unpolished their primitive language was? Looking around, she almost gasped. The two men who were at the clearing were dead with arrows sticking from their foreheads. It didn't take a genius to figure out that the others who went to collect materials were the same.
This was fast.
A man who was holding a crossbow slowly entered the clearing. He was tall, muscular, and had flowing silvery hair. He was easily dragging a headless dark-skinned man's corpse. He threw the man to the side after taking something from him. He stood up and looked at her.
He froze in shock.
"What?" she asked as she tried without success to cover her naked body by trying to turn around. She didn't usually feel shy when insects looked at her, but even though she couldn't see this guy's full face that was covered partially by a black mask, she could tell that he was damn hot as he looked at her with his golden eyes, inspecting her body. It was as if all her secrets lay bare in front of him. "Pretty," he said a little absent-mindedly, then shook his head.
"Ah.
Can you untie me?" she asked, her face blushing like a tomato. What is wrong with her? She quickly tried to remember her mother's mantra. All men are insects, all men are insects, all men are insects, handsome men.
No.
All men are insects. She stopped when the young man finished approaching her, then stopped. He didn't untie her, but just squatted and began to inspect her body. "What are you doing?" she yelled angrily as she tried to kick him away. Too bad her legs were tied firmly to the T-trunk. Her desperate struggles let him see more. "Considering what this emperor should do with you," he said, pondering as he stood up and looked at her. "This one is really considering his options," he said, telling the truth.
"Emperor. Can't you just release me?" she asked.
"I would be really thankful."
"No.
This emperor would never do such a stupid thing. What if you decided to kill this emperor because he saw you naked?" he said as if he was reading her mind. "We can tell that you come from some good family." "I would never do such a thing," she lied.
"We will see. What's your name?" he asked. "T."
"It's a secret," she said after hesitation. She was really considering killing this guy, but in case she couldn't, she had to make sure that this shame would be buried here forever. No one must know what happened to her. Especially her mother.
"Oh.
Then this emperor shall name you." "Let's see," he said as he inspected her as if he was naming a puppy.
"Yes. Juicy."
"It suits you," he said, squeezing her butt.
"Juicy. Fuck you."
"Let go, you beast," she flared angrily. This was the first time in her life she used such vulgar words, but she couldn't help it. No one had ever dared to call her something that shameful before. No one has ever touched her like this before. No, those guys earlier did the same, but those were not considered humans. "Yes, Juicy. I will give you two options, either to become this noble one's slave or to die," he said as he slowly let go of her, glaring her in the eye. "I would rather die," she said directly. "Okay," he said, raising his sword and bringing it down on her. She could only close her eyes shut and look away as a single tear fell on her cheek.
Nothing happened.
She opened her eyes and saw the sword standing an inch away from her neck.
"You are too pretty to kill," he said, pondering.
"Still, this emperor can't let you go. How about this proposal? For the duration of this dungeon, you will act as this emperor's maid," he said, watching her facial expression. "Don't worry, this emperor will not violate you. You are not my type after all." "Fuck you," she cursed again. Just being near those peasants had already started affecting her. "Damn it. This is your only option," he said. "After you die, I am sure some pervert would find your corpse and violate it. Maybe one of those rabbits would." He paused as he watched 3 rabbits enter the clearing, hopping innocently. "What?" she asked and noticed the rabbit. "What's wrong?" she asked, seeing the fear reflected in his charming eyes as if he was reading something horrifying. "We should go," he said as he cut the rope in one move, then carried her like a princess and jumped. Tulip gasped in shock as she felt his body embrace hers and then speed up. She could only look back and notice the rabbits, then slowly approach the corpses of the dead men, and then transformed into grotesque nightmare monsters before they began to feast. A shiver ran through her back, thinking what would have happened if he left her. Listen, Juicy, you have two choices. Sign a contract and become this emperor's maid for a few days, if not we would let you go play with those nice demonic rabbits.
Ah. Bastard.
How dare you, she tried to kick him, but his strong hand stopped her from moving. This emperor will give you 10 seconds, he said looking at her eyes. So close she could smell his scent and feel her bloodline begin to boil. It was as if her body was submitting to his aura. Fine, she screamed finally as he noticed one of the rabbits finished feasting and was looking in their direction. For the first time since her mother discovered her cookie stash, she felt fear. Let's find a safe place then and sign the contract, the young man said with a smile that was visible even though he was wearing a mask. He squeezed her tighter as he sped up again. Victor sighed as he put Tulip down on the soft grass a few miles away, after making sure that no rabbits followed them. Those things were dangerous, but they didn't seem to have traced him like they were doing with Alex and Zoe at the moment.
Name.
Race, Blood Demon Rabbit.
Authority, 69. Abnormal state.
Cauldron Slave, X.
Level, 699. Strength, 1999. Agility, 1999. Intelligence, 1999. Skills. Immortality, SSS. Lightning Travel, S. Extract Bloodline, S. Charm, S. Iron Tongue, A. Crush, A. Unbreakable Fur, A.
Bloodlines, 3SS, 7S, 10 AAA, 12 AA, 29A, 71B.
Fate, unavailable.
When he saw the rabbits eat those men, he felt strange. Didn't this trial throw out the corpses when it was over?
Victor frowned. He had a hunch.
Maybe those rabbits only attacked those with bloodlines. One of the men earlier didn't have a bloodline when Victor appraised him. The rabbits seemed to have ignored that guy's corpse. Victor wasn't sure though. And those dark-skinned men were also strange. Victor had never heard of anything about them before, and although he recognized their language, he couldn't pinpoint their dialect. The strange thing was that most of them had 3 or 4 bloodlines at very low purities, and those bloodlines were different from each other. Didn't they belong to the same group or tribe? That boss guy had a bloodline identification skill. He realized that Tulip had a bloodline, and made sure to mention that to his men as if this was important. Victor frowned as the big picture began to form in his mind. But still, there were some missing pieces. Why weren't the rabbits attacking him? He already displayed his bloodline. In fact, this was the first time he faced them since entering this place. Could it be that they only attack dead people?
No.
Alex was still getting bullied by them. Wait. It may be a combination of bloodline and fate.
Oh.
What are you mumbling to yourself about? Tulip suddenly shouted. Did you get possessed or something? Possessed? Victor opened his eyes wide as it struck him. He turned and looked at Tulip from head to toe. She was pretty, about 95% on the old trusty lily scale. She must have been using some kind of skill or talisman to reduce her charm before. In the beginning, he really wanted to bully this girl and take revenge for what she did in his past life, but when he raised his sword to hit her earlier, and she closed her eyes in fear, what he saw was not a bitch, but a scared little girl. This reminded him of a very important fact. Tulip now was not the 90-years-old bitch he encountered in his past life, but a lowly could still be fixed. Whether this would go the easy way or the hard way would fully depend on her cooperation. Why are you looking at me like that? Tulip said as she pouted and tried to cover her naked body with her hands. Just pondering how a girl's chest could be this flat.
Fuck you, she cursed at him again.
Whatever, sign this so that we can disguise the important matter at hand, he said. What important matter? She asked as she watched the contract form in midair. She finally realized what he meant by a contract earlier. Later, he said, pointing to the contract. Tulip quickly reads the carefully crafted words slowly, making sure that there were no loopholes. As a noble lady, she had been trained to distinguish fraudulent contracts and avoid scams from a young age. So basically, I will be your maid until the moon dungeon is conquered. That's when this contract will conclude, she said. Yes. Surviving this emperor is an honor, he nodded. He really needed to develop this emperor persona. Maybe it would be useful later. That wouldn't work. What if this dungeon is not conquerable? It did state that it was a trial at the start. Tulip said. Make it so that the contract ends the moment we return to the real world, she added. Ah. Okay, he said as he silently cursed. This girl was not stupid. The second clause is that you will remove the seal on my power and I will never harm you. Yes, he said. Can you cure me? She asked. I got the antidote for the herb they fed you from one of the men, he told the truth. Oh. Then, the The third clause is that you will not force or make me do anything but my responsibilities as your maid, she read. And that you will not sexually violate me, she continued.
Yes, this is not good enough.
I need you to add that you will never harm me or abuse your powers.
No, he interrupted.
This one is not negotiable.
Then I will not sign it, she said.
Then I will take you back to the rabbits, he responded. I am sure they will have some fun with you before eating.
She glared at him. He glared back.
I can add that I will try my best so that you leave this place alive and unharmed, he finally said.
This is extortion.
A contract should be a fair exchange, she said.
It is a fair trade.
This emperor saved your life here. Being my maid for a few days is the simplest thing you could do in return, he stated coldly.
Damn it.
Fine, she cursed, finally knowing that this guy would not concede more than that. But I need you to add a fourth clause to not tell anyone about what happened here after we exit.
That's fine by me, he said, adding the clause.
Tulip gave the contract one final look, then paused. She was really hesitant.
No. She must not be fooled. She kept telling herself.
Thinking of a way to add a new clause.
Sign it.
Victor ordered, slightly releasing some of his Chaos Bloodline's power. As someone who awakened her Sea Dragon bloodline, Tulip would definitely be affected.
He was right.
She suddenly felt her blood begin to boil, and without even thinking she signed the contract. It was as if his command was something she couldn't resist. She only noticed what happened when the contract shone with a bright light and disappeared.
No, she said, but it was too late. She looked at him hatefully.
Now the cure, she commanded while biting her lip and extending her hand. Is that how a maid talks to her master? He asked. She couldn't say it, and the next moment she felt something squeezing her heart. She fell to her knees.
It hurt. Her soul hurt.
Biting her lip harder and with tears in her eyes, she could only say it. Master, can I have the cure? She spat softly.
What did you say? He asked. Speak louder. Master.
Can I have the cure? She shouted as tears fell from her eyes.
This was too humiliating.
She should have never signed that contract.
Damn it.
Just you wait. When we exit this place, I will find you and cut you into 1,000 pieces. She was cursing silently, and Victor didn't need to read her mind to know that. No need to shout, and this is not good enough, he said while shaking his head. You must realize this noble one is not an ordinary man, so as my maid you should call me by the right pronouns, like your majesty or your highness. Your imperial highness is also acceptable, he said, nodding to himself.
Ah, she looked at him with a frown. Understood. He asked her.
Are you a real emperor? She had to ask. It doesn't matter, this emperor self-identifies as one, he nodded. And again, use the right pronoun. Self-identify? She looked at him wondering if this guy was in his right mind. No wonder he kept calling himself this emperor and such.
Was he a lunatic? Yes, he nodded.
It is my choice and you should respect it. I am destined to be the emperor in this world, he added.
Ah, she nodded.
This one was a lost cause. It was her fault for considering him a real royalty for a moment there.
Then,
can I have the cure, your highness? She asked with sarcasm in her voice. Of course, he said as he took a small gourd and gave it to her. This should remove the mana-depleting poison from her bloodstream. She quickly took it. Glaring at him, she quickly drank the liquid in the gourd, and in the next moment, she could feel that her body was filled with energy again. The damn poison was purged. She sighed in relief and looked at him only to see him throwing something at her. It was a fluffy maid uniform that had a very short skirt. What is this? She asked, noticing that he didn't have it before.
A storage ring? No. Storage space.
She pondered but didn't let it show. Your maid uniform, of course. This emperor wouldn't mind it if you want to serve naked, but what if others saw us? My imperial reputation would be damaged, he said as if just the idea of someone seeing them together was very repulsive. Looking at his expression, she was really getting angry again. For some reason what he said really got on her nerves.
Do yo?
Your highness has a better dress, something suitable for a jungle, she asked flatly. She hated that she had to rely on him, but her rings didn't work.
Wait.
They were left with those men, damn it.
Yes.
But as a maid you should dress like one. This emperor can take it back if you don't need it. Victor flatly refused her request.
Oh, she cursed silently.
Then slowly began to put the dress on. This thing was humiliation, but it was better than being seen naked. Victor smiled as he watched her struggle with the buttons, then try to pull the miniskirt down to hide her exposed thighs.
It was futile.
This thing was custom-made for twins. It was a spare in case one of the uniforms they used on their first night got shredded. Why would someone design something this short? She asked as she finished.
For practical reasons.
Some tasks are easier performed with short skirts, Victor said with a smile. He was sure she was considering how would she torture him after they exit, but he didn't care.
Now what? She asked.
Wear those, he said as he threw her a couple of boots. He considered giving her some high-heeled shoes first, but in case they wanted to run, she had to be ready. Now, let us discuss the really important thing, he said. What? She asked nervously. Our sleeping arrangement, he said as he took out his giant sleeping bag. It is almost night, and as this emperor's maid you have the duty to warm my bed, so do you want to sleep on the right or on the left, he asked. Raise your arms up, Hilda told the little girl who quickly nodded and obeyed. They were now in the backyard and the head maid Hilda was taking her measurements for a new maid uniform for her and the other new maids who were standing beside her. 3 days ago, they were saved from the hands of the bad men by Big Sister Alpha, who gave them a choice to either bring them to a safe place to live or to stay and work for her. She warned them that working for her is not easy, but it was worth it, and it would be a chance for them to become stronger. As most of the girls were orphans, they chose to follow Alpha. She was one of those. After that, the other girls with her were taken to a grand building on the top of a mountain where a lot of construction was being done. It looked as if they were digging the entire mountain. There, the girls were cleaned and questioned before some nice burly men there gave them a hot meal and a place to sleep. It was the best sleep they had in a few months. This morning, Big Sister Alpha chose 15 of them and brought them here saying that from now on they will work as maids to serve the young master. She was curious and a little afraid of this young master like the others. The one the bad men were going to sell them to was also called a young master. Her fears were quickly dispelled by the warrior girls who worked for Alpha. They reassured the little girls that the young master, although a little scary, was a very nice man. He was a real prince from a very powerful family and he treated all girls nicely. So, after that, they were brought here to this grand mansion and then led to the basement by a very pretty red-haired girl. She took them to see the magical giant cock. For a second the girl thought that they were fooled, and that the magical cock was referring to the young master Alpha mentioned. They almost surrendered to their miserable fate. Oops, it was a really magical cock. This was embarrassing. But that red-headed girl, Margaret, was definitely teasing them on purpose. Alpha had warned them that this place was magical, but they didn't believe her until they saw the rooster who seemed to be busy arranging some clothes. After scolding Alpha out of the room, it drank some blood from each of them and gave them a pill in return which they were ordered to eat. That pill was really magical. Ever since she ate it she could feel as if she was full of energy. She even ate 5 full bowls of rice when head maid Hilda took them to eat in the servants' building while informing them about their future maid training. What kind of garbage is this? Someone suddenly shouted, making the little girls look up. It was Alpha who was reading a paper with 2 very pretty girls who stood on the balcony over them. Wait, isn't that Mira? She was here too? It is what Victor gave me before he left, Mira said. It is the new song I am supposed to perform in the idol group announcement ceremony next month, she said with a blush. This is very interesting. The one who said it was Margaret. The girl who took them to see the cock. Interesting my ass. Is there a single verse in that song that doesn't perfectly work as a porn movie title?
Alpha asked.
Just look at those damn lyrics. You don't have to say it, Mira said with a heavier blush.
That's the beauty of it,
Margaret interjected. This song will definitely be a big hit. I am sure of it. Come on, sing it for me, she said with a knowing smile as she looked at the paper.
But Mira hesitated. Come on.
You will have to sing this in front of an audience later, Margaret said in anticipation. Even Hilda, who was taking the girls' measurements, stopped working and waited to hear.
Fine,
Mira said the uncleared hear through and began to sing. I rode the young master train.
It took me to heaven.
Choo-choo. I felt your love tonight again. Please touch me and let it rain. Let it rain, let it rain. It sounded like a nice song, the little girl thought. The tune was really catchy. Wait, why was head maid Hilda's face all black?
No comment, Victor said.
Margaret was not completely right. But Lillian Lin would end up occupying most of his time if he made turns.
Then it is final.
After launch, we will start, Margaret said, making the girls a little worried. Margaret was right, but they were feeling shy.
This was too sudden.
Can't we wait until the night?
Victor asked. No.
Margaret refused. Fine then, Victor said looking at Lily who nodded unwillingly. Maybe they would be able to take him if they all tried together. Maybe it would be a good chance to show the girls how knowledgeable she was. Now that her mother's method to control Victor had failed, she wanted to try her aunt's. The one who controlled her husband's harem. Alex, you will be responsible for guarding the basement while we are at it, Victor said. I don't want you peeping on me and my wives.
Me?
Didn't you forbid me from going down there?
Alex asked.
She was not going to argue with Victor whether she would peep at them or not. He wouldn't believe her no matter what she said. That was for the summoning.
Victor explained.
The summoned noble beast in there only deals with females and hates males and sluts, so you better be careful. I need you to take care of it while we are busy, he added, winking at the blushing girls. It was already noon when he opened his eyes.
Wrong. He looked around. Where was he?
He was in an old yet simple, classically furnished wooden room. His body hurt as if he was doing some heavy exercise. That was his first thought. Wait. He sat up abruptly and looked around as he started to recollect what happened. H, he screamed as he slid back into the bed. His butt hurt like hell.
What happened? Tom wondered.
It took him a few seconds to fully remember. First, he was with that bastard Caspian, intending to slay him.
Then he began to feel strange. Then,
blah, he began to throw up to the side of the bed as his facial expression flickered between shock and disgust.
Host, you are awake at last.
The whimsical system thought it had lost you forever. The system suddenly displayed a series of messages alerting Tom.
Mission accomplished.
You have successfully infiltrated Victor von Weiss's wedding and revealed his secret.
Rewards. 1 charm resist pill. 10 healing pills. Mission accomplished.
You have stopped Nova's marriage.
Rewards.
Storage space, 1 squared foot.
What the hell happened?
Tom asked while frowning, ignoring the rewards. For the moment, he had more important things to ask about, like his lost chastity. You were put under an evil curse. They wanted to target Nova and turn her into a sex-obsessed slut, but you took her place and saved her.
A curse?
Yes. For the past 2 days you had been under a succubus curse. This system tried to wake you up repeatedly, but it was useless. I can't help you if you don't let me.
The system lied. What?
Who cast this damn curse? Tom asked angrily. It was the evil Caspian himself, wanting to totally ensnare Nova to be his sex slave forever. The good news is that it didn't go as he planned.
Good news?
Tom asked angrily. His butt had just been wrecked and the system is telling him the good news?
Yes.
Because his partner was a male, the curse also affected him, getting him possessed by an incubus. This alerted his father, the sect master, to break the curse and save you too.
Oh boy. Tom was a little surprised.
Now Caspian will not dare to confess that he was the mastermind. And he will be forbidden from approaching Nova, fearing the curse might relapse if they get too close. You managed to single-handedly free Nova from the hands of this evil man.
Wait.
Does that mean that if he came near me?
Uncertain.
As a male you should be able to resist, but it would be hard. Anyway, this whimsical system would fully support you if you chose otherwise. I would never choose that.
Tom yelled. System. Help me kill Caspian.
The system strongly advises against that.
What do you mean?
The system is feeling too whimsical to clarify. But killing Caspian may lead to your death.
What do you? Warning. Quick, someone is approaching.
Take a new shape-changing pill. The old one's effect is about to wear off. If they realize that you are not the real Nova, your life would be in danger. The system suddenly flashed an alert, making Tom quickly reach for his ring that had been hidden by the system earlier and take a pill, just as the door was pushed open and a middle-aged woman walked in. So, you are finally awake, she said, inspecting Nova distastefully with her slanted eyes. Where am I?
What happened? Tom asked.
You were cursed with young Master Caspian. We are still investigating who did it, so that's all I can tell you, she said, making Tom squint his eyes.
How is he?
Tom asked immediately, following the system's instructions to act as Nova would. He had already recovered, but you will not be able to see him for now.
Why? The Patriarch's orders.
The curse might relapse.
But
we will talk about this later,
the woman said.
Now, the Patriarch has agreed to young Master Caspian's request and you have been granted a core disciple position in the sect, the woman said, throwing a golden sign at Nova with envy in her eyes.
Core disciple?
Tulip abruptly opened her eyes and looked around. The sky was bright and something smelled really fragrant.
Ah, she quickly let go.
She was hugging the crazy self-identifying bastard emperor with her face resting on his chest. She was even drooling on it. How dare he make her drool all over him? She wanted to back off, but she was quickly hit by the reality that they were sharing a sleeping bag that was hanging from the top of a tree like a cocoon. She had nowhere to run. Last night, it took her a few hours to sleep, as she was really nervous about the existence of another guy near her. She tried to refuse to sleep with him at first. But confronted with the contract, she had to do it. Who knew that being his maid allowed him to spank her? That bastard didn't keep his hand, using the excuse of educating a disobedient maid to take liberty with her. Damn it, when she was young, she heard that her imperial grandfather used similar excuses in his palace, but she never thought of this when she signed the contract. Anyway, in the end, she had to obey. But having never slept with a guy before, she was very nervous. Her mother had warned her about it. Thankfully, her imperial mother was not around. In the end, nothing happened. That guy truly only let her warm his bed as he slept. She couldn't though. Not for a few hours. She had no idea when she dozed off. At that time she was thinking about his smell. It was really nice. She quickly shook her head as she pushed her body away from him. What was she thinking? Stop making trouble, the emperor said as he seemed to have woken up. He yawned and began to stretch his hands out of the bag. Get us down, she ordered, trying not to look at him. So close, he looked really handsome. Is this how you ask your master? Do you need this emperor to spank your little but again like last night? He asked. Can your highness put us down? She asked sarcastically with an angry blush. Yes, he said, grabbing the rope that was tied to the side of a tree, then began to lower the bag until it was on the ground. He set this entire thing last night, and it really surprised her. He seemed to be more proficient than Rain in regard to survival techniques. Why was she comparing them? Tulip quickly slipped away, then began to adjust her uniform, especially the very short skirt. Who sold those things? Don't they have any shame? The emperor ignored her as he slowly rolled the bag and put it in his storage space. This skill was really useful. She needed to ask her master to find her a skill book for one when she exited this place. Tulip watched as he took a bottle of water and then drank from it before emptying it over his head. He looked like a model. Was he doing this on purpose? She wanted to ask him for some, but she couldn't make herself do it. Suddenly there was a sound of something growling. Tulip blushed and looked away. It was her stomach. She was hungry. Damn it, this was humiliating. Now, Juicy. Do you know how to cook? The emperor, as if he heard nothing, looked at her and asked after finishing washing his hands. No, she answered truthfully while glaring at him. Damn it. Did he have to keep calling her by that stupid name? She tried to ask him to change it, but he refused, saying that first impressions were very important. Useless, he scolded, shaking his head. Let this emperor teach you, he said, taking an entire grill from his storage space and then beginning to set it. After that, he took some meat and began to arrange them. Take this, he said, throwing her another bottle of water and a new toothbrush. Wash up then come help, he ordered. Tulip looked at the things in her hand in surprise. She hesitated for a second then nodded and ran behind a tree as she wondered how many things he got in that storage space of his. She also couldn't help noticing that the water bottle was from the Trihorn Republic. At last some clue about his identity. This hateful guy was hiding it behind his stupid facade, but she was not a fool. A strong guy like this would never be a nobody. She now had an idea where to begin searching for him after exiting this place. Just wait. No one touches this princess's but without paying the price, she swore as she touched her butt. Please spare me. I already told you everything, the man said then went silent as his head rolled. What did he say? Lin asked. She didn't understand a word of what the man said. The same old thing. They belong to the Blood Moon tribe and are here to meet their ancestors. Lily said as she wiped the blood off her blade. The self-cleaning feature does not work here. Oh, Lin nodded. Let's go, that girl should be nearby, Lily said as from the corner of her eye, she spotted two rabbits slowly approaching. They didn't seem hostile, but Lily could feel their eyes on her as if they were pondering if she was prey or not. Once the rabbits finished with the dark-skinned men, it would probably be their turn. Lin quickly arranged her backpack, then the two ventured forward according to Victor's instruction. He had been communicating with them through the husband-wife connection. Earlier, Victor connected with Lily and ordered her to camp and wait for Lin who was nearby and was getting guided by him. After they met, he told them to seek out a girl named Ray who was near them. According to him, the rabbits only attacked people who were weak and had good bloodlines, and they never attacked Scions. Having Ray with them would guarantee their safety to some degree. He also told them about the moon fruits and instructed them not to seek them out on purpose, telling them that he had a plan for this dungeon. Lily frowned as she looked at the fruit in her hand. She got her from that man, and now she needed to get rid of it. Lin. You eat this, she said, nodding to Lin, who nodded back, then ate the fruit. That's what those who watched them thought. The truth was that Victor used his disguise through her to exchange the fruit with an apple. Lily watched the exchange and then nodded. She was really tempted to make herself also one of Victor's blood slaves. It would allow her to use his skill and exchange things with him through the storage space. Too bad she needed to wait until her family's ritual was finished, the slave seal would disturb it. So basically, those men are bred to wait for the moon dungeon throughout 100 generations or so, Lynn said after finishing eating the apple and putting her face mask back on.
Yes.
They were meant to collect bloodlines and bring them here when this place opened. The one behind their wicked tribe is probably the same behind this place. Lily said she had never heard about those guys in the other reality, so they would all probably die here. But are they telling the truth? If there are more than 500 of them here, it would be a headache. Those guys are very hostile and not friendly to women. They view us as breeding material.
Lynn sighed.
Yes, Lily began to say when they heard something. It was a sound from a nearby bush. They stopped as the bush was pushed away and a pretty girl walked out. According to her look, she was definitely Ray, whom Victor told them about. Before Lily could say a thing, the bush was pushed again and a handsome young man appeared. Ray, wait for me, he said, then paused and looked at Lily and Lynn. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Despite the mask on their faces, the two girls were definitely hot.
Ah.
Excuse me, pretty ladies. Would you happen to have some food? He asked with a bright, captivating smile. Victor smiled as he watched Tulip slowly flip the steak on the grill with a serious look on her face. After burning 3 poor steaks, she seemed to have gotten the feel for it. When she worked, all the arrogant air around her seemed to vanish as she concentrated on her task. This was proof that she was acting arrogant on purpose to fool others. This girl is not that bad after all. It was her B*TCH mother is ruining her. Maybe he shouldn't call his mother-in-law a B*TCH. Nah, she was a B*TCH. But taming Tulip was not easy, and it would take a while, and he didn't have the time. Maybe he should use that method to scam her, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He looked around, searching for any rabbits or monsters, but there were none nearby. As he expected, the monsters on this floor only roamed around the fruits, and the rabbits seemed to not be interested in him. He was not really 100% sure about what was happening, but if his theory was right, he would benefit a lot from this place.
He shook his head.
First, he needed to make sure of something. Victor slowly activated his appraisal skill, looking at Tulip.
Name, Tulip von Krohn.
Level, 101.
Class, Void Rider.
Abnormal status. Void Lord's Greater Blessing. All attacks have a chance to break space, 10-70% of any. Damage can be diverted into the void. Cannot be affected by space locking.
Authority, 16.
Strength, 331. Agility, 350. Intelligence, 362.
Luck, 36. Charm, 50. Order, 71. Skills. Void Strike, SSS. Banishment, SS. Void Dance, SS. Soul Instillment, S. Hiding, S. Soul Suck, S. Death Shrill, S. Swimming, A. Elemental Energy Strike, A. Limited Dive, A. Limited Flight, A. Charm, A. Camouflage, A. Survival Instinct, A. Sweet Tooth, A. Sword Arts, A. Trident Arts, A. Needle Arts, A. Spear Arts, A. Perfect Memory, A. Dancing, A. Painting, A. Piano, A. Strategy, B.
Regeneration, B.
Minor Teleport, B. Hate Resistance, B. Mocking, C. Acting, C. All Elements Resistance, D. Poison Resistance, E. Sewing, E. Stun Resistance, E.
Talisman Making, E.
Pain Resistance, F. Leadership, F. Cooking, F. Equipment, none. Bloodline.
Crowned Craw, S. Awakened. Sea Dragon, AAA, Awakened. Fate Status.
Fate's Power, SSS.
Summary, Scion. Define fate, Scion, the world bends to your will. Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil. Oh, she has risen 2 levels since the last time he saw her.
Not bad.
What about her fate?
Destiny list.
World Fate Scion, the world bends to your will SSS. Birth Fate, the natural enemy of all demons SS. Birth Fate, build a kingdom A. Birth Fate, Mary Sebastian Silver A. Birth Fate, Mary Remus Ling A. Birth Fate, Mary Paul Meyer A. Birth Fate, Mary Rain Cleaver B. Birth Fate, Mary Altair VSSS. Birth Fate, Mary Curas Tar S. Birth Fate, Mary Azura Simon S. Self-set, eat all the sweets I want SSS. Self-set, make my mother proud SSS. Self-set, collect 3 void crystals for Master SSS. Self-set, Cut this fucking emperor guy into pieces SSS. Self-set, learn how to cook SSS.
WTF.
Victor almost gasped loudly. Was she going to marry those one by one, or was she destined to make a male harem? Victor unconsciously stepped back. Alex ran and ran nonstop for 3 days. Zoe also ran after her. 74 other men and women ran behind them. About 50 rabbits followed, hopping peacefully with blood-red eyes, spelling doom to any who stopped and watched. I had enough, one blond man said as he turned to the side and tried to go in another direction. The next moment, a rabbit appeared from his side and grotesquely devoured him. It happened in a split second, but everyone saw it.
Run.
Alex screamed as she took an energy bar and ate it, disregarding its shitty taste. She needed the energy. Zoe did the same with tears in her eyes. What's wrong with her luck? She had been running for 3 full days and now this turned into some kind of a group hunt, and she was a part of the prey herd. She didn't dare to try and escape the herd like that guy. He was not the first to try it, and would probably not be the last. It is not like she didn't consider fighting, but she saw it when a group of dark-skinned men tried to band together and attack. They died miserably. What a group of good guys. They gave the others some time to rest as the rabbits ate them. Her only hope now was for either some miracle to happen or for Victor to clear this dungeon. Wait. A sudden thought struck her as she took the jade from her bag. Victor did say something about this.
Can this be used? She wondered.
Do you want to use the jade?
Level options.
Teleport to a random location in this level. Stop all monster attacks for 7 days, unless you attack first. Escape the dungeon, disabled until 25 days later.
Ah.
Zoe was shocked. Why she didn't think of this earlier. She quickly used the second option and in a blink of an eye, she was covered with a green light. She was forced to stop by a strange force for a second as the rabbits passed her. She knew that they would not attack her.
It was as if they couldn't see her anymore.
Use the jade, she screamed to Alex who was already a mile away. Alex, hearing her, quickly took out her jade, and so did some of the players who followed. Only 8 of them noticed it on the first floor and had it. They activated it one by one except for one. He didn't understand the language Zoe used. Alex, like the others who had it, smiled as the jade shone in her hand, then broke a moment later. For the others, nothing like this happened.
WTF?
Was this fucking dungeon rigged against her? So, if I got this right, you were brought here from your swimming pool and had been running around the forest for 2 days naked without getting eaten by some monster. Tulip asked the man, who sat opposite her on the picnic table and enjoying his steak. He was dressed in a bed sheet that Victor donated to him. He was wrapping it around his giant body with a rope. Victor and Tulip had already heard his story and invited him to join their meal. The poor lad was starving for the last couple of days.
Yes. Exactly, he nodded.
Why weren't you eaten? She asked rudely. Aren't you appetizing enough? I kept running, and they didn't follow me, he said, not caring about the way she talked. Did you meet any other groups? Victor asked, carefully watching the young man.
Ah.
Yes, some dark-skinned men attacked me earlier, he said, pointing to a cut on his cheek. He tried to talk to them and promise some money, but those guys only spoke a foreign language.
And? Tulip asked.
Thankfully, some of those white rabbits seemed to have attacked them, allowing me to run. The rabbits didn't follow you?
Tulip asked.
For some strange reason, she didn't like this guy at all.
No.
When I looked back while running they disappeared, but I was attacked by a boar right after, and had to change course, so I am not sure.
Oh, Victor smiled.
This fat guy probably used the jade and was planning to use this info for some exchange later. Anyway, Victor was pretty sure by now that rabbits didn't attack scions or those who proved to have very pure or awakened bloodlines during the stairs test. They only attacked those weaklings with mixed and impure bloodlines to extract their blood essence. Only poor Alex was getting played by whoever was behind this place, probably because she was a dark scion. And yes, Liam was a scion. Name, Liam Ashflint. Level, 0. Class. Authority 1. Strength, 16. Agility, 15. Intelligence, 19. Luck 10. Charm, 11. Order 10. Skills. Ultra thick skin, S. Unlimited manhood, S. Enchanting voice, E. Bloodline. White rhino, AA, 71%. Unawakened. Fate status. Fate's power, S. Summary, Scion. Define fate, Scion, the world bends to your will. Destiny list. World fate Scion, the world bends to your will SSS. Birth fate cuckold the demon king Tomir then cause his death S. Self set get rich S. Self-set inherit my family s. Self-set build an exotic harem and make them give birth to a lot of children s. Self-set take revenge on all the humiliation I have suffered s. Self-set cuckold my brother and impregnate my sister-in-law s. How did you escape the boar?
Tulip asked.
It just stopped following me too, Liam said as he chewed. This steak is really poorly done. If one of my chefs did it like this, I would have long fired him, he said. It was a mistake as the next moment, the foldable chair under him was kicked, and he fell on his fat butt.
Juicy, be polite. Victor scolded. He is our guest, he added. But Tulip looked away. This emperor knows.
You are right to be angry, as this was your first dish, but next time use less sugar when preparing a steak. This is not a birthday cake. You need only to sprinkle some with salt, he said, enjoying his steak.
It was very sweet, but he didn't mind.
I understand, she said, pouting, but somehow relieved at the sight of him enjoying her handiwork. Your name is Juicy? Liam asked with a smirk as he quickly stood up, fixed his chair, and sat back, then shamelessly continued to eat. He didn't get to chew when he was kicked again.
This time harder.
What does it matter to you? She asked with a very dangerous glint in her eyes. What is your name anyway? She was planning to kill him and his entire family.
Liam Ashflint, he said proudly.
His family was one of the 10 great families ruling the world. The Ashflint family of Blue River City of the Orva Kingdom?
Victor asked.
Yes. Liam nodded as he puffed his chest. Do you know about them? Tulip asked with a frown. She had never heard of them. Use the right pronoun.
Victor scolded.
Does your highness know about them? She asked again, making Liam finally notice the strange way Victor talked. Yes. One of the 10 lower families.
Victor said.
You can tell as they all have the Flint word in their name, he added, making Liam frown a little, then quickly hide it.
Oh.
I met a guy from the Agarflint family a while back. He was a little arrogant, so I had to educate him. She nodded, then kicked Liam, who had just returned to his seat for the 3rd time.
I thought you were important.
But it turned out to be just an insect, she said with disgust.
Juicy. Be polite.
It is rude to call him an insect. Use the words lower species or low life instead.
Victor scolded.
He really wanted to cure her arrogance, but sometimes he needed to play his role.
Tulip nodded.
Yes, the stupid emperor was right. Her fine language had gotten a little corrupted after traveling with Rain and Ray. Why are you kicking me again? Liam shouted as he came running. That last one sent him a few yards away and made him hit a tree, but surprisingly he was fine. What family are you from anyway, acting all high and mighty? He asked as he shamelessly took another steak that had just gotten done and began to eat it. Listen, I am from the sun. She paused as she noticed Victor, who was looking at him with expecting eyes.
The sun? Liam asked.
It is not something a low life like you should hear, she interjected and looked away. Damn it, she almost spilled it. What about you? He asked Victor, but stopped as Victor put a sword to his throat. Use the fucking right pronouns.
Victor scolded.
How many times does this emperor have to repeat himself?
Ah.
Where is your highness from? What is your highness's name anyway? He asked with a mouth dripping with grease.
Listen.
Victor said as he withdrew his sword and then cleared his throat, making Tulip look at him with expecting eyes. This noble one's name is Vic Volt, the destined emperor of the world. This one has no home, as this emperor lives in the hearts of faithful followers, he said, looking at the sky proudly. Both Tulip and Liam looked at Victor and then at each other. Liam shot her a questioning look, and she shrugged in response. They had the same thought. This guy was definitely a maniac.
Ah.
I have never heard of a family called Volt, Liam said finally after some pondering. Tulip was thinking fast too.
Now you did.
Victor said arrogantly. Who exactly did your highness become an emperor?
Liam asked.
This noble one chose to be.
Victor said. Therefore I am. Oh.
Where does your noble family come from exactly? Liam frowned and asked, making Tulip squint her eyes. That was a very good question. What a strange and very inappropriate question, Victor said with a frown. He looked a little offended. This emperor will humor you with an answer though. Although I am 100% sure of this, my imperial family naturally comes from the place all other humans comes from.
Victor replied.
We are sadly normal in that regard. He shook his head as if it was a shame to be normal.
Sadly? What do you mean?
Liam wanted to ask as Tulip frowned. We shall talk about such mundane matters no longer. Now that you have finished eating, let's talk about the business.
Victor interrupted. Business? Liam asked.
How are you going to exactly pay this emperor for your meal? Victor asked with a smile.
Oh well.
I own nothing here, so do you accept an IOU? Liam asked casually. He was not really surprised by Victor's proposal. He was already planning to strike a deal. Use the freaking right pronouns. It is not you but your highness. Victor scolded, waving his hand. He made a contract appear out of thin air.
This is... Liam frowned.
He naturally recognized what this was, but played dumb.
A system contract.
As a semi-player, you should know what it is, Victor said, making Tulip look at Liam in surprise.
Oh.
How did you know that? Liam frowned as his eyes turned cold. He never told anyone he was a semi-player.
It is obvious.
This emperor can see his subjects' classes, and you have none. Victor said casually, making Tulip and Liam frown as they looked at him.
Oh.
Then what is the meaning of this contract? Liam asked after some thinking. Since you will not be able to survive this place alone, and most likely plan to follow us, right?
Victor asked.
Liam nodded with a troubled expression, realizing that the emperor had seen right through his plan. And I presume that you are not planning to be one of this seat's followers?
Victor asked. Yes.
I am not fit for such an honor, Liam said. Then this emperor had drafted a contract to govern our relationship. Liam knotted his eyebrows, then looked at the contract. So according to this, I will be your temporary follower, you will protect me, and I have to listen to you and after the dungeon pay you the price of everything you give me 100 times?
Yes, Victor nodded.
And if I can't pay I have to work for you until this debt is paid, he asked.
Exactly. Victor nodded.
Then how do you price the value of my work? He asked. He was not stupid.
Simple.
You have to return everything I give you 100 times.
Victor said.
What about things like the moon fruit?
Liam asked.
For things that only exist inside the dungeon, like mission items, we can ignore that rule. You just have to pay me $1 million for each.
Victor said.
And if you saved my life? Liam asked as Tulip watched the exchange. You owe me 100 lives.
Victor said. How do you value a life?
Are all human lives equal?
Liam asked.
Can I pay you with other people's lives?
Yes, you can. Victor said.
What if I can't pay? You will have to be my slave until you gain me an equivalent value.
Victor said.
I don't like this contract, Liam said directly. If you want to follow me, you have to sign it. This is the only way I trust you.
Victor said.
You can always go find some other group, he added.
Liam frowned.
He was sure that most of the groups here might not be so friendly, and even if they were, they might not accept a semi-player like himself. He knew better than anyone that he couldn't survive this place alone. Make it 10 times and we have a deal.
Liam said. 50. 5. 20. 2. 10.
Deal, Liam said with a smile, thinking that he outsmarted Victor.
Ha!
You scammed me. Victor gasped and said as if he had just noticed what happened. Will your highness go back on your word? Liam asked as if offended, making Victor frown, silently curse, and then slowly change the contract. Liam gave it one last look and then signed it, totally unaware that Victor planned to make him a slave forever. Rex, who had very tan skin at the moment, sat nervously on the steel chair as his father with 3 men in black robes glared at him. Do you know why we summoned you back to the family island? Theodore asked as the others glared at Rex.
Ah.
You forgave me?
Rex asked.
For the last month, he had been assigned as a mining supervisor in a desert country for breaking Luke's leg after catching him with his fiancée. Although Rex didn't break any rules, he was punished by Theodore who didn't like his son's fighting. He was supposed to work there until the end of the year.
Of course not, but something urgent came, Theodore said. Oh, Rex frowned.
Let's get straight to business. Did you or did you not teach Lara this martial art? Theodore asked his son very coldly as he pushed forward a folder containing a precise description of the art he taught Lara. Rex frowned for a second, looking at the 2 men who were from the Inquisition Hall before he replied.
I did. You bastard.
How dare you? Theodore flared up immediately.
Esteemed father, you told me to.
Rex quickly interrupted while looking strangely at his enraged father.
What?
I told you to teach her the family martial arts.
Theodore said. Yes.
Isn't this the family martial art? Rex said, malign. Theodore frowned, looking at one of the men then back at Rex. I am the one asking questions here.
Theodore scolded.
Read this quickly and tell me, is this the art you taught Lara? Especially the part marked in red. Oh, Rex frowned and looked at it, reading it twice.
Yes it is, he nodded. Who taught you this?
Theodore asked, frowning a little. He didn't expect Rex to come clean this fast.
You did.
Rex replied, frowning a little as if he didn't understand what his father meant.
What? I didn't teach you this.
Theodore scolded, putting another paper on the table. What I taught you was this. The original family art. Do you see the difference? He asked, getting a little angry. Rex quickly compared the two.
No.
You taught me the first one. I clearly remember it.
Rex said.
It is the one I practiced. What? Theodore wanted to scold, but one of the men held his hand. Are you sure? The man asked Rex.
Yes. Rex nodded.
He didn't seem to be lying. The man frowned and looked at his partner, who shook his head.
Let us see then.
Can you practice it here in front of us? Another man said.
Yes, Rex nodded.
It has been a while since he did this, so he relaxed his body and closed his eyes, then began to practice. Everything went fine. You are practicing the normal art, not the one you taught Lara, Theodore suddenly said.
No. I am. Rex paused. Strange, he said as he held his head.
He seemed a little disoriented.
No.
I swear this is the art I know, why am I practicing it wrong? I see, one of the inquisitors said, looking at the others.
Rex.
You can leave for today, stay on the island for 2 more days though, and don't practice that art anymore, he added as Theodore frowned looking at his son. Rex nodded and stepped out. He looked a little lost but seemed to not dare question his father. He was telling the truth. The man who was silent until now spoke. My skill didn't detect any anomaly.
And he never practiced the modified art. He couldn't even apply it, the other said. What does this mean? The last one said.
Someone brainwashed him, Theodore replied as he squinted his eyes. I need to go over everyone Rex worked within the last 3 years, he said.
Probably.
I will ask my men to see if they have anything, the first man said with a smile, watching Theodore ponder over this matter. Of course, Rex was lying, but so was the Inquisitor.
Theodore.
When you called us yesterday, you said you had some other thing you needed to tell us about, one of the men asked. I didn't manage to get it. We will talk about this later, Theodore replied. He wanted to get the diary from Victor earlier, but when he went to the mansion before heading to the family island, Victor was not there. According to Margaret, she took Lily and Lynn to some secret place to have tons of fun and should return in a couple of weeks. She seemed a little annoyed that he didn't take her too. Theodore wanted to stay and get to know his daughters-in-law, but after overhearing 2 of the new lowly maids discuss how they were surprised when they saw their young master's giant cock, he decided to return when Victor was home. He had to admit, he was feeling a little jealous. Not because of the Lolas. He was not into that shit. It was just that his wives never talk about him like that. In Victor's mansion, there was even some stupid maid singing a lullaby about how her young master's train took her to heaven. Why didn't his wives and concubines sing for his train? Was Victor bigger or faster than his?
Damn it. Theodore.
Why are you spacing out? One of the men asked after Theodore paused suddenly in mid-sentence.
Sorry.
Just thought about something important, he shook his head.
Oh.
I see, one elder said, frowning.
Okay.
Let's head to the elders' hall then, it is about time for the meeting about the moon. It seemed like the patriarch got some new info, another inquisitor said. Thank you for sharing this with us. Ray said politely, thanking the 2 mysterious masked girls as she ate. No worries, one of the girls said in an ethereal voice. Where are the 2 of you from? How did you enter this place? Rain asked as he finished his food. Thankfully those 2 girls didn't have storage rings and seemed to carry their rations in their bags. We were crossing a river when the moon suddenly turned red. The next thing we knew we were here. Thankfully we found each other pretty quickly, one of the girls.
The moon? Rain asked.
Yes,
the girls nodded.
How about you? We were exploring a ruin when Ray seemed to touch something she was not supposed to, and a teleportation gate opened to this place, he said, ignoring Ree's glares that she was shooting him and not staying that he had to keep trying for an entire hour before he figured out how to enter through the teleportation gate.
Oh, the girls nodded and looked at each other. Any.
Can you tell me your names at the very least? Rain asked helplessly. Those girls, deciding to help him and Ray, refused to give any info about themselves. Despite them both wearing masks, he could tell that they were top-notch beauties. No, both of the girls shook their heads. Then I will just call you Beauty 1 and Beauty 2, he said with a cheesy smile. He was used to dealing with arrogant girls.
Rain.
That's rude, Ray said, feeling a little jealous. Do whatever you want, one of the girls said as she stood up. It's about time we move on. How about we travel together? Rain suddenly asked. This place is dangerous, and there are some crazy dudes here, he added. This place made him feel very strange, as his body was technically a demon magnet, but until now, no demons attacked him. In fact, the only monsters he faced were those protecting the fruit trees and a couple of rabbits who kept their distance from him and disappeared when he tried to hunt them. If we did, how do we split the fruits we find? One of the girls asked.
She seemed smart.
That's how he liked them. How about your group takes the next one we find, and then we will take the one after. Alternating like that, he said. Okay, the girls nodded, looking at each other and sighing. Little did Rain, who planned to steal the two girls' hearts, know that they were the ones planning to steal from him. Victor gave them a mission to befriend Ray for now and try to get her to join their secret organization, so naturally, the girls were feeling a little conflicted. They were helping their husband tame another bride after all. Victor smiled as he watched Liam walk in front of him. This guy was very scheming. The truth was, Victor didn't expect him to agree to the contract so quickly. He seemed somewhat pleased with it too. The only explanation was that Liam knew something about system contracts. A contract must always be fair. And Victor's contract was obviously not. It was not an equal exchange. So when Victor would come to ask to be paid, Liam would only be required to give him the same or double at most before the contract would be considered fulfilled. There was another point that Victor noticed. When he gave Liam a sword and a shield, the latter replied, "I will borrow these for now." He was obviously using a hole in the contract. If he was only borrowing things, he only needed to return them later. Victor chuckled. Well, poor Liam had no idea what Victor planned. "Why are you chuckling like an idiot?"
Your Highness,
Tulip asked rudely. "Just wondering if I can convince you to work for me after exiting this place. Although you are a little too arrogant for my taste and a little too flat, I really liked how you hugged me last night," Victor said. "Nothing like that happened. It was your imagination," she spat, looking away with a blush. She looked really cute. If Victor hadn't already been immunized by Lily's beauty, he might have considered adding Tulip to his harem. Well, he might add her after all. He decided to leave this to destiny for now. He was not sure he had the power to cuckold 5 scions at the same time. He might end up being an enemy to the entire world, or worse, a member of Tulip's harem.
Look, it's a shiny fruit,
Liam suddenly said, alerting both Victor and Tulip, who walked behind him. There, on a tree near them, a single fruit was waiting to be picked. Under the tree, a lizard was sitting lazily enjoying her day. Before Victor could say a thing, Liam ran to the lizard and struck it with the sword in his hand, killing it in seconds. From his stance, Victor realized that he must have had sword fighting lessons before. Victor chuckled. Liam must be planning to use the opportunity to level up here and become a full player. Too bad that the lizard would not get him any experience. It was not an otherworldly monster, but a mutated beast. "The fruit is meant for this emperor," Victor said as he quickly floated and snatched the fruit before Liam could take it. "I was the one who saw it first," Liam complained, but Victor ignored him as he ate the fruit.
4/10 fruits have been eaten.
"You are on your way to greatness." A screen showed him his progress. "When you promised to follow this emperor, you chose to give up your rights on such treasures," Victor scolded as he tapped Liam's shoulder and activated his awakening skill.
Nothing happened.
Victor expected this, as Liam was already awakened, but Victor just had to try.
"I know,"
Liam said, looking away, totally not aware that Victor was using him as a lab rat. "It is about time for lunch," Victor said while shaking his head and then looking at Tulip. "Juicy. Let me teach you how to fry eggs," he said. Tulip frowned and said nothing as Victor began to set up his portable cookware. KY. Suddenly a high-pitched scream alerted them, making Victor frown. "Juicy, start preparing food. This emperor will be back in a second," Victor told Tulip as he quickly jumped and ran toward the source of the scream, about 2 miles away. There, near a grand tree, a naked white-haired girl was covered in blood as she desperately fought a group of other men who wore strange silvery fur coats. Victor looked at the girl and frowned. It was as if he had seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where and when, and that was strange by itself.
Name, Harper Wiseman.
Level, 0.
Class, Authority 1. Strength, 16. Agility, 15. Intelligence, 19. Luck 1. Charm, 19. Order 10. Skills, Charm, S. True Sight, S. Camouflage, S. Bloodline,
Golden Panther, A, 71%.
Unawakened.
Fate status,
Fate's Power, S.
Summary, Scion. Define fate, Scion, the world will guide you.
Destiny List.
World Fate Scion, the world will guide you SS. Birth Fate marry and help Iliad Queen achieve Ascension X. Self-set escape my wedding S. Self-set escape my father S men S. Self-set find my Prince Charming S.
Another one.
This little girl was a Scion too, damn it. Did the same thing happen in his previous life too? Did Scions flock to this dungeon like flies flocking to a piece of shit? It seemed like this place had some very strong artifact that was even managing to fool the Scion's world protection. With every second, Victor was affirming his guess about the nature of this place. He needed to start implementing his plan soon. Looking at the girl and the hooligans around her, Victor could only sigh and move to help her. He had the feeling that because of the danger in this dungeon, the world and destiny were pushing scions toward him. In a way he was right. Despite Victor's plan to use them, by staying with him, their life and destiny would not be harmed.
What was he again? A scion daycare center?
Whatever. Ah, what a hot girl, someone suddenly said. It was Liam who was panting after he following Victor from behind. Victor flashed him a very dangerous glare, then quickly hid it after he realized what Liam's plan was.
Damn it.
Victor cursed at himself. He was a little fooled by Liam's weak appliance. This guy was a fox. He must be planning to make Victor reveal all his trump cards, or even his identity. And maybe even get him a little weakened. Ever since Victor met him, he had been trying to ask around to no avail. Regardless, Victor would have done the same if their roles were reversed. Be it a fox or a rabbit, they were all destined to be slaves. Liam's voice alerted the men, who turned and looked at the sound source. Pshhhhhhhh. They didn't see what hit them as a screaming fat man fell on top of them, pushing them to the ground after Victor grabbed and threw him at them in a split second. In a matter of moments, Victor used their shock to start a massacre. Dear Victor, I am speechless, Olaf said as he sat opposite Alex, who was looking nervous. They were sitting in a private room in a high-class nightclub in the capital after finishing the awakening ritual. I didn't mean to. It just asked me that stupid question about 3 different peddlers arguing about an immortality pill, Axel said, shrugging his shoulders.
And your answer? Olaf asked.
To scam them and take the pill for myself, Axel said as he scratched the back of his head. I don't know why, this was the first answer I could think of, and the system just accepted it before I could change it.
Ha!
It is destiny, I suppose. And a dirty dealer is a merchant subclass at least, Olaf said after a sigh. Sorry, Axel said as he sipped his iced coffee. He didn't look sorry at all, but this was similar to Victor in a way, so Olaf didn't mind. Don't worry, as long as you can access the system store no one would suspect a thing, and this class might be really helpful in regaining your rightful position.
Olaf said. So, when will we proceed?
Axel asked, looking at Olaf.
Not so soon.
You have a tough road ahead of you. First, we need to teach you all the people you should know, so be patient. Olaf said as he took his phone and sent a message to his bosses, informing them of the results. Harper sat in shock as she watched the men who attacked her earlier die one after another. It only took that man in white 5 minutes to kill 7 men. Are you okay? Someone asked her. It was that man's cannonball.
No, fat followers.
I am fine, she said coldly as she shrank back and covered her body. That's good, take this, he said, acting as a gentleman as he presented her with the now dirty bed sheet he was wrapping around his body and presented it to her. She didn't dare to take it. She didn't even dare to look. No thanks, she said as she closed her eyes and looked away. It was foolish to close her eyes in the midst of a dangerous situation before asserting the other party's intentions, she knew it, but the sight of that fat man's body was not something a young maiden like her should be looking at.
But,
H. The fat man screamed as someone kicked his ass so hard he flew away with a shoe mark on his exposed ass. Are you okay? Someone asked, making her open her eyes and look. It was the handsome young man who saved her.
She nodded, blushing as she covered her body.
Good, he said.
What can I call you? He said.
Harper, she answered truthfully. Just Harper. She chose to discard her last name.
A good hooker name. Now sign.
He presented her with a contract that he took from behind his back.
Ah.
What is this? She asked, ignoring his hooker comment.
A contract.
Don't expect this emperor to protect you for free, he said. Think of it as the price for saving your life.
Harper looked at him, still not getting it.
This emperor doesn't have all day. Sign it or you are on your own. Let this emperor warn you though, this place is full of people like those, and it is a matter of time before others get to you, he said. You can also go with Liam there. He would surely protect you for free, he added, making her glacé at poor Liam trying to stand up again after getting kicked away. Harper nodded and took a look at the contract. I had to act as a maid? She frowned as she read the contract that was similar to the one signed by Tulip with a few more loopholes and locking in conditions. This girl seemed to be a little naive after all, and Victor wouldn't be a gentleman if he didn't take advantage of that.
Yes, he said.
Don't worry, I will not violate you or anything like that. On the contrary, I will protect you from this place's dangers.
Fine, she said and signed away.
She knew she would never be able to survive this dungeon alone. She was already in his hands, and she could always try to escape later like this guy had a way to enforce a piece of paper.
Wait.
Liam, who realized that she didn't know what she was doing, wanted to warn her about it, but she completely ignored him. In fact, she didn't hear him at all. Good, the Emperor said, making the contract disappear in a flash of light. The next moment Harper felt something squeeze on her heart and she instinctively knew it. If she ever broke that contract she was doomed. This contract, she asked as her face turned white. Yes, it is a system contract. Until the end of the raid, you are mine, he said as he presented her with her new frilled uniform. Now put it on as I check the corpses, he said with a determined look in his eyes. He had to do this fast before the rabbits arrived. So he got you like that, Tulip said to poor Harper as they worked the portable stove, frying eggs for their young emperor. Ah. That one got burnt, Harper, who was still trying to get familiar with moving in a short skirt, said.
Oops.
Tulip said as he took the burnt egg off the stove and looked at her crazy young master.
Don't worry about it.
The pig will eat the burnt ones. The emperor, who was sitting at a foldable table writing a diary, said, pointing to the pig who was tied to a thick tree branch as a punishment.
My name is Liam. Liam scolded.
This emperor didn't mean you, but since you like that name so much from now on we will refer to you as Mr. Pig, the emperor replied without looking up. Let's see. This emperor probably should add some unique martial arts too. This emperor knows a good one. This will make those old fogies go nuts. Let's see, he told himself with a depraved smile as he wrote. Tulip tried to take a look, but it was all gibberish, the same kind found in the books her grandfather collected. So, where are you from? Tulip asked Harper in a forced friendly manner.
How did you end up here? She added.
The emperor ordered her yesterday to act less arrogant, and she decided to try it. Her mother was not here to scold her after all.
Ah, Harper hesitated. Well,
I was running away from home. I stopped at a lake to take a bath and the next moment I was here.
You too. Liam shouted.
The same happened to me.
I was at my swimming pool, he said.
This is definitely destiny. He didn't continue as someone threw a chair at him.
Shut up.
This emperor has homework to do. The emperor screamed, then took another chair from his storage space and sat on it. Didn't we agree that you should protect me?
Liam retorted.
This is a clear breach of contract. This time he was hit by a rock.
Shut up. Bastard.
Use the right pronoun. How dare you this seat? Don't you know how much ridicule this emperor suffered to affirm his noble identity? The emperor shouted. And the contract clearly stated that I will protect you from the dangers of the dungeon. This emperor is a force of nature, not a danger of a dungeon, he added, then returned to his diary. Why were you running away from home? Tulip decided to ignore the two barking dogs as she threw away another burnt egg and asked Harper.
Harper.
Ah. My father wanted to forcibly marry me to some depraved pervert. I had no choice, she said, making Tulip affirm her guess. You are from some aristocratic family, right?
Tulip asked.
Harper had the signs of a refined young lady like herself, and the arranged marriage tradition was not that common in the world anymore.
Kinda.
My grandfather was a big shot, but after he went missing, my family's situation became not so good. Harper nodded nervously. Maybe she had said too much.
Oh well.
My mother always said that arranged marriages are the worst. She was forcibly married to my father, and it ended up in a disaster. So you don't need to be so reserved around me, I am on your side. Tulip nodded, reassuring Harper. So was the groom some perverted old man, a fatty like that pig, or a wimp like my father? She asked. The little girl really liked to gossip.
Well, he is a young man.
I have been engaged to him since birth. The engagement was called off when I was 9 because the groom was deemed unsuitable, but lately, my father went and apologized for breaking off the engagement, then he begged the guy's father to accept me again by kneeling in front of his house for 7 days straight.
Oh.
What did that guy do to make your father, who I suppose is some important guy, lower himself and ask? It happened so suddenly. The new groom I was promised to marry as a replacement lost his ability as a man, while the original groom proved himself to be very valuable after earning himself an elite status in his family.
Harper said.
Despite that, his perverted nature didn't change. Last week he held a wedding with 10 women at the same time. My father was planning to present me to him there as a wedding present, but I escaped, she said, making the emperor, who was engrossed in his writing until a moment ago, stop and look up at her with a very strange expression.
Oh. I know.
You were promised to that douchebag Victor von Weiss, right? Liam asked immediately. I saw that pervert's wedding in the news. Why did you be? Your Highness hit me this time.
Just felt like it.
Don't scream, this emperor is trying to concentrate, the emperor said as he returned to his writing. Liam could tell that he was still listening to the girl's conversion though. 10 women at the same time? Tulip asked in surprise. Not only that, This guy has some sick hobbies. He went to some brothel and did that thing with a 30-old woman, she said with an angry blush. She got really emotional.
What? Really? Tulip gasped.
Yes. It was all over the news before they erased it and covered it up.
Harper said.
I knew a friend who witnessed everything, so I am sure it was him.
Oh.
I have been dungeon diving for the last few weeks. I rarely watch the news anyway. Tulip said, feeling a little ashamed. She had no real friends, so she didn't feel the need to follow the news.
Oh.
I wish I were like you. A full-fledged player. If I were, my father would have never sold me like that, Harper said with dreamy eyes.
This is your opportunity then.
Tulip said, encouraging Harper. This place seemed to be a dungeon in some sense, so if you could kill some monsters you would level up, and maybe if you could get some authority points before you reach level 10, you will be a full player.
Ah, really? Harper asked. Yes, Liam said,
inserting himself into the conversation again. Don't listen to them, the Emperor interrupted. He seemed to be looking at Harper in a different light now. You can't level up by killing those mutated monsters. What do mutated monsters mean?
Tulip asked.
She never heard that term before. The ones we faced until now, experts for the rabbits, are not otherworldly creatures. They are ordinary monsters who were sucked into the dungeon and transmuted. Killing them will not get you any experience points, he said.
Oh, Tulip frowned. Are you sure?
Use the fucking right pronoun, he scolded.
And yes. 100%, he said.
Then the rabbits?
Harper asked.
If you have a death wish you can go try and kill them, Victor said. But don't worry, this Emperor is sure this trial will not disappoint you, he added as the notification he was waiting for appeared in front of his eyes.
He pressed yes. Ha ha ya ha ya.
He began to laugh like a madman, scaring the girls and causing 3 more eggs to get burnt. Earlier he put a few pills containing some of his blood inside 3 of the corpses and waited for the rabbits to eat them. He chose 2 corpses with bloodlines and 1 without. Those men wearing fur were very similar to the dark-skinned men, they even had the same tattoos on their bodies, so Victor expected the rabbits to attack them sooner or later. His first plan was to make a few of the rabbits his blood slaves. It failed as no notification appeared despite the rabbits devouring the corpses. Those rabbits didn't consume the blood. His second plan for the master of the rabbits to consume his blood also failed. Seemingly the blood didn't end up getting eaten at all. His third plan, which was his favorite one, was the one that succeeded, and it was a far shot, but it really worked. His presumptions were 99% accurate. Now, this place was his playground, and he only had to wait until the ones pulling the strings from the shadows made their move.
No. Wait?
Victor opened his eyes wide. He was not the only hunter here. Well, he didn't mind the extra food. This is Gloria Flick with you again on this private stream. Gloria said to the camera. Behind me is the infamous White Mansion, she added as the cameraman zoomed behind her to the grand mansion surrounded by tall trees. Anonymous 1024, oh.
It's on.
Anonymous 9234, we miss you Gloria. Anonymous 0, show us your boobs like you did last time. I will pay you $1,000. Anonymous 7712, when did that happen? Anonymous 0, last week, look it up. Anonymous 7712, wah. Are those for real? Anonymous 0, yeah, we need to thank young Master Victor for the treat. Gloria silently cursed as she read the comments feed. She decided to ignore them and continued to talk. This was her last chance for a good report or she would truly get fired and would have to really start showing of her boobs to put food on her table. This mansion has some really dark history. According to my confirmed sources, it was built by the nefarious gangster Nick White to be his base of operation, but he was killed in an accident and his cousin or brother, we don't really know. Anyway, Victor White inherited this mansion and used it as his base ever since. Gloria said as the cameraman focused on her again. Anonymous 4687, wow. I want a mansion like that. Anonymous 7622, me too. Anonymous 1232, me 3. Anonymous 4222, me 4. Anonymous 778, do they sell drugs there? Anonymous 23, me 5. Anonymous 1024, me 100. Now, as you all know, the last time I was here, we were kicked out by the stupid guards and I was even molested by Victor. And despite it being on camera, the police refused to intervene, she said in a strange tone, seemingly still holding a grudge. Anonymous 4222, what are you doing there? Anonymous 145, she is definitely hunting for a husband. Anonymous 7344, new. Anonymous 0, show us your boobs. Today, we bought a new drone, and we intend to try to investigate the shady things happening inside, she said, ignoring the inappropriate comments. Anonymous 2311, isn't that a crime? Anonymous 1024, probably. Anonymous 5121, definitely. Anonymous 7622, she looks really desperate. Anonymous 0, Gloria, we are rooting for you. Anonymous 23, Gloria, I will visit you in prison. Anonymous 5101, I will kill someone to go to prison with you. We can marry there. Anonymous 2311, above, you are an idiot. She will go to women's prison. Anonymous 5101, who said I am a woman? Don't worry, it is not a crime. We would not physically be there, this is just journalism. Gloria said affirmatively. She was walking on some very shaky legal grounds here, but if this report managed to discover something big, she wouldn't mind spending a year or two in prison.
Harper sighed.
Despite this, the Emperor's group being some of the weirdest people she had seen, she was thankful she met them. This dungeon was not a place some naked semi-player could survive on her own. After she was scammed into signing that stupid contract, 8 days had passed in the blink of an eye. The Emperor was a very strange and mysterious person. Most of the time, after giving her and the others some tasks to do, he would sit by himself, writing in his diary while stopping to laugh every once in a while. Other times when they were walking through the forest, he would make sure to explain many random things to her and the others. Things they didn't ask about, like demons and souls. Although she thought he was talking nonsense at first, from the way Juicy began to ask him some very specific questions, Harper realized that he was probably telling the truth. This world had demons that stole people's bodies. Vic definitely belonged to some very noble family. Harper could tell from the way he held himself, talked, and ate his food. And she could easily tell that his arrogant bravado was fake, as he slipped sometimes. The only thing she didn't know was why he was doing this. He didn't need to. Not only was he smart, reliable, and well-educated, he was very strong. Other than killing those monsters that were found around the fruit trees in one strike, he had some strange skills. Yesterday, their group was attacked by some strange men. Unlike the ones who attacked her, they were dressed lightly and had tan skins. After Vic talked to them in some strange language, they began screaming at him, so he just shook his head and started killing them. They didn't stand a chance, and it was a one-sided massacre. Even Juicy, who was prepared to join the fight, didn't get a chance. Harper could swear she saw one of the men stab Vic in the back, but to her surprise, the sword shattered on impact and that man was decapitated in the next moment. It happened so fast that the others didn't notice it, but due to her true vision skill, she could see it. Those men had some moon fruits that the Emperor didn't eat but distributed to her and the others. They tasted like peaches. Now, the most important thing was that other than making her wear the stupid maid uniform and perform some stupid maid duties, Vic didn't really molest her. On the contrary, he seemed to be pampering her with that maid called Juicy, explaining things to them whenever he had a chance. She could tell that he liked her somehow, but she couldn't really stand his arrogant attitude and his stupid pronouns. The first night, he made her warm his bed. She was really nervous and couldn't sleep, but to her surprise, he really just hugged her with Juicy to sleep and nothing happened. On the contrary, his strong masculine smell made her have some stupid fantasies that she didn't dare to address. After 2 days, she got used to it. She was also really thankful that she got to sleep comfortably. Liam, who kept making trouble, was tied every night to the bottom of the tree they were sleeping at. According to Vic, he was using Liam's services to repel the mosquitoes. The problem was there were no mosquitoes in this dungeon. Other than that, she noticed that Juicy would always hug Vic very tightly every night. At first, she thought that the girl loved her young master, but after talking with her a little, Juicy denied doing such improper things. In fact, Juicy turned out to be in the same situation as her. She was forced to sign a contract and she had never met Vic before. So after some investigation, Harper knew the reason. Vic, every night before going to sleep, would take a chocolate cookie and break it, then scatter its pieces all over his head and torso before going to sleep. Juicy, who had some strange sweets addiction, would naturally get attracted to him, like an ant, drooling all over him in her sleep. Vic definitely knew Juicy from before. Harper could tell from the way he looked at her with complex eyes. Juicy, on the other hand, seemed to be completely oblivious to this. According to Harper's observations, Juicy was definitely from some big family. Not only was she super strong, she had some arrogance bred into her bones. Vic seemed to have noticed that too, and whenever Juicy acted arrogant, he made sure to stop whatever he was doing to either scold her or spank her butt. This routine seemed to be taking effect, as Juicy began to use a less arrogant tone when talking to others. Vic definitely believed that his education was working, but Harper thinks that it was Juicy herself who began to notice how ridiculous her arrogance was after hearing Vic brag about his imaginary imperial power all day long. Liam, on the other hand, was apparently the only normal guy in this group. He was a semi-player like herself. He was also a greedy pervert young master.
The kind she hates the most.
That bastard would flirt with her whenever he had a chance, and every time she had to do some chore, he would sneak a peek under her very short skirt. She was getting really frustrated, but thankfully Vic, 2 days ago, who seemed to have noticed that, took a pink whip from his storage space and began to whip Liam as a punishment, shouting something about touching his imperial things. She was not an imperial thing. But the result of the punishment was a success.
Liam's molestation stopped. Now, about her progress.
She got 7 out of the required 9 fruits. They were granted by Vic. She was almost finished with this level. Maybe if she passed this trial, she would be able to become a full player. Her stupid father would not be able to force her to marry after that, and she might be able to go roam the world and search for her missing grandfather. Harper humphed as she carefully walked into the forest. She had been sent by Vic to collect some dry wood for cooking dinner. Suddenly she heard the sound of sinister laughter. Looking behind, she saw 2 dark-skinned men walk from behind some bushes and eye her while licking their lips. Did they really have to do that?
Hadn't they seen a woman before?
She wondered, not realizing that only those with high bloodlines got to sleep with women in their tribe. Harper quickly grabbed the crossbow which she was carrying on her back. She aimed it at them, but she didn't have a chance to fire, as suddenly she felt something stuck at her hand like a whip and pushed her down to the ground, tied down like a dumpling. One of the men seemed to have thrown a weighted rope at her, embolizing her before she could attack. The 2 men looked at each other and then smirked, saying something that she didn't understand as they approached her. She could easily tell that one of the men was praising the other's skills. "Help!" she screamed, but no voice came out of her mouth. She couldn't move. The rope must have been laced with some paralysis poison. It took the men's seconds to stand above her and then lose their heads. Vic slowly appeared out of thin air as the men's headless bodies fell to the ground. "You look really nice tied with a rope," he said as he quickly untied her, then threw an antidote pill in her mouth. It took her a few seconds to be able to move again while he searched the men for valuables. "Thanks," she said, pouting a little. Even with a weapon, she was useless. "Your Highness was following me?" she asked as they began to move back.
"Yes," he nodded.
"This emperor wanted to talk to you about something, and I figured that those 2 idiots would help this noble one explain something to you," he said. "What?" she asked as she stopped and turned to look at him. During the last few days, she seems to have figured out his personality. She knew he wanted to tell her something and didn't want the others to hear it. "We will finish collecting the fruits required to advance by tomorrow," he said, taking out 2 fruits that were with the men.
"Probably," she said.
"After that, we will be transported to the next level separately," he said.
I know. I will be in danger," she said. "No, you will not." He shook his head.
"Your Highness knows what's next?" she asked. "Yes, but that is irrelevant. You are probably hoping to get to be a full player, I presume," he said. "Yes." She stopped hesitating and nodded, looking straight back at him.
"You will be disappointed then," he said. "What? Why?" she asked.
"Everything you see here is a lie from this forest to the system messages. This place is not a dungeon at all. In fact, we are in a subspace in the real world now," he said.
"What?" Harper frowned. "What do you mean?" she asked.
"It is a trap, meant to collect talented people from all over the world, then steal both their talents and their bodies," he explained, not caring about her using the wrong pronoun.
Harper frowned.
"Don't look at this noble one like that. This emperor is telling you the truth. The moon fruits you had been eating were a lie. They are a kind of soul fruit, and their effect is making your soul a little malleable. Like dissolving powdered milk in water, using it for cooking."
"What?"
Harper frowned and blinked. "Weren't they eating those?"
"You mean, don't worry.
The fruits this emperor had been giving you were all fake. They are normal fruits that were disguised as the moon fruit to scam the ones behind this place," he said, making a few moon fruits appear in his hands before transforming them to their original shapes, peaches and apples.
"A real dungeon system would never be fooled," he added. "Ah." Harper was shocked.
She opened her mouth, not knowing what to say, as she watched him eat one of the apples. "Why are you, Your Highness, telling me this?" Harper asked after a few moments.
"Simple.
Unlike Liam or Juicy, I have a plan for you after leaving this place." "So you already know how to safely leave?" she asked.
"Yes."
"Don't worry about such minor details, you just need to relax and watch the show later," he said, chuckling. "This place's scheme is already doomed to fail."
"So, what do you want from me?"
"Well, let me tell you something first. After exiting this place, you are going to be captured and sent to Victor. Even if you are good at running away, the noble families are not that easy to fool," he said.
"But
the only reason you are still free is that Victor has too many things to take care of at the moment," he said. He has no time to take care of some random runaway bride.
Damn, he didn't even have time to enjoy his honeymoon, he said.
How do you know that? She asked warily. The organization this emperor works for is already spying on most of the world's powers. Of course, I knew many things about someone as important as Victor von Weiss. He is in the center of so many schemes that I am surprised he managed to live to this day, he said. What organization?
Harper asked.
This emperor can't just tell you that, he said, looking at her with his golden eyes. But what you need to know is that in 20 years or so, this world would face a cataclysm. Many people will die. Our organization has one goal, and to control the world after, he added. And what is your role in this organization? This emperor is meant to be the emperor they choose to rule this world, he said simply. Oh, she opened her eyes and looked at him, finally realizing the secret behind all that emperor bullshit. You want me to join your organization in exchange for letting Victor leave me alone? She asked. Yes, but not exactly. You are not strong enough, he said, stepping forward until he was close to her. I want you to marry me and be my imperial concubine, he said with a smug smile as he grabbed her hand and put a ring on her finger. A what? She quickly stepped back. I refuse, she yelled as she took the ring and threw it away immediately as if she were allergic to it. Wow. That was so direct, he said, a little surprised. I might be your maid now, but we made a deal. I will not marry, she said directly, blushing a little.
Fine then.
Then go fetch me that ring. It was an A-ranked storage ring. If you lost it you would have to pay for it.
Ah. What?
You pushed it into my finger.
Yes.
Now go get it. If it was lost, you would have to work as this emperor's slave until you pay its price, he said, taking out the contract and pointing at one of its clauses. Ah, she quickly ran to where the ring fell. It was no longer there. Harper bent down and began to search for it. After scurrying around the bushes for an entire 15 minutes, she found nothing. Maybe one of the rabbits took it, the emperor said as he put his hand under his chin, apparently thinking. You took it, didn't you? She asked as she stood up, turned around, and glared at him. She knew he was toying with her, but she had no way to refute him. She hated being this weak. How could this one be this heartless? He asked as if he was hurt. If you accept this emperor's proposal, that would mean the ring was yours all along. You would not have to pay me for it, he said, flashing her a bright smile. She just ignored him and decided to walk back to their campsite.
Decide quickly, he said.
If by the time we retired, you didn't make up your mind, this emperor would start treating you as a slave. The clause about not violating you would be invalid, he said. She could tell he was being serious. I will just be your fiancé for now, she said in an angry tone while blushing a little as she walked past him, not daring to look back. She just has to find a way to repay him and escape this marriage. The next moment she felt a pull at her hand, and she was dragged forcibly back into a warm embrace. Then she felt something soft touch her lips. He was kissing her. Ah, she wanted to resist, but she couldn't escape his firm grasp. Remembering what she said earlier, she decided to just let him do it. She would consider it as being bitten by a dog.
And it went on and on. On and on.
Every time she thought it would end, it would go longer. By the time he let go of her, she could only look blankly at him, wanting more. She was not really reluctant, as she could hear her heart beating through her ears. She had never kissed before, but she could tell that this kiss was too fucking good. And his lips tasted amazing. She could swear she felt her blood boil there for a second. Now you are officially my fiancé, he said with a bright smile as he took her hand and put the ring on her finger again. Ah. You bastard, she said as she looked at him and then at the ring on her finger with shock.
You already agreed.
The contract clearly states that you can't go back on your words with me, he said as he turned around and began to walk back to the camp, totally ignoring her. Make sure to not lose that ring, he added, making her gasp, then stomp her foot to the ground, then quickly follow him. Will you trick Juicy too? She asked after a few minutes of silence. Is she the empress or something like that? She added sarcastically.
No. Juicy is not cute enough.
And the empress is someone even this emperor has to fear, so make sure not to anger her when you enter the harem, he said. Who will enter your fucking harem? She scolded as she thought of a way to escape this fucking situation. Maybe she should try and escape to some other continent. We will see about that, he said, shaking his head.
Science.
So fucking troublesome, he added in a low voice that didn't escape Harper's sensitive ears.
What did he mean?
Why are you sighing, your highness? Juicy asked as she looked at the moon fruit in the emperor's hand. Just wishing this emperor had more slots in my harem. But I really need to do this, he said, making Harper, who was standing to the side and listening, glare at him hatefully.
All men are perverts.
Last night he made her sleep with him again, but this time his hands were not honest. Damn it, she couldn't sleep all night, especially with Juice sleeping on the other side. She was really worried she would make a voice and wake her up. Manipulative bastard. Damn it. Why couldn't she keep him out of her mind? Let's get on with it. After you consume the fruits here, you will be transported to the next level, the Emperor said. The next level will be a waiting room where you just need to relax for a bit until enough participants pass. The real trouble is after that. The battlegrounds. Everyone will kill everyone there and only a few must survive, so just use the wooden shield I gave you to parry attacks and keep running if you encounter a strong enemy. Will artifacts work? Juicy asked as she inspected the rough wooden shield the Emperor gave her. It was very strange. No. But this shield is made of special wood harvested from some dungeon. I bought it for a lot of money, so take care of it. Even a magical attack would not be able to break this thing, he said. Now, let's start with Liam. Eat this, the Emperor said, giving Liam one moon fruit. Liam frowned, then took it. I will make sure to return all the things I have borrowed from you. Just come find me at Blue River City. Liam said as he ate the fruit. I will also find you 30 fat girls to repay for saving my life 3 times, he added before he finished his fruit and a bright light surrounded him. Moments later he disappeared into thin air. Rest in peace, the Emperor said. He is not dead, you know, Juicy said. Yeah. But he is so cute. Thinking he could escape my contract this easily, the Emperor shook his head as he gave Juicy a ring. What is this? Juicy asked nervously as Harper glared at both of them. A storage ring. Inside of it, this Emperor left something for you, a gift of sorts, for serving me these days, he said. You think we will not meet later here? Juicy asked, squinting her eyes. This place has more than 1,200 players. The chance of us meeting is minimal, he lied. Oh. By the way, this Emperor has long realized that you are very strong and have been hiding your true power from me. So if you meet Harper or Liam later, make sure to protect them, the Emperor told her. Juicy never really displayed her power on this level, as the Emperor really did most of the fighting whenever they encountered danger. How did you realize that? Juicy asked. Next time when you hug someone to sleep, use less force. This Emperor was almost squeezed to death, he said, pushing the storage ring into her hand. Oh, she blushed as she put the ring he gave her in her pocket before biting and eating the moon fruit without a comment. This one tasted like a very sour plum. But she just wanted to eat it and escape the grasp of this perverted Emperor. Here's a piece of advice: when the chaos happens in the end, don't act, the die had already been cast, and you will change nothing. Just lay low, there is more than one hunter for the grand prize, the Emperor suddenly said just as she chewed. Your friends Rain and Ray have already crossed to the next level. Be sure to find them, they might need your help, my dear turnip, he added just as she swallowed, then began to vanish. He chose to deliver his words at exactly that moment, diverting her attention. She looked at him with shock as she disappeared. She realized that he had been scamming her all this time. This bastard must have known her real identity. Damn. She wanted to question him, but she didn't get a chance as she vanished. She didn't even have to correct him that her name was Tulip and not Turnip. So cold even when getting scammed. Now I just need to find a few rabbits to kill and replace the slot. So troublesome, the Emperor said with a bright smile, then turned and looked at Harper, who had been trying to keep her distance from him since last night. Now it is your turn, dear Imperial concubine, he said as he walked toward her. We are only engaged now, she said, but couldn't continue as he suddenly hugged her. She closed her eyes and waited reluctantly for his forceful kiss, but it never happened as she felt his weight suddenly slump into her as he fell to the ground. She quickly opened her eyes and noticed the pale face of the unconscious collapsed Emperor. Thanks, Sister Blue. Ray took the moon fruit from Lynn and ate it directly. Blue was the name Lynn used here to hide her true identity. We are only missing one fruit each now, Lily said as she watched Rain also eat his fruit. This guy was super strange. The fruit he was eating was a real one, but it was not affecting him at all. Lily, who was very sensitive to souls, was sure of this. According to Victor, this guy had some strange curse that makes him attractive to demons. This could be probably the reason. His soul was already in a malleable state, so this fruit didn't affect him at all. Strangely enough, she didn't really encounter Rain in her previous life. He was not a part of Tulip's entourage. Something must have happened. Dear Red, is there something on my handsome face? Rain asked as he watched Lily look at him. He had been trying to see what was under her mask for the last week, but kept failing. He needed to act carefully so that Ray would not hate him. Just wondering whether punishing you would correct that crooked attitude of yours, Lily said. Red was the name she was using here. My attitude is fine. It is your attitude of acting like a big sister all the time that needs correction. It is like some old lady, he said. Do you want this old lady to kick that ass of yours? Don't think that I didn't notice you snooping around Our Lady's sleeping bag last night.
Lily said.
They were using only one big bag to sleep together, to bond with Ray. Although Lily was reluctant, she knew how important getting a scion friend like Ray was. Do you know that for a second there, when I met you I considered you a refined lady. Who knew that you are just a man-hater, he said, shaking his head. All your perverted assumptions are false. I just wanted to protect you. You are the one who needs protection. If it was not for me and Blue, you would have not found the fruit so quickly, she said. She could smell the fruits a mile away thanks to her sensitive nose.
Who knows?
You haven't tried my strength yet. You are just...
Sister read. Rain.
Please stop fighting, Ray suddenly yelled after finishing her fruit that tasted like a pear. We are all one team here.
Ray.
You are siding with them now, Rain asked, acting a little hurt.
I am not.
Ray said coldly. She was already familiar with his acting skills, and without Tulip to keep him in check he was getting more and more brazen.
We need to work together, she said.
Look, it is, she paused as she noises a voice from the forest. Lily and Lynn also heard it and looked to the side as Rain prepared his weapon. It keeps coming closer like a herd of buffaloes heading in their direction. They looked at each other and then nodded. Lily and Lynn quickly jumped to a nearby tree while carrying Ray, who was not a player with them.
Rain quickly followed.
It was just in time as many people who seemed to be fleeing something began appearing in the distance between the trees.
Help!
The one leading them was screaming in a very enchanting voice. She was a very pretty and very familiar haggard blonde girl. She was so amazing that Rain had to swallow twice after looking at her. Behind them, as if keeping the pace, there was a group of rabbits hopping peacefully according to some strange rhythm. Lily looked at Lynn, then began to move to the side before the crowd arrived. Rain didn't, he was too enchanted to move.
Rain, come here.
Ray, who was in Lynn's arms, scolded, making him quickly wake up from his enchantment. I need to save that girl. It will just take a moment, Rain said with a firm voice, then began heading toward the pretty girl in the front to save her.
Rain!
Ray screamed at him, but he just winked at her before turning and hurrying toward the blonde girl, whom Lily quickly realized that it was none other than Alex. Rain quickly positioned himself on the top of a tree on the girl's path, then descended after quickly tying himself with a rope, intending to fish her from above. Sadly, this didn't work. Alex, who felt something falling from the top of her head, insincerely kicked it away with all her strength without even looking. Poor Rain had no chance to realize what happened when he flew in a parabolic trajectory into the distance.
Rain!
Ray exclaimed fearfully. Don't worry, that idiot is still alive. Let's go check how many bones got broken in that shameless ass of his, Lily said as she carefully watched the rabbits. They all turned and watched Rain paint a rainbow of blood in the sky. They seemed to have intended to go after him, but as if receiving a command they all flinched at once, then turned around ignoring Rain, and continued after Alex and her cursed entourage. Victor, who had been communicating with her, was right. Those guys behind those trials seemed to be totally aware of Alex's fate, and they too were totally lost on how to deal with her other than keeping her unhappy.
Right. Victor.
That bastard was definitely hiding something. The way he was talking to her without explaining what he was doing lately was the same way a cheering husband who was hiding another family across the country would do. She felt an urgent need to finish with this floor and go find that pervert. The small drone slowly drifted near the ground until it reached the mansion's fence near a large tree, where it slowly flew up, keeping with the fence, then going down again when it barely reached the top.
Infiltration success.
Anonymous 80085. Wow, Gloria, that was one smooth operation. Anonymous 800850005. Yeah. But I just have a feeling that this is going too easy. Anonymous 800858008. Hopefully we will be able to see some of the rumored brides. Anonymous 8008. Aren't Gloria's boobs enough for you? Anonymous 800858008. No.
I need more.
Anonymous 248. Guys, how are you changing your usernames like this? Anonymous 800888008. IT is a trick. After you log in, find the cookie file and the number is there. Just make sure to make it unique. Anonymous 800818008180081. Thanks, it works. Yes, the drone is being controlled by our cameraman here. He is an expert who served 19 years in the Army Recon Unit. Gloria said, silently cursing for the 10th time as she noticed the usernames. It seemed like forcefully making the usernames on the stream anonymous was a failure.
Let's continue, she said.
The drone that descended to the ground made its way between the bushes slowly, keeping its distance from the main route.
Anonymous 0, this is boring. When will we see some action?
Anonymous 800855555. Relax, executing a crime needs patience. Anonymous 800-850-0005. How do you know where to go? We can't see a thing. Anonymous 711. Where is this cookie thing? Anonymous 80082. Use a browser extension. Anonymous 711. Damn IT, don't have those on my white banana phone. Don't worry, we know where we are going. We got the mansion's plan from the city hall. Although they are not accurate, many of the main features are the same. Gloria explained proudly. She had to use her talents to get those plans, but she would never say that, or many of the fans would request a demonstration. We are now starting by heading to the gym. It is the closest building to our direction. Gloria said as the drone made its way hopping from tree to tree, trying to reduce its noise as much as possible until the gym was visible.
Then it had to stop.
A young maid was passing next to it as she swept the fallen leaves from the path. She was singing some kind of song.
You chew.
Tonight I rode his train again. It was faster than a plane.
Choo choo. Her voice trailed off.
Anonymous 800-85555. What was that song? Anonymous 0. I don't know, but my blood boiled just hearing it from the mouth of that lowly. Are they doing some cosplay party here? Anonymous 80082. Probably not. I heard that those rich bastard always has some strange hobbies. Anonymous 8008. I want strange hobbies like those too.
Anonymous 0. You already have.
Anonymous 800-85555. We all do. We just don't have the financial means to pursue them.
Indeed.
Gloria said, let's continue. Soon we will reach the GYM. We are taking a roundabout route toward the man in the mansion to avoid detection, she said as the drone lifted from the tree and then began heading toward the gym.
Bang.
Suddenly something hit it, making it stop in its tracks and fall to the ground in one swoop. It was a net that someone launched at it. I got it, some girl said from a distance.
It fell somewhere here, another said.
Moments later, two very pretty red-haired twin girls appeared in the drone's camera frame, frowning as they looked at it. One of them reached for it and grabbed it. The image was lost seconds later, but the sound was not. It lasted long enough to hear the crashing sound and what the girl said afterward.
It is a close-range one.
Send the hounds and the chicks to search the perimeter.
Damn it. We need to run.
Gloria yelled and the streaming feed ended. The young man, who was watching the show with a half-empty box of high-quality tissues at his side, didn't move. He was in shock as the screen turned black with a disconnected message. It took him a while to figure out what he just saw. He jumped abruptly from his chair and then ran out of the room.
MOM.
I found them, he yelled as he headed downstairs.
MOM, he kept yelling.
My sisters.
Kaya. Michael. You damn pervert.
Put your damn pants on when you leave your F***king room. Alex ran as she looked backward, watching the men and the rabbits follow behind her. She squinted her eyes and nodded. Few had noticed, but the rabbits were a little fewer than before. The young master was right.
She told herself.
3 days ago, when she was running for her life after that traitor Zoe escaped by herself. Suddenly out of nowhere, she heard the voice she had been waiting for. That of Victor's. He seemed to have spotted her from afar and called her using a sound-transmitting talisman. It made her a little scared that he would discover her real gender, but when he told her that he was hiding far away from her and could barely make her out, she felt relieved. He told her of a way to save herself and reduce the rabbits around. It was to attack those unfortunate men around her. He told her to focus on the burly dark-skinned ones and to try to kill them with one hit if possible. Not only would that reduce the pressure on her by making the rabbits go to deal with the corpses, it would also make them attack her less so that she would benefit them in the long run. According to him, he planned to end this dungeon in a few days, and she must endure like a man until then. She felt a little angry. She was not racist after all. Why does he want her to kill the dark-skinned men? All men are born equal and deserve to be killed equally. Victor quickly clarified that those guys belonged to the same evil tribe. They were a group who kidnapped and raped women for their bloodline. So, after convincing her and telling her that the communication was about to be cut off because of the distance, he reminded her to be careful before going silent. Alex didn't hesitate and quickly began executing his plan, attacking all the men around her. She didn't want to attack only the dark-skinned ones, fearing that they would call her a racist or gang up on her if they knew she was targeting them. So she randomly attacked a few random guys too, but made sure not to kill them. The plan was a success. The number of rabbits really decreased. But this created a new problem. All the men running around her, seemingly, had all decided that she was a lunatic that needed to be killed. So they began attacking her. And of course they failed. Those men were too weak to pose any danger to her. The strong ones around had already escaped or been eaten. The last one to attack her was some idiot who fell on her from the top of a tree as if she couldn't notice him. She made sure to kick him with all her strength. Hopefully, the rabbits would eat what's left of him. How dare he sneak attack her? Victor slowly opened his eyes and looked up at Harper's pretty face, silently observing him. She was giving him a lap pillow. The moment she noticed he woke up, she quickly blushed and looked away in embarrassment.
Are you okay now?
What happened? She asked after he said nothing for a few minutes and kept looking at her face with amusement. Use the fucking right pronoun, he scolded, ruining the romantic atmosphere that didn't exist in the first place. And yes, this emperor is fine, just feeling a little dizzy, he said, not explaining what happened. Your disguise is off, you know, she said, a little coldly. I don't know what you are talking about, he said, then shamelessly checked his disguise. He feared that it would have collapsed earlier due to the backlash, but nothing like that happened.
It was still on.
I have this little skill, you know, it is called true sight. I noticed nothing before, but when you collapsed for a second there, I could see your true identity, Mr. Victor von Weiss, she said coldly, watching his face that was still on her lap changed his expression to that of surprise and annoyance, then relaxed again. It was quick, but she saw it. You must have been mistaken, he said while cursing silently. This was not in his plan. Probably because of this place's strange conditions or Harper's scion effect, his disguise must have flickered for a split second when he collapsed, and she must have seen it because of her true sight skill. Was she watching him this closely? Ah. It was all his fault for being so charming. Although your hair is now a different color, not purple, I know it was you. I saw your photo in the recent von Weiss annual report, she said. So stop lying. He just glared at her. Damn it. He really didn't want her to realize his true identity. Scions were too fickle and hard to control. Knowing his true identity would put him on her radar. You must have been looking at my photo a lot recently, he finally said, deciding to come clean.
Not too clean. Regardless, she blushed.
She was just cursing at it. The true thing was way more handsome than the photo, though. Why didn't you tell me? She coldly asked as she watched him ponder on some stupid things. Tell you what? He asked, feeling a little annoyed. Your true identity. You could just tell me when you saved me there, she asked. He thought for a moment, then sighed. For a few reasons. But mainly it was because I didn't know you were my fiancé, he said. In fact, my father did tell me that he had some brides for me a while back, but I never heard of you before, he said, shrugging his shoulders. Ouch.
That hurts, she said.
She had been running for over a month, and it turned out the other party didn't even think about her. Why didn't you tell me then after I informed you about me? She asked, feeling a little salty. Ah. Well. I did consider telling you that first night, but I didn't do that to protect you, he lied. At your current level, being near me is very dangerous, he lied again. She was a damn scion. Protect me from what? She asked. My enemies. I have a lot of them. If you are my wife, they would use you against me, he said. You already have a lot of wives, she said coldly. Don't you want to protect them too? She asked sarcastically. You are special. My current wives fall into two categories, he said, clearing his throat. Most of them were my maids whom I married to protect. If something were to happen to me, I wanted them to have the status of a wife, he said, telling the truth for once. The others were forced on me by my family. I was forced just like you were, but as a man, I couldn't just escape my responsibilities, he said, gaslighting the poor girl. Ah. Then. Why did you propose to me earlier after that? She asked, feeling that he was playing with her, but she couldn't refute him. Did you decide that I no longer need your protection? She asked. No, he hesitated. Well, after staying a few days with you. Somehow I began to feel that we are both compatible. Just a little bit. Hugging you made me feel very safe, he said, looking away as if he was a little embarrassed to admit his feelings. I just couldn't handle the idea that you would fall for another man if I just let you go. You are mine, he said, blushing a little. The overbearing CEO act must have such moments of showing weakness. Ah. Who said I am yours? She asked, feeling a little shy. I did. The more I stay with you, the more I am sure of it, he said, looking at her eyes firmly, making her blush and look away. This was a mistake. Now it was his time to counterattack. I never agreed to this arrangement, she complained, then stopped as she felt his lips touch hers. She wanted to back off or push him away, but as she was sitting on the ground, she had no way out as he pushed his body against hers, pushing her to the ground. The kiss really took a long time. Longer than the previous one. There were no other kids around after all. She didn't know how it happened, but by the end of it, her hands were hugging his head hard, and her legs were already around his waist. He had to struggle a little to let go of her. The girl was about to suffocate without realizing it after all. Damn, his bloodline had become really scary. You taste great, he said as he tickled her, forcing her to retract her hand quickly to push his claws that crawled from under her very short maid skirt at some point. Ah, she blushed as she backed off a little, after realizing what she was doing. Maybe I should order my men to create a perfume using your scent, he continued his monologue, totally ignoring her. Shut up, she scolded with a blush after she pushed his dirty hand away, then began to gasp for breath before wiping her lip with her sleeve. Now give me that fruit, she said, blushing like a tomato. She just wanted to leave this damn place. She was not going to surrender this easily. She had dreams and she was not ready to let go of them for a man.
Not yet, he shook his head.
If you leave now, you will only have to wait as the battle stage will not start for another 2 days when enough participants have crossed this stage, he explained. What do you want then? She asked, covering her chest with her hands.
To train you.
With your current skills, you would be in trouble sooner or later, and this is not a fine thing for my wife. So for the next 2 days, you will go through a fighting crash course, designed by this emperor. It had already been tried and proved a success, he said. Stop using that stupid pronoun, she scolded. And I am not your wife yet, she spat. We will see about that, he said with a bright smile. Levi squinted his eyes as he looked at the glass tank that was emptied and now was getting lifted. The incubation period was over. Rita, who was suspended there for the last few weeks, slowly descended to the ground, moving slowly as if she was still getting used to her new body. Welcome to the world of humans.
Great tricenter,
Levi said to the demon as he presented her with a red, ominous-looking pill that she quickly grabbed and ate. Slowly, her corpse-like appearance began to change into that of a pretty young lady. If not for her jittery movement, no one could tell that she was now a corpse possessed by a demon. Although Rita's body was not technically dead, it was injected with so much corpse energy that it was too damaged. That's why they had to pay a great price to get this body repair pill for her.
The plan can't fail.
Looking at her, Levi began to regret his decision to sacrifice her a little. Somehow after the incubation, she became a little sharper, and more pretty than her older self.
Damn it.
Your body's name is Rita von Weiss, Levi said, giving the demon a stack of documents explaining Rita's life. Demons who possess others can naturally inherit their life skills like knowledge and habits, but they lack the memory of the body's original owner. Rita nodded, taking the document while keeping her piercing ominous eyes on Levi, making him feel a little unsettled. This demon ghost was a high-ranking one, and those were usually very annoying to deal with. He reminded himself to be very careful. The plan had been changed a little, so you will have had to stay with us a little longer, Levi said. First, the birthday party was cancelled, and then their top men kept getting killed one by one. They no longer had the power to swallow the von Weiss alone, so they chose to play it a different way. As long as you abide by the contract, Rita said in a hoarse and strained voice as she looked around at the scientists who stood at a distance. It was as if she was looking at some kind of food.
Of course,
Levi said, with a forced smile. Now my men will guide you to your room where you can relax and review the relevant information. Rita nodded, then began to follow one of the guards who politely invited her. By any chance do you have any idea about a bloody moon in the sky? Levi suddenly asked as Rita reached the door.
Blood moon.
Rita looked back at Levi with a blank expression.
Can it be eaten? She asked.
Not really, Levi responded. Then this seat does not know, she answered disdainfully. So, where is Victor? Elena asked in a very stern mother-in-law voice. Having an org. He is partying somewhere, Margaret corrected herself nervously. He should return in a week or so. Maybe with a new wife or two, she added in a very low voice. She had long noticed that Victor had the tendency to get a few new girls whenever he went out. And he took only Lily and Lynn with him?
Yes. I wanted to go too, but he didn't agree, Margaret explained.
What about that girl Elise? Elena asked, remembering the girl in the wheelchair from the wedding. She never had the chance to talk to her.
Ah.
Victor sent her to some secret doctor in the mountains, saying that he might be able to cure her. She should return in a month or two. Margaret lied with a straight face. Elise was at the factory base overseeing the construction there. They wanted to hide the fact that she was cured until they get a good explanation for that. I see, Elena nodded as she looked below. She was sitting on Victor's mansion balcony, enjoying a cup of high-quality tea and watching the little girls in maid clothes below do their morning martial arts training routine. Lara and Elle, who came with her, seemed to have joined them willingly, making the atmosphere lively. They looked strangely cute as they practiced the kicking and boxing movements in an orderly fashion. When she first married Theodore after giving birth to Alice, she was surprised by how much his family emphasized martial arts training, but after a while, she realized that this was a good thing as she began to train lightly too. She had to, or she would have never been able to survive Theodore von Weiss's night activities. She sighed, shook her head, then turned and looked at her son's wives who sat around her shyly. She had to confess. Her son, despite having the same perverted tendencies as his father, had some good taste in women. All of those girls, except for Margaret, were very good. Not only were they pretty, but they were also polite and had a really nice nature. Except for Margaret, that is. If only her husband could hold his wives to the same standards instead of sleeping with any nasty hoe who manages to throw herself at him. Well, at least Luna is fine. Elena really liked her like a little sister. Mira, I heard that Victor decided to entrust the idol group he is creating to you? Elena finally asked.
Mira nodded.
Monica and I are the ones responsible for it. I don't have much time after all because of the movie shoots, she said, as Monica, who was beside her, nodded.
Oh, good. Elena nodded. Now,
let me ask you this. Whose idea was this song about the train? She asked the question she wanted to ask. 2 days ago, she watched a report on TV talking about the new leaked songs that the new idol group by Horizons Media was meant to sing. Her little daughter was meant to sing.
Ah.
It was Victor's, Mira answered nervously. Cancel it, Elena said flatly.
But,
remove the damn song from the program.
Elena said.
My daughter will not sing such a thing. And remove the other slut song too. It is not appropriate for an idol band composed of little girls, she said. The slut song she meant went like this. I am your slut.
So fear me not.
I'll hold your hands.
To a new world. I am so hot.
Especially the butt.
Follow this one. If you can afford.
Mira didn't know how to answer. She too felt the songs were a little inappropriate, but she would follow whatever Victor told her to do. Don't worry, Margaret interjected. Those songs were meant as a joke, a publicity stunt. They were meant to be leaked and drive the public's curiosity. In fact, we already have a more appropriate and refined version for the girls. Margaret explained, taking a notebook from her storage ring behind her back and then giving it to Elena, making both Monica and Mira, who had no idea about this, run to their mother-in-law's side to read the real songs.
Oh,
that makes sense now. Elena sighed in relief. The real song is not about riding the young master's train, but the love train.
The slut turned into a cat.
The ideas were the same, but the concept can be interpreted in a more appropriate way, like all songs. Why did you make us train on the alternative version? Monica suddenly asked Margaret hatefully. Simple, because I wanted the test records to leak. I wanted to create publicity, she said. You were the one who leaked those.
Monica asked. Yup.
People now will be waiting for the real thing to be sung by the lowly idol group. One of the songs will also be in the new movie. Margaret said.
Oh.
This might just work. Arya, who was taking a day off to stay with her mother-in-law, nodded. Although this method of publicity is too depraved for her taste, it is standard in the media world.
But you should have told us, she added to Margaret.
That would not be fun, Margaret said, then quickly went silent as she noticed that Elena was really glaring at her, and so were the girls. Only Victor shared her sense of humor. I see, Elena finally said after she went through the entire songbook. These songs were very good. She kinda understood Victor's plan, as she was in the media circle long ago, and had an idea how sex sells. She could only sigh. In a way, Elena was thankful that Victor managed to convince her husband to accept Lara joining an idol group. She always wanted one of her daughters to achieve her childhood dreams, but Alice was a lost cause, and Theodore was overprotective of Lara after his niece messed up a few years ago. Elena was now pinning all her hopes on Lara, who resembled her in more than one way. Bang! A sudden sound of something crashing alerted Elena and the girls, making them look downward. Lara seemed to have been demonstrating some martial art to the little maids, and she struck a garden lamp post by mistake, breaking it into two. Lara was standing next to it, not knowing what to do, as she was surrounded by shocked girls. Oh, this old thing finally broke. He, Margaret said dryly as she sweated a little and looked at Elena. It was struck by lightning in that storm a few weeks ago. Oh, the same thing happened to a tree in the mansion we live in. Theodore scolded Gardner heavily after it fell while Lara was playing near it. You should really take care of such things. What if someone got hurt? You must make Victor really take responsibility as a homeowner. Elena sighed and said after making sure that Lara was fine. We will tell him. The girls nodded and said as they looked at each other and then at Lara, who had just become the little maid's idol. Harper was swinging her sword hard according to Victor's training method when she heard his voice. Now, it is time for us to move to the next level, Victor said suddenly as he closed the diary he had been writing.
Already? Yes.
I know you are enjoying the company of your husband, but we have important things to do,
Victor said.
You are not my husband yet. Harper spat back as she put the sword down and turned to face him. For the last 2 days she had been training with him, and although she was reluctant at first, she quickly discovered that the martial arts he taught her were not ordinary at all. For the last 2 days, she had discovered a lot about Victor. Although he was as shameless as the rumors said, he was not that bad. On the contrary, other than a few passionate kissing sessions in the sleeping bag, he kept his word not to do anything perverted.
Mostly.
He seemed to like to spank her, but each time she made a mistake. She had a hunch that this perverted bravado of his was an act, just like the Emperor act he pulled earlier. And it was a genius disguise to hide his true power. If she acted as a pervert from the start, her father would have never been able to marry her off. Too bad, she could never be this shameless. And that is the problem. Your father will definitely find you when you leave here, and he will either marry me or some other pervert young master.
Victor said.
Didn't you say earlier that you had a way to make me a player when this dungeon ends? She asked. If I am a player, my father would never try to marry me off, she said. You are mistaken, he shook his head. Your family is too weak right now, they will sell you off regardless. But demand a higher price this time, Victor explained.
Oh.
What do you want me to do then? She asked as she caught the towel he threw her and began to wipe the sweat off her face. It smelled like wine. You have 2 choices, he said, squinting his eyes with a smile that made him look very charming.
What? She asked.
The first is to obediently marry me and enter my harem as soon as we return.
No way, she refused.
You promised that you will give me a few years, she said. Do you have anything better to do other than marrying me? He asked.
This is private business, she spat.
Although she was not disgusted with Victor anymore, and even began to feel a little attracted to him, she was not ready to commit herself to another. A long time ago she made a promise, and she would never break it. She would never betray Iliad. Oh, Victor squinted his eyes as he looked at her. For a second she had the feeling that he could tell what she was thinking.
No, that's impossible.
Then the second choice, he said slowly. Join the heavenly sect.
Ah, she was shocked.
Did he know that Iliad was in the heavenly sect?
No.
It must be a coincidence. What? He asked as he frowned, carefully inspecting her face.
Nothing.
I wanted to join them before when I planned to run away, but it is not that easy, she said. I don't even know where it is. And I heard they only accepted exceptional players. She confessed half of the truth. Oh, he said, then went silent and looked at her strangely as if waiting for something.
What? She asked, feeling guilty.
No, I am not Victor's wife yet. She reminded herself. I already put the instructions of how to reach the heavenly sect in the storage ring I gave you, he finally sighed and said. And I will even arrange for someone to help you there. In that place, you will get the chance to become very powerful, and your family would not be able to sell you off.
Really? Can you do that? She asked. Yes.
But I need you to promise me something, he said.
What?
You will never get in a relationship with another guy before we make things clear between us. Not even Iliad, he finally said. She shrieked, so you knew.
She yelled in shock. No, you just told me, he said. You talk a lot in your sleep, he lied. Ah. She was shocked. He fooled her.
Since when do you know that guy? He asked, not appearing angry. You need to tell the truth. You owe me this much, he said, looking at her with complex eyes. I met him 5 years ago. He saved my life from a kidnapper when I was on vacation with my parents. Harper said nervously. Typical, he said in a low voice and, he asked slowly. He made me promise to marry him when he comes back to get me, she said as she looked away, not knowing why she was telling Victor this. He is in the heavenly sect, he asked. Some elder there took him as an apprentice. He left me a letter telling me where he went. I didn't understand it until I became a semi-player though.
He was already a player?
Victor asked after some silence in which he appeared as if he was talking to himself. But I was engaged to you before you made that promise, Victor finally said. She didn't know how to answer that.
I owe him my life, she said.
You also owe me one, Victor answered as he approached her. She expected another kiss, but it never came as steeped away and sighed.
Fine.
I will leave this choice to you, he finally said. Eat this and go to the next level. Take care of your safety, he added as he looked away, seemingly hurt a little. Sorry, she said as she caught the fruit. You don't need to be. When the times come you will know who cares for you more, he said.
Now go.
And don't forget to prepare your shield and sword. She nodded, grabbing the already prepared bag before biting in the fruit. She felt ashamed of her behavior. Victor was a real gentleman. She wanted to apologize again, but the hurt look on his face stopped her. That was the last thing she saw when the world shifted. The next moment when she opened her eyes, she found herself in a huge cage surrounded by other cages. Welcome to the third level. The battleground. Kill 10 people or survive for 10 days to cross to the next level. The more you kill, the stronger you will become. Greatness is just steps away.
Harper squinted her eyes.
How did Victor know? She wondered just as the next message appeared. Warning. The doors will open, and the battle will start in 3 hours.
Well,
I guess that's it, Lily said after she watched Rain, who was wrapped in bandages like a mummy, eat his fruit with some help from Ray. Then followed quickly after he vanished, not forgetting to bow to Lynn and Lily before leaving. She was really thankful for their help these past few days. They even promised to meet outside if they got a chance. Alex kicked Rain really hard. Thankfully, he landed on that tree that absorbed most of the shock for him, Lynn said. Will he be okay at the next level? Lynn didn't like Lily before considering her a love rival, but after spending some time with her here, although she still didn't like her, she began to really respect her like a big sister who knew everything. Lily was also a person you really don't want to mess up with. This girl has something against men having crotches. Did you start having feelings for him? Lily asked with a knowing smile.
Never.
I only like Victor.
Lynn quickly clarified.
It is just, despite his foul mouth, I think he is a decent guy. It would be a shame if he got hurt on the next level.
Lily sighed. Don't worry about him.
For the same reason that makes you like him is the reason he will survive this place, she clarified.
What?
Is there something fishy going on here?
Lynn asked as she frowned. He is a scion. Lily shrugged. What?
Lynn opened her mouth wide. Victor did mention this to her before entering this place, warning her to be wary of scions.
Damn it, she said. She almost fell for him. Don't worry about it.
By knowing about him being a scion, his effect on you would be greatly diminished. Just make sure to make him hate you the next time you meet.
Oh, Lynn nodded.
Why didn't you or Victor warn me about him before? She said, sulking. We wanted you to experience this strange effect by yourself so that you would be wary the next time such things happen.
Lily said. Oh.
Then that Ray girl is a scion too?
Lynn asked. She felt some strange attraction toward her.
Yes. And Victor seems to plan to add her to his harem. Lily spat angrily, totally unaware of her companion's thoughts.
Oh.
Then is it safe to leave her with Rain?
Lynn frowned.
Shouldn't we have done something against him? Never underestimate a scion's power. Lily shook her head with a smile. And Rain will have other things to worry about very soon. You did something to him, didn't you?
Lynn asked. Who knows? Lily shrugged. Now come on, eat your fruit.
Victor is waiting, she added as she bit on her apple in a hurry. She needed to find Victor quickly. Men like him must not be trusted to be left alone without supervision. Lynn frowned, looked at her, then quickly followed, eating her own apple. Moments later both vanished as the system. The world wrapped around them, and the next thing they saw was the face of their husband, who was smiling as he sat on his signature comfy camping chair while writing on his notebook. Both of them couldn't help but jump into his embrace without even affirming their surroundings, knocking Victor and his chair to the ground as they burrowed their faces into his chest. I missed you too, he told them as he hugged them back. I expected that you.
Ouch, he paused.
Lily was biting his arm.
Don't eat your husband, he exclaimed. Bastard.
Were you messing around with my sister? She asked before biting harder. She could smell Tulip's scent all over his body. There was the scent of another girl too, but Tulip was the one she noticed.
Ouch, ouch.
Take it easy, he exclaimed as he held Lily at bay. I didn't expect to meet her here. She was in a very disadvantageous situation, so as any noble young man, I had to take advantage of that, he clarified. What advantage?
Lily spat.
I figured that I would use the opportunity to beat some sense into her and maybe educate her out of her stupid pride, he said as he pushed the now rabid Lily away with the help of Lynn. Does that include sleeping with her? Lily asked, squinting her pretty eyes as she looked at him. Education takes many forms, he said as he jumped to his feet and stepped back. Then let's see how I educate you. Lily spat hatefully as she also stood up and prepared to attack him again. I also gave her the cure for your mother's poison, he added, making Lily pause. She will be skeptical, she said, calming down a little as Lynn, who was curious, looked between the two. She just needs to recognize the symptoms. She is a smart girl.
Victor said. True.
Then I will forgive you for this once.
Lily said, pouting. Good.
We have better things to do now, he chuckled, making both of the girls look at their surroundings. Where is this anyway? Lily finally asked, looking around. They were on a large ledge protruding from a solid copper dome near its top. Below it, it oversaw a grand field that had many cages scattered around with people inside of them. This is the third level,
Victor said.
And why are we up here and not with the others? Lin asked as she slowly approached Victor and stood beside him, making her body touch his intimately as she looked at the people down below. I took you out of the game, he smiled and said. I was able to take control of this entire place thanks to a lucky coincidence, he said.
What do you mean?
Lily asked, squinting her eyes as she also hurried to his side. She was still angry, but she also missed him. I already told you that this place was not a dungeon, Victor said. It is an X-ranked artifact called the Three Rings Merging Cauldron, and we are inside of it. What? Both of the girls asked as they began to look around. What does it do? Lin said curiously as Victor secretly moved his hand around her back indecently from behind. Like the cauldrons that ancient alchemists used, it is for processing materials. It takes people in, then extracts their soul energy, attributes, bodies and bloodlines before inputting those into someone else, he explained.
Then,
this place is basically a trap.
Lin asked. Exactly. Victor nodded.
Who is behind it? Lily asked as she looked at the players down below.
Demons.
Those rabbits you saw before are all possessed by demons. There are about 1,000 of them, not counting the hibernating demon souls laying dormant in the blood chamber. Victor said solemnly.
Hiss, Lily gasped. This is a bastion, she exclaimed. Exactly.
Victor nodded. They are collecting players, planning to choose suitable ones, and take over their bodies to re-enter the world.
Victor said.
This operation must have been very old, as many of the players here belong to tribes whose raison d'etre is to create better offspring before making them enter the cauldron. Those dark-skinned men?
Among others.
I counted 5 different groups who all seem to worship a mythical red moon god. They think they are here to prove themselves, he said. Most of them are to be used as fuel in the cauldron and fill the blood chamber.
Shit, Lily said.
They choose the best ones, then cook and eat the rest to make them more powerful.
Exactly.
No wonder, she added as she remembered how many of the people who entered the moon dungeon in her past life ended up being very powerful, possessing strong bloodlines and attributes that made them easily overpower others of the same age. They were highly regarded by the powers they whirled for. Although they didn't make any moves until the time Victor returned in time, most of them rose to hold important positions, so it was only a matter of time. Those bastards must have been preparing for a second wave of invasion. What is a bastion? Lin, who was listening to their conversation, asked.
Oh.
A bastion is basically a hideout for demons who were stuck into this world after the ancient war, Lily explained as a big sister would. There are many of them, hidden all over the world. Most of the low-level demons are already dead, but their souls live on, waiting for suitable bodies to possess and leave.
What ancient war?
Lin asked, wondering how Lily could know of these things. She had never heard of them despite coming from one of the major families. Well, I guess we have time to tell you about this, Victor said, taking the role of a storyteller. Long time ago, at a time long forgotten by history, there was an incident that caused a breach to open in this world's walls. It allowed others from the outside to come in and humans could go out.
Oh.
At first no one noticed. But with time some visitors managed to cross here and then carry the news back to their world. They were the worst kind of creatures you want to encounter.
Demons, he said.
It didn't take them a lot of time to launch an invasion wanting to enslave the entire world. Victor said, acting all wise. Humans fought back? Lin asked excitedly. Nope. They were nearly wiped out. However, eventually, thanks to the demons beginning to fight each other for dominance, some surviving human groups managed to escape this world and strike some kind of a deal with the other races outside, so that they would send help. He said. In the following years, many great warriors entered this world. Not only to destroy the demons who were the enemy of all the other races but to bring in with them the artifacts that enabled humans to become players and fight back. Although the Thesis race's intentions were far from pure, the humans had no other choice.
They won? Lin asked. Of course not, Lily said. The demons were too overpowered as they arrived here first. They seemed to have already anticipated the attack and bonded together to fight it off. And the other races were not that serious, only sending their younglings and some old tech. So after years of struggle, millions of lives, and the destruction of all civilization, the war stood at a standstill, she said. Then something that no one thought about happened. The many souls of the dead seemed to have accumulated enough energy for the world to gain a will, becoming a mature world. When the world opened its eyes for the first time, the first thing it did was close its wounds and then begin to eliminate all foreign elements. Lily shrugged. Those guys never knew what hit them. Most of them died as their luck and destiny turned against them. The troublesome ones that the world couldn't hurt were locked into dungeons. Lily said, then turned to Victor, who continued. The only survivors were those who found a place or a way to hide from the world fast enough.
This didn't include just the demons, but the other races too,
Victor said.
In fact, most of the player family's originators belong to those allies who came into those otherworldly races and married some human. What?
Lin was shocked.
It is true. They lived their lives inside sealed chambers, not daring to come out.
Lily nodded.
Victor's ancestor was a half-dragon called Nicholas, while yours was a humanoid horned serpent called Matilda, she added. Then this bastion is a demon hideout place? Lin asked, half believing. Her ancestor's name was lost to history. Her family only knew that it started with an M thanks to an engraved monument.
Yes. Victor nodded.
The ones here must have used this cauldron in a hurry to hide. If my guess is correct, every 100 years or so, they open the gates locally to get some demons out to sniff the situation outside and prepare for a new invasion. This time the gate opened globally, Lily said.
Yes.
Someone must accidentally found their bastion's location and blew the cover, Victor said. Rain and Ray.
Yup, he nodded.
He heard the story through Lin. So what is happening now? Lin asked nervously. The second stage is about to finish with only about 20 players left. They should all get killed or pass here in the next hour.
Then?
This battlefield.
Exactly.
They will start the massacre here. Like the flame in a cauldron, it is a stage to melt the ingredients. It is made to prepare the contestant to be possessed by making them draw on their souls for power, damaging it, he said. The demons you see are already using the cauldron to collect the attributes and blood of the dead ones and collecting it in a chamber below in preparation for the possession that would happen after this stage.
Victor said.
They plan to enhance the ones they choose to possess by using the others as sacrifices.
Lily explained. Yup.
They will probably use the blood they collected after that on the survivors to give them a bloodbath as a reward and then infiltrate their bodies as they enjoyed the enhancement of their bloodlines, he added with a smile. The strongest will probably get to bathe in the grandest blood pond. Scions tend to fall into such traps, especially when you make them work for it.
That's despicable,
Lin said, totally unaware that Victor used this reward trick on Tom before.
Yup.
Victor nodded shamelessly as Lily glared at him. After finishing, they will send a batch out to spread the news and prepare for a new batch to come in the next month. They will also send some useless corpses out to convince the outsiders of the legitimacy of this trial.
A full cycle,
Lily said, realizing how dangerous demons were. The Imperial family had no idea about this in Victor's old timeline. Then what to do?
Lin asked. Nothing for now.
I already said it, we are safe. This entire place is under my control now. You took control of the artifact?
Lily asked. Yeah.
I fed some of my blood to a rabbit intending to take control of him, but that thing took the blood and dumped it inside the cauldron's blood chamber, he said. The next thing I knew was that the message asking me if I wanted to take ownership of this cauldron. Maybe I fulfilled some stupid condition or my blood salve skill triggered some bug.
Who knows, he lied. Wow. Lin said. That's convenient, Lily added, frowning.
Despite the fact that his explanation was somewhat plausible, her hunch was telling her that Victor was hiding something. She has known him long enough to realize that. Are you planning to use the cauldron's power to consume all the demons? Lily asked as Lin's eye sparkled looking at Victor.
Yes.
In fact, I already tried it by making Alex kill some players so the rabbits would eat them, and the moment the rabbits vanished using the cauldron's teleportation array, I used the cauldron's consume feature on them, eating them stealthy without making the other notice. The ones in the forest would think their friends are gone to the blood pool, while the rest would think that they are in the forest, he said with a smile. I already leveled up 2 times thanks to them. Wow, why aren't you finishing with this then?
Lin asked.
What are you waiting for?
Well, he chuckled.
It would be regrettable to waste such a perfect opportunity to gain big. You want most of these people down there to die? Lin asked, raising one eyebrow. She was not disturbed, just curious. Not exactly. The ones meant to die are already dead.
Victor shook his head.
You see, most of the people here had already eaten the fruits, and the more they fight right now the more they will draw on their souls, making their souls weaker and giving the demons a better chance to possess them after the battle is over, he said. You want the demons to possess them?
Lin asked. Nope.
I am just saying that most of them are in a very susceptible position right now for some brainwashing, he said with an evil smile. Also, after taking control of this place, I discovered many very interesting things. You guys just need to sit down and watch this emperor work. How long until the show starts?
Lily asked.
About an hour and a half maybe, he said with a wary smile as he felt his wife's arms wrap around him. They really missed him. Zoe took a deep breath as the strange cage that surrounded her shimmered once then slowly vanished, leaving her in the open sand-covered featureless battlefield. She watched around as the scattered players around the large fields also held their weapons as they inspected their surroundings. There were about 1,000 of them. Most of them were also looking around warily, not sure what to do, while others began to form groups. Zoe tried to search for Victor or anyone she knew, but found none. Not even that jinx Alex. There were simply too many players around. She squeezed her fingers around the handle of her sword as suddenly the system displayed a screen.
Battle start.
Kills 0. Glory is only 10 kills away. Moments later she heard a voice, making her turn to look. Unua sango estis mia. One braided man screamed, then ran and attacked a pretty teenage girl who had a strange tattoo all over her body. She was the nearest to him. In a split second, the man's headless body fell seconds later before the girl, who was now holding a strange invisible blade that appeared out of nowhere, grabbed the decapitated ugly head, then threw it in the air. She jumped and kicked it right at the man's friends, who watched in shock as the hero of their tribe was humiliated. The head hit one of them in the chest, sending him to the ground.
First blood. 100 additional points.
The system screen displayed, further agitating the bloodthirsty men.
More to.
They screamed angrily and then attacked the girl who was waiting for them to do that.
Then the battle began.
Zoe, who was watching the exchange, could only see that she had to quickly use her sword to defend herself as 3 men tried to sneak attack her together from the back. Those men had strange, very white skin and red hair. They looked ominous with strange brands engraved on their foreheads. They were holding swords made of sharp bones that Zoe could tell that they were poisoned from the dark stains on their sides. Thankfully, their level was way below hers, so she didn't take a lot of time to kill 2 of them and injure the last one, making him escape. She frowned as she watched the corpses of those men she killed sink into the sand and suddenly felt that strange energy began to flow through her body. She could tell that it came from those men as she watched her attributes slowly climb up in her status window. She got stronger, but that didn't make her glad at all. The others around her were getting stronger too, and now they had the incentive to kill more. She was right. A few minutes later, the battle began to be more deadly as those players who managed to kill someone realized what they needed to do to get stronger. They liked this feeling, and it made them addicted.
Shit.
Zoe cursed as she fought. She didn't like it at all. Killing others to take their power was not her style. So she only attacked those who attacked her first. After 1 hour, about 500 players were left, and after Zoe killed the 7th attacker, she knew that the end must be near. Looking around after finishing a poor man who thought she was an easy target, she could see all kinds of battles around. There was even a fat man using a huge wooden shield to fend off his enemies as he ran away shamelessly. That wooden board looked familiar somehow, but she couldn't remember where she saw it.
Then it happened.
Ah! Zoe felt something pierce her neck. Looking back, she watched as a short man used a blowpipe to shoot a dart at her.
Damn.
She got overconfident and made a mistake, being careless on a battlefield. She wanted to attack him, but moments later she felt her body become weightless and she fell to the ground, and the man approached her with a black dagger. She felt helpless, expecting the man to slit her throat, but he didn't. He just knelt beside her body, activated some kind of talisman, then took a strange small jar that was tied to his belt and used the dagger to unseal it near her. He acted very quickly. Moments later she could feel that something entered her body through her nostrils as the sand surrounded her. She began falling into darkness. Something was invading her mind. She knew it. It hurt like hell.
She screamed.
She had no idea how long it was, but seconds later it all stopped. She opened her eyes and looked around. She was not dead. She was not even in the field. She was in a metallic dome chamber barely illuminated by dimly glowing stones around the walls. Around her, there were about 30 collapsed players who began to wake up one by one and look around. "Where is this?" A handsome guy with blonde hair asked as he sat up. What happened? No one answered. They were all wondering about the same thing. Some of those players began to touch their necks while others checked their wounds that were now healed. "Are we dead?" a girl asked as she stood up. "I was stabbed by some guy,"
she said, checking her body.
"We are alive. We should have been dead," a tattooed girl answered, biting her cherry lip. She was the same one Zoe saw before fighting valiantly. "Yet we aren't," she added as she touched her neck while inspecting her surroundings.
Many nodded.
"Our powers as players are sealed," one player suddenly exclaimed from the side. She was trying to use an illumination skill, but she failed. "What?" the other players exclaimed and began to try activating their skills to no avail.
"What's going on?" another asked.
"Is this a part of the trial?"
"Probably not.
"We wouldn't be the only ones here if it was." The tattooed girl squinted her eyes looking around, then opened them wide. "Someone had intervened," she said, looking at one side of the chamber. "May I ask if you are the one who brought us here?" she asked, making all the players quickly turn and look to the side where slowly out of the copper wall, a handsome young man suddenly materialized. He had some very regal air around him, dressed in white silk. Despite that, Zoe could tell by the way he moved that somehow he looked like a lousy singer in a bar who just finished screwing around with the waitress when it was his turn to sing. He also had a very familiar air around him. "Who are you?" the blonde man asked with hostility. The young man ignored him as he looked at the tattooed girl with interest. "You guessed right," he said, then turned and looked at the other players, pausing briefly on Zoe. "This Imperial one's name is Vic Volt, and this Emperor is the one who saved your lives," he said.
"What do you mean?" one player asked.
"Do you know what this place is?" Vic smiled and replied with a question. "A trial," the blonde man answered, but Vic ignored him, looking at the tattooed girl. "A demon bastion," she answered carefully. "Exactly. You are not stupid after all," he said. "It was a well-crafted trap to take in humans to possess them and send them back into the outside world as demons."
Vic said. "What?"
Zoe exclaimed as she remembered the demon's murals in the skeleton dungeon. There was something like this there. "Let this Emperor explain how this place was meant to work,"
Vic said.
"The people who entered this dungeon were measured right after entering using the stairs. The useless ones, about 60%, were killed and harvested in the forest by the rabbits, while the rest were made to eat the fruits that damage your souls to be ready to be possessed," he said. "This means that all of those on the battlefield were already chosen to be possessed?" the tattooed girl asked.
"Exactly.
Most were meant to fall at some point. In fact, 5% of the enemies there are both illusionary and naturally undefeatable. They are meant to choose those who were tired enough and extract them. Only the strongest players will really stay to the end, like a hard-to-cook ingredient. But they too will be utterly exhausted and ready to be possessed by that time," he shrugged. "The battlefield was just an extra step to tire your souls to the limit by making you unconsciously consume it. Each time you killed someone or were about to die, you filled a huge increase of energy, right?"
"Yes."
"Wasn't this us gaining the power of the dead ones?" the blonde man asked, feeling skeptical.
"No.
"This is you consuming your own soul." Vic shook his head. Whenever a man kills another or falls into mortal danger, there would be a slight disturbance in his own soul, like a shockwave. This is usually harmless, but if the soul is damaged, some of it will liquefy, converting it to energy and making you stronger.
HSSSSSS. Zoe gasped. "Don't worry."
Although it would take a few years, the damage to your souls can be repaired with the right arts and some pills. He said such things as if soul-fixing drugs and art were trivial. It is just that the outer layer that formed the protection shield is the first to be exhausted. "Then what happened to the dead bodies?" the tattooed girl asked. "What should have happened to us?" "The ones who really died, like the man you decapitated, got processed by the rabbits to enter the blood pool, but most of the people in the field are like you, they just collapsed and got absorbed by the sand, they were not dead,"
Vic said.
"They would be transferred to another chamber where they would be submerged into a blood pool, telling them that they survived the trial and that this was their reward. That bath would really make them stronger, but in it, a myriad of demon souls are hiding. They will infiltrate the players' bodies as they absorb the blood and devour their damaged souls, then possess them."
"Aw."
The players looked at each other, not sure what to think. "Then what about those men with black jars?" Zoe suddenly asked, making some players frown, while others who were attacked by them nodded. "They are demons belonging to a different faction. They must have sneaked in here to grab the trophies under the noses of the ones controlling this place,"
Vic explained.
"The jars contained demon souls that were supposed to enter your body and lay dormant until the ones from this place try to devour your souls and then attack them from the back," he added. "They are inside of us now?" Zoe asked nervously, touching her neck. "No. You don't need to worry. The moment those souls exited the jars, this Emperor used this dungeon's powers to neutralize them and turned them into energy to feed your souls, fixing it and making it stronger," he clarified. "You can control this place?" the tattooed girl asked, squinting her eyes nervously. "Is that how you pulled us away?" she added. "Yup," he nodded, shooting her a fleeting glance. "Why only us?" she asked. "What is your plan?" "This Emperor couldn't grab a lot of players, else it might alert the ones controlling this place yet," he said. "And this Emperor is not doing charity here. For saving you, you must pay a price." "And what if we refuse to pay?" the blonde young man asked arrogantly. "You will die," Vic said flatly, making the player look at each other. "Your lives are already mine. And even if you are the heir of a kingdom, I won't care," he added. "So you knew our identity," the blonde man said. "Why else would you be chosen? This Emperor does not need useless puppets,"
Vic said.
"What do you want in exchange?" the tattooed girl asked, squinting her eyes. She was wondering if Vic knew her true identity. "I save your souls and lives, and in exchange, you must give me absolute obedience for the rest of your lives," he said, making a shimmering contract appear in front of the players. They froze as they read it.
This is stupid, the blonde man said.
Is your life stupid?
Vic asked with a frown. No. Fuck you.
Do you think I am an idiot? He didn't continue as he was decapitated seconds later by Vic, who appeared out of thin air right behind him and then cut his head. It took merry seconds. The girls gasped in shock as Vic returned his sword to his scabbard. You can always refuse, but this emperor will reclaim what is his, he said. Now hurry up, this emperor needs to send you back before the demons realize that happened. It would be a waste if you missed the blood pool's nourishment, he said. These conditions are a little too overbearing, one player who read the contract said slowly. If they agreed to this, they would become his slaves. He would be able to make them do whatever he wants. Most of the guys here belong to some really strong powers.
Stupid or not, you have about
5 minutes to decide. The next stage will start soon and I need to send you back before the demons notice anything funny, he said, looking at the cheap-looking golden watch on his wrist that Zoe recognized. This bastard was definitely Victor. This watch was the one he wore in front of her while telling her that artifacts don't work right before entering here. She almost gasped and looked at the contract in front of her. It was empty with just a few words. Play along, CUZs. Alex ran as she looked backward, watching the men and the rabbits follow behind her. She squinted her eyes and nodded. Few had noticed, but the rabbits were a little fewer than before. The young master was right.
She told herself.
3 days ago, when she was running for her life after that traitor Zoe escaped by herself. Suddenly out of nowhere, she heard the voice she had been waiting for. That of Victor's. He seemed to have spotted her from afar and called her using a sound-transmitting talisman. It made her a little scared that he would discover her real gender, but when he told her that he was hiding far away from her and could barely make her out, she felt relieved. He told her of a way to save herself and reduce the rabbits around. It was to attack those unfortunate men around her. He told her to focus on the burly dark-skinned ones and to try to kill them with one hit if possible. Not only would that reduce the pressure on her by making the rabbits go to deal with the corpses, it would also make them attack her less so that she would benefit them in the long run. According to him, he planned to end this dungeon in a few days, and she must endure like a man until then. She felt a little angry. She was not racist after all. Why does he want her to kill the dark-skinned men? All men are born equal and deserve to be killed equally. Victor quickly clarified that those guys belonged to the same evil tribe. They were a group who kidnapped and raped women for their bloodline. So, after convincing her and telling her that the communication was about to be cut off because of the distance, he reminded her to be careful before going silent. Alex didn't hesitate and quickly began executing his plan, attacking all the men around her. She didn't want to attack only the dark-skinned ones, fearing that they would call her a racist or gang up on her if they knew she was targeting them. So she randomly attacked a few random guys too, but made sure not to kill them. The plan was a success. The number of rabbits really decreased. But this created a new problem. All the men running around her, seemingly, had all decided that she was a lunatic that needed to be killed. So they began attacking her. And of course they failed. Those men were too weak to pose any danger to her. The strong ones around had already escaped or been eaten. The last one to attack her was some idiot who fell on her from the top of a tree as if she couldn't notice him. She made sure to kick him with all her strength. Hopefully, the rabbits would eat what's left of him. How dare he sneak attack her? Victor slowly opened his eyes and looked up at Harper's pretty face, silently observing him. She was giving him a lap pillow. The moment she noticed he woke up, she quickly blushed and looked away in embarrassment.
Are you okay now?
What happened? She asked after he said nothing for a few minutes and kept looking at her face with amusement. Use the fucking right pronoun, he scolded, ruining the romantic atmosphere that didn't exist in the first place. And yes, this emperor is fine, just feeling a little dizzy, he said, not explaining what happened. Your disguise is off, you know, she said, a little coldly. I don't know what you are talking about, he said, then shamelessly checked his disguise. He feared that it would have collapsed earlier due to the backlash, but nothing like that happened.
It was still on.
I have this little skill, you know, it is called true sight. I noticed nothing before, but when you collapsed for a second there, I could see your true identity, Mr. Victor von Weiss, she said coldly, watching his face that was still on her lap changed his expression to that of surprise and annoyance, then relaxed again. It was quick, but she saw it. You must have been mistaken, he said while cursing silently. This was not in his plan. Probably because of this place's strange conditions or Harper's scion effect, his disguise must have flickered for a split second when he collapsed, and she must have seen it because of her true sight skill. Was she watching him this closely? Ah. It was all his fault for being so charming. Although your hair is now a different color, not purple, I know it was you. I saw your photo in the recent von Weiss annual report, she said. So stop lying.
He just glared at her. Damn it.
He really didn't want her to realize his true identity. Scions were too fickle and hard to control. Knowing his true identity would put him on her radar. You must have been looking at my photo a lot recently, he finally said, deciding to come clean.
Not too clean. Regardless, she blushed.
She was just cursing at it. The true thing was way more handsome than the photo though. Why didn't you tell me? She coldly asked as she watched him ponder on some stupid things. Tell you what? He asked, feeling a little annoyed.
Your true identity.
You could just tell me when you saved me there, she asked. He thought for a moment then sighed.
For a few reasons.
But mainly it was because I didn't know you were my fiancé, he said. In fact, my father did tell me that he had some brides for me a while back, but I never heard of you before, he said, shrugging his shoulders.
Ouch. That hurts, she said.
She had been running for over a month, and it turned out the other party didn't even think about her. Why didn't you tell me then after I informed you about me? She asked, feeling a little salty.
Ah. Well.
I did consider telling you that first night, but I didn't do that to protect you, he lied. At your current level, being near me is very dangerous, he lied again.
She was a damn scion. Protect me from what? She asked. My enemies.
I have a lot of them. If you are my wife, they would use you against me, he said. You already have a lot of wives, she said coldly. Don't you want to protect them too? She asked sarcastically. That was the last batch, Victor said as soon as he returned to his temporary base and handed Lily a list, then collapsed on his foldable chair, while Lin hurried to wipe the sweat off his forehead. I think those are enough for now, he added. Are you sure you want to include some of those tribesmen? Lily asked as she looked at the book to her side and began striking out the names of the ones who refused Victor's offer. I don't like them or their stupid beliefs at all. I didn't include any of them, Victor said. All those men refused my offer, screaming something about the moon god's wrath. Then what about those three? Fly Opfer, Beetle Opfer and Hornet Opfer.
Those are women. Tribes women.
They disguised themselves as men and entered this dungeon in an attempt to escape their miserable lives, he said, feeling a little sorry for the girls who grew up in a tribe following a demonic doctrine of using women only as breeding material.
And they fell into your hands. Lily said.
I promised to help them find a better life. Working for you for an eternity?
It is a life.
And this emperor is not a bad boss.
Victor said.
I gave them storage rings with money and escape talismans so that they would be able to escape their tribes once they returned.
Victor said. Regardless.
All that is left is the scions, Lily said, sighing. Why are all men perverts? I already fixed most of them earlier, and I am not sure if any more is feasible. The only one left is Rain, who I didn't get a chance to play any trick on yet, Victor said. Too bad, that guy is not on the battlefield. The demons had transported him to a cage in the central control chamber.
What? Why? Lin asked in surprise.
I already told you, he has a curse that makes demons want to eat him and get stronger. I think they are waiting until they get some new body before devouring him.
Victor said. Oh.
Will he be okay? Lin asked, making Victor slap her butt.
Ah, she exclaimed. I am hurt.
My little Lin is concerned about some other guy, he said.
I am not.
I am just curious, she pouted as she rubbed her butt. He was getting better at this. He will be fine, Victor said. Someone who has a Lord's blessing will not die easily, he explained. What Lord's blessing? Lily, who was reviewing the new slaves' names on the documents, turned to him and asked.
The Death Lord, Victor said. What?
And you are telling me this now? Lily exclaimed as she stood up in shock.
Is it important? Perhaps.
You know something about him, Victor asked, looking at her warily. He was about to discuss those things before, but the Moon Dungeon's appearance forced him to cut his meeting with the girl short. Lily frowned, looking at Lin, who was watching their exchange curiously before sighing. When I met Rain earlier, I didn't recognize him. But now that you told me about his blessing, coupled with him being one of Tulip's companions, I realized his identity.
What?
Victor asked curiously. Have you perhaps heard of the Deathly Lake incident? She asked as Lin frowned and looked at her. She had the feeling that both of them were hiding something from her. Isn't it where 150 young men from all the prestigious families in the Empire died?
Victor asked.
What does it have to do with Rain? The guy who killed them, although his identity is a mystery, all evidence points that he used some forbidden death skill to kill everyone there and then ran away.
Lily explained.
A skill that only those who have the despicable Death Lord's blessing can execute without dying. You believe that guy is Rain? It all fits, Lily said, making Victor frown and then nod. Then we need to be wary around him, Victor said. Did you read Tulip's fate?
Was he mentioned?
Lily suddenly asked as Lin, who had a million questions, listened carefully.
Yup.
He and 7 others are meant to marry Tulip. Victor said with a helpless smile, spanking Lin's butt. She knew that it meant that he would explain things later.
Damn.
My sister is a bitch.
Lily exclaimed.
She must be the one who helped hide him after she ran away. No wonder no one was able to find him, she added to herself. This leaves a very important question. Victor said. Why the fuck is everyone after Tulip? He had to ask. Sure, Tulip was pretty, very pretty. But her personality, especially after the reckoning, was worse than a dog's hit stuck to your shoe on a humid day. You mean you don't know?
Lily exclaimed. No, he shook his head.
Tulip must have a Lord's blessing by now, Lily said.
Oh, about that.
She has the Void Lord's greater blessing.
Victor nodded.
Rain also has a blessing. Is it important? Isn't it a function to grant the player some of the Giving Lord's skills? It indicates other things depending on its ranking, lesser or greater, Lily said. While a lesser blessing usually means that the blessing receiver is an agent for the Lord or being tested by him, a greater blessing is reserved for special individuals like students of kin, she said. Then, in Tulip's case, Victor asked as Lin, who understood nothing of what they talked about, looked at Lily. The Void Lord is Tulip's master. Lily said directly, and from what I heard, she plans to make Tulip's the Lord after her. I think she is very sick for some reason and is about to die. Tulip is her chosen heir.
Oh. Oh? Victor exclaimed.
This explains many things. What is a lord? Lin suddenly asked. Think of it like a very powerful otherworldly overlord.
Lin said.
They seem to have very little interest in fighting for hegemony, so no one really knows what they are after. But it is usually better not to get involved with them, she said.
Oh, Lin frowned then nodded.
Then we have a couple of problems, Victor said.
What?
Did you make Tulip pregnant? Lily asked sarcastically, earning herself a slap to the butt. Not exactly. I made her my blood slave.
What? Lily exclaimed again. I couldn't help it.
The chance was there, and if I didn't at least try I would not be able to sleep, he said. I was planning to control her the same way I did with Tom, but I know it is wrong now, so to avoid being discovered I will only use it to monitor her. I will teach you how to sleep, you pervert peeping bastard. Lily attacked Victor intending to bite this sleazy bastard again, but he quickly held it off. He was still stronger than her. You put your blood in her fruit, right? Lin asked slowly as she watched them play with some jealousy. She had to confess, the chemistry between those two was perfect.
Yup, he nodded.
Then both of you think the same way. Lily also did something to Rain's fruit, Lin explained.
What?
Victor asked, making Lily, who was futilely shooting Lin some glares to stop talking, quickly step back trying to escape, but it was too late. He grabbed her and pulled her on his lap, then slapped her butt.
What did you do to him? He asked.
Just a little something. She blushed and looked away, earning herself another slap.
Ah. What? He asked again.
Feeling a little jealous. It's a secret. She puffed her cheeks, making Victor frown. It has to do with my family, she added reluctantly.
Victor sighed.
Just make sure to be careful, he said as he let go. He knew he couldn't fully control Lily or know all her secrets.
But he didn't like that. She said as she stood up before her but received a third slap. Ah. Why? She asked.
I felt like it, he said, pouting and making her glare at him, then smile after realizing he was jealous. What other problems do we have? She finally asked. Your reaction earlier must have not been only about Tulip. It is about this girl I met earlier. He pointed at a name on the list with an asterisk next to it. Tyr Bloodking.
Lily asked.
The name didn't ring any bells.
Yup.
This girl has the Blood Lord's greater blessing, Victor said in a worried voice. And she entered this place knowing fully well it is a bastion. She must be after something.
What?
Lily raised one eyebrow.
I have a vague idea.
But this is within my plan. He said with a nervous smile. He was not really sure, but he had to do this. I might get a very nice lord after my ass after this, he added, making Lily frown as she looked at him worriedly.
Level finished.
Tulip sighed in relief as she looked at the field where only 15 players survived. Some of them were either very strong while others had some good luck, like Ray and Harper, who only managed to survive by staying at her side, and Liam, who had some good defense and used the huge shield given by Vic to protect himself as he ran away, making attacking him a waste of time. Where is that bastard Rain? Tulip asked Ray as she looked around, searching not only for Rain but also for Vic. Both of them were nowhere to be seen.
I don't know.
He was injured when he entered this place, she said worriedly as Harper, who was beside her, looked around, searching for Victor to no avail. Do you think something happened to him? Ray asked worriedly.
Nah.
That guy is still alive, Tulip said. She had secretly left a mark on Rain, so if he died she would know. She was more concerned with Vic. The mark she left on him had disappeared.
Could he be dead? No.
She needs to kill that bastard with her own hands. Congratulations. Great power is yours. Moments later the notification appeared as she felt some power surround her body. The world shifted around her, and the next moment she appeared floating in the air in a strange room that was composed of many concentric lakes filled with a blood liquid that she knew was blood. Around her appeared hundreds of players who were feeling lost. They were the ones who died on the battlefield prior.
First reward.
A chance to bath Indiana the sacred blood pool.
Effects. Enhance bloodline. Purify bloodline. Grant strength. Cures ailments. Beautify skin. Increase lifespan.
Enhance endurance. The closer to the central pond the greater the effect.
Player Tulip.
Stairs test greater than 55,000 points. Forest score greater than 12,000 points. Players killed 49 greater than 49,000 points. Jade tablet equals 3 greater than 300,000 points.
Result.
412,000.
First place.
Congratulations. Tulip frowned as she felt a strange power slowly pull her toward the blood pond where numerous platforms suddenly rose from inside like pillars. Her hunch was telling her that there was something dangerous in here, yet somehow that everything will be all right. She didn't resist as she fell right on top of one of the pillars. The same happened to the other players who were pulled to their respective positions based on their scores. They all looked around in anticipation as the blood below them started to boil, turning into streams that began to climb the pillars toward them. Bath, Indiana Glory. The notification said, then it happened. Suddenly there was the sound of battle and screaming. Something was yelling but the sound was muffled. The players quickly stood up and began to look around searching for the origin when there was an explosion. From above the hall's roof suddenly exploded. Debris fell everywhere creating chaos and forcing the players to quickly leave their pillars to find shelter as the pool stopped boiling. Moments later, something fell from above like a shooting star into the central blood pool making a huge splash wave and rocking the ground under the players' feet. Poor Tulip who was beside it fell directly into the pool before she could do anything. Everyone looked warily and watched as the smoke from the falling debris cleared. There, a bandaged young man was kneeling on top and inserting his sword into the body of a giant rabbit, pushing it into the pit created by their fall and using it as a cushion. The rabbit screamed in a strange disturbing high-pitched language as it struggled to push the young man away. "You are not the first demon to tell me that," the bandaged guy who was none other than Rain said with his signature sarcastic tone as he cut the rabbit's head, then turned and used the sword again to cut into the empty air behind him where another huge humanoid rabbit holding an axe materialized and attacked. The sword met the axe and sparks flew as the rabbit was forced to step back and then look angrily at Rain and the dead rabbits at his feet. It yelled as it inspected Rain. "Easy. This thing is not unkillable. So with enough strikes it had to die," Rain said, throwing something at the rabbit who grabbed it and then frowned. It was the cage of the lock they used to imprison Rain in. It was broken in a strange way and wrapped inside its hole was a piece of paper. No, it was a talisman. The huge rabbit wanted to throw it away but it was too late. Boom. One rabbit exploded. It was not pretty. "Death takes us all in the end," Rain said with a sigh. Warning. Player Rain Cleaver had decided to take all the rewards for himself. He killed the supervisor and plans to ruin the. Whoever kills him will be rewarded handsomely. A sudden notification suddenly sounded making all the players frown then start to attack Rain. Not all of them, just about 10% did. The ones who had tribal-looking clothes. The rest of the players just stood and watched with complex looks in their eyes. Tulip, who stood up from the pool as blood dripped from her hair, knew what she needed to do. She quickly hurried toward Rain and began to help him fend off the attackers. Ray and Harper also hurried to help her, but she shot them a glare forcing them to stay away. They were too weak for such a battle. "Tulip," Rain cried. "Did you change your hairstyle?" he had to ask as he looked at her now bloody red sagging hair. "Fuck you," Tulip cursed. "What happened?" she asked as she cut the throat of a menacing-looking man. "Those idiot demons tried to entrap me wanting to eat me. This entire place is a trap," he said. "The pools contain demon souls, they plan to force them inside the players' bodies," he said. "Thankfully, I managed to escape and stop the ceremony in time," he said as he killed another man. "Those men stood no chance at all." "Good," Tulip nodded, as she struck to the side but her sword found no one. The man who was there seemed to have retreated. In fact, in this simple exchange, 10 men died leaving about 15 tribal men who stopped attacking and looked back after noticing that half of them had died and that they were the only ones in this offense. The rest of the players in the back were just watching the show with a strange look in their eyes. TROWWRW, one man shouted to the other players. Meaning that they need help. The players ignored him. Some just looked away embracingly, while others made some middle finger sign that the tribal men didn't understand.
They felt strange. What was going on? Warning.
Any player who does not attack Rain will be considered his accomplice. The system threw another notification. It was completely ignored by the players. You have been warned. This is your last chance.
The system flashed.
The players frowned but did nothing.
Nothing happened. What is going on? One player asked.
Who knows, another replied, but His Highness was right.
Definitely, another said.
Listening to them, Tulip felt strange.
His Highness. Could they mean Vic?
She wanted to ask, but she couldn't as suddenly out of nowhere a lot of black smoke started to fill the room. It took mere seconds to reform into the shape of a huge black ominous-looking demonic rabbit that had 5 eyes and 3 ears. No sorry, that central one was a spiral horn. A rabbit can only have 2 ears. It just floated in midair for a few seconds before it fell right in front of Rain and right on top of the tribal men, killing them all in seconds as their bodies disintegrated. Their flesh and bones turned into smoke and merged with the demon, making it twice as large. It wanted to absorb the other players too, but strangely enough, it couldn't. How did you do it? The demon rabbit asked angrily as black flames sprung from his eyes.
How?
Why is it not working? It shouted.
Easy.
Rain said as he took out a glass cub from his pants. I just took out this thing. You should have placed more protection around it, he said naively, thinking that by taking this, he was stopping the demon's plan. The shard. The demon howled. Then attacked by breathing sharp needles at everyone. Thankfully, Rain was ready for it. As for Tulip, she quickly caught the sword Rain threw at her and began to use it for defense. Artifacts work now? She asked in surprise. This shard thing must have been the one disabling the use of weapons, he said. Oh, she nodded as she noticed how much this shard looked like the one the demon, the Nutcracker, took from Ree's temple. She decided to investigate this later as she hurried the demon rabbit's attack. That thing seemed to have summoned a myriad of swords that came to life on their own and began to attack Rain and Tulip. Everyone watch out. Rain shouted, warning the players, but it was for nothing. Looking back, he noticed that the players were all fine, as from somewhere all of them got huge wooden shields and used them to build a barricade.
WTF? Servants.
Come eat, the demon howled, making Rain cures and preparing himself. When he was locked before he saw those rabbits. They were very troublesome. The only reason he could escape this quickly was that they seemed to have been called somewhere. Rain waited nervously, thinking of a strategy to kill those things.
No one came.
Servants, the demon shouted again.
Still, nothing happened.
No servants appeared. What did you do to my servants? The demon asked angrily.
How did you defeat them?
They are unkillable in the cauldron, he asked in shock. I have no idea, Rain said, looking around, making sure that this was not a trick. The demon howled and began to attack with everything it had, and slowly, step by step, with the help of Tulip, Rain began to push the demon back.
It frowned.
The flying swords that it was using to attack seemed to have decreased by half without it noticing.
How?
No, it howled as it collected the swords for one last attack, but they all fell to the ground seconds later. Didn't have a chance to wonder why the demon souls who controlled the swords stopped responding, as suddenly it gasped as it looked back. Behind it, Tulip was pushing a long hairpin inside of its body, directly into its heart. She slowly took the hairpin out, then whipped it with a handkerchief as she walked slowly, returning toward Rain, not bothering to look at the demon who began to disintegrate. You could have done that from the start. Rain complained as he fell to the ground and watched the demon disintegrate.
I only had one shot.
I had to make sure that no others were coming, she said as suddenly she paused. There was a strange feeling flowing into her body. Congrats on finishing the moon trial. Enjoy these free attributes as a gift from the Emperor. Everyone will get +1 authority,
+5 strength,
+5 agility, +5 intelligence,
+1 luck, +1 charm. Remember,
sooner or later, the Emperor will come to collect his debts. Stay safe until then. A sudden notification alerted Tulip as she felt her status climb up and the world began to wrap around her. In the next moment, she was ejected outside of the moon dungeon and returned to the abandoned dungeon she was in with Ray and Rain, who began to look around in shock. Did we finish just like that?
Rain asked in shock. This was too fast.
What happened? He asked as we watched Tulip grab her trusty umbrella and storage ring that appeared next to her. She lost them inside, but as branded items, they would always appear next to their master when exiting the negative space.
This felt strange.
Who was the Emperor the notification mentioned?
Ray asked.
It was probably that bastard, Tulip frowned as she quickly reached for her pocket and took a small silver storage ring. She opened it and inside of it, there was only one letter. Dear Juicy, Turnip von Krone. This emperor couldn't tell you many things inside, fearing that you will distrust me or that the demons who were listening in might figure something out. This emperor belongs to an organization that is built to fight demons everywhere, and as you have seen, the Moon Dungeon is a demonic trap. Thankfully everything was within this honorable one's calculations and you should have arrived outside safely. Now that you are out, I have some info to tell you. First, it is about the Nutcracker, a demon who crossed into our realm a few months ago. Be careful and stop trying to find it. That thing already killed 17 of our finest men.
You are not its opponent.
Secondly, it is about the demons. It had been noted that in a month they will be holding a trip on a cruise ship, the Three-Horned Dragon. It is in the southern sea near your grandfather's palace. It is definitely a trap to select people for possession, so be careful. Finally, your mother Princess Catalia was poisoned. It is most likely her brother-in-law, the patriarch of the von Krone family. The poison is called the Widow's Vengeance. It will make your mother not only lose her ability to give birth, but also poison any man who sleeps with her, making him impotent. It has no cure once it was activated. Thankfully the poison will not be activated until your mother bangs your father, which will happen in less than 6 months after your lost sister goes back to the von Krone family. You have to hurry and find the materials to the cure. They are rare. Here is the way to cure it. If you need to contact this emperor, write a message then send it to 24 Tro Street, Balta City, Pond, Democratic Republic. I will send someone to get it. Faithfully yours, the one and only emperor of the world,
Vic Volt.
My name is fucking Tulip, she yelled as angry after reading the letter, startling both Ray and Rain.